I hoped that one day I would be accepted by them and stand by their side. I hoped and hoped again. Duke Logan Silkisia, the head of House Silkisia, said, "Well, Psyche, I'm sure you know what you did was wrong. I won't waste my breath. Considering the relationship we've had, I'm going easy on you. So be grateful." Lillian, the real daughter of Duke Silkisia, was shocked. "Poison. Father, this is too much. Please have mercy on her." "Please," Izar Silkisia, the oldest son of Duke Logan, replied. "What are you talking about? You could have died." Lennox Silkisia, the youngest son of Duke Logan, added, "He's right. She deserves to die." For 10 years, as a substitute, a fake daughter, I lived in their shadows. Although I was only a stand-in for their missing daughter and branded as the fake, I was grateful they took me in. I tried my best to help the family every single day, thinking that was the way to earn their acceptance. Psyche Silkisia, the stepdaughter of Duke Logan, pleaded, "I didn't do it. I swear to God that I had no idea. Please ask the maids." You don't know when to stop." Please remember to like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video, as it really helps our channel grow. Thanks. Lennox shouted. "The investigation is already over, you idiot. Do you think we're just dumping this?" "Stop," Izar Silkisia explained calmly. "As you said, this matter is already settled. There's no need to waste your energy. This was found in your room. Your personal maid testified. As soon as someone puts this on, a poisonous needle comes out of it." "But you were going to give this to Lillian, right?" Psyche, shocked, stammered. "What is that? I've never seen it before. On top of that, Melissa is not my personal maid. She is Lillian's," Lillian gasped, her voice trembling. "Oh my gosh! I thought we could be good sisters," Psyche's thoughts raced. "Oh, there was never a place for me here. Why am I just realizing this now? I regret every moment I let all of you push me around. If I get another chance at life, I'm not going to live that way. Where am I?" She turned to see Melissa, her voice distant yet familiar. "Melissa, what are you doing right now?" Melissa replied casually. "Can't you tell? I'm cleaning." "Wasn't this place sealed off by magicians a long time ago? Am I dreaming? Or hallucinating?" Psyche wondered. Melissa frowned. "You're so messy. Do you ever clean your room?" Psyche's thoughts snapped back to Izar's earlier words. "Your personal maid testified." How annoying. "So this is real and not a dream?" Melissa suddenly shrieked. "Have you lost your mind? What in the world are you doing?" Psyche, startled, responded quickly. "I was trying to help you clean. I'm sorry. I saw a bug and panicked." Melissa stared at her in disbelief. "Wait, so this really isn't a dream?" In House Silkisia, there were 3 successors. The eldest son, Izar, was a genius in swordsmanship and served as the vice-captain of the Imperial Guard, Akasha. The second son, Lennox, showed promise for his age but had yet to reach his older brother's level due to his youth. And then there was Psyche, the eldest daughter, a useless daughter whose only value lay in her resemblance to the long-lost Lillian Silkisia. Psyche was the incompetent substitute who filled the void left by Lillian's disappearance. Psyche murmured to herself, "I was afraid of being abandoned, so I did everything to help the family. But when my abilities surpassed those of Izar and Lennox, the real members of House Silkisia, I had to hide that fact. You must remember that you can't outshine my sons. And so, I became their stepping stone. To be helpful, I volunteered to be my older brother's swordsmanship training partner, arranged documents, and collected data for my younger brother, who lacked the knowledge to do such things himself. I thought they would finally acknowledge my efforts, but what they gave back in return was death." Her thoughts darkened. "How foolish of me. Well, it doesn't matter. There was a legend passed down since the founding of the Empire. A person who wasn't able to fulfill their destiny receives a blessing from Vicente, the god of destiny, and gets another chance at life. Is that what happened to me? Why would God bless a fake like me? I wonder why I was brought back to today of all days." Melissa's sudden voice snapped Psyche out of her reverie. "My lady! Have you heard? Lady Lillian has returned." The announcement sent shockwaves through the house. "Lillian! What? My dear sister! Oh, I can't even imagine how much you've been through. Is she the real Lady Lillian? She was gone for so long. Oh, the heavens must have heard our prayers and brought you back to us. Psyche remained silent, her mind swirling with disbelief and bitterness. So, this is how it all begins again. No. Annam, this is Vicente's blessing, the temple representative declared firmly. The Duke left the hair and blood of his missing daughter at the temple just in case. If someone presumed to be her were to appear. Using that, we performed a test, and she was a perfect match. We are positive that she is the real Lillian Silkisia. We give our word as the temple. Melissa rushed forward, her eyes alight with emotion. My lady! Do you remember me? It's me, Melissa. Lillian nodded slightly, glancing around. Melissa, where's Lady Psyche? Melissa hesitated, pointing across the room. She's over there. What are you going to do to her? Psyche stepped forward, her expression calm yet distant. I'm glad you're here, Lillian. Welcome back. Though it may be uncomfortable, please give me a few days to move out of your room. I think it'll be best for you to use that time to think about how you'd like to decorate it. House Silkisia narrowed his eyes. What are you up to this time? Psyche's voice was steady. What do you mean? If you think acting this way is going to make us feel sorry for you, I don't care what you think. Psyche interrupted, cutting him off. Turning to Lillian, she continued. If Father or Azar were here, they would have assigned you a personal maid. Until they return. Melissa, you wait on Lillian for the time being. Lennox's voice rang out, sharp and demanding. Hey, what? Where do you think you're going? Stop right there. Psyche ignored him, her inner thoughts heavy. Nothing has changed at all. Azar entered, his expression unreadable. So, what Lennox told me was true. I guess you have matured. Psyche gave him a faint smile, her voice tinged with bitterness. If he were my real older brother, he would have asked if I was heartbroken, instead of saying something mean. I'm just returning the room to its original owner. Azar's tone softened, but only slightly. You can use one of the rooms on the second floor. I'll let Father know. Psyche nodded. Yes, I'll do that. All right then. I'll be going now. As she walked away, she muttered to herself, they're giving me one of the guest rooms on the second floor. Honestly, I don't care where I stay. I must leave this house as soon as possible. Psyche's head throbbed painfully, and she sighed, her thoughts clouded with frustration. I have another headache. Well, at least I sent Melissa to Lillian. Melissa, always dutiful, appeared with a cup in hand. This is from Lord Azar. Be grateful and drink it. Psyche grimaced as she took the cup. Azar always sent me a cup of tea every morning through Melissa. He said it would help with my headache, so I drank it despite its horrible taste, but it only made my headache worse. Meanwhile, Lillian was engaged in conversation, oblivious to Psyche's discomfort. Yes, I've heard about them. I heard that nomads in the West light a bonfire every night and fall asleep reciting poetry. Is that true? Psyche blinked, reflecting on her own memories. It's different for each tribe, but it was like that where I was. If it wasn't for Duke Nix, I would have lived as a maid in the guild the whole time. She thought to herself, I wonder why I never noticed it in my previous life. Lillian is deliberately trying to appear happy. Psyche stood up, feeling the weight of her insecurities closing in. Oh, I better hurry. Since I don't have a maid to help me get ready, I guess this is the best I can do. I always felt so insecure about being the Duke's fake daughter, so I would dress too flashy. To be honest, this suits my taste better anyway. Alright, let's go, and see him. In a grand chamber, Berndale Lester, the head of House Lester, greeted her with a cold but respectful tone. Lord Azar, if you do this, you're going to make things difficult for me as well. I cannot go against His Majesty's will. Akasha knows how dangerous the monsters in the north are. However, for us to gain His Majesty's approval, you or the commander can persuade him. We don't have the authority to do that. Psyche took it all in, her thoughts drifting. It's been a long time, Lady Psyche. What brings you here? Berndale Lester, the master of the unquenchable purple flame, was a formidable presence. Psyche recalled his purple flames. Come to think of it, I remember seeing purple flames at the moment of my death. Or was I imagining things? She quickly dismissed the thought. He's my biggest obstacle in my plans to leave this house, because he's my fiancé. Berndia's voice broke through her contemplation. You must be having a hard time due to the monsters in the north. That is something you shouldn't have to worry about, my lady. I can help you solve that problem. He spoke of the monstrous threat with quiet resolve. About a year ago, high-level monsters that were only seen in dungeons began to appear in the Leicester Duchy. The Duke mobilized his private soldiers to deal with them, but soldiers were being killed faster than the monsters. After his soldiers died, he recruited citizens, but when this horrible cycle continued, he asked the Emperor to dispatch the Imperial Guard. Psyche listened carefully as Berndia continued. The Emperor sought to bind Duke Leicester, who was part of the Crown Prince's faction, by arranging an engagement to House Silkisia, a key member in his faction. Even though it was a forced engagement, I discovered his surprisingly kind side and fell in love with him. However, he was being kind out of formality, and never went beyond that line. Psyche's thoughts darkened. After I noticed he was keeping his distance from me, I was afraid he might break off our engagement, and I would be kicked out of the house, so I tried to get his attention using various methods, but it only pushed him further away from me. Berndia Leicester's expression was cool, his tone unwavering. If you are here to ask me to accompany you somewhere, just stop right there. I'm sorry, but I'm a bit tired, so I'll be going first. He narrowed his eyes slightly. I don't know how you know that, but you must have made a deal with a fairly competent information source. Psyche, unperturbed, took a deep breath. I can tell you the weaknesses of those monsters. You can use that to get rid of them without receiving much damage. In return, she hesitated but kept her resolve. I'd like you to promise me one thing. Berndia regarded her warily. And what is that? Are you asking me to maintain our engagement in exchange for this information? No. Her response was firm. I want to call off our engagement. Berndia's composed facade faltered slightly. Do you mean that? Yes, Psyche replied, reaching for the ring on her finger. To be more precise, I'd like to take this off. Berndia frowned, his gaze fixed on the heirloom ring. That's? You know I can't take it off without consequence. These rings are artifacts of House Leicester. They share the wearer's location and emotions. Unfortunately, they require divine permission to deactivate. Psyche's voice softened, though her determination didn't waver. Emotion sharing doesn't happen unless the emotion is very intense, but the location tracking is a problem. It could be used against me. Berndia crossed his arms. And yet you're not taking it off now, she nodded. I know. If I take it off now, His Majesty would not be happy with you. But once the monsters are gone, you won't need to tread carefully around the Emperor anymore. He studied her carefully. What do you gain by doing this? Both parties need to benefit from a deal. Your proposal doesn't make much sense to me. Psyche locked eyes with him. Taking this ring off is a benefit to me. Berndia's brow furrowed. I don't quite understand. It doesn't matter if you can't understand. If it makes you nervous, I'm willing to sign a contract. Post-negotiation reflections. After Psyche left, Berndia mulled over the conversation with his trusted aide, Icide. It seems like the conversation didn't go well, Icide remarked. Berndia's voice was low. What would Lady Psyche gain by breaking off her engagement with me? He paused, his mind racing. She has nothing to gain. House Silkisia supports the Emperor, so they wouldn't benefit from it either. And for Lady Psyche, being engaged to me offers more advantages than not. Icide nodded. Exactly, Your Grace. It would have made more sense for her to ask to maintain the engagement, even after the monsters are gone. Berndia leaned back, recalling the moment Psyche looked relieved when he agreed to draft the breakup contract. She looked so relieved. He clenched his fist. No. This matter involves the duchy. I have to tread carefully. Icide, he finally said, his voice firm. Yes, Your Grace. Have the crow follow Lady Psyche. The monsters in the north are susceptible to the cold, Psyche thought, recalling details she had studied. But generally, fire, the opposite attribute, is used to attack them. Strange, though. She frowned, piecing together the anomaly. Some monsters grow stronger with warmth. Could it be that someone transferred them from the south? Her thoughts turned toward their resilience. If the only thing that can pierce their skin is a magic sword. She strained to recall a specific resource. What was the name of that stone with similar properties? Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a splash of cold water. Encounter with servants. A startled cry broke the silence. "Oh my gosh, Lady Psyche!" Marie, a maid, gasped as the water she had carelessly thrown hit Psyche squarely. "Oh no! I'm sorry! I had no idea you were there," another servant scoffed. "Marie, you should have looked before you tossed the water. But really, what's she doing here? Nobles don't pass through such shabby areas. Am I going to get in trouble for this?" Marie whispered, nervous. "Trouble? Don't worry." The scoffing servant smirked. "She's a fake who'll be kicked out soon anyway. If I were her, I'd be too embarrassed to show my face." "She's quite shameless." Psyche's lips quirked up in a faint smile. "That's true," she muttered under her breath, though her heart clenched. She straightened, forcing composure as she walked away. Her thoughts spun. This is a curse. No one must know about it. I can't let anyone find out. Suppressing the curse. The bullying from the servants continued for days, but Psyche managed to keep her ability in check. "My hair didn't freeze again," she noted with relief. "It's because I've been focusing all my energy on suppressing it." Even as they splashed her with water and hurled insults, she found herself surprisingly elated. "It's the Moonstone," she realized with a sudden clarity. "That's the name I was struggling to remember." Psyche's mind raced as she connected the dots. Moonstone is an ore with no commercial value, created when a low-quality magic stone absorbs the light of the full moon. Coating weapons with moonstone powder could pierce the monster's skin. She tapped her fingers thoughtfully. And House Lester owns numerous magic stone mines. Her focus shifted to the greater threat, but Assam, the monster that heals itself, is still a problem. It must have a weakness. Lillian's request. Her thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the door. "Yes, who is it?" Psyche called out. Lillian stepped in, her expression hesitant. "I have a favor to ask." "May I come in?" Psyche tilted her head. "A favor?" Lillian hesitated, fidgeting. "I'm getting coached by great teachers, but they said it would be helpful to learn from the person actually handling the duties. Pretty soon, I'll have to take over, and I don't want to make mistakes." House Silkisia entered the room behind Lillian, his presence commanding. "You've been acting on her behalf until now, haven't you? Tell her what she needs to know." Psyche's heart sank. What is there to tell? She thought bitterly. This family has mistreated me so much. I haven't done anything of value in their eyes. And I'd been little more than a laughingstock in high society. I stayed home, reading and practicing swordsmanship. Izar scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. "Ha, of course. This is a waste of time. She doesn't know how to do anything." He turned on his heel. "Let's go, Lillian." Psyche's internal monologue. "Although I haven't done much as the daughter of this house," Psyche mused bitterly, "you've been able to maintain the illusion of being a competent lord thanks to me. But you're too blind to realize that." Her gaze shifted back to Lillian, forcing calmness into her expression. "I hope they leave soon." "Wait. I still have something I want to ask her." "Lady Psyche?" Lillian interrupted Psyche's thoughts, her tone hesitant. "What kind of person is Duke Lester? People are saying I'll be engaged to him soon." Lillian's voice dropped to a murmur. "According to the rumors, he's intimidating but extraordinary. Is that true?" "Yes," Psyche replied curtly, unsure of Lillian's motive. Lillian hesitated before adding, "In my previous life, I heard Duke Lester rejected you." She gave a faint smile, almost sheepish. "Nobles get engaged without even meeting sometimes, don't they?" "Yes," Psyche said simply, her tone neutral. Lillian perked up. "Then I guess it can happen to me too, huh?" "Yes." Izar's interruption. House Silkisia, his voice sharp, cut through the exchange. "Hey! Put some more thought into your answers." His glare landed on Psyche. "My sister is asking you questions." Psyche's jaw tightened. He must know his presence makes me uneasy, yet he insists on lording over every moment. How irritating. Unperturbed by the tension, Lillian added, "Hey, could you call me when you see Duke Lester next?" I just want to meet him since I'll be his future fiancé. Psyche hesitated, her expression carefully blank. That's... The next time I see him will likely be to draft the contract breaking our engagement. Can I get back to you after I ask him first? I want to consider his feelings. Oh, you're right. Lillian conceded, nodding. Psyche's silent struggle. If you're done here, Psyche thought desperately, leave. I feel like my body is turning to ice. Her head throbbed, and the cold pain in her chest intensified. I can't stand this pain, Izar scoffed dismissively. Don't mind her. She's just looking for attention. Attention? Lillian echoed, looking uneasy, the servant's indifference. In the hallway, a maid gasped. Oh no! I forgot to bring her tea. Don't bother. Another servant replied. She gets like that all the time. She'll stop when she gets tired. Let's just leave. The invitation and Psyche's decision. Psyche stared at the teacup placed before her, alongside an ornate envelope. Tea and an invitation? Her headache pounded harder, but she ignored it, focusing on the document. It's an invitation to the second prince's coming-of-age banquet. In my previous life, I received a dress for this banquet but couldn't attend. The day before, someone tore the dress to shreds. Her mind reeled with memories. Izar wouldn't have ignored the Emperor's summons. And Lennox, he'd have challenged me openly instead of stooping to such petty schemes. Her lips curved into a wry smile. It was probably the work of a foolish servant trying to earn favor. This time, however, Psyche steeled her resolve. I'm not attending. It's a waste of time, and I have far more pressing matters to attend to. Izar's question. As Psyche prepared to retreat to her quarters, Izar's voice cut through the quiet. Where are you going, Psyche? He demanded. She paused, gripping the moonstone pendant hidden beneath her gown. To prepare, she thought, though she answered with cool detachment. Somewhere I won't waste my time. With that, she walked away, leaving Izar stunned and silent behind her. Psyche's internal monologue. Izar never cared about what I did, as long as it didn't tarnish the house's prestige. Psyche's thoughts darkened. So why is he suddenly interested now? Psyche and Izar's exchange. Izar's voice was unusually stern as he questioned her. Where are you going, Psyche? Psyche's response was calm but guarded. There's somewhere I need to go. We're getting outfits made for His Highness's banquet. Didn't the butler deliver the message to you? Izar frowned, his suspicion clear. No, I never got the message. Of course, Psyche mused bitterly. The butler probably muttered something half-heartedly outside my door, never even checking if I was inside. Izar's eyes narrowed. It looks like you're ready anyway, so let's just head out together. Lillian specifically asked for you to come. You should thank her. His voice turned falsely kind. You seemed unwell yesterday, so I thought it would be good for you to get some fresh air. Psyche clenched her fists. He wants me to play along with their charade, to make it look like this family embraces even their fake daughter. He's openly treating me like a tool. Her reply was measured but firm. Thank you for thinking of me, but I don't need a new dress. And I have urgent matters to attend to, so I can't accompany you. Izar's expression hardened, his disapproval palpable. His voice rose, commanding. Come to Madame Belle's boutique as soon as you're done. Psyche's gaze didn't waver. No, I won't go. No matter what happens or the cost, I won't do as you said. Encounter with Hilvia Aslant. Psyche walked briskly through the bustling market, her mind heavy with her own plans. But as she turned a corner, a familiar voice stopped her in her tracks. Oh my, look who we have here! Hilvia Aslant sneered, her fan snapping shut with a theatrical flourish. Is that you, Lady Psyche? Psyche recognized the daughter of Marquis Aslant instantly. Hilvia always considered me a thorn in her side, and she's no less venomous today. Hilvia's minions tittered behind her, their smiles sharp as blades. I saw other members of House Silkisia at Madame Belle's boutique, one said, feigning ignorance. Why aren't you with them? Another chimed in, mocking. You shouldn't say that to her. She might not have known. Hilvia tilted her head, her voice dripping with condescension. Are you ignoring us right now? Psyche kept her face impassive, refusing to give them the reaction they wanted. Hilvia's voice grew louder, ensuring everyone nearby could hear. Since she's so rude, that must be why Duke Lester wishes to break off his engagement with her, right? Psyche froze, her heart skipping a beat. Break off the engagement? Don't tell me they know about our private discussions. Feigning pity, Hilvia continued. Oh my, did you not know? How sad. There's a rumor in high society that Duke Lester will be engaged to someone new soon. Her words cut deeper than Psyche wanted to admit. So it's spreading already? Hilvia smirked, driving the knife further. Well, it was strange that he was engaged to you in the first place, knowing you're a fake. Psyche's resolve. Despite the sting of the words, Psyche's expression didn't falter. They can say what they want. Their opinions don't define me. She met Hilvia's gaze with quiet determination. It's a shame you're so concerned with my affairs, Lady Aslant. Perhaps it's time you found something more meaningful to occupy your days. Hilvia's smirk faltered, but Psyche didn't wait for a reply. She turned on her heel and strode away, her head held high. Let them talk. I have far more important battles to fight. Psyche's thoughts. Is this what she's talking about? Psyche mused bitterly. It's all over for you. Once Duke Lester and Lady Lillian get engaged, everything changes for me. The conversation with the ladies and Duke Lester. As Psyche walked away from the exchange with Hilvia, a voice caught her attention. Duke Lester. She nearly stumbled in surprise, but he quickly reached out to steady her. Excuse me, Lady Psyche, Duke Berndia Lester said. It looked like you were about to fall. I'm all right, thank you. Psyche replied curtly, brushing herself off. Duke Lester's voice held a curious edge as he added, What an interesting conversation you're having, ladies. Would you mind if I joined in as well? Hilvia, undeterred, continued her gossiping. Your Grace, think about the people in the north. The rumor is that you'll soon be engaged to Lady Lillian, her minion chimed in. Yes, high society is buzzing with this rumor. Psyche listened, her heart tightening as she heard the whispers of her impending downfall. If he gets engaged to Lillian, our engagement will naturally end. This is what they want, after all. It's rather good for me. But Duke Lester was quick to dispel the rumor. There's no way. My fiancée is you, not Lady Lillian, he declared, a protective tone in his voice. The murmur of the crowd rippled through the air, and the surprised gasps of the onlookers caught Psyche's attention. Is this how they all feel? Psyche's reply and Duke Lester's confusion. Psyche's heart raced, but she was determined to remain firm in her decision. Yes, she said simply, confirming her desire to end the engagement. Duke Lester stood there, clearly stunned. Her attitude has changed so suddenly. She used to chase after me despite my rejections. He frowned. Is this what it feels like when a cat that used to follow you around suddenly pouts and disappears? A subtle confusion lingered in his thoughts, but Psyche's decision was final. Psyche's continued resolve. So, you're really not going to get engaged to Lillian? Psyche asked, needing to hear it from him one last time. No, Duke Lester confirmed firmly. All right, Psyche said, her voice resolute. Then I will do my best to help you get rid of the monsters. Her words hung in the air, an unspoken promise of her own path, far from the world she once tried to fit into. No more pretending. I have my own way forward now. Psyche's reflection and the swordsmanship revelation. As Duke Lester asked her about her swordsmanship, Psyche's mind wandered back to her past. How long have I been practicing? She thought, her hands slightly trembling at the memory of the secret training sessions. It's been over 10 years, Psyche replied, her voice steady despite the emotions rising in her chest. Now that I've decided to leave this family, I'm not hiding my hands anymore. But after seeing others' reactions, I feel a bit strange. She noticed Duke Lester's shock, and it struck her deeply. He assumed my life was easy as the Duke's daughter, but these scars tell a different story. Her hands, rough and scarred from years of practice, were a symbol of the strength she'd forged in secret, even as her family admonished her against such endeavors. Duke Lester seemed caught off guard by her resilience. I've always been wary of her. She's different from the rumors that say she's dumb. He realized that Psyche's scars and her actions weren't those of someone who lived a sheltered life. Until now, I thought this engagement was just for show, for the sake of her house. But with the information she's given me about the monsters, I need to understand her better. Psyche and Lillian's clash. Just as the conversation seemed to settle, Lillian appeared, her surprise and annoyance palpable. Ha, how unpleasant! Lillian sneered. Having a tryst with the Duke was the urgent matter you needed to attend to? How could you? You said you'd take me with you the next time you saw him, Psyche, unfazed, replied coldly. I said I would talk to His Grace first. I never said I would take her with me. Lillian, maintaining her sweet facade, introduced herself to Duke Lester. How do you do, Your Grace? I'm Lillian. Nice to meet you. Psyche, though, couldn't help but think, Lillian isn't acting like that because she doesn't know proper etiquette. She's using her naive image to her advantage. Lillian's charm and grace were calculated. She knows how to manipulate others. Even to me, she seemed quite lovely. Psyche felt a pang of unease, knowing how effortlessly Lillian could win people over. The disruption and departure. Just as tensions grew, a voice cut through the atmosphere. Get the hell, please step aside, you're in the way. A man's voice, apologetic but firm, called out. I'm sorry, but His Grace is very busy today. Ha! Please excuse us, Lennox Silkisia consoled her. Don't cry, Lillian. He must have terrible taste in women. What does he even see in her? Izar thought Berndia Lester wasn't taking care of Psyche because he was in love with her. He was just acting like that to make others think his engagement to Psyche was enough to entangle him. He's being clever, but more importantly, Izar asked, did you run out of the house to beg for his love? If she can win his heart, it helps the house, so I let her chase him. But how immature of her to defy me like this. Has she forgotten her place? I'm disappointed in you, Psyche Silkisia. I forbid you from using the Silkisia name for a week. In the meantime, you will not be treated like a member of this house or have a servant. Do you have anything you want to say? Psyche replied. I would have been in trouble if he'd prohibited me from leaving my room, but if I just can't use their last name for a week, I'm rather glad. I'm sorry, Izar. Please forgive me, Izar said. I can tell that you are not taking this seriously. In the meantime, I also forbid you from using the training center. Psyche thought the training center was the only place in the manor where I felt at ease. Due to the house's wish, I was hiding my abilities, but it was the only thing they couldn't take away from me. But now he's banning me from entering the training center? Lennox Silkisia said. Oh, I don't have to see her face for a week. That makes me so happy, Psyche asked. But why? Izar Silkisia asked. What do you mean? It belongs to House Silkisia. Only those that have Silkisia as their last name can use it. The soldiers using the training center do not have the last name, but they belong to this house and contribute to the family, so they are qualified to use it, Psyche said. If that's the case, I believe I also deserve to have access to it, Lennox replied. Have you lost your mind? Logan Silkisia explained. Make her think she's nothing without us. We have to crush her self-esteem so that she clings to this house. For some reason, Father is strangely obsessed with Psyche. I guess I have no choice. Since threatening her is not working, I'll work with her a little. You're right. You have as much right as they do. Shall we compare you not to the soldiers, but rather the daughters of other houses then? Psyche thought, but they are all men. They'll eventually lead their houses. But you're a woman who will only play a supporting role. Since your fundamental roles are different, your rights are as well. What he's saying sounds good on the surface, but has no substance. I used to obsess over statements like that. I thought if I just did what they said, they would acknowledge me. No, that's not how I'm going to live my life. What I do with my life is my choice. It's not for you to decide, Psyche said. Do you know what you're saying right now? When Father is not here, my word is the word of House Silkisia. Are you going to defy me? Was I ever a member of House Silkisia? Isn't she the one from the rumors? The daughter of Duke Silkisia, Lennox shouted. Who cares? A fake is a fake. I'm sure you know how I've been treated inside and outside the manor. You knew, but you've been ignoring it. Hey! Have you really lost your mind? Lennox shouted. How dare you talk so rudely to Izar? If you don't sit down right now, you won't be able to leave the manor for a week. Let's finish the conversation back at the manor. No, I'd like to finish it here, Psyche said. I'll have a duel with any soldier of your choosing. I'll prove my qualifications to use the training center, not as the daughter of the Duke. But my blade, Icide added. Didn't you say your ideal type of woman, Is someone you can spar with using swords? Berndia Lester said. Stop talking nonsense and call the carriage. I have. It'll be here soon. Anyway, if she's been practicing for over 10 years, she'd be able to spar with you, no? Are you saying she's a sword master? I'm just saying, you don't have to be so serious about it. It seems like she has changed her strategy. She must be trying to grab my attention this way. Or it could be that she doesn't love you anymore, Berndia Lester added. She used to be all over me. Is it possible to fall out of love overnight? Icide replied. It's possible for people to fall in love at first sight. Well, it does seem like a stretch to say she's simply doing this to get my attention. According to Crow's report, it seems like the range of her activities has changed quite a bit lately, Icide explained. Most of them are related to finding, Your Grace. There are people here, so don't cause a scene. Is the carriage almost here? It'll be here soon. Oh, there it is. Your Grace. Here's your medicine. You know. Lady Lillian. Is it possible that she has that ability? Isn't it a blessing passed down from generation to generation through the lineage of House Silkisia? Their side wanted to get engaged and such, so I thought, maybe, Berndia Lester said. If she did, they wouldn't have stayed quiet about it. They would have used that to put a new leash on me. Even if she did have it, I'd decline. I'd rather take the medicine for the rest of my life than have House Silkisia put a leash around my neck. I should get more medicine. Miss Leah will be out of the office for a while, so you won't be able to see her anytime soon. Then give me the earliest appointment possible. Oh, the appointment your fiancé made to discuss the Lester Duchy is the earliest. Wait, who made an appointment? She's not supposed to give out info on other clients, she replied. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. Please forget what you just heard. She's meeting not a fire magician, but an ice magician to discuss the monsters in the north. Everyone knows that using ice against the monsters in the north is forbidden. In most cases, they are immune to the cold, or their ice attributes allow them to absorb ice, which makes them bigger and more ferocious. I need to see Lady Psyche. Can you tell me when I have a free day in my schedule? Psyche thought. All right, I'm ready. How long has it been since I sparred with someone instead of practicing alone? The last match was about a year ago when Azar called me to try out a new sword technique. Beating him was easier than I thought, so I tried desperately not to win. But it seemed like he caught on because my acting was so bad. After that, he never wanted to spar with me again, saying he couldn't possibly raise his sword against his fragile younger sister. When did Melissa put the tea there? Throwing it out every day is such a hassle. Lord Azar sent this tea, so be grateful and drink it, came the reply. There was conversation among the men. I understand that she's young, but still, she's so reckless. Judging from the atmosphere, it looked like Lennox twisted my words and spread a rumor. Psyche thought, Azar actually wanted to forget the whole thing, but that's not possible anymore. I guess it's good that things turned out this way. Everyone seems to know why we've gathered here. One man spoke up. Psyche wants to spar with one of you. What if Lady Psyche gets hurt? Another asked. She's being punished right now, so she's not a member of House Silkisia for the time being. Also, she asked for this, so even if she gets hurt, there won't be any consequences. Is there anyone who'd like to volunteer? She's not a member of House Silkisia right now, someone questioned. Then what should we do? Does that mean I don't have to hold back? Sir Aiden entered. I look forward to sparring with you, Psyche thought. I remember him. He's a noble. I look forward to it as well. It doesn't matter who my opponent is. I just need to show them what I can do. Today marks the third day of sparring with Aiden. There are noticeably more soldiers loitering around the area where I train. I was planning to finish him with one blow, thinking he might underestimate me, but seeing his attitude, I'm not sure anymore. Unlike when I sparred with Azar, I don't have to lose on purpose. I wonder if it'll be okay to have a bit of fun with this match. A voice from the crowd commented. Sir Aiden is going too easy on her. Another shouted. Hey, idiot! That's not the right move. Are you blind? A soldier who had been watching asked. Did you see that? How did she do that from such a distance? Is Lady Psyche better than him? And rather than just watching me, Aiden was the only one who actually spoke to me. Is there anything I can help you with? He asked. I replied. I'm alright. I appreciate the thought, I thought to myself. Since he didn't know how good I was, it seemed like he volunteered because the other excited soldiers might hurt me. He's the best one among the current enlisted soldiers. Winning against him cleared the atmosphere at once. He has good skills, attitude, and personality, so why did he enlist as a soldier? He could have joined the Imperial Guard. If one were to choose the name of the Imperial Guard as their surname, they would no longer belong to their house and would instead take on a new identity as a knight, regardless of their family's wishes. I couldn't help but wonder. He's probably wondering why I stay here and endure all kinds of humiliation even though I have the talent. But from my point of view, joining the Imperial Guard isn't a very good option either. There are 2 Imperial Guards where I could take advantage of becoming a knight. There's Akasha, where Azar is the vice captain. In reality, it's practically under the control of House Silkisia. On the other hand, Avental is under the control of the Crown Prince. They're at odds with House Silkisia, so they would have a problem with my background or not trust me, Psyche added. And when I leave this house, there's something I'd like to accomplish. I want to be recognized and loved by people who didn't ignore me before. I want to live for myself and have a normal life, like ordinary people. So, joining a specific group just to escape House Silkisia isn't the answer. Meanwhile, Melissa shouted, Duke Lester has never visited me at this hour before. I wonder why he's here. She looked at me, noticing the sweat on my face. You've been sweating. You can't go see him like that. You should take a bath first. I thought to myself. I thought it was just in my head, but she's dragging her feet even though she's not helping me get ready. I asked her, Melissa, aren't we going to be late? She replied nonchalantly. No, ladies always take a long time to get ready. I'm done, so let's head to the parlor. I hesitated, but then she suggested, How about you change into a different dress? I put one over there, I asked. What's the name of it? I feel bad making Azar get it for me all the time. I was thinking about getting some for myself. Melissa seemed unsure. I don't know because it doesn't have a label. Would you like me to bring you the bottle? I thought to myself, she's probably saying that because she doesn't want the hassle of serving me tea, but I'm rather grateful. As we finally made our way to the parlor, Lady Lillian greeted me. I'm sorry I'm late. Have you been waiting for a long time? She asked. I responded. Are you sure you weren't deliberately taking your time? She added. She said that you promised to arrange a meeting for her to meet me. I clarified. No, I never said that. She insisted on meeting you, so I told her that I'd ask you about it first. Actually, I had no idea that your grace would be here today anyway. As I looked at Duke Lester, I noted, he came without prior notice due to suspicion. He then said, Anyway, I'll tell you once again that I have no intention of getting engaged to Lady Lillian. The last time we met, she directly asked me about getting engaged to her. I thought he told her that to her face. No wonder Lillian looked so upset earlier. Then, Duke Lester revealed. Anyway, I didn't come here to talk about this. A few days ago, I stopped by the association to take care of something, and I heard that you're meeting with the ice magician tomorrow. Psyche was caught off guard by Berndia Lester's question. Why did you make an appointment to meet an ice magician? She wondered, how does he know about that? Did he have someone follow me? Berndia continued, trying to ease the tension. I stopped by the Magic Association for personal reasons and heard that you had an appointment. The receptionist told me. Psyche thought, damn it. I just made her put her guard up by asking that out of the blue. She then explained. Well, there's a rumor that we're about to break up, but I told the association it was related to the duchy, Psyche replied. Yes, I made an appointment because I wanted to get some information about the northern monsters. Berndia, confused, responded. You're asking about the northern monsters to an ice magician? Are you serious? Psyche thought to herself. He thinks it's strange because he only has some information about the monsters. I was planning to tell him after I saw the magician, but since the contract is in place, it might be better to tell him now, she calmly explained. The characteristics of those monsters and the Moonstone's light attribute that's effective on them have not been revealed yet at this point in time, but fortunately for me, I have an appropriate excuse, Berndia responded. Is that true? Where did you get that information? Psyche assured him. It's okay. It's an important issue. I was lucky enough to find this in a book in our library. I hope you can understand that I cannot show you the book, she continued. There were many dungeons in the southern part of the empire, where the Silkisia duchy was located. Naturally, dungeon investigations and research were carried out steadily within House Silkisia. Since they were family assets, information wasn't shared with other houses. Berndia thought, if that's true, the reason they keep reviving must be because the northern magicians have been using fire against them. Psyche nodded, confirming. Yes, since the monsters have already absorbed the warmth of magic and have become stronger, we should use light-attributed moonstones to injure them and expose them to the cold, she continued. Grind the moonstones and put it on the weapons. Berndia was surprised by the method. It's something I never would have tried because moonstones are corrosive to iron, but it's quite effective if it's used to pierce through the monster's skin, Psyche added. In addition, there is a magic stone mine in our territory, so we can easily provide stones for this, she smiled slightly. If we do that, the monsters will lose warmth and become slow, Berndia finally understood. So the reason you wanted to see the ice magician is? Psyche nodded. Yes, I wanted to ask if there was any magic spell that would work after that. And while this method works for Turk and Ildia, it won't work for Assam, Berndia thought to himself. That's why I also wanted the association's advice on how to get rid of Assam, he added. Also, this probably goes against the wishes of the head of House Silkisia. He couldn't help but reflect on how he was the one benefiting from this whole situation. Honestly, I'm the only one who benefits from this. I'm truly grateful. But why is she working so hard on this? He had expected Psyche to have personal reasons tied to the engagement ring, but you never raised the issue once since the engagement, so I don't think the ring is the real problem. He was puzzled. Psyche was not the type to go against her family's wishes for personal reasons. What in the world has caused her to change her values completely overnight? And although I haven't confirmed her skills yet, she's been practicing swordsmanship for 10 years, knows about moonstones, and has information about the monsters. It hadn't gone according to his plan, but in the end, it worked out better. He was able to deliver the information naturally. Melissa's words, "Why do you keep calling for me?" "I'm busy," Melissa asked. A little irritated, Psyche replied, "The tea we talked about earlier. I thought I should get it from you now so I can drink it tomorrow." "Oh, Lord Azar took it, saying he had to check something," Melissa added, which immediately set off alarms in Psyche's mind. Psyche's thoughts. Psyche thought back. The flowers that are normally left untouched are gone. Even when I was locked up in solitary confinement, Izar sent me tea, saying it was for his sick little sister. That's why I never imagined that I would die even though my mana was being restrained and I was locked up in solitary confinement. But now, with the tea possibly being poisoned, everything made sense. I was too complacent. I should have saved some of the leaves left at the bottom of the cup. She remembered the taste, the smell, and the dizziness she felt after drinking it. But that's not enough to prove anything. Well, even if there's proof, it makes no difference. He could deny it, and that'd be the end of it. She thought, judging from the state of the flower, it certainly had poison in it, but I drank it for 10 years. A detox. Maybe it can be done at the temple. I should stop by there tomorrow after the meeting. Isolet's concern. Isolet's voice cut through her thoughts. Are you going with Lady Psyche to see Miss Leah? She always threatens to reveal your secret every chance she gets. You're going to see someone like that with Lady Psyche? Isolet continued, her concern growing. Until now, you only did things I could rectify for you, but now... Ugh, I don't know. Doing this might expose your weakness to Lady Psyche. Berndia, still lost in his own thoughts, heard Isolet's words, and as she worried about Psyche, Berndia thought, why would they not like that? With the current situation, wouldn't it be smarter to raise the family's prestige by giving the sword to whoever is willing, even if she's adopted? If she didn't like swordsmanship, it would be a different story, but suddenly, a realization hit him. Oh, there's one possible scenario that makes sense. He thought about the power dynamics and wondered if Psyche has the talent that can absolutely overpower the air. Oh, look who's here. It's the arrogant rookie. A voice interrupted Bernia's musings as the atmosphere shifted. A girl, unfazed, replied casually. Come, have a seat. Okay, so your name, wait, you're Psyche Silkisia? Her eyes widened in recognition. Hey, you've got skills, rookie. You got engaged to a duke's pretty daughter. Psyche, somewhat taken aback by the boldness, replied coolly. Alright, what's the reason you've come here? The girl shifted slightly, not intimidated. I get what you're saying, but why are you worrying about this and not him? But she made the appointment, and it seems she requested the information as well. Psyche frowned, not quite understanding the girl's point. Why does that matter? What's important is whether you have the information we need. Without missing a beat, the girl answered confidently. Of course I do. Psyche leaned forward, her voice taking on a serious edge. That's just the fee to have a meeting with me. So, what is it this time? She added with a smirk. You still catch on quickly, rookie. The girl just shrugged, seemingly unbothered by the casual jabs. Hold on. Where did I put it? After a brief pause, she triumphantly pulled out a piece of paper. Oh, here it is, Berndia Lester's thoughts. Berndia's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the paper. What's this? He studied the coordinates, his mind racing. Coordinates of the auction house, the girl, seemingly nonchalant, added. The auction house. Her tone was casual, but it carried an air of importance. Berndia was taken aback. An auction house? Why would they be involved in this? His mind turned over the possibilities, each more suspicious than the last. What was going on here? She casually revealed. I heard the item will be sold this time. Don't send someone to go. I want you to go there yourself. She paused for a moment before adding. Oh, instead of money, they're exchanging favors. Psyche's eyes narrowed, but she didn't show much outward concern. All right. What's the item? Her tone was sharp yet calm. The girl responded without hesitation. It's the same as last time. It's Keaton's necklace, the poison dart necklace. Psyche's breath caught for a moment. The poison dart necklace? She sounded almost incredulous. Could it be? Her thoughts raced, flashbacks of a previous attempt flooding her mind. After the last failed attempt, you said you weren't going to investigate it anymore. The girl gave a shrug. No way. Maybe it's some other necklace. Psyche, trying to keep her composure, pressed. What does the necklace you just mentioned look like? The girl was nonchalant, explaining. It's just an ordinary gold necklace that has a gaudy emerald in the center. Psyche's face became stony as the gravity of the situation settled in. As soon as someone puts this on, a poisonous needle comes out. They die within minutes. Her words hung in the air like a threat. It's the same necklace. For a long moment, Psyche stood silent. Well, it's not a happy story, so it's possible no one told her, but her reaction is a bit weird. Her gaze lingered on the girl, trying to gauge her sincerity. So you really don't know anything? The girl met her stare with an unwavering confidence. No, it's not strong enough to be God's power. It's not long enough to be God's. She trailed off with an ominous implication. Psyche's mind raced as she pieced together the fragmented information. This necklace, it was supposed to be destroyed. But why is it still circulating? And why was the girl so casual about it? Something wasn't adding up, and Psyche couldn't shake the feeling that the stakes had just escalated drastically. A long time ago, when the empire was first founded, Vicente, the god of fate, loved the first emperor and bestowed a blessing upon him. However, fearing that power would become lopsided, the emperor begged for the blessing to be distributed among his vassals, and Vicente agreed. Thus, 4 families with supernatural powers were created through Vicente's power. In each generation, there was only one with the ability in each house, though sometimes it skipped a generation, leaving no one in the family with the gift. The universally known way to confirm whether someone had supernatural powers was through the discriminate ceremony performed by the high priest in Vicente's temple. Berndia Lester reflected on history, noting that the power of each house was proportional to the chosen one's abilities. Currently, House Silkisia lacked anyone with the ability, which made it strange that Lady Lillian's potential hadn't been checked. However, there was the matter of Lady Psyche, who had been adopted. The current duke would have had a reason for his actions, but it was puzzling. There was no way Leah would have spoken without a basis for her claim. Meanwhile, Psyche worried to herself. I hope my excuse didn't sound too awkward. It'll be alright. Neither of them said anything. Amid her thoughts, preparations for an event carried on outside. The carriage for the master of the house had arrived. Flowers were being arranged, and it was clear that with Lillian found and the Duke returned, a grand banquet was being planned for that evening. Psyche thought, I don't want to attend, but they're not going to care what I want. I should just pretend to be sick. Her unease deepened as she continued thinking. That's why I couldn't send a telegram. I'm sorry. Even though I see her, I can't believe it. How can Lillian be back? And why is the Duke upset? Meanwhile, House Silkisia confirmed. The temple said they've already completed the test. She matched your hair and blood. There's no way. It's not possible for Lillian to come back. The disbelief echoed in the room as the tension thickened. I'll look into this myself. You stay out of it. It doesn't matter what happened, she's not important. The sound of footsteps interrupted the brooding silence. Who's out there? A voice hesitated, uncertain. What do I do now? Meanwhile, outside, two voices whispered. We're here to say hello to Father. Psyche's mind raced. Why did the Duke say those things? Is he not happy that Lillian is back? A knock on the door startled her. Psyche, are you in there? I heard you were out and came back. Silkisia's voice called out. Psyche opened the door slightly, her expression guarded. What brings you here? She asked, trying to hide her unease. I've been away for a while, but you're not even going to greet me. Logan teased, though his gaze carried more weight than his words. How have you been? Psyche replied cautiously. Before Logan could answer, her father joined them. In a little bit, a party to celebrate Lillian's return will be held in the garden. Everyone in the manor will be attending, so make sure you're there too. I'm sorry, Psyche said softly, but I'm not feeling well today. You can at least show your face for a little bit, can't you? Her father pressed. It's hard for me to even move today, she insisted, her voice barely above a whisper. Further down the hall, a dismissive comment drifted through the air. Oh, what? She's here? Of course she is. She's always desperate to join in everything. Psyche stiffened, pretending not to hear. The Duke's acting very strange, she thought to herself. He never once said anything kind like that to me before. I'd better observe the situation a little more. As the garden filled with laughter and chatter, Lillian's voice rang out. Psyche! You came. I'm so happy. Psyche forced a small smile. Why? Because me being here makes you shine more? I'm happy that you're back too, Psyche added quietly, her tone carrying an undercurrent of sorrow. If you hadn't appeared, I would have lived my entire life chasing after this family's love that I would never receive. The crowd hushed as Silkisia stepped forward. Today is a joyous day. I came back after a hard assignment and found out that my daughter, whom I thought was dead, is alive. I'm sure you all know her, but let me formally introduce her to you. His voice resonated with pride. His words echoed in the air, but for Psyche, the celebration only deepened the ache in her heart. Psyche has been seeing Duke Lester more often lately, but that's about it. Whispers began circulating. She's been seeing Berndia Lester, huh? Could it be that she's planning to leave here and join that house? But there's no way they're going to accept her. How foolish of her. Another voice, harsher and more commanding, cut through the speculation. You idiot! Do you think anyone would be able to follow her in secret when she's even more talented than you? We must bring her back to our side no matter what. Make her believe that House Silkisia is the only place for someone like her. Do you understand? A reluctant response followed. I'll do whatever it takes. The plotting and doubts were laced with underlying resentment. Father has never been affectionate toward any of his children, so I didn't believe it from the beginning that Psyche was Lillian's substitute. After lying to all of us, he brought her into the family, but he neglected and pretended not to be interested in her, isolated her from her surroundings, and brainwashed her to believe that this family was all she had. Yes, someone agreed. That sounds good. And I have something to tell you. I'll also go there tomorrow. Berndia Lester appeared, breaking the tension. And just where are you going to? He asked sharply. Psyche, composed as always, replied. I'll also be going to the illegal auction house Miss Leah mentioned. Berndia raised an eyebrow. Do you know what you'll be doing there? Yes, she answered, her tone unwavering. You're going there to steal the necklace. The same incident happened in the past. I can't remember the exact date, but around this time, I couldn't see Duke Lester for a while. I can't see him today either. Her thoughts swirled as she tried to piece together the timeline. This time, he met with Miss Leah because I was requesting information, but he said that he needed something from her as well. Perhaps that was when he agreed to do this and failed. Berndia interrupted her inner musings. Just what in the world are you thinking? I'm trying to help you because you're going to fail, Psyche said curtly. I'm not asking for your permission. I'm telling you in advance, so you remember to cover your ring just in case. Berndia sighed, his frustration evident. This makes things more complicated. Wait, everything will be fine if you just don't come. I'm not going there because I want to, Psyche countered, her gaze firm. Deliberately trying to make me fail? Are you doing this because you suddenly want to keep our engagement but can't because we signed that contract? Her words hung in the air, a challenge and a revelation all at once. Psyche met Berndia Lester's sharp gaze with an unflinching expression. Your Grace, may I be honest with you? Berndia crossed his arms. No matter what you say, I'm not going to change my... I'd be more than happy to call off our engagement right now, she interjected. You're afraid that if you break it off, it'll upset His Majesty, and you won't get help from the Imperial guards. I understand why you're doing this. It's probably because of the way I acted in the past. Her words were calm but cutting. But people change, and I no longer have any feelings for you. And it'll remain that way moving forward. That's all I have to say, so I'll take my leave now. I need to prepare for the auction house tomorrow. As Psyche turned to leave, she heard a voice behind her. May I have a word with you, Psyche? Lillian called, her tone deceptively soft. The confrontation was inevitable. How can you do this to me? Lillian demanded, her voice trembling with barely suppressed anger. You said you would give it all up. You said you would give it all back to me. But you kept your position as the Duke's daughter and as Duke Lester's fiancée. Psyche's response was measured. I'll give you back everything that belongs to you. I did say that. It's not fair, Lillian snapped. They are all supposed to be mine to begin with. When the owner returns, you're supposed to give it all back. Why do both Father and Duke Lester support only you? You're the fake, and I'm the real one. Psyche's expression didn't waver. Even in the past, Duke Lester wasn't receptive to your advances. But you were firmly set as the Duke's daughter, so you never said things like this to me. You pretended to be innocent and kind, offering your hand as if you felt sorry for me. Lillian glared. You did something, didn't you? There's no other explanation for it. After saying all that to me, did you go to Father and beg him not to abandon you? Psyche's voice was cold. I know what you're trying to say. How devastating it feels when something you believed was yours gets taken away by someone else. But I have no reason or obligation to comfort you. How can the victim comfort the perpetrator? I never asked anyone to let me stay here after you came back. Psyche added. Do you really think I'd believe that? Lillian spat. Whether you believe it or not is up to you, Psyche replied unfazed. If you hate me so much, why don't you ask your father to kick me out since I'm a fake? Or are you not confident it'll work? Psyche's words landed like a blade. Think about it carefully. As you said, if we were to assume I asked Duke Lester and Father for such things, then the fact they granted me my wish means that those two people thought I was more important than you. You may not want to believe it, but I understand you want to blame me. Just don't overdo it. Unless, of course, you want to announce to the world that you have less value than me. Her final words hung in the air, unyielding and undeniable. Psyche walked the dimly lit corridors of the estate, her thoughts swirling. Things have been quiet for the past few days. This is good. If another variable doesn't arise, just how long will what the Duke said after he returned last for? I should be able to move around more comfortably like this. Her quiet contemplation was interrupted by a familiar voice. Where are you going at this late hour? Lennox asked, his tone calm but inquisitive. Psyche turned, her face neutral. I'm going to go for a walk, she thought quickly. It's okay. I feel the punishment you gave me is still in effect, so. She gave a small nod, hoping to deflect further questioning. A few minutes later, Psyche found herself walking alongside Sir Aidan, who remained a step behind her as if guarding her path. I'll wait here, he said as they reached a crossroads in the garden. Feel free to go where you need to go. Psyche raised an eyebrow. Do you know where I am going? Then how do you know when I'll be back? Wait, so he's going to put my wishes ahead of the family head's order? Really? Even if he has good manners, this doesn't make sense. Aiden cleared his throat, his face unusually serious. I wanted to tell you this at the training center last time, but my name is Aiden Hillace. Psyche froze. Hillace? Aiden nodded. It's one of the houses that has complete loyalty to House Silkisia. Her mind raced. I remember that the Baron himself came off looking quite mean, but he doesn't look like him at all. I don't get it. The Baron is greedy for power, but a person like that sent his son to join another house as a private soldier? I have no connection to my family since I have severed my ties with my father. Aiden explained, his tone resolute. I told you my last name because I thought you'd be able to trust me only if I wasn't hiding anything. Psyche tilted her head. Trust you with what? There's something I'd like to confirm. Aiden replied. It's something that's important to you as well. I would like you to come with me to the Temple of Destiny. Psyche frowned. The Temple of Destiny? Come to think of it, I've received this type of recommendation from time to time. She muttered. Her silver hair caught the moonlight as she thought aloud. Since silver hair is not very common, Aiden hesitated but finally added, I'm sorry, but I'd like to tell you that a paternity test is useless. The words hung in the air, and Psyche felt a sudden chill despite the warm night. What was Aiden trying to uncover, and why did it feel like the answers might change everything? Psyche stood silently as Aiden finished speaking, her mind racing. Lillian has already come back, and I was examined when I was adopted. What could he possibly mean by this? No, I'm not asking you to take that test, Aiden interjected quickly, as though reading her thoughts. Even if I tell you now, you won't believe it. In fact, I still don't quite believe it either. I'm sorry, this is all I can tell you for now. His voice was steady but tinged with regret. Psyche glanced at him, unsure of how to respond. So, is going to the temple with you a condition you're proposing for letting me go now? Aiden shook his head. From the beginning, I came to House Silkisia to meet you. I have no intention of forcing you to do something you don't want to do. However, he hesitated, looking away for a moment. I'm afraid that I'll be kicked out of here soon, and this might be the last time I talk to you. I didn't want to miss this opportunity. Psyche's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Aiden straightened, his expression resolute. Since you seem to have an urgent matter to attend to, I will end our conversation here. If you are interested in hearing more from me, I'll wait for you here around this time a week from now. Please take care. Psyche mulled over his words. Is it all right for me to trust him right now? I don't have time to think about this now. All right, she finally said. See you here in a week. Later that evening, Psyche took out a bracelet from her belongings. She held it carefully, charging the mana within it before turning the gem 3 times. I think it worked properly. I'm glad I have this useful magic tool. I got it because I thought no one would acknowledge me because I'm a woman. I never thought I'd be using it for something like this. The gem glowed faintly, signaling its activation. She slipped through the streets with purpose. They rented a building owned by the Imperial family and set up an illegal auction. The organizer must be really brave. Since the ring's reacting, Duke Lester must already be in that building. Thanks to Azar and Aiden, I got here too late. I better hurry. Arriving at the designated location, Psyche whispered a familiar incantation. May your breath dwell in the stars in the night sky, she murmured. A guard stepped forward, eyeing her carefully. The auction house is this way, he said, gesturing toward an inconspicuous door. The Duke seems to have thought I wouldn't be able to get in here if he went in by himself first, but I already know the password to the auction house because I had to clean up the mess Lennox made in the past. Psyche smiled faintly, brushing past the guard. Let's see what Duke Lester's really after. Psyche observed the auction closely, her gaze flicking between the auctioneer and the items on display. Seeing that the ring reacted in a different spot than the auction house, it seems the Duke entered through a different route than the auction participants, just like Miss Leah requested. Actually, maybe this worked out rather well for me. I'll go to the auction side and check the situation there. She shifted in her seat, careful not to draw attention. Everything is going smoothly without any problems, so I don't think I missed it. Sitting next to an eager bidder could attract too much attention. Her eyes fell on the bidder next to her, a woman wielding a fancy fan. That's Sylvia Aslant. No wonder Marquis Aslant has been complaining about her spending habits. She's bidding on every item. Psyche recalled whispers of Hilvia's penchant for extravagant purchases and even rumors of illegal private loans. The auctioneer's voice rose above the murmur of the crowd. Sold for 300,000 gold. The next item is. The bids climbed rapidly, but Psyche's focus was elsewhere. The necklace hasn't been shown yet, so it must be the highlight he's referring to. The Duke's location is pinging somewhere else. Maybe he couldn't find the necklace and failed. The auctioneer's tone shifted, capturing the audience's full attention. Ladies and gentlemen, you have waited a long time. Finally, the next product is the highlight of the day. Excitement rippled through the room. I'm sure you've all heard of it. It's the famous Keaton's necklace that once belonged to the infamous villainess, Reese. The crowd buzzed with interest, but Psyche's mind raced. Keaton's necklace? The auctioneer continued, recounting the necklace's dark history. About 20 years ago, a noble lady named Reese gave an emerald necklace to the beautiful crown princess. However, the necklace was equipped with a device that immediately released a poisonous needle when worn around the neck. Right before the crown princess put it on, the true purpose of this necklace was revealed when a maid, mesmerized by its beauty, secretly tried it on, and died as a result. Gasps echoed across the hall. Reese was captured, and her family was destroyed for attempting to kill the crown princess. 2 years later, when the crown prince became emperor, he declared that her family had already paid for their sins. Since they were an important family in the empire's history, he showed mercy, allowing distant relatives to continue the family line. The tale, steeped in intrigue and betrayal, piqued Psyche's curiosity. It sounds like a true story, but I've never seen it in any history books. And now that I think about it, it's strange. It's common for even distant relatives to be executed for attempting to harm the Imperial family. Why were they spared and later revived? Her thoughts spiraled as she connected the dots. Something's off. Is there more to this necklace's story than meets the eye? And how is the Duke involved? Psyche tightened her grip on the ring hidden in her palm. She needed answers, and fast. The panic among the crowd intensified as a muffled boom echoed through the building. What's happening? Someone shouted. A man attempted to calm the crowd, though his voice faltered. It looks like the workers moving the boxes behind the stage accidentally set off a magic tool. We'll check it in. Why aren't you letting us out of here? Someone else screamed. We're in danger. Meanwhile, Psyche's thoughts were racing as she moved closer to the Duke's location. I'm getting closer to His Grace's location. I need to hurry. Something's off. Right after the explosion, he was moving, but now he hasn't moved in a while. Did something happen to him? Her urgency was met with resistance as guards and attackers clashed near the exits. Shouts and clashes of steel filled the air. Don't let him get out of here! Block the entrance! Is there another intruder besides me? Psyche wondered, gripping her sword tightly. At last, she found the Duke, his expression composed but his words revealing the gravity of the situation. Did you find the necklace? She asked. It was a trap, he replied. What was being auctioned was a fake. A curse was placed on it to bait those looking for the real necklace. If nothing had happened tonight, the organizer would have cancelled the auction under some pretext. Psyche frowned, connecting the dots. Then Miss Leah's insistence on stealing it instead of purchasing it. She probably wanted me to check if it was a trap or not, the Duke said flatly, though his eyes gleamed with understanding. Their escape was fraught with challenges. The Duke's ability to maintain his magic faltered, forcing them to abandon any disguise. Psyche noticed his arm trembling slightly as he muttered. The curse on my arm has become active again. She narrowed her eyes at the approaching threat. If I weren't here, he would have easily dodged it, but he took the blow to save me. Her heart clenched at the thought, but she steeled herself. I have to fight this guy. The Duke glanced at her, his lips quirking up despite the danger. Let's spar together later. Psyche blinked in surprise. Spar together? I heard you reject all sparring requests because no one is on your level. Why me? A faint smile played on his lips. Because you are. Her chest swelled with unexpected pride. "He's acknowledging my swordsmanship. That sounds good," she replied, her tone firm. "Let's do it, Your Grace." But the moment of camaraderie was short-lived as their foes surged forward. Psyche and the Duke moved in sync, each protecting the other as they fought to survive the night. "Oh, you're going to fight me? What a really brave wench you are," he sneered. "It looks like you've had some training. But how dare you attack me with such obvious moves?" "Probably learned in some boring training," Psyche's mind raced. "In my current state, taking him on by myself is difficult. At this rate, the guards will be here soon. Fortunately, I don't think he recognizes me." She clenched her fists. "I have no choice. I have to unlock my mana and get rid of him quickly." The man's eyes widened. Where did this power suddenly come from? Psyche could feel her power surging as she unleashed her hidden mana. But the strain was almost immediate. "No. I'm reaching my limit so quickly. This damn cursed ability, the flame that was raging in my body, it's the one that only appears in the descendants of House Silkisia," she thought bitterly. The unmelting ice, the damage from the curse intensified, her control slipping away as the power consumed her. "If it weren't for the curse on my left arm, it's driving me crazy." From a distance, Duke Berndia watched the battle unfold with increasing concern. "I think Lady Psyche is fighting that guy," he thought, studying the exchange. "The opponent is highly skilled. Lady Psyche's skills are good, but she's having a hard time." He recalled the powerful surprise attack he'd received earlier, the force of it gnawing at his strength. The power that devours even its owner, the flame is vying out. What's this sensation? What in the... Back in the fray, Psyche's condition was rapidly deteriorating. Her cursed power was overwhelming, and the burning sensation from the flame felt uncontrollable. "Watch out, this flame is..." Duke Berndia warned, but it was too late. With her strength fading, Psyche grimaced, struggling to maintain control. "I can't," she gasped, trying to steady herself, but the curse was unraveling her efforts. The Duke stumbled into view, his voice strained but resolute. "You held on well, Lady Psyche," he said, voice laced with concern. "Oh no. I have no more strength left in my legs." "Are you feeling better?" She nodded weakly. "Thanks to you, I was able to recover somewhat. But I need to end this now." The Duke's eyes narrowed. "Don't worry about him. The fact that someone that skilled is working here means he's a criminal of some sort. But it's not just because of that. I felt kind of weird today. I had much more power than usual." Suddenly, he noticed something disturbing. "Oh no. The sword is turning into ice." Psyche's cursed power was taking on a life of its own, its intensity wreaking havoc on both her and the Duke as they struggled to control the rapidly escalating situation. As the intensity of the battle subsided and the immediate danger passed, Duke Berndia Leicester's attention shifted to Psyche, who was still recovering from the overwhelming curse and strain of the fight. "Is the sword broken?" he asked, observing the dull blade in her hand. Psyche gave a resigned nod. "Yes, the blade is dull now. I'd better get a new one." Duke Berndia's thoughts raced. "This is the first time since my power became active that my body has felt like my own. Is this even possible?" His eyes flickered as he felt the power returning to its previous state. Has she been hiding her power? She's controlling it to this degree, so it's only natural I didn't notice. He glanced at his own condition, still reeling from the aftermath of the battle. "I haven't fully recovered, so I couldn't control my strength. It's alright. I don't have any mana left, so I don't think I can change my appearance anymore. Suppressing this is my priority right now, so I'd rather not use a lot of mana if I can help it myself." Psyche, her energy still drained, spoke softly. "Then we should get out of here quickly. We're almost there. If we just turn that corner." But before they could proceed, Psyche faltered, feeling unwell. "I'm cold. I'm hungry. I feel sick. Aren't they coming? Did my curse make them run away?" Later, as Psyche regained consciousness, a familiar voice called out to her. "Are you awake now, Lady Psyche?" Psyche slowly opened her eyes, disoriented. "Where am I?" "You're in Duke Leicester's mansion," Melissa replied, a touch of relief in her voice. Psyche's gaze flickered, confused. Meanwhile, A girl, possibly one of the servants, spoke with a surprising bluntness. Oh wow. You didn't die? Duke Berndia, noticing the exchange, raised an eyebrow. Are you disappointed that you didn't get what you wanted? His voice was stern, but his eyes held an edge of curiosity. So what about the necklace? You knew it was a fake, didn't you? The girl shifted, looking guilty. Well, to some extent. You probably guessed it too, right? Duke Berndia's expression softened, and he explained in more detail. There were fake monsters in the auction house. It must have been the work of worshippers of the forbidden magic. I had a hard time fighting the guards because I used all my strength to kill the fake monsters, but I survived thanks to Lady Psyche. As Duke Berndia Lester returned, a figure who had been waiting in the shadows spoke with clear disapproval. Lady Psyche? You took her with you? The voice questioned, a sense of disbelief in the air. Berndia sighed, clearly anticipating the reaction. I knew you would react this way. The forbidden magic and the Reese incident seemed to be related to each other. He paused for a moment, his voice shifting to one of authority. I ask you as the master of the unquenchable flame, and the duke who rules the northern part of the empire, the Leicester Duchy. Psyche, still in the midst of gathering herself, responded coolly. Psyche Silkisia is Reese. So she's your younger sister's daughter. She cut herself off sharply. Don't push it. She has nothing to do with me. The tension was palpable, but the question hung in the air. Then why did you do that? I was just fascinated. So get out of here now. Unless you want to die. Realizing the danger of pushing her further, the figure relented, backing down. All right then, I'll see you next time. The figure's thoughts lingered, analyzing the situation. Only those of House Silkisia have the ability to create ice that doesn't melt. Also, Leah's curiosity towards Psyche, and even the hostility she showed me, proves that Psyche Silkisia isn't the Duke's fake daughter. Without a doubt, she's the real daughter. As Psyche sat in the room, recovering from the shock and exhaustion, a servant entered with a bright smile. Welcome back, Master! I was actually on my way to inform you. She insists on leaving right away. Psyche, hearing the servant's words, wasn't entirely convinced of her own recovery. She turned her attention to Duke Berndia, her voice faint but steady. Duke Berndia Lester, he looked at her, his eyes full of concern. Are you feeling better? I didn't think you were injured, so I was so surprised when you suddenly passed out. Psyche shook her head slowly. No. I'm not feeling well. I'd like to pretend that I'm alright, but right now, I feel really sick and dizzy. Duke Berndia's brows furrowed. But why? My body has never reacted like this after using a bit of mana. Psyche's mind raced, sensing the urgency of the situation. A day has passed already. There's no way he's still there. If Duke Lester sent a letter to the mansion, it's like admitting Aiden wasn't escorting me properly. Her determination solidified. No, I have to go back right now. She straightened, speaking with conviction. May I borrow your carriage? The Duke hesitated, concern clouding his expression. Given your state, you should rest. Psyche's gaze hardened as she spoke with resolve. If it is hard to let me use your carriage, I'll grab one from the streets. I have an urgent matter I must attend to. The Duke, sensing that Psyche was determined to go no matter what, thought to himself, the look on her face says I can't stop her no matter what. He sighed, trying to mask his concern. I can't let you leave by yourself when you're not feeling well. I'll escort you back. Psyche, ever independent, replied sharply. Just lending me your carriage would have been enough. The Duke's response was filled with a sense of responsibility. I'm not the type of person who sends his sick fiancée home by herself in a carriage, especially when it's my fault that she's sick. Psyche's face softened slightly, but she quickly clarified. That's not what I meant. Also, I passed out because I have a chronic condition. It's not your fault. The Duke's eyes narrowed, sensing that there was more to her words than she was letting on. Do you have a chronic illness? Psyche hesitated for a moment, her discomfort clear on her face. Yes, something like that. The Duke observed her, his thoughts clouded with concerns beyond her health. I can tell by her face that she's uncomfortable. There are some things that bother me, including her supernatural abilities, so I'd like to keep an eye on her for a while. If only it weren't for that contract. His thoughts became bitter as he replayed the words he'd spoken earlier. Why did I have to be so meticulous and prepare that in advance? Psyche, perhaps sensing the shift in his thoughts, asked. You said you want to break off the engagement because you want to take the ring off. Is there a reason why you want to take it off? The question hung in the air, and the Duke paused before responding, his curiosity piqued. Why do you want to know that? Psyche arched an eyebrow, her voice steady yet curious. I'm curious for personal reasons. Since you helped me at the auction house, I'm asking because I'd like to help you too. There was a brief silence, but Psyche's words seemed to soften the air between them. The Duke considered her response for a moment before nodding. It's all right, Psyche said with a calm smile. You helped me when I fainted, and that's enough. As the tension slowly ebbed, she added, I think we've arrived. House Silkisia's voice echoed with fury as she shouted. Are you crazy? Have you really lost your mind? The confrontation was escalating quickly. What? Did the fact that Lillian returned make you anxious? Are you so afraid of being abandoned that you're chasing a man? Her words were filled with frustration, as if all her pent-up emotions had finally erupted. I don't even know why Father said those things about you. Duke Berndia's internal thoughts were sharp with irritation. He should just throw you out on the street because you're useless. I've put up with listening to you, but you have crossed the line. His thoughts were harsh, but they reflected the boiling anger inside him. Lennox, standing nearby, was struggling against the tense atmosphere, his voice faltering as he addressed the Duke. Your Grace? Please let go of me. He was trembling, aware that this was no private quarrel. We're not inside a quiet room. We're in a garden that everyone has access to. The staff can see us. He couldn't believe it was happening. He's raising his hand at his sister without hesitation. Psyche, seeing the growing tension and the risk of things getting out of control, intervened. Let him go, Your Grace. This is not something you should get involved in. It won't be good to cause any trouble before I find out what happened to Aiden. She wasn't just trying to protect Lennox. She knew that escalating the conflict would only make things worse. I'm going to tell my father about this. Izar scoffed at Psyche's words, dismissing her concern. Sick? Who? Her again? Did you pretend to be sick in front of him? Her voice was filled with disbelief. Do you know how many times she has done that? She often pretends to be sick to get attention and whines. Psyche's eyes narrowed in response to Izar's accusations, but before she could say anything, Izar continued with sharp venom. Did the doctor tell you she's just pretending? I don't need a doctor to tell me that. I can just tell. Duke Berndia, having had enough of the back and forth, added coldly. Don't be fooled. She does that whenever she wants some attention. I've seen it many times. The word stung, and Izar's cutting remark was met with another wave of silence. The tension was thick, and it was clear that Psyche had caught the worst of it. Izar, with her biting attitude, seemed to believe that the attention Psyche received was undeserved, while Duke Berndia seemed to be caught between his own frustrations and a desire to maintain control over the situation. Psyche, however, was undeterred by their harsh words. She met Izar's gaze, her calm composure never faltering. You're not the head of the house or the heir. I don't think attention from the second son of House Silkisia is what you should be worried about right now. Her words had a quiet power, challenging the dynamics at play, yet leaving the matter unresolved. The Duke's thoughts were elsewhere, troubled by his own inner conflict. What am I supposed to do now? Izar's sharp voice cut through the tension in the air as she addressed Duke Berndia. I was wondering who's causing such a ruckus. How nice to see you, Duke Lester. I didn't know you were such a hooligan, Your Grace. The sarcasm was biting, as she scrutinized his presence and the unfolding situation. Duke Berndia's response was equally sharp. A hooligan? Thank you for the compliment. That's much better than being called a crazy dog. His voice dripped with annoyance, but also a hint of amusement at Izar's jabs. Turning to Psyche, Izar dismissed Duke Berndia with a cold command. Psyche, you follow me. Father is waiting for you. Psyche hesitated, her mind racing with questions, especially about Aiden's whereabouts. Where's Aiden? She asked, voice frail from her earlier dizziness. Since I'm not feeling well, I didn't notice it at first. This never happened in the past. I don't know what's going on, but if I go into the mansion now, I have to consider the possibility of not being able to leave. Let's go inside and talk. I'd like to know where Aiden is first. Izar's tone was dismissive as she answered. Aiden was kicked out because I went to the auction house. The implications of her words hung heavily in the air. Psyche's mind churned with the possibility that the situation was far more complicated than she first realized. She pressed further. Ha! I think it's time for you to leave, Your Grace. Duke Berndia, clearly agitated but unwilling to back down, replied coldly. Oh, I thought about leaving, but I think it's just getting interesting. He wasn't ready to relinquish control of the situation. Izar, growing impatient with the interaction, cut through the growing tension. This is a private family matter. She is a member of House Silkisia before she is your fiancé. It's annoying when you beat around the bush. Why don't you just say that you don't want me to hear what you're going to say? Psyche's brow furrowed at Izar's words. Her mind reeled as she processed the deeper family dynamics at play. The mention of Aiden's fate, and the fact that House Silkisia seemed to wield its power so effortlessly, only deepened the mystery. She turned to Duke Berndia with a sharp, questioning gaze. By the way, who's Aiden? Is Izar telling me that a matter regarding a mere private soldier is a family affair? Did you cheat on me? The accusation hung in the air, but the Duke's response was one of indignation, yet laced with confusion. That's ridiculous. Then that guy must have done something really bad. Because why would the heir of House Silkisia use his family as an excuse to shut out the fiancé of the Duke's daughter over a trivial matter? The revelation that the issue surrounding Aiden wasn't trivial at all seemed to have hit a nerve, exposing cracks in the carefully constructed facades. The unspoken tension between Psyche, the Duke, and House Silkisia was now undeniable, and it was clear that this family matter was more than just a personal quarrel. It was tied to the intricate politics and secrets of their intertwined fates. Izar's thoughts swirled with frustration and disbelief as she assessed the situation. Though I didn't think he cared much about Psyche, I can't believe he's making a problem out of the fact that I am using family as an excuse. He's practically saying he'll make a big deal out of it later if he finds out it wasn't a big deal. Izar's emotions were on edge, knowing she had just kicked Aiden out of the house despite his abilities. She felt compelled to justify her actions, even though she was aware that her choices were not going to be well received. I kicked Aiden out of the house. No matter how talented he is, we have no use for a private soldier who can't follow his master's orders. She spoke aloud, almost as if to reassure herself. Are you satisfied now? Let's go in. Father's waiting. But Psyche stood her ground, shaking her head firmly. No, I won't go in. The words hung in the air, a definitive declaration. What? I've been meaning to tell you this, but Lillian is already carrying out all the duties of the Duke's daughter. The only thing that remains is my engagement to Duke Lester, but we all know that's just a formality, don't we? There's no reason for me to stay here anymore. But since you raised me, I'll fulfill my duty. I'll remain engaged to Duke Lester until the monsters disappear in the Lester Duchy. But I won't stay here any longer. Izar's eyes narrowed as she absorbed Psyche's words. Do you think you can do whatever you want? The question was sharp, challenging the very foundations of the relationship between them. Duke Berndia's voice cut through the tension with a calm but firm tone. She's not a child, so what's wrong with a fully grown adult saying she'll stay somewhere else? His defense of Psyche was an unexpected move, one that seemed to surprise both Izar and Psyche herself. Izar's frustration turned into anger. You shouldn't get involved in this, Your Grace. Since when do you care so much about her? Her words were biting, but Duke Berndia's response remained composed. You're right. I haven't been looking after her properly, so I'd like to from now on. His tone was more sincere now, and Izar couldn't help but feel a twinge of irritation at his newfound concern. Izar's mind raced, attempting to hold on to her control of the situation. By the way, does House Silkisia let their private soldiers stay in the house? Or perhaps you have something very precious hiding inside. I can't even count how many soldiers are here. Her voice carried an edge of suspicion, but there was an underlying uncertainty in her words. The question lingered, hinting at her unease over the family's mysterious affairs. She wasn't just accusing Duke Berndia of meddling, She was attempting to provoke him, hoping to uncover some hidden truth. Psyche's thoughts felt heavy as she acknowledged the complexities of her situation. "Thank you for helping me," she said quietly, but there was a weight to her gratitude, as if it held more than just politeness. "I didn't think I'd be able to grab my things." The situation was so chaotic that she hadn't expected to be able to leave with everything she needed, but somehow, it had all fallen into place. As she pondered her next steps, Duke Berndia's question caught her off guard. "Oh, that way. Is the man named Aiden someone important to you? It seems like you are quite concerned about him." His inquiry was pointed, though not unkind, but Psyche felt herself tense. "It's not that, it's just, he was my escort yesterday, and he did me a favor," she explained, unsure of how to respond to the undertones of his question. Duke Berndia seemed to misinterpret her response, continuing with, "I see. Since you suddenly packed up and left home, I thought he may be your lover." Psyche's eyes widened at the assumption. "What? No. I was planning to leave anyway. Thank you for the ride." Her tone was a bit shaky, and she quickly changed the subject. "Would you drop me off somewhere around here?" The Duke's question followed swiftly. "Where are you planning to stay?" Psyche's answer was uncertain. "I don't have a particular place in mind yet. For now, I'm thinking of staying at an inn in the capital." Duke Berndia's response was pragmatic, though his words hinted at a more protective tone than Psyche had expected. "House Silkisia's soldiers can easily find you if you stay at the inns in the city. It seemed to me like they were willing to use any means necessary to take you back." "How about staying at Leicester Manor?" Psyche hesitated. The offer was tempting, but she knew it wasn't entirely safe either. "No. I appreciate the thought, but they probably wouldn't be able to get to me in one of the higher-end inns in the capital. There won't be any vacancies there right now due to the second prince's upcoming birthday banquet." The Duke frowned, clearly concerned. "You have no strength at all. How are you going to handle House Silkisia's soldiers? Based on the way they are acting, if I wasn't with you earlier, they would have dragged you in right away." Psyche blinked, not sure whether the Duke was being sarcastic or genuinely worried. "Is he worried about me?" she wondered, feeling a flicker of something unfamiliar in her chest. After a moment of contemplation, Psyche gave in. "All right, then I'll stay with you just until I feel better." Her voice was soft but firm. Then, her mind seemed to sharpen as she spoke again. "Now that I think about it, don't you think it's safe for us to break off the engagement now? Now that I left, the promise between the houses is meaningless, and you've found a way to get rid of the monsters without the support of the Imperial Guard." Her gaze met his as she continued. "Whether that method will be effective or not remains to be seen. I need the insurance of House Silkisia until I can be sure that it works. For someone who wants House Silkisia's cooperation as insurance, I think he caused too much trouble with the Duke and Azar." Psyche paused before finally asking, "Do you think it will be possible to call it off?" Duke Logan Silkisia shouted, his voice full of fury. "You useless bastards! What is the meaning of this, Duke Lester? This is kidnapping." Duke Berndia remained calm, replying with a sharp edge. "Kidnapping? Lady Psyche, am I forcing you to leave with me?" "No, I'm leaving because I want to." His tone carried an undeniable sense of authority, as if he were daring anyone to challenge him. Psyche stood quietly, her resolve firm. She was aware of the escalating situation, but the decision had been made, and she wasn't going back on it now. The words she spoke were simple but strong. As the tension built, Duke Logan fumed internally, his thoughts racing. Where did things go wrong? I even said I would take her in as my own daughter in front of everyone. She should feel grateful and be kissing my feet right now. His anger flared, unable to comprehend Psyche's decision to leave his house. In the midst of the commotion, Azar was summoned. "You called for me, father?" he asked. Duke Logan handed him a note, speaking through gritted teeth. "Deliver this for me. I'm sure you already know what it is." "Yes, father," Azar replied, then left quickly. He couldn't help but wonder about the timing of this note. He wants me to deliver a secret note to the Imperial servant? Given the timing, I wonder if it is related to Psyche. Why does father care so much about her? Azar's thoughts echoed with uncertainty. Meanwhile, Isolate, observing the events unfold, decided to speak up. Your Grace, I'm saying this out of concern, but are you really in a relationship with Lady Psyche? Duke Berndia gave him a sharp glance. What makes you say that? Your recent behavior. Not only has he been seeing Lady Psyche more often lately, but he also secretly went out at night to enjoy a walk with her. The Duke's mind began to race. He brought her to the manor, then got dressed up to take her back home, but now he's telling me she's going to stay here for a while. His frustration was palpable. It doesn't really matter if they are really together or not. Do I seem like a person who has time for things like that? Icide raised an eyebrow, still probing. Wait, then why are you spending so much time with her after you agreed to break off the engagement? Of course not. There's no way that could be true. He sighed, trying to maintain control of the situation. It's a bit complicated at the moment. It seems like she doesn't know anything. If she had, she wouldn't have considered House Silkisia as her family. He then seemed to lose himself in thought for a moment. But the reaction she had when she met Leah at the association. His words trailed off, as if he had just connected a piece of the puzzle, his expression becoming more troubled. The tension in the room was palpable, and Psyche felt it, but she remained resolute in her decision. The fate of the engagement was becoming a distant concern for her now, as she was focused on something far more pressing, the future and her own choices. Psyche muttered to herself in confusion, her voice shaky. No, I'm nothing at all. She was plagued by uncertainty, her thoughts racing. Looking at the situation, it's clear that Leah was talking about my supernatural abilities. But why did I react like that? If I don't know anything, why would I need to hide it and be so afraid? Meanwhile, Duke Berndia was deep in thought as he observed her. Moreover, Duke Silkisia is acting strange too. Why does he want to keep her locked up? He was interrupted by a servant. Your Grace, the doctor is here. The Duke nodded, considering Psyche's state. Come to think of it, it seemed like she was planning to leave as soon as she was better. But I have a feeling that her standard of feeling better is different from others. Psyche's mind wandered to a note she had found earlier. It's from Aiden. He managed to leave a note in my room before being kicked out. Thank goodness I was able to grab my things. The date is for tomorrow. The doctor introduced himself politely. This is House Lester's doctor. It's an honor to meet you, Lady Psyche. I heard that you have a chronic condition. Would you mind telling me your symptoms? Psyche hesitated, unsure of what to reveal. I thought he was just lending me a room, but he's worried about my health too. Duke Berndia, noting her hesitation, reassured her with a slight smirk. He's not going to charge a fee, so tell him. Or not. Maybe I'm just telling you to get better and get out. Psyche shook her head. No. It's all right, she sighed and began to explain. From time to time, I have headaches for no reason. Everyone said that it's nothing and that I'm just being too sensitive. The doctor frowned thoughtfully. She is similar to you, Your Grace. Is there something the both of you are consuming? Duke Berndia raised an eyebrow. Similar to me? The doctor nodded, his tone cautious. Yes, I feel something clumped up in various parts of the body. How should I put this? It's almost like a foreign substance of some kind. The Duke's expression darkened as realization dawned on him. No way. My symptoms are the side effects caused by Leah's ability suppressor. Silkisia's ability is not harmful to its owner, so there's no reason to suppress it. The doctor asked, his tone calm but probing. Lady Psyche, is there something you've been taking consistently for the past few years, or even in the last few months? Psyche furrowed her brow, thinking carefully before responding. I don't think. Izar sent me tea every morning. The doctor leaned forward. How long did you drink it for? Psyche blinked in surprise. I think I've been drinking that tea for 10 years now. Duke Berndia narrowed his eyes, his thoughts racing. So they were suppressing her ability on purpose. It didn't seem like Lennox or Lillian had any idea, and although Izar gave her the tea, I couldn't really tell if he knew. But Duke Silkisia? He always knew exactly what she was capable of. Still, that's a bit strange. Psyche broke the silence, her voice hesitant. I had my headaches from the beginning, and the tea was to help with them. The doctor spoke cautiously. Well, her symptoms are a result of her body trying to adjust to an unfamiliar sensation when her ability activates. The Duke's expression darkened further as he pondered the implications. The question is how much of this she herself knows. The doctor hesitated before asking Psyche directly. Your Grace, how much do you know about House Silkisia's supernatural ability? Psyche looked confused. Isn't it called the unmelting ice? The doctor pressed further. Do you already know, or are you pretending not to know it? Psyche's eyes widened slightly. No way, Duke Berndia, watching closely, thought to himself. Does she really not know? She has seen what she can do with her own eyes. Given the good judgment I've observed lately, she would have thought about the potential of her having the ability. Is she just not sure about it? He cleared his throat, trying to find a starting point. I found out by chance when I was looking into the matter at the auction house, but I wasn't looking into your background, Doctor. Pardon me for coming so early. I heard that you were already up, my lady. He placed a vial on the table. If you take this once a day for about a month, almost all the foreign substances accumulated in your body will disappear. Psyche's eyes brightened with hope. So will the headaches go away as well? Of course, the doctor replied with a reassuring smile. Psyche held the vial carefully, deep in thought. I was wondering what he meant by foreign substances in my body, but I feel it now. I can feel something melting away in my body. It's been a while since I've felt this at ease. Duke Berndia, how do you feel? Psyche smiled softly. I really feel better, thank you. I told His Grace that I'd only stay here until I felt better. I think I feel good enough to leave now. No, you can't, a voice blurted out suddenly. Psyche looked surprised. Why not? Icide stumbled over his words. What I'm saying is, per His Grace's request, I stayed up all night making a list of popular items young noble ladies like, but the person who's supposed to receive those gifts is telling me she wants to leave the mansion, and I have no authority or justification to ask her to stay. As Psyche tilted her head in confusion, Icide thought to himself, no matter how I look at it, I think His Grace has totally fallen in love with her, even though he denies it. Later, Duke Berndia approached with a commanding tone. I have an urgent matter I must attend to. Be Lady Psyche's aide in the meantime. Icide looked stunned. Pardon? Me? Not the butler or the head maiden? Berndia waved off his protests. Well, may I help you find an appropriate place to stay? Psyche gave a polite nod. I'd appreciate that. Icide sighed, recalling the Duke's final instruction. His Grace said that I must not let his fiancée stay at a shabby place. So for now, I must not let her leave by herself. As they walked through the town, Psyche noticed Icide's fatigue. Are you all right? Icide straightened up quickly. Huh? Oh yes. I'm fine. Psyche gestured to a nearby tea house. It seems like you are very tired. Let's take a quick break over here. Icide smiled gratefully. Thank God. The streets bustled with activity, inns overflowing with visitors. I had no idea there'd be so many inns with no vacancies, Psyche remarked. Icide explained. They say congratulatory envoys from other countries are here for the second prince's coming-of-age ceremony. Psyche looked thoughtful, her gaze lingering on the crowded streets. Psyche, let's check a couple more inns near the Imperial Palace. Her voice trailed off as a faint sound caught her attention. Huh! I heard that this tea house uses magic stones to soundproof each booth, but that voice sounded like... She glanced subtly toward a nearby booth, her sharp hearing picking up fragments of a conversation. Inside the booth, Lady Lillian sat with Hilvia, tears streaming down her face. Hilvia, Lady Lillian, stop crying and tell me what happened. Lillian sniffled, her voice trembling. Psyche left the mansion yesterday. Hilvia, pardon? I mean, why? Lillian wiped her eyes. The day before yesterday, late in the night, she went somewhere after sending her escort away. Then she just ran out of the house. Father is so shocked by all of this that he's sick in bed, and his Czar and Lennox dropped everything they were doing to look for Psyche right now. Psyche's thoughts. She didn't mention that Duke Lester was there. Hilvia's voice rose. Has she lost her mind? Why is the Duke letting that ill-behaved adopted child stay in the house? Lillian hesitated before whispering. I think it's because I'm not good enough. Hilvia. What? That's ridiculous. That fake is deceiving everyone. When the truth about her is revealed, everyone will know. I'll make sure that everyone knows the truth. Psyche's fists clenched under the table as Icide returned with a fresh cup of tea. Icide, don't worry. I'll tell His Grace about this. Psyche, no, it's all right. I've already left the house, and a dent in my reputation isn't going to be too problematic. She paused, her tone shifting. Now that I think about it, is there a man around our age with turquoise eyes in House Silkisia? Icide looked puzzled. As far as I know, there is no one like that among my relatives. Why do you ask? Psyche. No reason. Just curious. Her mind raced. If there's no one like that, then who? The thought lingered as she looked toward the booth again, feeling an unease settle in her chest. Here's the text rewritten into a cohesive paragraph, Hilvia said. Oh. I ran into a man who looked a lot like the Silkisias. He reacted strangely when he heard about the Rees incident, so I was just wondering. Oh my gosh, you don't know about that, Lady Lillian? So, the Rees incident is… She hesitated before continuing. So the necklace, and His Majesty saved the family as distant relatives. That's the story the public knows. That's what the public knows. Then is there a different story that was hidden? Lillian asked, curious. Hilvia replied, well, not exactly. The story itself is true, but I'm only telling you this since it's you, my lady. So please don't misunderstand me, alright? I mean, it's an incident House Silkisia's daughter deserves to know, Psyche interrupted. So what is it? Hilvia sighed and explained. The story is about House Silkisia. House Rees in the story is actually House Silkisia. Psyche, shocked, said. I had no idea. This is the first time I've heard of this story. How come no one told me this before? Hilvia answered cautiously. Well, that's because it's not a happy story. And the Imperial Palace doesn't like it. Silkisia is an important family, but strangely, such a serious crime was pardoned, so people think they're hiding something. Oh, this is just what other people are saying. This is not my opinion at all. I think His Majesty did a very good job. I see. Thank you for letting me know, Lillian asked. Do you know what happened to the emerald necklace? Is it kept at the Imperial Palace as evidence? Hilvia hesitated. Well, they say a thief came inside the Imperial Palace and stole it. Oh, what a pity. You said no one can tell by looking at it, so I wanted to see it in real life. Hilvia thought, why is she more interested in the necklace than the incident? Do you know who made the necklace? Hilvia, exasperated, replied. Oh, you're curious about strange things. Oh, wait, why is this not on? Yes, they might come here to see if anyone heard what they were saying, so we should get out of here. Lady Psyche thought for a moment. It's quite late, and I doubt there'll be any rooms in any of the inns. How about you come back to Leicester Mansion with me? Psyche hesitated but agreed. Yes, it's a bit embarrassing, but it seems I must burden the Duke for one more night. What do you mean? You should consider it your place and stay there comfortably. Just then, Psyche said, then I'll call the carry. But stopped abruptly. No, there's something I have to take care of, so you go ahead without me. She glanced around, noticing Aiden was missing. I don't see Aiden. Did something happen to him? I'll wait just a bit more, she said softly, before thinking, Lady Psyche, I tried my best. You know that, right? Psyche's thoughts raced. Is Duke Leicester mean to his subordinates? I didn't think he was the type to do that. I wonder when Aiden will get here. No, that's not Aiden. That's not the sound of human footsteps. It's coming. Damn, this self-defense dagger won't be enough. What's happening? What are beasts doing here? Should I run? What about Aiden? Is he alright? Or what if he's behind this and led me into a trap? Psyche observed the situation around her. There are more of them now, she muttered to herself. Unlike monsters created by nature, beasts were artificially created using forbidden magic. For there to be that many of them, it must have required a lot of life force. She thought, feeling the tension rise. She glanced around, realizing she was surrounded. I don't think there's anyone around, she murmured. She struggled to calm herself. I had a hard time dealing with one, so I can't fight this many with just this dagger. Will I be able to control it? What if someone comes here? Her resolve hardened as she whispered. But this is the only way right now. I want to live, Psyche shouted. I failed. I can't control it. Is this the end of me? As despair threatened to consume her, Duke Berndia appeared, calling out her name. There are still traces of the curse, he said, his voice firm but composed. You must keep this in mind, Psyche. If anyone discovers that you're cursed, you have to kill them, or you have to die. It's one of the rules. Is it alright now? Psyche's thoughts raced. What does he mean by is it alright now? Before she could answer, Sir Aidan appeared, concern evident in his voice. Are you alright? Were you hurt? Duke Berndia interrupted sharply. Don't come near her. Psyche froze, wondering if Aidan had seen anything. But the Duke continued calmly. Don't worry. As Psyche glanced down, she realized all the ice had already melted and the traces of the curse were gone. Huh? What happened? I think I saw fire. She noticed people flocking toward the scene. I'll take care of this and come back, Duke Berndia said. Don't go anywhere and stay right here. Aidan, guilt-stricken, spoke softly. I'm so sorry. Something happened while I was waiting for you, so I stepped away for a moment. Psyche murmured. I don't think he saw anything. No, it's all right. Aidan continued. I came back right away, but there was a strange barrier, so I couldn't get here in time. Psyche said nothing, but her heart felt heavy with the weight of the night's events. Aidan mentioned the strange barrier. I was there when Duke Lester was getting rid of it, he said. In passing, he mentioned it looked like forbidden magic, magic erased from history due to its disregard for life, cruelty, and severe side effects. But the beasts I saw earlier weren't demonized. They were full-blown beasts created that way. Psyche's mind raced. Although Aidan claimed to have overheard it, he seems to know more about forbidden magic than he lets on. How? Is it all right for me to trust him? Duke Berndia broke the silence, his tone sharp. Wait, is this the Aidan you mentioned before? Psyche nodded. Yes. Do you know Lord Aidan? She asked. I don't know why the son of House Silkisia is pretending to be a private soldier to approach Lady Psyche, Berndia remarked. But leave her alone and go back to chasing Azar's tail, okay? Aidan's response was quiet but firm. I'm not with my house anymore. Berndia wasn't convinced. Do you think I'd believe that? House Lester and House Silkisia are representative houses of the Crown Prince's faction and the Emperor's faction. I didn't know they were this hostile toward each other. He turned to Psyche, concern in his voice. You weren't feeling well to begin with, and now you're injured. It's all right. Psyche interjected softly. It's just a scratch. Berndia cut her off. The beast's poison has paralyzing properties. You'll start to feel the effects soon. As if on cue, Psyche began to notice a numbing sensation spreading through her body. A servant approached in haste. Your Grace. Someone reported seeing your flame in the destroyed area. The guards are requesting a written report. Berndia waved the servant off. You handle it. I'll cover the repair costs. Then what should I list as the reason for destroying the wall? The servant asked, clearly exasperated. Number 1, I was bored. Number 2, because it was fun. Number 3, just because I felt like doing it. Pick whichever one you like. Psyche observed Berndia with curiosity. He's going to hide the reason he used his ability? He won't even mention the beasts? That's good for me, but... She hesitated before speaking. Your Grace, I think I can walk now. Berndia turned back to her, his voice steady. The reason you've been okay so far isn't because the poison isn't strong, he explained. It's because your ability is suppressing its activation. Psyche's heart sank as she realized the gravity of her situation. Psyche's voice trembled. Are you going to kill me? Duke Berndia frowned, his tone steady but firm. What are you saying all of a sudden? I don't know what happened to you before, but I have no intention of hurting you. He extended a hand. Let's go back to Lester Mansion. Her uncertainty lingered. What are you going to do with me now? I don't plan on doing anything to you, he replied calmly. Then, after a pause, he added, Rather, I'm in need of your assistance. Psyche blinked, confused. My assistance? Berndia's expression grew somber. I don't have full control of my ability. God's gift, they say, is like a disaster to someone unprepared to receive it. Lester, who failed to master his power, was consumed by his flames. Had it not been for his partner, Silkisia, he would have become a single flame. The weight of his words hung heavy in the air. The high priest warned me, Berndia continued. This flame isn't something a human body can handle. Psyche's voice barely rose above a whisper. But what does that have to do with me? To control my ability, Berndia admitted. I need your help, my lady. The power of the unmelting ice you possess, it can balance what I lack. Her breath caught. The unmelting ice, my ability. But that's not my real power, it's my curse. A chill ran through her as she recalled the grim warning that haunted her. If anyone finds out about my curse, I must either kill them or die myself. Berndia seemed to sense her turmoil and spoke with resolve. No, she looked up at him, startled. I won't let you die, he said, his voice unwavering. No matter what it takes. Psyche hesitated, her voice trembling. My ability, it's not the unmelting ice. You already know that I was adopted. Her thoughts spiraled. What's going to happen to me now? Berndia's gaze softened, but his words were resolute. Why do you think it's a curse? What do you mean, why? She replied, a bitter edge to her tone. A power like this, it's dangerous, uncontrollable. Isn't that the very definition of a curse? Berndia's lips tightened. That sounds just like my flame. No, she interrupted, her voice firm. It's different. It is a curse. I was cursed. Berndia sighed, his expression a mix of frustration and pity. I see now. They've completely brainwashed you. Her eyes widened. What? Lady Psyche, listen carefully, he said, leaning closer. The ability you have is the unmelting ice. Do you know about the poison needle necklace incident that happened 20 years ago? The story about House Silkisia? Yes, but what you may not know is that in the story, the House Hurries they mentioned is actually House Silkisia. The current House Silkisia, they're not the direct descendants. What are you saying? Berndia's gaze locked onto hers, intense and unwavering. I believe you are. You're the daughter of House Hurries, the surviving direct descendant of Silkisia. Psyche took a step back, shaking her head. I don't believe it. There's no way that's true. When you used your ability last time, my flame reacted. Berndia continued, his voice steady and convincing. That's the proof. The only force that Lester's unquenchable flame responds to is the power of the unmelting ice, a power only found in the bloodline of House Silkisia. Psyche's heart raced as his words sank in. But why would Duke Lester lie about something like this? Her thoughts swirled, her resolve crumbling under the weight of the revelation. If what he's saying is true, Berndia's voice cut through her turmoil, steady yet laced with an urgency that made her chest tighten. Lady Psyche, he said, his tone leaving no room for doubt. This changes everything, Psyche gasped, her mind reeling. What does this mean for me? Berndia's piercing gaze met hers. It means you're not cursed, Lady Psyche. You're the key. A voice broke through the haze, sharp yet gentle. Tell me. What's your name? Psyche blinked, disoriented. Where am I? Wasn't I talking to someone just a moment ago? She clenched her fists. My name. He asked for my name. But what is my name? Her thoughts churned as panic crept in. I have to answer. But what if he leaves when he finds out I'm cursed? What if I can't eat anything today? He doesn't like it when I cry. Raise your head, the voice commanded. Hesitant, Psyche lifted her gaze to meet the piercing eyes of Duke Logan Silkisia. He's the only one who comes to see me, even though I'm cursed, she thought bitterly. You have an ability that's cursed, Logan said, his voice steady but heavy with implication. Psyche's heart sank. Yes, he's right. My ability is cursed. If people find out, they'll try to kill me. What can I do? I'll do anything. I promise to do as he says, from now on. Logan continued, his voice softening slightly. Your name is Psyche, the name echoed in her mind. Psyche, keep this in mind, he added. House Silkisia is the only family who will accept someone like you. Her heart clenched. I know him. But why? Why would he do this? Later, Psyche awoke, her body heavy and her mind clouded. Am I in the Lester mansion? What happened? She wondered as the memory of Duke Lester carrying her in his arms flashed through her mind. This is the 10th time, Duke Berndia Lester's voice broke into her thoughts, tinged with exhaustion. What do you mean? Psyche asked, her voice faint. Berndia sighed, his expression unreadable. I've told you before. The ability you have is not a curse. It's the supernatural power of House Silkisia. No, you must be mistaken, she stammered. It's not possible. Berndia studied her closely, his expression darkening as realization dawned. No. 20 years ago, during the Rees incident. He stopped himself, shaking his head. Let's leave it at that today, he continued, his voice low and contemplative. Whenever I speak about your abilities or your birth, you seem aware that I'm telling you something important, but you immediately deny it, as if you've been programmed to reject the truth. And after a while, you forget it entirely. Psyche's chest tightened as his words hit her. Programmed? They've put so much effort into destroying you. Berndia muttered, almost to himself. They must have done this deliberately. But for now, you've been through enough. Let's stop here. Don't think about anything. Just rest. As she lay in bed, Psyche's thoughts swirled. What did Duke Lester just tell me? She struggled to recall his words. I think he told me his weakness. He said something many times, but I can't remember. Sleep tugged at her, her body too heavy to move. This happens frequently. I'm sure I'll be fine. But I have to leave. He knows about my curse. I have to run away. I have to escape. And with that final thought, darkness claimed her once more. Man, I'll try to collect more offerings again. Woman, if you don't have them now, it's too late. Lester saw the beasts. Man. Lester? He asked again. Woman. Yes. Nothing's going right. I was trying to catch that bastard from House Silkisia for interfering with my research, but he wasn't there. And then a member of House Silkisia got involved. Man. Silkisia? Woman. Yes. She made such a mess with the ice. I suppose it's because her power awakened late. Man. What? Are you talking about, woman? I think so. But ow, it hurts. Let go of me, man, shouting. You not only threatened her life with your useless beasts, but you made her use her ability in front of Lester, woman. It seemed like he already knew about her ability. He didn't react like he was surprised. It looked as though he was trying to hide it for her, voice of authority. Your Majesty, they've sent a message, man. I will take good care of her. What an idiot. It already happened, so why don't we put that issue aside for now and prioritize completing the eternal magic circle, woman? You already know, right? As far as the ingredients go, the purer the blood and the higher the intelligence, the more effective it is. Meanwhile, Psyche drifts into thought. Psyche, thinking, did I doze off? So yesterday, oh right. Duke Lester found out about my curse. What should I do? Because of the ring, running away is useless. For now, I have to terminate our engagement before he changes his mind. Only then can I run away. Maid. Oh, my lady, you're awake. I'll prepare some water for you to get cleaned up and bring your breakfast. Everyone working in this household is so polite. It's a far cry from Melissa, Psyche. Yes, hold on for a moment. Another figure enters the room. Isolate. Please excuse me, my lady. I heard you were up. How are you feeling? Should I call the doctor for you, Psyche? No, I received some treatments yesterday. Thank you for asking, Isolate. I should have stayed with you yesterday. I'm sorry. I can't believe monsters appeared in the middle of the capital, Psyche. Oh, they weren't monsters, they were beasts. Naturally occurring entities are called monsters, but beings created using forbidden magic are referred to as beasts. Isolate, shocked. Oh no, I mix up their names all the time, Psyche. It's alright. It's probably because people at Leicester are more familiar with monsters. Isolate. Still, how could such scary beings appear all of a sudden? It's a good thing you weren't seriously hurt. Had His Grace not gone there to get you, things could have been much worse. So it wasn't just that he was passing by. Isolate, nodding. Yes, he scolded me for returning to the mansion without you. So please take me or an escort with you next time, Psyche. But it's troublesome to have an escort. I'd better just leave here as soon as possible. Isolate. I'd like to get your advice on something. Maid, is there anything you've wanted recently? If you don't have an appetite, please try to eat a little. This is soup made with milk, and here are some tomatoes. Oh, and for dinner, if you tell me what you like, we'll make sure to prepare it for you, icide. So, I was wondering what women your age like. I'm trying to buy a gift for someone, so that's why I'm seeking your advice. Psyche drifts into thought. Psyche, thinking, what do I like? I wore clothes to appear as the Duke's daughter, did what my family wanted to gain their acknowledgement, and tried to like what the people of House Silkisia liked. But what do I like? Maid. Lady Psyche, if you don't feel like eating anything, at least drink this. It's the chef's specialty, a nice cup of hot chocolate. Psyche, taking a sip. It's delicious. I feel like a warm energy is spreading throughout my body. Maid. I'll tell the chef so he can prepare it for you next time as well. Psyche. Yes, thank you. It's my first time recognizing something I actually like. Since I feel a bit better now, I should suggest going to the Magicians Association tomorrow. I need to find out how the monster problem is being dealt with. Later, Psyche encounters another girl. Girl. Oh, you're here? Are you just hanging out? Psyche. For personal reasons. I'm staying at this mansion for the time being. Girl, noticing. Wait, more importantly, why do you have so many injuries? You have one here too, Psyche. Oh, these? I'm alright. I already had a doctor look at them. Girl. What do you mean you're? Duke Berndia enters the scene. Duke Berndia. Lady Psyche, are you feeling better? Psyche, interrupting. We'll be right back, so you wait here, Lester. Please remember to like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video, as it really helps our channel grow. Thanks. Wait, Miss Leah. Hold on, he called out. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't want to ask you this in front of him. Ask me what? Leah responded. Did Lester threaten you? Or did he find out your weakness or something? No. What do you mean? Then why are you staying here? Psyche added. I have a personal reason. How about you stay at my place instead? Psyche think. It's alright. Although we're engaged, we're not married, so people might not look kindly at the fact that I'm staying here. But I can't stay at the home of someone I don't really know. Okay, fine. Then since we're out, can you help me with something? Ugh, seriously. You're so loud, just like your master. If you're here to escort her, just shut up and do your job. She think. Escort me? She asked, puzzled. It's not the crow that came to see Duke Lester last time. It has a different eye color, Leah say. The crow will follow us just fine, so don't worry about it. Where are you going? I heard that you two were attacked by forbidden magic. I need to investigate the scene of the crime if I want to catch the culprit, Psyche say. Is that possible? Leah added. Forbidden magic is also magic, so the tracking method is the same. It's even more messed up than I thought. Then, if something happens, shake me and let me know. When I'm concentrating, I have a hard time noticing what's going on in my surroundings, someone said. Look over there. Isn't that Lady Psyche? What's she doing? Is she with a magician? I heard that Duke Lester destroyed that wall. What? Then is the relation between House Lester and House Silkisia. Oh. Since Duke Lester hid the fact that beasts had appeared, the only thing people know is that Duke Lester destroyed the wall near the Silkisia mansion. It's the perfect situation for rumors to spew from, Psyche added. Judging from the look of things, I don't think people know that I left House Silkisia yet. Duke Silkisia and Izar care about the family's reputation, so they will try to keep it under wraps. Psyche left the mansion yesterday. But it seems Lillian is eager to spread the word in high society, and Lennox is even more mindless than Lillian. Lennox say, Ha, what are you doing here? She think. Speak of the devil, he say. Hey, what are you doing? Lennox sneered. Oh, since you left on your own accord, are you too embarrassed to come back and are now hanging around here hoping one of us will take you back? Did things not work out with that arrogant Duke? See? Who would like someone like you? Well, you look pitiful, so I'll be generous just this once. If you come back quietly, I'll let it slide, she replied. No thanks. What? I don't need your help, Lennox fumed. You little! How dare you slap me, you crazy wench! Don't speak informally to me, she snapped. Don't curse at me either. You, how dare you, ARGH! Let go of me, hey you there. Come here and drag her away. She stared him down. I guess you're too dumb to realize what's going on. To them, I'm your older sister. I don't know about inside the mansion, but you just slapped me in public. Aren't you afraid of the consequences? Why, you little, she think, and this idiot hasn't realized it yet. But the fact that we got into a physical scuffle near the mansion is going to bring more shame to the family than me or him. What are they doing in the middle of the street? Someone in the crowd whispered. I heard that they found her on the streets and adopted her, but Lord Lennox hit her first. And I heard him yell all kinds of insults at her. Then don't you think he's getting the beating he deserves? Is he going easy on her? I don't think so, Psyche thought. Well, that should be enough fodder for the rumor mill, Lennox shouted. Hey, you crazy wench! I'm going to get you for this. Lennox shouted. Hey, you bastards! Why are you guys just watching and doing nothing? She added. Even when I explain things to him, he just doesn't get it. He said, do you think you'll be alright after this? Just try and come back to the mansion. I'm gonna tell Father and Azar. Leah entered. Ugh, I already have a splitting headache. But who's being so loud? Psyche think. Miss Leah is an ice magician. Where did those plants come from? Oh my! I was wondering who was causing a ruckus in front of the prestigious Silkisia mansion. But it was you, Lord Lennox. Rumors say that Lord Lennox is very bright, but I had no idea that it wasn't true. Don't you agree, Lady Psyche? Someone asked. Who are you? She responded, her voice cautious. Oh my, is this our first time meeting? How nice to meet you. I'm Siona Tubros, don't come closer. Leah snapped. And get the hell out of here. Let's go. Psyche chirped cheerfully. Let's see each other often, she groaned. Ugh, she's so annoying. Why did she have to suddenly appear at that place? Psyche asked. Do you know her? Don't mind her, Leah replied quickly. There's no need for you to know who she is. It's best to stay away from her, so just forget. Wait. What happened to your face? Ha, what a fine job you did escorting her, Crow. Oh, this... Psyche began. I asked the crow to stay out of it. What? Psyche said. I got hit on purpose, Leah say. What do you mean? Had I known this would happen, I wouldn't have come here. I should have frozen his skull, not his mouth. Miss Leah, I'm fine. By the way, how did the investigation go? Oh, that... the results were a bit inconclusive. Pardon? How should I explain this? Oh, every magic contains a unique signature left by the magician who used that magic. But it seems the source of that magic may not have been a human being, Psyche say. Is that possible? Leah added. I don't know. I haven't seen a case like this before, so I need to look into it a bit more. Why? Is it possible that they were after me? Leah replied. I don't know. Is there someone who has a grudge against you? It wasn't the kind of magic anyone could use, she explained. A grudge? No, House Silkisia has lots of simple methods they can use against me. However, the person I was supposed to meet that day said that he saw something like a barrier on the way to our meeting spot. So it made me wonder, she added. A barrier? Oh, I did notice some traces of that. But something like that wouldn't have worked on you or Lester anyway, unless the other person didn't know that. Who were you supposed to meet there? Psyche said. Oh, his name is Lord Aiden. He used to be my escort. Miss Leah? Miss Leah's reaction was very strange. Her face changed as soon as I mentioned Lord Aiden. Does she know him? Leah say. I'm sorry, but I have to go now. Get back safely, Psyche think. Were those beasts after Lord Aiden? What are you doing over there? A voice called. You made it back, but why aren't you going inside? What's this? Oh, how did this happen, Crow? Psyche asked. She replied. I asked the crow to ignore it for me. Duke Berndia asked. What do you mean? Your grace, your hand, he say. Oh, this? When I saw that you were hurt, I see. So who did this to you? Psyche think. I was hoping he would let it go when I tried to change the subject. But since I'm staying at his place now, I'm sure he's worried about something happening to me while I'm here. She added, well, I got into a bit of an argument with Lennox. What? Did the fact that Lillian returned make you anxious? Are you so afraid of being abandoned that you're chasing a man? Let go of me. I should have snapped him in half then, Psyche continued. I'm embarrassed you have to see me like this. There's no reason for you to feel embarrassed, she said. It wasn't my intention to make you worry. I'll find a place soon and get out of your hair if you can be a bit more patient. Why did the conversation turn in that direction? Your Grace, Duke Berndia replied. No, it's all right. I know what you're trying to say. But first, I think it will be best if I tell you this. To put it in a way that's easy for you to understand, you being here helps me, my lady. Lady Psyche is the legitimate successor of House Silkisia. She's the only one who can stop my power from getting out of control. However, is that all? No, Duke Berndia added. But that's not the reason I want you to stay here. I never felt this way before, so I don't know how to put this. I'll just be honest with you. I'm really worried about you right now. Therefore, I would be happy if you were somewhere I could always see you, but I'm not saying I'm going to force you to stay. If you want to leave, I have to let you go. I won't intentionally delay processing the contract. But if you're still anxious, I will swear that I'll respect your wish, but I'd really like you to stay here. I'm just letting you know how I feel. What are you planning to do with her here? Did you come here early in the morning to pick a fight with me? Leah say, are you going to use her? I have no intention of doing that, he replied. To be honest, I'd be lying if I said that thought never occurred to me. He looked away briefly, as if gathering his thoughts. Every time her ability manifested, the flame within me, that I thought was uncontrollable my whole life, calmed down. It was such an unbelievable sense of peace. I even thought I was better off not knowing such a thing existed, because it was like dangling food in front of someone who had been starving for a long time, Duke Berndia added. So that was also a promise I made to myself. He continued. That I would not force anything on her just to fulfill my needs or desires, she replied. If that's not your intention, you shouldn't keep her here. Snapped. It might affect her reputation negatively. He said, do you have any idea what's going to happen to her when she leaves? What are you talking about? She was brainwashed. What? He said. Yes. I don't know exactly what method they used, but messing with things like that carelessly might put her in danger. To be honest, if it weren't for that, she'd do quite well on her own. Supernatural ability that activates in times of danger. High-level swordsmanship skill, Leah said. Try to guide her to use her ability in a way that's not dangerous. They urged. Her ability is more powerful than most magic, so maybe, he replied. I understand what you're saying. I'll keep that in mind. I'll look into it as well. And please help Aiden. You tested him, so you know. He no longer has a relationship with House Silkisia, he said. Do you expect me to believe that? I'll be honest with you. I really hate House Silkisia. I hate everyone in that family, including you, Elia. But I'm not saying I'm going to force you to stay. If you want to leave, I have to let you go. Psyche think. Well, he's not the type to go back on his word. I should have left that day, he said to her. Come to think of it, she said quietly. I promised you back at the auction house that I'd spar with you, Psyche thought. In hindsight, should I have declined it back then? But even if I were to go back to a few days ago, I wouldn't do that. It's a chance to spar with the best sword master in the Empire. An opportunity like this doesn't come by every day. Indeed, Duke Lester's swordsmanship skill was absolutely overpowering. It was powerful, destructive, yet absolutely perfect. It was the first time someone had defeated her so easily. I lost, she admitted to herself. After she had become more skilled than Azar, she had never lost to anyone. Facing a figure that was like a wall for the first time was bittersweet, but exciting enough to make her heart flutter. She say, "Thank you for sparring with me," she said sincerely. "I've learned a lot," he replied. "What a waste of your talent." "Pardon?" he added. "You've never received proper training in swordsmanship, have you?" As he said. "Is it that obvious?" she asked. "After being adopted, I was taught the basics of keeping up appearances," she explained. "But there was no need to put any more effort than that into a useless fake daughter. I taught myself by watching Azar over my shoulder, but once I surpassed his level, he started avoiding me," Duke added. No one would notice unless they were at my level." "Lady Psyche, would you like to formally learn swordsmanship from me?" she think. He must have known there was no way she could refuse an offer like that. As soon as he said those words, her heart was pounding so loudly. "Yes," she whispered, realizing once again how much she loved swordsmanship. he asked. Have you finished your basic training? Yes, just now. I gave her challenging moves as homework, but she's progressing pretty well, he remarked. A part of him wanted to tire her out so she wouldn't think of leaving. Then shall we spar after you rest for 10 minutes? She say. Yes, sounds good. Just as he thought, she looked the happiest when he suggested sparring. Try to guide her to use her ability in a way that's not dangerous, he reminded himself. Her ability is more powerful than most magic, so maybe, he said. Let's use a real sword today, he suggested. Duke Berndia thought. It seemed she had mentally blocked herself from using her ability. But when she drew her sword energy, the grip on her suppressed power became relaxed. He decided, I'll push her with a real sword to force her to bring out that sword energy and naturally reveal her ability. She blinked. There's a different air to him today. I'm not going to go easy on you just because we're using real swords, he warned. Can you afford not to? If you don't draw out your sword energy properly, you'll hurt your wrist. But something's off. It wasn't like this before. Every time her sword touched his, she felt like her cursed power ran wild even more. You can definitely overpower this much force. You just need to focus more. I can't. Don't suppress your power by force, she replied. Are you just going to let my power overwhelm you? He think. The doctor said the foreign substance in her body should all be gone by now, so I wonder if that mental block is truly the problem. Damn it, I didn't want to be this aggressive with her. But then again, I've never been gentle with anyone in the first place. Maid entered. I can't believe his grace. How could he do this to you? Look how bruised you are, Psyche say. It's alright. He's actually helping me. The bruises will go away soon, Maid sobbed. No! You have many other wounds besides the bruises. After I finish applying the medicine, I'll give you a massage. If you don't do anything, you'll have terrible muscle pain, she smiled. Alright. Thank you. All done. Get some rest now. Oh, and there is a letter and a package for you. I'll leave them here. For me? Oh, is that it? Psyche explained in her thoughts that, in the package, there was a sample moonstone to check its strength and effectiveness, and information about a mercenary who can get rid of Assam, from Miss Leah. I'm sure Duke Lester probably sent the information to the north to tell them they should use ice magic to fight the monsters. The work that started at the time we drafted the contract to call off our engagement is almost finished. Once I get in contact with the mercenary who killed Assam in the past, I should leave. That's all I can do. The Duke also said I could leave anytime I wanted, but why do I feel like this? I thought I'd feel better once everything was taken care of, servant said. Excuse me, Lady Psyche. His Grace would like to see you, she think. Nothing much happened over the past few days other than sparring, so I wonder why he wants to see me. Oh, since I received a letter, maybe he received something as well, Duke said. Oh, Lady Psyche. Please come this way, she replied. I heard you wanted to see me, but why? What is all of this? He added. Does anything in here interest you? You can take anything you want. No, not really, he say. Ahem, this is my private collection, so you can take anything you need, she replied. I see. But I don't need anything right now. Get this. Get that. He's berated me for days. But the way he is acting now is turning all that effort into a waste. This is not the time for you to smile awkwardly like that, Your Grace, he say. I can tell that Lady Psyche thinks that you have a surprisingly peculiar hobby, she think. If this is his private collection, these must be items passed down from generation to generation in House Lester. Or not. I didn't know the Duke had a hobby of collecting things like this. He has dresses that are quite popular these days. In her past life, she was active in high society, so she even knows the future trends. He ruined everything. So the reason you asked to see me is, he said. I wanted to give you this, Psyche asked. What's this? He replied. Your dagger for self-defense was ruined by the beast's blood, wasn't it? Yes, it completely corroded. But what does that have to do with this earring? He added. This is how you hold it. Oh. She held it like a sword and activated her mana. The earring turned into a sword, she added. I've only heard about this. It's my first time actually seeing it change its form. For something like this, he must have used a top-quality magic stone, Your Grace. I can't accept such an expensive gift, he say. Returns are not possible. You're the only one who can use that sword now. It's made to react only to the first owner's mana. What? But I'm giving it to you for my peace of mind. Just take it. I was getting tired of seeing you use that cheap sword for practice, he said. Excuse me for a moment. If you're worried about the cost, think of it as a gift I'm giving to my first apprentice, she surprised. Your first apprentice? It's customary for the first sword of a swordsman to come from their teacher, she think. How beautiful. Yes, it's a beautiful earring, Psyche said softly. Your Grace. A voice called hesitantly. He replied. Oh, it's nothing. What in the world am I saying right now? Oh, my lady. You're wearing a new earring. It's beautiful, the maid said, noticing. Psyche replied. Oh, what? His Grace gave it to you? The maid exclaimed. But why did he only give you one? Oh, it's actually not an earring. Psyche began to explain. Did he give you anything else? A dress or a jewelry set? The maid asked eagerly. No, I'm not in a position to receive things like that from him. Why not? You're his fiancée. And you don't have a lot of clothes or accessories right now, the maid insisted. Well, Psyche admitted, I only packed a few things because I had to leave the mansion in a hurry, and I wasn't planning to stay here for a long time. Oh, but because of all the sword practice, my training clothes have become a bit tattered. Then can you go shopping with me tomorrow? Absolutely, the maid agreed cheerfully. Wait, how did things end up like this? Psyche wondered. She looked over and added, What do you think about this, master? They're pretty, right? Not bad. Get one of each and get the bill for us, the Duke said. Yes, master. Psyche hesitated. Excuse me, you don't like them? It's not that, she said. I think I should pay for them. As long as you're a guest at our home, we should pay for what you need. He's right, another voice chimed in. Oh, the lady needs a few more outfits for the manor and outing clothes. The shop over there is more famous. Wait, Cecil. When did this happen? Psyche said, startled. We can't leave anything up to our master. It's better to do it ourselves, Cecil added. You're right. We should have done this sooner. We'll be back after we pack and load everything. You two can rest over there, another helper declared. Yes. We'll pack up and be back soon, someone echoed. Psyche turned to the Duke. Your Grace. Did you get in touch with Lord Aiden like I requested? After the incident with the demonic beasts, there was no way for me to contact Aiden. However, the conversation I had with Leah made me think that the beasts could have been after Lord Aiden, so I had asked Duke Lester to relay the message to him for me. Please, help Aiden, Leah had pleaded. Yes, I did. As you requested, I told him that the beasts could have been after him, Duke Berndia replied. So you don't need to involve yourself with him anymore. No good can come from being close to House Hilais. I know that you don't like House Hilais because they support the Emperor, Psyche said firmly. But you shouldn't judge a person just based on which house they belong to, no? I have no connection to my family since I have severed my ties with my father. Lord Aiden said he was no longer involved with his family. Why do you want to meet him? Are you interested in him? The Duke asked. I already told you that it wasn't like that, Psyche replied. Also, didn't you tell me that it didn't matter to you whether I had a lover or not? But why are you asking me that? He faltered. Suddenly I feel anxious and confused, Psyche thought. Is this how he feels? This artifact allows those who wear the rings to share their feelings and location with each other. The artifact had told her his location before, but it had never conveyed his feelings to her. Well, the Duke started, but then noticed someone. Oh, isn't that Duke Lester? I'm so happy I ran into you here, Your Grace, Duke Lester called out. Today must be my lucky day. There's an urgent matter I need to discuss with Y. I don't know who you are, but shut up and, Psyche said gently. I'll leave you so you two can go ahead and talk. I'll step outside for a bit and get some fresh air, Duke Lester added awkwardly. Lady Psyche, the Duke shouted after her. Yes, yes. It'll only take a moment. What was that? Why did he? Psyche thought. Oh my, isn't that Lady Psyche? Someone nearby whispered. The fake daughter of House Silkisia? another replied. Yes. I heard that the real daughter returned recently. I guess I can't escape people talking about me if I look like this. Psyche thought. I'll be more comfortable this way. I'm glad the clothes I'm wearing today don't look awkward on a man. Then she overheard. Oh, the second prince's birthday celebration festival is starting soon. Come to think of it, Leah did write down some very good information. Delos, the mercenary who defeated the Assam. Currently unable to contact. Chance of participation in the Doll Kingdom festival is quite high, for me yesterday. I should go there on the opening day. Cecil and Isolate are probably by the carriage, so I'll head that way now. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. Hey! Do you not know how to use your own eyes? Hilvia aslant. She added. Why are you just staring at me like a fool? The seal on that letter. Psyche thought. Ugh, everything fell out. Hilvia had stumbled, and yet the onlooker simply stood there. A lady has fallen, but you're just standing there watching her? She shouted. You should know how lucky you are today. If I wasn't in a hurry, you would be done for. Psyche's thoughts continued to race. The seal on the letter Hilvia had with her. I'm positive, it was the seal Lillian uses for her personal business. But she came into this back alley holding that letter. If she's heading in this direction, then is she. I should follow her. She glanced around. I think she went that way. Then she paused. There were others. Are they following her as well? They're not making any noises when they walk. Hilvia's voice suddenly rang out. Get out of my way! Do you think you'll be able to get away with this? When my father finds out, one of the men responded coolly. Yes, actually, your father refuses to meet with us. That's why we're here to see his daughter. Hilvia's eyes widened. What? What do you mean? He added. There is a large sum of money House Aslant borrowed from us and hasn't paid back. That's ridiculous. Hilvia muttered. I know I've been getting less allowance lately, but still. Well, we'll let you go if you sign here confirming the amount. You expect me to believe that? She snapped. Well then, would you like to stay with us until you sign it? No. I'll sign it. Suddenly, one of the men looked up. Hey! Who's there? Psyche's heart raced. Oh my gosh, I made a mistake. I guess I have no choice now. I was going to approach Hilvia quietly after those guys left, but now, hiding might get me into even more trouble. A man stepped forward. Who are you? Why did you follow us? Psyche replied smoothly. No way. I've been waiting my turn because I have something to discuss with her as well. Me? Hilvia gasped. Come to think of it, you're that guy I saw earlier. You were waiting your turn? You had no idea what we might do to her, but you were quietly waiting? That doesn't make much sense. The man said skeptically. There are only two reasons why the Black Moon would be here. Psyche explained. Seeing how you are with a noble lady, it seemed to me like it was a money-related matter. If it was the other, I think it would have been done even before I came here, she went on. The Black Moon is an assassin's organization disguised as an ordinary guild, and is also involved in giving out illegal loans. Walking without making any noises is an assassin's specialty. And recently, there have been rumors about the finances of House Aslant. Of all the organizations that can handle a house like that, they're the only ones that fit the bill. Honestly, I wasn't particularly interested in this kind of information, she thought. She came across this information in her past life while cleaning up Lennox's mess. Psyche said, I think I've answered your question. So if you're done, may I take care of my business now? Did you check the signature? What? Yes, then let's go. All right. She nodded, but Hilvia shouted after her. Hey! You! What is wrong with you? While a fragile lady like me is being harassed by those thugs, you said what? You were waiting your turn? Since you were at the auction, you're also from a noble family. How can you say such a thing to a lady in danger? It seems we have different perspectives about what happened. Psyche replied calmly. It seemed to me like the money they lent your house was more at risk. Well, you don't need to explain, Lady Hilvia. What I want to know is why you're carrying Lady Lillian's letter. Hilvia's eyes darted. How did you? Oh, she must be paying you a lot, for someone like you to do her personal errands for her. Psyche replied. What did you just say? Hilvia hissed. How dare you say? This is a secret road that leads to the jeweler's district. Seeing her reaction, it looks like my guess was right, Psyche thought. Lillian is probably making her own poisonous needle necklace. Perhaps the necklace in my past life was also, she asked. Do you know what that letter says, my lady? Hilvia snapped. Wow, you're really something. I'm just helping my poor, sick friend, huh? Wait, that's... Lady Hilvia, gasps filled the air. Oh my gosh! It really is the wave's tear, Psyche blinked. What are you talking about? I heard that it was sold for 50 million gold in a recent undisclosed auction, but I never thought I would actually see it in person. Hilvia said, entranced. What? Psyche echoed in shock. 50 million gold? A deep blue color similar to the rippling waves. I wasn't sure what that meant when I heard that description, but after seeing the real thing, I totally get it. It's so beautiful, this man. Hilvia stared. I didn't realize it before because I was so mad earlier, but he is rich enough to wear the waves tear on his ear. And he has a high-ranking status that allows him entry into secret auctions. Frozen from shock. On top of all that, he looks quite handsome too. He's a little blunt, but also somewhat elegant with his speech. Hilvia turned to Psyche and exclaimed, Will you marry me? Wait, let go of me, Lady Hilvia. I promise I'll be a good wife. A cool voice cut in. Duke Berndia replied. You said you were going out to get some fresh air, but I had no idea you would be cheating on me in a back alley. What is he doing here? Duke Lester, he say, I would give up if I were you. The person you just proposed to is already engaged to someone else, she replied. Pardon, and that person has a similar background as me, is as powerful as me, higher rank than House Slant, one of the most powerful in the Empire, and has a similar personality to mine. One of the most impatient and temperamental men in the Empire. You should have told me that earlier. Forget what I just said. I wish you the best with your love, Duke said. I did say all that to make her leave, but she didn't even hesitate for a moment. Psyche added, Oh, your grace. I would like to return this to you, but why all of a sudden? Didn't we finish talking about this last time? She say. I didn't know this was the wave's tear. I can't possibly accept something so precious. Pardon? Huh, that is, according to Lady Hilvia it is. Did he give it to me not knowing what it was? Make something that can be used as both a sword and an accessory as quickly as possible. Right now, there's only one item that can handle that level of magic, if there's something great. Just use that to make it, he said. Oh. I remember just glancing at the report and signing it. Well, it can't be helped now. I already gave it to you, so just keep it, she asked. What do you mean? He say. I told you when I first gave it to you. You're the only one who can use it now, Psyche said. There must be a way. I just can't accept something like this for free. It's not for free. I've done a rough calculation, so please take it. What do you mean? He replied. I bought the wave's tears so it could be used to kill the monsters in my territory. Wah. And since you told me a way to get rid of the monsters, it's kind of serving its original purpose. She think I felt something just now. Duke added I knew that it would look the best on you. The first day of the festival. This place is packed, he say. I just need to take care of this one thing. Why don't you wait for me so we can go together, she added. I didn't think this place would be this crowded. Maybe I should have waited for him. No, all I know is the name of the person. It's probably best that I look for him alone. Oh, Crow, I'm going to head this way. Follow me carefully. His Grace must have said something to it since I was beaten by Lennox last time. Psyche think maybe finding this person is going to be a lot harder than I thought. There are just too many people. I have so little information. First, I'll look around the area I haven't been to. I'm very displeased. Don't you trust me? She thought. This voice is, no way. You know how much I depend on you. Izar! And is the lady he's with Siona? Do they know each other? Psyche explained. I'd better get out of here before he notices me. I thought he would be with Lillian and Lennox as usual. I went to the Doll Kingdom Festival with Lennox, and we had so much fun. Too bad you couldn't join us, Psyche. What's Izar doing with Siona? I took care of most things related to House Silkisia, but I never knew about her. Come to think of it, When Lillian came back from the festival at that time, she did mention something weird. It was amazing to see the lifeless dolls move. With that kind of magic, I wonder if they can even move dead people. They went to many places without me, but I remember her saying that because it was kind of strange. Lady Psyche, she said. Lord Aiden, I'm so glad you're alright. I've been trying to contact you, Lord Aiden replied. I'm doing just fine, thanks to you. Duke Lester has been helping me. He smiled. Yes, he actually told me to stay away from you, but today we met by chance, so hopefully he won't say anything. He did test me after all, she surprised. He tested him, he asked. Are you here to enjoy the festival? Psyche said. No, Is it alright to tell him? It'll be alright since Duke Lester is being generous with him. And he seems to know Miss Leah as well. I'll just tell him that I'm looking for someone, but not what for. I'm looking for someone. I'm looking for a mercenary named Delis. All I know is that he's from the West, and I'm not confident that I can find him in this crowd by myself. He think, Delis. I've heard of that name before. Oh. It's one of the pseudonyms used by Lady Stella. Lady Stella? You don't mean Lady Stella, the chief of the West and the master of the Silent Land, Aiden said. Yes, that's right. I'm actually here to see her. What a coincidence again. Coincidence. I just happened to run into Lord Aiden and found out that he and I are looking for the same person. But the person who holds the key to solving the problem in the north is the leader of the West bothers me a little. Would you like to come with me? I can introduce you to Lady Stella when I meet her. Do you have any other business besides that? Oh, yes. Thank you. That's quite enough, he said. Then may I continue to tell you what I was saying last time? Psyche replied. Yes, go ahead. What I'm going to say might shock you, but could you please listen until the end? Psyche thought. I believe you're the victim of the Rees incident. The victim of the Rees incident. I've heard of that before. I believe that you are the daughter of House Rees, the surviving direct descendant of Silkisia. You can't leave during the show. What's that? You shouldn't move during that show, she say. I will evacuate the people from the tent. Lord Aiden, please take the people to a safer place, Aiden shouted. Wouldn't it be better if I did that instead? She replied. If there's anyone who can't move by themselves, you'll be able to help them better. Come back, this way. Head this way to avoid danger. If you go straight, you'll see people gathered there. If you see a security guard, please let them know what happened. Thank you, Lady Psyche. Watch out, Aiden say. Are you alright? Lady Psyche said. Yes, somewhat. Fortunately, the dolls are moving slower than us. It seems like almost everyone has evacuated now. Lady Psyche, did you see Lady Stella in the crowd when you were helping them evacuate? Lady Psyche say. Oh. I'm sorry. I've never seen Lady Stella, so I wouldn't be able to recognize her even if I ran into her, he said. Oh, I'm sorry. She's always dressed in a Western style of clothing, so she would have stood out. Come to think of it, I think she would have gone to find the cause of the accident, she added. The cause? It'll be difficult to deal with such large dolls one by one. Since we're in the center of the capital, if we don't do anything, they'll cause even more damage. I didn't notice anything suspicious when I was helping people evacuate. First, I'll search the tents for Lady Stella. If I find her, I'll find the cause together with her. And if I don't, I'll try to resolve the situation somehow, Aiden said. Then I'll go with why. Croa, she said. I can't go because it's too dangerous. I won't fight the dolls. I'm just going to secretly have a look. Also, Lady Stella might be out there somewhere. I need her help to solve the problem in the Lester territory. If you don't let go of my hair, I'm going to tell His Grace that you pulled out all my hair. It's quiet in here. It is, she say. I don't think there are any more dolls inside, Aiden shouted. Lady Psyche? Lady Stella! Lady Stella, where are you? Croa, can you look around to see if there's anything suspicious? Croa. Lady Psyche, over here, she added. Isn't this a magic circle? No one noticed it because it was on top of the stage. Yes, and in the very center. The center has been blacked out. Did someone try to erase it? Then is the magic circle no longer active? This seems to be the cause, so let's leave it for now. We should contact the Magician Association. Lady Psyche, Isolate say. Your Grace, these are the documents related to the House Rees incident that you mentioned, Duke replied. I'll look at it after I review this one, so put it there. Siona Tubros, She's skilled in plant-based magic, mainly hallucination and mind-affecting magic. Leah entered. Her signature is most similar to the forbidden magic signature that was at the scene during the demonic beast incident. Also, when I went to investigate the day after the incident, I ran into her as well. Man added, by the way, Your Grace, why are you suddenly reinvestigating the House Silkisia incident? Duke asked. Why? Is there a problem? Icide said. There were some suspicious aspects, but the Imperial family were the victims. If they were to say something, you'd be in an awkward position, he said. And even if the results of the investigation turn out differently, there are no immediate family members of House Silkisia left. The biggest reason he couldn't say this out loud. Plus, I thought you were pursuing a relationship with Lady Psyche, so attacking her family looks bad, Duke Berndia say. Well, you have a point, but don't you find it strange? Icide say. Pardon? Duke added. Of the 4 families that have existed for hundreds of years, one disappeared under suspicious circumstances, and another one is now under mysterious attacks and facing great danger. You don't think, Duke said. I'm not sure yet, but as long as there's a possibility that it might concern me too, I have no choice but to investigate it. And the victim of the House Silkisia incident is, Your Grace. What's wrong all of a sudden? What's happening? He shouted. Crow, I lost my connection with Lady Psyche. I lost my connection with Lady Psyche, she shouted. Wake up, you dumb lady. What are you going to do now? Who are you? Psyche say. A child. Wait, where am I? She replied. See? I told you not to go in there, Psyche said. Lady Crow. Yes. Psyche, you stupid girl, Psyche say. I heard that shapeshifters hide in the deep forests in the east to avoid human persecution, but I had no idea that CROA was one of them. Crow, do you know where we are? She replied. How would I know? I don't feel any energy from the ring. This never happened before. This is not an ordinary space. It's strange how dark it is in here. Is there anything we can lighten up this? Lady say. What are you doing, Psyche? Psyche reply. I'm glad I have this. It's sparkly. We'll be able to see where we're going with this, so let's move. I'll cut the iron bars in front first. Wow, you're really strong. Crow, get down. It's difficult for me to walk. If you stay on my back like that, I can't use my sword. Why don't you sit on my shoulder in your crow form? I can't. In here, I can't change back to my crow form, Psyche think. She can't. I guess it can't be helped. Then hang in a way that doesn't get in my way. Okay, Lady asked. By the way, if you're this strong, why did you get beat up last time? It made my dad mad, Psyche say. Your dad? Yes, my dad. Her dad? Who is she talking about? Wait, is she talking about Duke Lester? Lady said. Maybe he's not my dad. Is he my brother? Psyche think. Either one would be an issue. The shapeshifters live longer than humans, so their age gap must be, Lady said. There's something in front of us. Don't come any closer. Lady Stella? She asked. How do you know my name? I'll get you out first. Hold on for a moment. Are you alright? Are you injured? She replied. We are fine. Thank you for helping us. I tried to get us out, but my powers don't work in here. In here, I can't feel the earth. I think someone messed with the coordinates. Think. Lady Crow said that her powers were limited in here too, and the same thing is happening to Lady Stella. Stella of the West. The silent master of the land. As long as she has her feet on the ground, there's nothing that can beat her powerful abilities than this space. It's definitely not a normal place. Lady Stella, who are these children? The magic circle on the stage sucked them in here. The magic circle on the stage, Psyche say. I can't stay here forever, so I'm going to look for a way out. What would you like to do? Since I can't use my abilities here, may we go with you? I can't leave these children here alone. Sure, I'll lead the way. Go straight, then to the right, she said. Psyche, can I have that sparkly thing? I'm telling you where to go anyway. I'm sorry, without this, other people can't see anything. There needs to be a little bit of light so the children are less scared. Instead, when we get out of here, I'll give you something that's even more sparkly than this, Crow added. More sparkly? Really? Oh, you're such a nice person, Psyche. Hey! You smell like winter. It makes me feel so happy. I smell like winter. Hee hee, it's so nice. I'll give you something good as well. Crow, what did you just do? What's this? Lady asked. Do you like it? She replied. I can see everything clearly as if there's a light in here. It's my blessing. Isn't it cool? The blessing of a shapeshifter. It's when the shapeshifter shares their main ability with humans, but I heard that it's rare to receive one nowadays because the relationship between shapeshifters and humans has worsened. Why are you giving your blessing to me? Crow said. There's no one else to give it to anyway, Psyche say. What about Duke Lester? She say. Crow gave him one already. Crow is bad. Oh, right. There's another Crow. So he's a shapeshifter as well, Psyche added. Thank you. It's been a while since anyone has given me something so nice. I feel happy, yet it also feels strange, she say. Is there a problem? You haven't moved in a while. It's a dead end, Psyche said. Yes. We've come to a dead end. We can't go any farther. You even know how to create sword energy. Is it someone I know? Oh no! How are you able to block this? Neen? The way he wields his sword feels familiar for some reason. Psyche, Crow, she said. Crow, take the people who came with us to safety. No! I need to protect you, she shouted. That's how you can protect me. If you don't, I won't be able to fight well because I'm worried about them, he said. You still haven't found her? Leah entered. It was simple growth magic, and a very basic level at that. It looks like someone intentionally lifted the protective shield on the dolls, Duke said. It was probably the Imperial family. Who else would openly interfere with an Imperial-sponsored event in the middle of the city? She said. Hey! Watch what you say. I'm sorry. I was with her, but I failed to protect her, Duke added. Crow, are you still not able to communicate with Crowa? Do whatever you can to find Lady Psyche. Why do I feel like this? If I can't find her, Man said. But how? You're nothing. But how are you doing this? Psyche said. He has a lot of hostility radiating from him. After a few moves, I can definitely tell. His technique is similar to House Silkisia's, but it's extremely destructive. Using this technique also destroys the person using it. This isn't good. I can't block it. I have to get out of the way. There was a magic circle hidden behind the wall. What is going on? His attack destroyed the magic circle. Can we get out of here now? She think. Since he's still reeling from the shock of the magic circle reaction, this is my chance. I have to end this before he gets up. What just happened? Did my body shrink? Is there a magician nearby? Man added. Am I dreaming right now? I did wish for you to crawl like an insect in the past, but I never thought you would actually turn into an insect, she said. So I wasn't just imagining it. It's not that he's attacking me just because I came into this place. He has a lot of hostility toward me, she thought. At this rate, I can only dodge his attacks. I don't think I'll be able to last long this way. What now? Should I lure him to the magic circle? But it's a long way to get there, he added. Damn it. Where are you, Psyche? Where are you? Crow, I'm here, Crow shocked. Oh no! How did you get so small? Psyche replied. I don't know. Where are Lady Stella and the children? She added. She made the earth shake and then took the children outside, so I came to get you. Oh, the earthquake. Lady Stella must have used her powers. Psyche, the ground is shaking in here too. Let's get out of here. I can change back to my form now. Get on my back, Duke think. The rings are connected again. I can feel her energy. She's nearby. Is this the tent that bastard Hilace mentioned before? Lady Psyche, she replied. Duke Lester, boy say. Inviting Silkisia to the north is forbidden. Why? Is it because it's too far? Lady reply. There's something that's always in the north that isn't in the south. You'll find out soon enough when the time comes. Duke think. Did I doze off? Even if I get rid of it, there's no answer. There's a limit to what I can solve from here. I wasn't planning on staying in the capital this long in the first place. How did this happen? She added. No. I want to call off our engagement, he replied. Both parties need to benefit from a deal. Your proposal doesn't make sense to me. What do you gain by doing this? At first, I thought that just solving the monster problem would be the end of everything. I don't even know when I started to worry about her, he thought. Now that I have realized my feelings, it would be ridiculous to pretend like I don't have them. And now that I know, I don't want to deny them. I have fallen for Lady Psyche. Is she in her room right now? Duke added. It's only been a few hours since I've seen her, but I miss her already. I'm in trouble. I confidently told her that I would let her go whenever she wanted, but I don't want to go back to the north alone. What should I do? A voice came. This is hers. This is mine. This is hers, Psyche think. Crow, I can't eat that much when I'm this big. Crow reply. Why not? She said. Is that so? Look at this. This is big enough for me. My body, which suddenly became smaller on the day of the festival, hasn't returned to its original size even as the days have passed. Thanks to that, she entered my lady. What should we do? None of the new dresses we made will fit you anymore. It's too late to remake them now. Psyche say. Oh, I'm alright. She say. Oh, actually. Hold on a minute. These are doll clothes from His Grace's collection room. Maybe you can wear these for now. I'm so glad I found some dresses that fit you. Psyche say. Oh, thank you. I don't think that's the problem right now. I can't figure out why this happened, but Cecil is worried about things like this. Because of that, now I'm just waiting around in fancy doll clothes. Crow added. Psyche, when will you become big again? She say. I don't know. Crow asked. Would you like to go for a ride on my back? Psyche say. No, I'm fine. He entered. Lady Psyche, Duke Lester, he asked. Were you talking to Crow? She added. Oh, yes. We've been talking since that day at the festival. Crow, you. Sorry. I forgot to tell you, Duke Lester. Crow is the culprit. She surprised. What? Crow is the reason you became smaller. This is because of Crow. Crow, keep your wings up, he added. The powers of two gods collided within your body, she said. The power of the gods collided. The blessing of a shapeshifter is like receiving a share of power from the shapeshifter's god. Psyche think. It's like a side effect that occurred when the power of the shapeshifter mixed with a body that already possessed the special ability received from the god Vicente. But my power is not a supernatural ability, he think. Her reaction is somehow a bit more subdued than before. As Ilya said, the brainwashing may have weakened or her rejection response may have become pulled due to repeated exposure. Duke said. Let's just say that is the case. There really isn't any other reason to explain it, is there? She say. So that's it. Oh, come to think of it, I heard that Crow gave you his blessing. Then did you experience a side effect like this too? Duke asked. Is there anything you didn't tell her? Yes, well, my symptoms were different from yours. Anyway, we need someone like the High Priest to solve this problem. I'll contact the temple, she added. That means I have to stay like this until we hear back from the temple, right? Duke replied. I have a makeshift artifact that I can use, but it's in the territory and needs to be repaired. I'm not sure if I can get it here faster before the temple contacts us. Either way, you'll have to endure this for a few more days, Maid shouted. Oh, my lady, I'm reading a book. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you alright, Lady Psyche? Yes, being small was more difficult to get used to than I thought. I should have taken better care of you, he said. No, it's not your fault that she almost got blown away by the wind or got crushed by a napkin. So I've been thinking, how about you wear this? No. If you don't want to, I can't force you to wear it. No. I mean, I'm not a dog or a cat, but how can he ask me to wear a bell? Hold on. I'm passing by. Maid reply. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait. Oh. I didn't know you were there. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's dark, so I can't really see right now. No. I'm sorry I startled you. Are you alright? She said. No. I don't think I'm alright. She surprised. It seemed like you were quite shocked by His Grace's suggestion of wearing a bell, but after thinking about it, I thought there was a chance you didn't like how the bell looked. So, I prepared a few options for you. In case it was because you didn't like the noise it made, I focused on finding various bell designs. She added, if you wear this, it'll release a gorgeous aurora over your head. And this is a brooch that has a sparkling pearl effect that can reach over a mile radius. Psyche say, I appreciate your hard work, but I think I should just wear the bell. All done! There's a magic spell on the bell, so you won't hear it ring. Icide think, why is that still sparkling? She say, go ahead and just laugh to my face, Duke Lester. I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at you. You just look so cute. Really, I'm serious. But you don't believe me, she added. Given your taste, I guess it's possible for you to find this cute. The clothes I'm wearing now were borrowed from your doll's clothes anyway. Has he still not told her that those were gifts he prepared for her? It seems like it. She looks adorable to me, but I'm not sure if it's because she's small or if I'm just infatuated with her. Ski say, Duke Lester, Lady Psyche, since things turned out this way, may I commemorate it with a portrait? he said. You can take off the bell while I'm painting you, she replied. No. I mean, that's not a problem right now. Don't you think it's a bad idea to show myself like this to other people? Oh, you don't have to worry about that. I'm going to paint you myself. You're going to paint the portrait. I'm not a professional artist, but I'm not bad either, she say. But still, your model fee will be paid with a new swordsmanship class once your body returns to normal. Well, come to think of it, since he did give me an expensive gift, and I'm still staying in his mansion, I guess I could indulge his hobby. All right. I'll allow it, Duke said. Do you feel uncomfortable? Would you like to take a break? No, I'm fine. She thinks it's not that I'm uncomfortable. Do artists look at their models like this when they paint them? I feel like his gaze is very intense. Does he have to focus more because I'm so small? He replied. All right, it's done. Oh, you're good. Is this how he sees me? I'm glad you think the portrait turned out nicely, she added. Oh, I almost forgot. What are you going to do with that portrait? Duke say. I don't know. Should I hang it up in my office? Pardon? Well, it's been a long time since I completed a painting. And even you said it turned out well, she say. But still, we're calling off our engagement soon. So don't you think it'll be weird to hang your ex-fiancée's portrait in your office? He reply. Well, I'll think about that when the time comes. I thought he was going to hang it in the collection room along with his doll clothes. The misunderstanding deepens. Icide entered. Your Grace, Lady Stella has arrived, Duke said. She's here early. Take her to the parlor. Yes, Your Grace, Psyche said. Please excuse me. Something happened, so I have no choice but to see you like this, Stella added. It's all right. I just wanted to talk to you for a bit. I think I can guess why you look like that. It's because of that girl you were with, isn't it? Psyche think. She's not surprised by it at all. Even Duke Lester didn't know right away, but she instantly understood what had happened to me. So she's the head of the West. Do you think it's alright for me to see Lady Stella like this? He said. Yes. It might surprise other people, but it'll be alright with her, she say. Is this why Duke Lester said that? I came here to thank you. Thanks to you, the children safely returned home, Psyche say. Oh, I'm glad. Because of my situation, I didn't think to follow up on them. Lady Stella just got caught up in the incident, but she took care of the children until the end. Maybe she's someone who'll listen. Lady Stella? Actually, I went to the festival that day hoping to see you, Stella surprised. Me. I heard that you once dealt with Asums while disguised as the mercenary Della. Oh, how do you know that? I even changed my appearance back then. Well, I guess that's not what's important. Yes, that's right. I just happened to get rid of them while passing by, Psyche replied. I don't know if you know, but the North is in a difficult situation right now because of the sudden appearance of Asums. Could you please help us? An Asum is a high-level monster that uses magic and hallucinations, and is classified as a high-risk monster because it causes its enemies to see illusions. However, their major weakness is that the illusions only work on men. Nevertheless, the reason they are still classified as difficult monsters to deal with is because Asums live in packs, and it is difficult to gather a large army of women to defeat them, she added. When I heard that a mercenary took out a pack of Asums alone, I thought maybe they had a secret attack. But if that mercenary was Lady Stella, she's actually capable of using the traditional methods most effectively. She's a woman, and her power is almost invincible when the conditions are right. If only we could get her help, Stella said. I'm sorry, that's a bit difficult for me to agree to. Oh, I'm not asking you for a favor. If there's anything you want, Stella say. No, that's not the problem. And as for compensation, how could I ask you for such a thing? No. Never mind. If you tell Duke Lester that I declined, he'll understand why. There's still something I must take care of here. That day, I went to the Doll Kingdom to meet someone, since she loves dolls, so I thought I might see her at the doll festival. But since I didn't see her there, I must go find her myself. Well, I'll get going now, Psyche said. But, Philosistania. Lady Stella, that greeting. Oh right. This greeting is not used here, is it? It's a Western greeting, Psyche say. May your breath fill the night stars. Do you know the ancient language? Psyche thought. Well, that phrase is a greeting in the ancient language used in the West. As far as I know, people in the West don't like sales such as auctions, Philosistania. But why was it the password to get into an auction house? That greeting was the password to enter an illegal auction house I accidentally discovered the other day. An auction house. Thank you for letting me know. I have to decline your request for help, but I'll pay you back for the information you gave me today. Evergreen likes perfumes, Psyche say. Pardon? Perfumes. Duke entered. Well, I knew she would say no. You knew, he replied. All right, here you go. What's this? Duke added. I thought you looked uncomfortable while eating. It's been a while since the chef showed off his skills. Thank you so much. Did you two talk about anything else? She said. Evergreen likes perfumes. Does that ring a bell? He became angry. Why should you care what Widnix likes? Psyche replied. I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. Widnix Evergreen, along with House Lester in the north, House Silkisia in the south, and House Stella in the west. House Evergreen is one of the families that founded the Empire. Widnix is their current head. He possesses abilities and is known as the wind that does not blow. Psyche think. For generations, House Evergreen has rarely left the Eastern Territory, so I never encountered him even in my past life. He shouted. Widnix is a crazy bastard. Everyone is deceived because he comes from a nice family and has a good-looking face, but he has a nasty personality, she thought. As he spoke, he realized he was kind of describing himself. She added, Oh. Sure, Duke Burndia said. Damn it, why are we talking about Evergreen all of a sudden? He never leaves the Eastern Territory anyway. Oh, if Lady Psyche really leaves this place after things are wrapped up, it would be strange for her to stay under Lester Territory because I'm her ex-fiancé. While the West is too different and closed off, she wouldn't want to go to the capital or to the south due to House Silkisia's influence. So by method of elimination, the only remaining territory where she can escape House Silkisia's influence is Evergreen in the east. He think. I got worked up when Lady Psyche mentioned that annoying bastard. But even Lady Stella's seemingly random statements often have meaning when I look back on them later. I guess she was foreseeing that I'm going to be involved with Widnix soon. She say Duke Burndy Lester. Yes? Lady Stella said earlier that you would understand why she had to decline our request. And you also said you knew she would say no. Would it be rude if I asked why? He added. No, it's not rude. You were trying to resolve a problem in my territory, so you have a right to know. There's an unwritten rule among people who possess special abilities. It's a very old rule, she said. An unwritten rule. People with abilities shall not interfere in each other's lives, Psyche say. Why is that? Only very few people have special abilities even within the Empire. Shouldn't they help each other? It's because of the first heads of the houses. There's a legend behind this ring. This ring was made by the first head of House Lester, he added. They say that this ring was imbued with the regret of the first head of House Lester after he lost his lover. There is no official record of it, but it is assumed that the first head of House Silkisia was his lover. She asked. What? House Silkisia. But those two, Duke said. Yes, they each married someone else and started their houses. And they both went crazy and died miserably. What? That's, he say. They say this is the reason why House Silkisia and House Lester's abilities manifest after skipping several generations. Unlike House Evergreen and House Stella who passed down their abilities every generation. It's because the tortured souls of the house heads were passed down to future generations. She became shocked. That's the reason there's an unwritten rule. To put it harshly, it's because other houses don't want to be dragged down if one house is doomed. If those are their values, we should respect them, right? Everyone already has a lot of responsibility on their shoulders as is. Just so you know, I don't believe it, she said. Pardon? He replied. What people say about their souls and all that. I just wanted to let you know that such a story exists in order to explain why Stella acted that way. Psyche say. Oh. I see. You didn't have to explain it in such detail then. It would have been enough to just let me know there's an unwritten rule, he say. But, you've been working hard to solve the monster problem. Well, we signed a contract. Regardless of the contract, I do owe and feel grateful to you. Thanks to you, I'm starting to see a way to resolve the problem plaguing the North. That's why I thought you deserved to know the full reason why your request was declined. She think, I feel grateful just being able to stay here. And I've always worked hard on things. No one has ever. I guess this is how it feels. To be recognized for my efforts. I see, he said. Miss Leah sent this. It appears someone is trying to recreate Keaton's necklace. I've checked it, so you can leave. Lennox say if you don't mind, I would like to see Lady Psyche. Didn't I warn you to stay away from her? Lennox said. There's something I need to tell her, Duke added. What? Are you going to tell her that she's Ree's daughter? Lennox said. How do you? I mean, is it true? Were you going to tell her something you're not even sure about? Lennox added. No. I had a strong suspicion, but I didn't have any evidence to convince her. I thought if she visited the temple and took the ability verification test, that would give a clear answer. But what were you going to do if the temple noticed and the information was leaked? Did you think you could take responsibility for that? Well, then does Lady Psyche already know? Duke said. No. I'm just telling you not to tell her something unnecessarily. Judging by her recent reactions, her brainwashing is slowly being undone. Any unnecessary shock like the one before will only burden her mind. Lennox shouted. What are you saying? You know what she went through at House Silkisia, Duke replied. How funny that you're the one telling me that. It was almost 20 years ago. I guess you were young back then, but you've had plenty of opportunities since, haven't you? I didn't know she was still alive. Had I found out earlier, he replied. So it's not that you didn't know about the incident, you just didn't know she was alive? In the end, you knew everything but kept your mouth shut, Duke added. That's exactly what I expected from a member of House Hillis. That's why I want you to stay away from Lady Psyche, who suffered while you kept quiet about your family's sins. Why don't you think about that very carefully? 40. Oh. Are you alright? Yes, he say. I told you it was dangerous to stand there. It's not like you've never seen a festival before, Psyche replied. Oh, it is my first time. When I was here a few days ago, I wasn't able to properly look around. Haven't you been living in the capital all this time? Festivals are held here quite often. Well, her father, Duke Logan say. It's because you're focused on such useless things that you've amounted to nothing. Don't even think about going around dirtying the family name. Lennox added she even wants to go to the festival now. I just don't like crowded places, Duke thought. She wouldn't have reacted the way she did just now. If the problem was really that she didn't like crowds, those bastards probably didn't allow her to go. When your body returns to its regular size, should we go on a date? We haven't done that in a while, she asked. Why would you? Duke replied. Do I need a reason? I just want to. An ability verification test? Is there such a thing? Oh, didn't you know, Lillian? Lillian added. Not at all. Why didn't father tell me about it? He probably forgot to mention it because he was distracted by that damn Psyche, maid say. He's right, my lady. How about you take it now? He said. That might be difficult. 2 or more nobles of a certain rank must stand witness in order to. Duke Lester, come closer, she say. I, Lillian Silkisia, House Silkisia's eldest daughter, give my greetings to Duke Lester, he said. You must be unfamiliar with the meaning of the term eldest daughter. Oh no. I'm not mistaken. I guess you don't know yet. Psyche is soon going to be never mind. But Duke Lester, are you here alone? What brings you to the temple? If it's okay with you, I would love for you to escort me. Duke Lester, Duke said. You seem to have some difficulty understanding. I thought it was clearly stated that I don't want anything to do with you, Psyche think. It's quite amazing how Lillian never gives up. He's been scorning her every time they meet, Lillian said. Wait, I'd like to take the ability verification test. Please participate as my witness, Psyche thought. She's going to take the ability verification test? Duke say. Neither Lennox, who suggested the test, nor she seemed to know the truth, he thought. Since Lady Psyche is the one who possesses House Silkisia's ability, I already know what the results of the test will be. However, people don't know that House Silkisia already has an ability user, so this is a difficult request to refuse. Alright. But I believe you need 2 nobles to participate in the ability verification test. I have things to do, so I can't just wait around. I'll participate if there's another noble who can join immediately, she said. Well. Oh. There's somebody right there. Duke Evergreen. Widnix Evergreen, he say. What? Duke said. I thought you'd stay in the east even if the empire collapsed. What are you doing in the capital? Widnix Evergreen. Don't you know? It's because of you. What? He said. It's because of your power, Berndia. What do you mean? He asked. Well, Widnix hesitated, then added. Never mind. It's no use telling you. What? He pressed. He paused. Don't forget the promise you made back then. His expression changed. Did I use my power again? He murmured. Just then, the carriage stopped. We've arrived, she stepped out and gasped. Oh my, it's so beautiful. Is this where I take the test? Yes, my lady, the knight replied. She looked around. So this is where they perform the ability verification test, Lady Psyche, a voice called out. Her heart skipped. I got caught. What do I do? How do I explain this? But Lennox and Lillian are here too, Duke panicked. What happened was, she stammered, noticing the man looking away. What? Is he turning a blind eye? Or maybe he's trying to say he doesn't even want to know what happened. He remained silent. He won't tell anyone else, Psyche say. I'm sorry I got caught. I'll be more careful. But then, a thought struck her. But wait. How did Duke Evergreen recognize me right away? Is it because I'm with Duke Lester? Or maybe he knew me from my silver hair. It's not a common color, a voice boomed. The High Priest has arrived. Lady Lillian Silkisia, please come to the center of the sanctuary. Yes. Lillian responded enthusiastically. What do you think, Berndya? He whispered. About what? He replied. Witnix say. What do you think will be the results of this test? Is my opinion going to change the outcome? Of course not. Then just be quiet and watch. Witnix is a crazy bastard, Duke muttered. Everyone is deceived because he comes from a nice family and has a good-looking face, but he has a nasty personality. They trailed off. Duke Lester was furious when he talked about Duke Evergreen last time, but they seemed to get along somewhat. Wait, she suddenly said. Did Lillian take this test in the past? No, I don't think so. She and Lennox were out today and came here on impulse. If she had taken the test in the past but didn't mention it because of disappointing results, that would be a huge relief. But what if that's not the case and she really does have an ability? The reason Duke Lester is so kind to me is because he mistakenly believes I have House Silkisia's special ability. But if he realizes that all I have is a curse, Duke added. You were having strange thoughts again, weren't you? Duke Lester, she gasped. You can't bring me out into the open. No one's looking this way anyway. Why the long face? He asked calmly. The test will reveal that Lillian doesn't have an ability. But I'd like to let you know before the results come out that it doesn't matter to me whether you have one or not. Haven't we come too far for that not to be the case? Think about it. You already know so many of my weaknesses. Regardless of whether or not you possess an ability, I'm the one who has to make sure you think well of me. So let's just watch how this test goes completely wrong. She clutched her chest. This is so unfamiliar. What is this feeling? Then the priest stepped forward. Witnix say. It's starting. How do we know the results of the test? She whispered. The color of the water changes. Came the answer. If the person taking the test has an ability, when the high priest pours the holy water, its color will change to match the unique color of the ability. He said it's very rare to see the color change. You're quite lucky, Lady Psyche, Duke said. Wait, Lillian shocked. What's this? Crowd murmuring. How can it be black? Has anything like this ever happened before? High priest shouting. Silence! What is this indecency before God? Vicente, acolyte nervously. But high priest! This has never. I mean, isn't this some kind of omen? Someone in the crowd. A color like that. It's usually a bad sign, High Priest firmly. How can man claim to know God's will? We cannot say what this means. Not yet, Lillian shaken. I didn't do anything, High Priest commanding. For now, come with me, Acolyte interrupting. High Priest! It's a prophecy, Acolyte pointing to the heavens. Behold, the word of God. A prophecy has come upon us, crowd and all. Vicente has given us a message? A prophecy. What does it mean? Psyche thinking to herself. A prophecy. Something like this can't be hidden, but I don't remember anything like this from my past life. What's happening? The temple of Vicente immediately shut its doors after receiving the prophecy, the first one in hundreds of years. Everyone in the temple became extremely cautious, so the story of Lillian's ability verification test never leaked. And Duke Lester handing her something. Here. Take this, Psyche looking. A brooch? Duke Lester said. It's just temporary. The high priest couldn't see you, so for now, this should help. Psyche. How do I use it? Duke Lester added. I'll explain. Wait. Servant gently. Excuse me, my lady. You're going to return to your normal size soon. You probably shouldn't be on the table, Psyche said. Oh, right, Duke Lester say. Just wear the brooch and press the button on the back. Psyche pressing it. Like this. Oh. I'm back, Duke Lester said. Good. I'm glad it worked, but remember, it's only a temporary measure, Psyche reply. Are there any side effects? Duke Lester say. Nothing serious, but, servant rushing in. Your Grace. An urgent message from the Imperial Palace. They're requesting your presence immediately. Duke Lester sighing. Looks like the news of the prophecy has already reached the palace. I'll explain the side effects later. For now, just get some rest, Psyche said. All right. Please go, Psyche thinking. There was no prophecy in my past life. So what changed? Was it Lillian's test? I should ask Duke Lester when he gets back. Maybe I can figure something out if I know what the prophecy says. Still, at least my body is back to normal. For now, Cecil entering. My lady, Psyche say. Cecil, come in. Cecil eyes wide. Oh my lady. You're back to normal, Psyche smiling softly. Yes. Thank you, Cecil. You've really helped me, Cecil flustered. Oh no, I was just doing my job, Cecil remembering. I almost forgot. Someone's here to see you, Psyche reply. To see me? Psyche thinking. A guest. But only a few people know I'm here. Could it be Lady Stella? Miss Leah? Or Duke Evergreen? Scene. Imperial Palace. Emperor Avelhide impatient. Duke think. What took him so long? That's not like him, High Priest say. Your Majesty, I have the prophecy. High Priest solemnly reciting. Glory that has lost its light shall consume the light of the sun. The flower that blooms in silence shall see its roots rot up. That is all, nobles whispering. The sun. That's dangerous to say aloud. Such a grim warning. Duke burned quietly. Neither of those sound hopeful. This won't be easy, High Priest. The prophecies of Vicente always come in pairs, and one of them always comes true, Adahide said. What do you think it means? Duke say. It's metaphorical. Hard to be sure, but when the sun is mentioned, it often refers to the emperor or the imperial family, so we already know which one we should try to ensure comes true. Another noble. Flowers and roots, maybe it refers to the land, or perhaps to Stella of the Silent Earth? Crown Prince looking at Lester. Duke Lester. What's your opinion? Duke Lester carefully said. This is a delicate matter, Your Highness. I'd rather not rush to judgment. I'll need more time to consider the meaning, whispered aside. The Emperor can be prickly. It's wiser not to say anything too definitive. Voice tentative. Your Majesty, may I offer a suggestion? He said. You may speak. Then I shall. First of all, since the sun is mentioned, we must ensure that the second oracle is the one that gets fulfilled. Rotten roots can be pulled out, but the sun that loses its light cannot be restored. I can't believe he's saying that out loud, but he's not wrong. Who would dare say it is right for the first prophecy to be fulfilled? Duke Silkisia. After hearing about the prophecy, I quickly researched some prophecies of the past before coming. They are always given in metaphors, and in some, the words have referred to the names of specific people. For example, Grand Minister Claudia was compared to a cloud, while Rainia, the woman of tragedy, was compared to rain. But that's not true for all prophecies, correct? Duke Silkisia added. Indeed. However, since there are two earlier cases, I'm only suggesting that it is highly likely. If we were to connect names to this prophecy, the flower mentioned in the second line could be a reference to Lady Lillian. We are discussing the first prophecy right now, Duke Lester. Duke think. I brought up the name of the daughter he loves, but he's still not withdrawing his claim. Logan Silkisia definitely has an ulterior motive. Is there a name associated with glory among House Silkisia's enemies? Widnick said. What Duke Silkisia is saying is quite dangerous. I was just sharing some interpretations from the past. Duke asked. What's this? Normally the Emperor would have ordered to first arrest everyone the prophecy might refer to, Widnick replied. Well, now that everyone has heard the prophecy, we should have time to think about it. We'll end the meeting here for now and have another after the prince's birthday banquet. Yes, Your Majesty. Of course. Oh, but since everyone is here, let's have dinner together in a moment. We're honored, Your Majesty. Private lounge in the Imperial Palace. Duke Berndia added. Isolate, get me a list of all the nobles Duke Logan might have a problem with. Right away, Your Grace, he ordered. Given Logan's personality, he wouldn't have just brought up vague guesses. He wants everyone to know that it is likely that the oracle is referring to a specific person's name. Glory that has lost its light shall consume the light of the sun. The Emperor's reaction was unexpected. He still stopped Logan even though what the prophecy said was potentially threatening to him. Then it is likely that the person Logan wants to get rid of is someone the Emperor needs. All nobles with names meaning glory have a good relationship with House Silkisia, he thought. Someone Logan wants to get rid of. Lady Psyche said that she didn't remember anything before her adoption. Then did Logan Silkisia give her the name Psyche? What if her original name was related to glory? Am I taking too far of a leap? Prince say. What's that? Lady Psyche is staying at Duke Lester's mansion? What happened, Duke Lester? Even though you two are engaged, she is an unmarried woman. As her father, he's right, Duke Lester. You should have been more considerate of Duke Silkisia's position. The rumor is true. Though adopted, she's still a duke's daughter, he think. How annoying. Logan has never cared about Lady Psyche's reputation. Currently, the supporters of the Emperor and those of the Crown Prince are divided, with each faction keeping each other in check. They're asking why I'm taking care of a lady whose family is associated with the Emperor's faction, even though Lady Psyche has helped House Lester so much more than the Crown Prince has. Logan, are you trying to create a wedge between me and the Crown Prince? You're mistaken if you think you're the only one who can play politics in a place like this. I had considered that, but I couldn't ignore my fiancée in danger. Lady Psyche was in danger, he replied. What does he mean, Duke think? Duke Silkisia's second son didn't hesitate to slap his sister in front of me, and the eldest son condoned that behavior instead of reprimanding him. Even if she was once a commoner, how could her brother hit her? Come to think of it, I heard that they had a fight in the street. Could it be? She felt as if she couldn't inconvenience the Duke since she was adopted, so she stayed silent and suffered alone. That's why I suggested she reside at my house for a while. I also wanted to repay her for helping me. Helping you? Duke Berndia added. She shared the contents of the Book of Monsters with me to help me resolve monster problems in my territory. Oh, of course, you must have given her permission, Duke Silkisia. It's a bit late, but I'd like to thank you for that. What? The Book of Monsters? He's bringing that up again. What is happening? I had no idea that Duke Silkisia's sons were like that. So then Duke Lester was just protecting his fiancée. What's this thing about monsters? Did House Silkisia offer help to House Lester first? Adahide said. Come to think of it, the monster problem in Lester territory is quite serious. Duke Silkisia. Yes, Your Majesty? Isn't the dungeon issue in Silkisia territory resolved now? Well, I think we should send the southern troops to the north. Thank you for your consideration, Your Majesty, Adahide added. What is the Emperor up to? Wasn't he the one who made sure I didn't get any help on this matter? And recently, the Kingdom of Hesti in the north sent an envoy to our empire requesting an alliance by marriage. Duke Lester has become engaged against his will due to the situation in his territory. Given the situation, it seems Lady Psyche can't reside with her family anymore, and a duke's daughter would fit a political marriage with a small kingdom on the border like Hesti, Duke replied. Your Majesty, I have no intention of breaking off my engagement. What happened? Duke Silkisia say. It didn't go too well, Siona say. I can't believe he's not giving up even after receiving such a prophecy, he replied. That prophecy is real, right? She added. Of course. Even I can't mess with such a thing. It took a lot of effort to steal it in advance. You should have done a better job of persuading him. His Majesty was stubborn, he replied. Ha! So what happened with the matter with the offerings? Siona said. What do you think? Your daughter interfered, so it failed spectacularly, and you couldn't even handle it? How pathetic, she think. He treats me so poorly just because I use forbidden magic. I wonder how he'll react when he finds out that his son had a hand in it, and that he was responsible for the failure? Well then, why couldn't you do your job? If you had controlled Psyche's abilities, she wouldn't have used them in front of Duke Lester. All you had to do was make sure she drank the tea every day. Is that hard? What? She said. Didn't the Emperor tell you? Poor you. I guess His Majesty doesn't fully trust you, huh? He shouted. Get rid of Psyche's ability. Do it now, she say. I already told you it's not possible. If it was, I wouldn't have made you use that method. You, she smiled. Let go of me. What? Are you going to hurt me? What do you think will happen if I confess everything to His Majesty right now? His Majesty has anxiously waited for over a decade, wondering when Psyche's abilities will awaken. I heard that he went so far as to bring Psyche and Duke Lester together, in hopes that being close to an ability user would help awaken her ability. But if His Majesty were to find out that you were suppressing her ability all along, Duke Silkisia added, it's not like I acted alone. You also. I won't lose my life over that. You know our positions are different, right? Well, anyway, I guess I should check on it sometime soon, he say. Check on what? I have to see whether the spell is working properly on her. Lester Manor. Duke Evergreen. What brings you here? Duke Lester has been summoned to the Imperial Palace, he replied. Yes. I as well. I thought this might be the only time I could meet you without Bernda around. What do you mean? He asked. Why are you here, Lady Psyche? She replied. I'm just staying here temporarily due to some personal circumstances, but soon. That's not what I mean. In your past life, you never left House Silkisia until your death, just as I thought. You remember, don't you? How did you know? He said. You are the one who inherited House Silkisia's ability. Haven't I heard this before? That this power is an ability, not a curse? I think Duke Lester said the same thing, but that's nonsense, isn't it? Because my ability is a curse, he added. Lady Psyche, even if I tell you to return to House Silkisia and repeat your past life, you won't listen, will you? What do you mean by that? How does Duke Evergreen know that I went back in time? Return to House Silkisia and repeat the past? To me that's, Psyche say. Is it because of Lillian? I heard that you rescued her, he replied. No, this has nothing to do with her. Saving her was a mistake. Had I not done that, she think. A mistake? That's not what's important. Do you know what Bernda did after you died? Psyche thought. He did something? In my previous life, Duke Lester and I were in a forced engagement because of the Emperor. That was all, but Duke Evergreen is asking about events after my death. How much of that past does he remember? He added. If you really want a different ending from last time, you'll have to resolve the Reese incident first. The Reese incident? He said. And if the undying flame goes out in this life, that will be your fault. The flame will go out, she think. Duke Evergreen knows something. As he said, I need to investigate the Reese incident. First, I need to find out who's made the fake necklace. If I follow the clues step by step, I'll avoid dying in vain like I did before. I asked Hilvia Esland to make the fake necklace. I'll start by checking the jewelry stores she frequents. What's that? What do you mean? We've already started working on it. It can't be helped. My lady says she won't be able to pay you, MB added. Do you expect me to believe that Marquis's precious only daughter doesn't have the means to pay us? She say. Recently, the financial state of the Marquis has changed, he reply. It's because of the rumor that the Blue Moon Guild has the real one, right? Psyche thought. The Blue Moon Guild? So there's a rumor that the Blue Moon Guild has the real thing. I didn't expect that kind of information. It does seem like a trap. The necklace is evidence stolen from the Imperial family concerning the Crown Princess assassination case. If it was really taken, it should show up again around this time. However, if it's in the possession of the Blue Moon Guild, the front organization of the Assassin's Guild, Black Moon, this is intentionally leaked information designed to lure people looking for Keaton's necklace. The people out to get Keaton's necklace are Lillian, who made a fake one, Hilvia, Lillian's proxy, and although I don't know why, Miss Leah, who asked Duke Lester to get it. On the surface, it looks like Duke Lester and I attacked the auction house to get the necklace. Although we both hid our identities with magic, I need to consider the possibility that someone might have recognized us. Is there someone among these people whom the Blue Moon, that is, the Black Moon, is trying to lure using the necklace as bait? Psyche added. I don't know who the guild is after, he replied. Even if I tell you to return to House Silkisia and repeat your past life, you won't listen, will you? What do you mean by that? He said. If you really want a different ending from last time, you'll have to resolve the Reese incident first. But I have no other options right now. The Blue Moon headquarters, she think it's so gaudy and flashy. Welcome. Is there anything in particular you're looking for? She think. I'd like a necklace. Yes, the jewelry section is right this way, she replied. No, not those ordinary necklaces. I want an ornate gold necklace, with a vivid green emerald about the size of 2 fingers. I was told I'd be able to find it here. Could you please wait a moment? Guy added. Moo, I didn't expect to see you. Haven't we met before? Let's go. Yes, she think. He's the man who threatened Hilvia in the back alley, he added. The little girl from House Slant is more of a troublemaker than I thought. Are you disappointed because I'm not the customer you were expecting? What? Just in case. I checked out a few other jewelry stores before coming here, but not a single jeweler responded to the name Keaton's necklace. That only exists in old tales, no? There's no way that the first jeweler somehow had exceptional information, and it looks like someone leaked the rumor knowing that Hilvia Slant had requested the necklace. Why would this man, who had already met Hilvia, go out of his way to lure her? That means the one he truly wants is, Psyche say. You were trying to lure Lillian Silkisia here, weren't you? How? No, I guess it was an easy question to answer if you found the info through Slant, he said. I know something about you as well. You broke into the illegal auction house with a partner and tried to steal Keaton's necklace, right? Don't be so guarded. I had a rough description of the intruder, and I only figured it was you because you're here. Well, I would be going about it in a roundabout way, but I could make you an offer, she asked. An offer? Lady Psyche, Lester Manor. Welcome back, my lady. Oh, Cecil, is Duke Lester home yet? Yes, his grace is probably in his room, she said. When I came home, I was surprised to find that you were out. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know when you would be back. I took Croa with me, so I thought you would at least know where I was, Duke Berndia added. I asked you to take Croa for your protection, not to keep an eye on you. I'll tell Croa. So if you don't want me to know where you are, you can tell her that before you take her. Of course, I'd feel more relieved knowing your location, but, she say, alright, I wasn't particularly trying to hide my tracks. I actually don't know where to start. The truth is, I wanted to investigate the Keaton necklace case, so I went to the jewelry street, Duke said. Were you there to find out where Lady Lillian put in her request for the fake necklace? She say. You know about that? Then explaining things will be simpler. I went to the Blue Moon Guild because they had leaked information about the necklace, and they tried to strike a deal, he said. A deal? From the Blue Moon Guild? No, it seemed like a personal offer, Guy added. The man who raided the auction house with you was Duke Lester, wasn't it? You and Duke Lester seem to be rather close. If so, could you arrange a meeting with the Duke's fiancée, Lady Psyche? If she doesn't want to come alone, I don't care if the Duke accompanies her, Psyche think. That's good. For a moment, I thought he recognized me. What do I get in return? I'll tell you where Keaton's necklace is, she replied. You don't expect me to believe that, do you? Given what led me here, he explained. Oh my, even as I made the offer, I could tell you wouldn't find me credible. Well, I guess I have no choice. I'll take a bit of loss, but why don't I pay you in advance so we can build trust? Lady Lillian has the real necklace, she surprised. What? Lillian has it? That's all I'll say for now. I believe I've made the effort to prove I can be trusted, so if you want more details, arrange a meeting for me with Lady Psyche. Lady Lillian has the real necklace? We ought to make sure of that. She say then I'll send a letter, Duke said. It's not urgent, so let's make contact after we investigate the matter first. In any case, there's the swordsmanship competition in a few days, she replied. Oh yes. You have to attend the event, right? He added. You're speaking like it has nothing to do with you. Well, I'm not a participant, so I'm not particularly involved. Is there a reason for me to attend? He said. Well, I should start by explaining what happened at the meeting. Judging from Duke Silkisia's attitude, it seemed like he wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of someone. Do you have any guesses as to whom? Psyche say. No. The only people with names associated with glory are Baron Deschen and Marquis Urant, but both have a good relationship with Father, Duke Silkisia, so there's no particular need to keep them in check, because Duke Silkisia could easily get rid of them at any time, she replied. Yes, my father wouldn't need to use a prophecy to deal with those two, he think. I agree. If so, then it's highly likely that Lady Psyche is the Duke's target. I could be more certain if there was a way to know her real name. Lady Psyche? Did she fall asleep? Oh my. I didn't properly explain the brooch's side effects to her because I was so suddenly summoned to the palace. The next morning, when did I come back to my room? Oh, Lady Psyche! Are you awake now? Yes, I just woke up, Cecil say. His Grace has asked for you to come see him in his office after you get plenty of rest. She surprised. I guess Duke Lester carried me back to my room. Oh. Then please help me get ready, so I can go right away. Yes, my lady. I'll prepare your bath water first, she think. Oh, I'm small again. Is the artifact not working anymore? Huh? Where did the brooch go? He entered. I took it off, she replied. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry, but my memories of last night are a little fuzzy. No, I should have explained the brooch better before I left for the palace yesterday. It's my fault. What you're experiencing is a side effect of the artifact, she say. What do you mean? The artifact will force you to sleep if used continually for more than 12 hours a day. Oh, that was why you said it was only a temporary measure. Yes, so it's probably better not to use it while you're at home. Since it's good for 12 hours, can I use it if I keep track of the time? Well, yes, but she probably wouldn't appreciate it if I said it was because she's so cute when she's small. She said, well, since I don't have to go out today, I can use it now, right? I'm sorry, but could you pick me up and put me down on the ground? Your wish is my command, my lady. Is this all right? She replied. Yes, thank you. Our conversation yesterday gave me an idea. Did you ever get to know the Silkisia family tree while you were at Silkisia Manor? Oh yes. I know the direct family line by heart, he said. If you don't mind, could you write it down for me? The family tree probably looks like this right now. I may not correctly remember the people who didn't continue the family line. Duke burned, I think. It looks the same as the one in the noble family records. Has Silkisia meticulously changed out all internal and external documents? Did the current Duke name you Psyche? What was your original name? Psyche replied. Well, I don't know. I have almost no memories before adoption, he added. I see. Excuse my asking? I wonder why I can't remember anything either. What? He say. Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking to myself because I thought of something, she added. But why did you suddenly want to see the family tree? Duke say. I wanted to check something. Actually, His Majesty suggested yesterday that we break off our engagement. But then, I've refused him for now. What? Why did you? He think. I expected it. But that kind of reaction hurts a little. I'm not ignoring your wish to break off our engagement. However, His Majesty wanted to call off our engagement so he could send you to Hesti for a political marriage. That's why. I thought it would be better for you to stay engaged to me, so I had no choice but to say no, she say. Then, the swordsmanship competition you mentioned yesterday, Duke told her. Since I declared that I would not end our engagement, it would look a little funny if I showed up alone to an Imperial event, wouldn't it? Sice replies. Then I'll attend as your partner. Thank you. Sending me to Hesti? Nothing like that came up in my past life. What made things change? Above all, Hesti is a northern country where it snows all year round. Did my father say anything like a member of House Silkisia can't go to the north? Burned, inviting Silkisia to the north is forbidden, he said. No, he didn't mention that, but I remember hearing something like that in the past. Is that true? She added. It's a family secret, so please keep this to yourself. People from House Silkisia can't go where it snows. My family has had a snow phobia to varying degrees for generations. When serious, just seeing snow makes us go crazy. That's why I always stayed at an estate in the south during winter, Duke say. Are you saying you also have that phobia? She said. What? Of course, but the current Duke and his sons were fine staying in the capital even during the snowy winter. The members of House Silkisia I have seen up until now were never afraid of snow, Duke explained. Don't you find that odd? Moreover, you were adopted. Well, oh no, is she going to collapse again? Ready to catch her if she falls, Psyche thought. It feels like my head is about to burst. Who am I? Lady Psyche. She didn't pass out. Lady Psyche, do you remember what we were talking about? Psyche say. I do. You mentioned House Silkisia's fear of snow, but I found it odd that I have it too, since I was adopted. He thinking. She didn't lose her memory either. Did that black spark I just saw mean the brainwashing spell on her is getting weaker? It's too early to jump to conclusions. I have to make sure, she replied. Perhaps it's just a coincidence? No, it can't be a coincidence, because you're a direct descendant of Duke Silkisia. To be clear, your powers are not a curse. It's a special ability that runs in House Silkisia, Duke thought. It's become apparent that the effects of her brainwashing are starting to wear off. She doesn't react as strongly as she did the first time I brought it up. She no longer passes out or loses her memory either, but it seems that when she experiences mental dissonance, she gets a severe headache. That's probably the result of the brainwashing spell wearing away. Was it helpful that I prodded her memories? Or was it thanks to, he added, our sparring sessions? I'll have to increase my sparring time with her. A few days later, Cecil said. I think I'm ready now. No, my lady, it's been so long since you've attended an official event with His Grace. Since your earring is so fancy, it would be better not to wear anything on the other ear. And you're wearing a brooch, so I suggest your necklace shouldn't be too fancy. Oh my. I have no choice. Would you like me to add more hair accessories? I gave it my 100%. His Grace will fall in love at first sight, Psyche thinking. He wasn't impressed even when I dressed up much more extravagantly. Cecil added, maybe that was because His Grace doesn't like extravagant dresses. Anyway, trust me this time. If His Grace is not impressed, I'll scold him, Psyche say. What if you get fired? Duke said. Should we just not go? What? Duke added. What His Grace means is, you look so beautiful that he doesn't want to share your beauty with anyone else, Icide said. That's right. His Grace's annoyed expression is due to the thought of other men seeing you, Cecil say. Hold on, you two, Duke say. Shall we go to the carriage? Psyche reply. Let's go. Swordsmanship Stadium. The swordsmanship competition was one of the events held to commemorate the second prince's coming-of-age ceremony. Due to the large number of participants from all over the country, it went on for a week. It was the last day, and as it was customary for the emperor to attend this day, many nobles came to watch. Someone added, my goodness, look over there. Isn't that Duke Lester and Lady Psyche? Oh my, that's right. Didn't they have a fight? I heard it made an alley collapse. Well, they still have to show the public they're on good terms, don't they? Why haven't they broken off their engagement? She think. I knew it. It seems like Lady Lillian is a much better fit for him. Lady Psyche. Which part of what you heard just now was funny? Oh, I'm sorry. It's just that. I just remembered how much you disliked Lillian. What I just said wasn't nice. Please forget it. No, I'm very happy. You seem to have understood my feelings very well. Alright, let's go. She thinking. Why is he so happy that I said that? He said. She'll never say something like that to me again. Psyche say. So, you're really not going to get engaged to Lillian? No. Lingering hope. Why are the combatants wearing the same clothes? He added. Oh, that. It was done to encourage people to fight without being restricted by status. But it didn't work because they were allowed to bring their own weapons. The emblems on their swords reveal what house they're from, essentially telling commoners to step aside. She replied. I see. It is likely that all of the combatants left until today are of noble birth. Announcer. The white mask wins. The black mask wins. Duke say. You're bored, aren't you? She say. I am. Oh, I'm sorry. It's alright. I'm bored too, she added. You brought me here. It would be difficult to find this interesting at our skill level. At least this next match will be worth watching. Announcer. We'll start the third match. Why do those two feel so familiar to me? Incredible. That swordsmanship. Could it be the man in the white mask? Is that Lord Aiden? Then, who's wearing the black mask? It can't be. Amazing. Finish him. He's the man who attacked me before. Lady Psyche? She replied. Yes. I thought the same thing that day. His swordsmanship. It's strikingly similar to House Silkisia's. Then, attack him. Now, I think I know who he is now. Izar, he added. Are you not feeling well? Shall we step outside? No, it's alright, Psyche thought. If I remember correctly, Izar's swordsmanship was always textbook perfect, precise, clean, predictable. But now, when did he change to such a destructive style? His sword, it feels different. It's like it carries a rage that wasn't there before. Did our eyes just meet? The white mask wins, Duke said. The black masked swordsman. He hesitated. His resolve wavered just before the final blow. I'll visit the combatants' resting area. Just for a moment. Have you not raised your son properly? I'm sorry. Please forgive me, Lennox shouted. How dare a lowly soldier attack my older brother? Izar. Stop it, Lennox, Izar said. Psyche, are you here to laugh at me? Because I lost? She replied. No, I just have one question. That day, was it you who attacked me? If you wanted me dead, why didn't you say it to my face? Psyche's monologue. If someone asked me if I liked Izar as a brother, I'd say no. Absolutely not. All my days in that house, I spent them supporting him, protecting his reputation, compared to Lennox, who abused me openly, or Lillian, who framed me for everything the moment she returned. Izar was the only one who showed me the bare minimum of courtesy, so I suppose a part of me still hoped. Izar's breakdown, because Our father forbade me to tell you. He said you were important. She asked, but why? What makes you so special? Why only you? The only one who matters is Psyche. Psyche must be protected. Psyche must not. Why is our father so partial toward you? If only you weren't so talented, then maybe. Why don't you try it? Psyche's voice was sharp, her frustration evident. What? You can't do it? Are you going to wait until you've shielded your face and there's nobody around before trying to kill me, just like you did back then? Her words stung. Of course you will. What other people think is more important to you than anything. You're a coward, she added. Maybe, deep down, even though she had decided to leave everything behind, Psyche believed Azar had thought of her as family. She believed his strictness was just part of his natural personality, that he had been deceived by Lillian in their past life, leading him to turn against her. Perhaps that was what she wanted to believe, but now, she had no regrets. Psyche explained. I'm sorry I kept you waiting, she murmured. You couldn't properly watch the tournament because of me. She quickly wiped away the tears that were threatening to fall. I'm not crying. Yes, you are. He could see through her, his eyes softening in sympathy. I just wanted to tell you. She hesitated, swallowing the lump in her throat. That even if it's not now, you can cry whenever you want. You keep everything bottled up inside you. I wish you would stop holding it in and do as you want at times. Suddenly, she felt a strange warmth, like a sensation through the ring they shared. Oh, he felt my feelings through the ring, she thought, flustered. So this. Psyche's voice wavered as she glanced up at Duke Lester. He said, just think of me as something to lean on, she say, like a cushion or a pillar. As she wept uncontrollably in his arms, she realized her lingering attachment to Azar was more about fear than love. It was the fear that she might have no one else on her side. We could just go back to the manor, Duke Lester suggested gently. Why let someone like Azar ruin our long-awaited date? A date? She asked, caught off guard. What did you think it was? He teased, a playful grin tugging at his lips. Well, she paused. No, you don't have to answer that. I have a feeling it'll only make me sad. She wiped her face nervously. My face is a mess right now, isn't it? It's cute, like a bunny's. He smiled softly. And this is a private room, so it's all right. A blush crept across her cheeks. A bunny? Her misunderstanding deepened, and he couldn't even explain himself before she continued, shifting the topic. I'm a bit disappointed that I missed the finals, especially since Lord Aiden had won his round. Why are you disappointed when you spar with a sword master every day? He asked, raising an eyebrow. I doubt it was worth watching anyway. You saw the rounds leading up to it. Due to a significant gap in skills, it ended swiftly. That's true, she agreed, her thoughts shifting. But I was surprised at the awards ceremony. I never thought Lord Aiden would make such a wish. Thus, we present Aiden Hillace, this year's victor, with the winner's privilege. If you have a wish that the competition organizers have the power to fulfill, speak now. My wish, Aiden had said, his voice firm, is to relinquish the Hillace name and adopt the name of the Adantel Knights. What? He gasped. You bastard! When he inquired about her interest in becoming a knight, was he hinting at his own desires? Psyche wasn't sure. Well, I'm sure he has his reasons, Duke Lester murmured, looking thoughtful. She thought, yes, he probably has a personal cause for wanting to sever ties with his house. We're not close enough for him to share something like that, she nodded, but her thoughts drifted back to Duke Evergreen's words. But speaking of reasons, I just remembered what Duke Evergreen said last time. If the undying flame goes out in this life, that will. She faltered, wondering what he truly meant. My lady? Lady Psyche? Duke Lester's voice brought her back to the present. Oh, yes. She sighed, guilt washing over her. It saddens me that you couldn't even hear me call you. I can't believe you're thinking about another man on our date. What? No, that's not true, she said quickly. So, is it not? Then were you distracted because you were thinking about me? His gaze softened with amusement. Actually, I suppose I was. She stammered, flustered. Oh my, he replied with a smile. Really? What were you thinking about? She hesitated. Won't he get angry if I tell him? The atmosphere in the room lightened, but there was a sense of impending tension. However, this is about his safety, so I can't hide it forever, even if I have to risk his feelings toward me changing after he hears it. Well, she took a deep breath, steadying herself. Duke Evergreen told me that if your flame were to go out, it would be my fault. Did Witnix say that to you? She replied. Yes. So what? Do you believe him? But he's right. In your past life, you never left House Silkisia until your death. Duke Evergreen knew I had turned back time after dying, so I readily accepted everything he said without questioning it. However, whatever happened to Duke Lester was after my death, so I can't be sure it was my fault. Are you worried about something bad happening to me? That makes me kind of happy, she said. I'm serious. Don't tease me, he added. Oh, I'm not teasing you. Anyway, don't worry about what you hear from that bastard. He's no prophet. He's nothing but a bystander. He knows the past better than anyone, but when it comes to the future, well, what? She say. I don't actually understand what you mean. Oh. Well, considering he sought you out and told you all kinds of nonsense, I suppose it's fine for me to talk about it. After all, you possess a special ability to know your psyche. Think before. When I heard a statement like that, my head became flooded with voices warning me about the curse. But now, this is a curse. Deke thought I made a point to keep mentioning her special abilities, so it looks like she handles it much better now. I'll have to persist until her mind control is fully undone. Those with special abilities also have an elevated form of that ability, which we call the Great Power. While there are some discrepancies across generations, the essence of the Great Power remains the same. In my case, I can use my ability to make a fire that burns anything you can see, but my Great Power can even burn things without a form, she said. Without a form? Like what? For example, things like time and space, she replied. Is that possible? He said. It could be, but it's easier said than done. The scope of my Great Power is very limited, and comes at a high cost, a high price, Duke say. I'm not going to tell you what that is, she added. I didn't ask. Well, the Great Power is something you instinctively tap into in necessary situations, so chances are, you haven't had any chance to access yours yet. Oh, but I'm digressing. Anyway, so Witnix's power, she said. Wait a minute. Are you sure you can tell me? Duke added. Well, he brought it up first, and House Evergreen's Great Power has remained the same across multiple generations, so it's not a secret among ability users. His Great Power is memory transfer. All the memories of the prior ability user are passed down to the next. These memories build up across several lives, but then, one could argue that it's a kind of reincarnation. Each person has multiple memories of past lives trapped in their new body. That's a bit. I'm not sure what to say, but that would be so difficult, Duke said. You're right. To be honest, it's more of a curse than a power. To experience the never-ending accumulation of memories and never forget a single thing. That's the reason he remains cooped up in the East and refuses to leave. Cooped up, Duke Evergreen wishes to refrain from creating new memories. Anyway, so although he's knowledgeable about the past, his musings about the future are nonsense. Just ignore him, she think, but he was talking about the past. The things he talked about definitely happened to me. Do you know what Burndia did after you died? And Duke Evergreen remembered it, he said. Lady Psyche, but how do I explain this to Duke Lester? Still, your life could be at stake, Duke say. I had no idea you cared about me that much. He feels happier. Since we're on the topic, I'll just tell you everything. My flame going out isn't something anyone can prevent. Oh, I'm not talking about how everyone dies and things like that. My ability will eventually consume me. It's beyond my control. Currently, I'm attempting to manage it through medication, but there's a limit to how effective that is. He added, no ability user of House Lester has a long lifespan, so I won't burn out because of you. But before, in House Lester's history books, there goes a line like this. Lester, who failed to control his power, was gradually consumed by the flames. Had it not been for his partner Silkisia, she said. You mentioned I could be of assistance, Duke told her. Oh, that, she didn't lose that memory. Never mind about that. In any case, you should do as you wish. I would appreciate it if you chose to stay by my side, but you're not obligated in any way. I only mentioned what could happen in the far-off future. It's not like I'm on death's door. You've lived for the sake of others long enough. From now on, I'd like you to live on your own terms. The outing went beyond the 12-hour time limit, causing her to revert back to her small size. Truthfully, the idea that I'm not destined for a long life gives me the freedom to live however I want, he said. Isn't this kind of lifestyle rather appealing? He probably said that just to put my mind at ease. Had he forced me to stay by his side, I would have easily agreed and just considered it repaying my debt. From now on, I'd like you to live on your own terms, he added. What do I want to do? I'm so tired I'm about to pass out, but aren't you looking great? After a satisfying bath, he slept well. What brings you here all of a sudden? He asked. She replied. She's investigating the Doll Kingdom incident. How long do I have to stay on this case? She wondered. After so much effort, she finally caught the Imperial attendant believed to be a devotee. But he took his own life before she could interrogate him. Although the evidence suggests that someone might have taken his life for him, she admitted. In any case, I've reached a dead end. Do something, he began. I was actually going to contact you, to tell you to pass that case to another magician and investigate House Silkisia for me. What? She exclaimed. Give me a break. Why him? It's because of something Lady Psyche mentioned last night. Based on her explanation, it seems that Azar may be a devotee, Leah say. What? Duke said. It seems he was one of the individuals who attacked Lady Psyche during the Doll Kingdom debacle. Devotees. The term is used to describe individuals who practice forbidden magic, he added. Lady Psyche said she saw Azar make contact with a female magician named Siona at the festival. She say, Siona too, bros? She gasped. No wonder I get a bad feeling every time we cross paths. I knew there was something off about her, he said. You suddenly seemed full of energy. Well, if I have to do the investigation anyway, then it'll definitely be more fun to expose the weaknesses of people I dislike. She replied. He told her, Since you're feeling inspired, I have another favor to ask you. She replied. Don't push it. She cut him off. Miss Leah was here? Why didn't you let me know? I informed her that we had gone out yesterday, so she asked me not to wake you since you must be tired. I told her everything she needed to know. Also, an invitation arrived for you. An invitation? Who would invite me somewhere? It's the Blue Moon Guild, he explained. He's rather impatient. So if you want more details, arrange a meeting for me with Lady Psyche. He made that demand just a few days ago, yet he's already invited you. Have there been any developments in finding the necklace? Any new information? Psyche said. Nothing in particular. I haven't learned much about that man with the scar either. It might be a good idea to meet with him at least once. Yes, but since we're unsure of his identity or his intentions, it would be wise for us not to show all our cards, she agreed. We don't have to be truthful about all the information we share, do we? You're right. We don't, Your Grace and my lady. Thank you for accepting my invitation, said Jess, the chief merchant of the Blue Moon Guild. I am a bit disappointed that you chose to meet here instead of allowing me the chance to host you in the best room at our store. Without knowing his plans, they couldn't risk entering his territory. Oh, but it seems that the individual who made this meeting possible did not come along. Jess noted. I need to calm down, he thought. She's just acting this way so we can easily uncover this man's intentions. Oh my, I was so impatient that I didn't even introduce myself, Jess continued. My name is Jess, the chief merchant of the Blue Moon Guild. This scar on my face was caused by an accident. I'm sorry if it startled you, Lady Psyche. I'm just an ordinary merchant, so there's no need to feel uncomfortable. I see, she replied calmly. This is something Lady Psyche and I discussed in advance. There are rumors circulating about my incompetence and my supposed obsession with you. Considering this, I may as well pretend to be a little dense. That way, it'll be easier for you to take control of the situation, and if the opportunity arises for him to speak to me one-on-one, he may drop his guard and inadvertently reveal some information. Jess say, Please have a seat. What kind of tea would you like? What do you want, Lady Psyche? Duke asked politely. Oh, well, I'll drink whatever you drink, she answered sweetly. Her acting is so convincing. Sir Jess? Please just call me Jess. If that seems too informal, Mr. Jess is sufficient. Alright then, Mr. Jess. Duke Lester told me that you wanted to meet me, but I have no idea who you are. What business do you have with me? He think. Was she always this good at lying? He wondered. Could it be that she just acts like it's fine even though she has something against me too? Oh, the reason I wanted to talk to you, Jess said, pulling out a document. Actually, would you take a look at this? These are things that His Lordship, Lord Lennox, added to House Silkisia's tab. The payment is due soon, but he hasn't visited the guild recently. My lady, would you help me out? An exquisite gem bearing its own unique name, and a decorative sword rumored to have been wielded by royalty from abroad. The latest fashionable presses and footwear, as well as precious spices brought in from far-off continents. TNT sets that cost more than their weight in gold. She asked. What's all this? As previously stated, these are the goods that Lord Lennox requested from us. We have them all, but he's not responding to us. Looking at the objects, it was apparent that they were for you, a lady, leaving me no choice but to reach out in this manner. We are looking forward to a speedy payment so that we can deliver the goods. Psyche think. The Duke or Azar might get me these things considering their concern for House Silkisia's reputation, but this man must know that Lennox would never order such things on my behalf. It doesn't make sense that an assassin's organization, whose success depends on obtaining information, wouldn't be aware. I can't believe Lennox Silkisia, that bumbling nuisance, is creating such problems for her. Lady Psyche, we don't know his intentions for wanting to meet you, so why don't we establish some kind of signal between us beforehand? She replied. We can't do anything complicated. Shall we hold hands? What? She say. In a cafe. I doubt he will notice two people just holding hands under the table across from him. Oh, if it makes you uncomfortable. No, not at all. Let's do that. Hidden intentions, 1000%. Just as I thought. I'm the only one who's self-conscious about it, she added. I feigned surprise at the situation, but to be honest, I had already seen this list. In my last life, this list and the bill were sent to House Silkisia. But it was an exorbitant price even for us, so I contacted the guild to ask if some of the items could be cancelled. However, Lennox was furious that I cancelled items he ordered for Lillian, and he hit me. After calmly considering the situation, it should have been clear that Lennox didn't have enough knowledge to order these products. It's likely that someone urged him to make the purchase. My lady, Jess said. She replied. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just taken aback. I don't think these items are for me. What? These rare items ordered by His Grace are not for you. Oh, her arrival was so recent, I forgot that there was another lady at House Silkisia as well. Yes, these were probably ordered for Lillian. Jess think. Well, given her temper, she would go after such valuable possessions at every opportunity. She asked. Huh? What do you mean? Oh my, that just slipped out. I was talking to myself. I know Lady Lillian on a personal level, so I misspoke. Please accept my apology, Duke say. An apology? I don't think that'll work. How could you assume that a common merchant can escape the repercussions for speaking ill of a noble lady? My lord, that's not it. Due to my close relationship with Lady Lillian, I unintentionally mentioned something without realizing it. I never intended to criticize her. Do you expect me to believe that? Jess replied. If you're skeptical, put me in the same room with her, and I can prove it to you. Why don't you drop the act now? I don't feel like playing along. Was Lady Lillian your real target when you expressed interest in meeting Lady Psyche? She surprised. What? I guess she's keeping up the act. I didn't deceive you. Everything I said today is true, Duke said. Then are you admitting that she intruded? You're a liar. I can't believe that someone as malicious as you could know Lillian. She's never mentioned anything like that to me. The necklace. Actually, it strikes me as rather suspicious. You claim that Lady Lillian has Keaton's necklace, to the person who introduced us. Why would someone close to her make such a dangerous statement? There's no chance the Black Moon doesn't know the significance of that necklace, she added. Your Grace. He belongs to the Blue Moon Guild, not the Black Moon. Oh my. I may have misspoken. I'm not familiar with the names of guilds. If you help me meet Lady Lillian, I will provide you with further information about the necklace. You'll know I'm speaking the truth when you find out it's something she always had on her since she was young. Lillian has always worn the necklace, she say. If you know Lillian so well, why can't you just visit her directly instead of coming to me? Jess replied. Well, perhaps she doesn't want to see her old friend now that she's a noble lady, or there could be some misunderstanding that I don't know about. Despite my numerous attempts to reach her, Lillian refuses to meet with me, Duke say. First, we'll confirm if what you say about the necklace is true. If it is, then we'll get you a meeting with Lady Lillian. He likely assumed that I was on the same side as the man Lady Psyche disguised as, and that details about the necklace would be valuable to us. Psyche say, Your Grace, how could you make such a promise only based on this person's words? What about Lillian? In all honesty, what truly frightens me at this moment is Lady Psyche. Of course, she's your family, so we mustn't risk her safety. She's so good at pretending to be clueless that it's even fooling me. If you agree to meet in a public place and in the presence of both Lady Psyche and myself, with the knowledge that any foolish actions on your part will result in your head being severed, I'll help you meet Lady Lillian. Jess agreed. All right. A few days later, at Silkisia Manor. Excuse me, my lady, Lillian said. What is it? Maid say. Well, a letter arrived for you. A letter? From whom? It's from Lady Psyche, Lillian said. What? Give it to me. You're a fake. How dare you? Cecil say. Welcome, my lady. Lady Psyche is waiting for you in the drawing room. I will escort you there. Oh, but we would be grateful if your servant could excuse herself to the waiting room. Are you telling me to walk around without an attendant? Maid reply. If you need help, we can assist you. His Grace is not fond of strangers strolling through his residence. Or, would you prefer to wait until His Grace returns to grant special permission? Please ring for me once your discussion is over. Lillian shouted. You could have just come home if you had anything to say to me. How long do you plan on bothering Duke Lester? Psyche calmly say. Why don't you have a seat first? Though if you prefer standing, it doesn't matter to me. Why would I subject myself to possible harm by going back there? They even hired private soldiers to detain me the last time. Lillian accusing. Don't you have any shame? I know they picked you up off the street, but still you belong to House Silkisia. How could you stay in a man's house before the wedding? Psyche ignoring the insult. I thought you came here because of the letter. Lillian sneering. What about it? Do you honestly think I trust anything you say? Psyche said. Lillian, you shouldn't have come if you didn't believe me. Otherwise, I would have just thought. Oh, I guess Lillian doesn't care that the holy water turned dark during her ability verification test. Lillian shocked. How in the world do you know about that? Did Duke Lester tell you? Psyche calmly said. No, he didn't. I can swear on the god Vicente. Considering how the Duke must have sworn on his house's reputation to bear witness for you, that's a rude thing to accuse. Thinking raised, it won't hurt to let her think I have an informant. During her ability verification test, the holy water turned murky. An ominous sign that could destroy the reputation Lillian had worked so hard to build. That's probably why she came so quickly after receiving the letter. Lillian frustrated. Then how do you know? Psyche coldly. Unlike you, I don't make a habit of spreading rumors. Lillian angrily. What are you talking about? Are you insinuating that I spread rumors about your indecent behavior? Those rumors must have come from truth, Psyche added. Father Izar Lennox, from our past experiences, I already knew we'd never have a proper relationship. But Lillian, the worst thing she ever did to me hasn't happened yet. When she came back, she was furious at all of us, even though we were worried about her. Spreading rumors about me wasn't even the worst of it. I hoped she would apologize for it, but no, maybe it's better this way. Since she's acting like this, I don't have to feel guilty anymore. Psyche coldly added. Fine, I'm tired. Let's get straight to the point. What did you do with the necklace? Lillian stammering. What are you talking about? As a noble, I have many necklaces, Psyche said. You have that large emerald necklace, right? The one you've had since your time in the desert? Lillian panicking. How do you know that? Psyche say. A witness saw you with it before you returned to House Silkisia. Where did you hide it? Lillian desperately clutching her chest. It's mine. Why are you looking for it? Thinking raised, her hand, she's clutching near her neck. It must be a habit from when she used to wear it constantly. That necklace must have been her last ray of hope, her only protection in the desert. Upon realizing you had Keaton's necklace, you tried to make a fake copy, didn't you? Afraid the Imperial family would confiscate it if the truth came out? How dare you? Lillian, crying out. Why do you keep trying to rob me of everything? You were only supposed to be my substitute. You stole what was rightfully mine while I was gone. Despite everything, I tried to hold back. I felt sorry for you, but you're still trying to take everything from me. My father, my fiancé, and now my necklace, Lillian accusing. Or what? Are you hoping His Majesty won't send you to Hesti if you retrieve it and present it to him? It's impossible. Wake up. Why are you so obsessed with it? You already know it's not your mother's. Lillian staggering. What? How do you know that? Psyche, your friend told me. Lillian furious. My friend? Psyche say. I mean Jess. Lillian furious. That bastard. A necklace intended as Imperial evidence and a young girl, found abandoned together in the desert. It must have been evidence deliberately discarded by someone. So what? The necklace is mine. It makes no difference to me whether it belonged to my mother or not. It protected me. When I was alone, when I had no one. That necklace was all I had. You want to spread rumors? Go ahead. The necklace will protect me again. Psyche reply. Alright, now I have no doubt. Jess said the necklace was always around your neck, and you had a habit of clutching it. If it had been a poison dart necklace, you couldn't have done that. Keaton's necklace was never a weapon. Yes, the Reese case was built on a false accusation from the very beginning. Lester Manor. What happened? He, reply. You certainly took your time. And even brought a guest, Leah said. You asked me to come as soon as possible. Isn't this supposed to be urgent? I also have something I wanted to talk to you about. Whether it's urgent depends on how you look at it, but it is a matter of great importance. Really? Where's the sweetheart? Lady Psyche is resting in her room. She has a terrible headache, and besides, I'm not sure how much we can discuss with her around. She think, so it wasn't a poison dart necklace after all. I knew it. It was so out of character for Reese to do something like that. Durrell, that bastard, that awful. He knew everything and lied anyway. He made up some ridiculous story about seeing Reese plotting treason. Oh, I'm sorry. He said, no, it's fine. I also condoned my father's actions back then, simply because I was young, Leah say. So what about the necklace? Lillian has it, right? Why not just take it from her? It's not that simple, she added. Why? Is it because she's a member of House Silkisia? Since when do you care about that? He said. Well, you definitely don't care. So why don't you do it yourself? Either way, getting that necklace won't change anything. From how things turn out, it seems highly likely the Emperor orchestrated everything from the very beginning, she said. By the way, is this information reliable? What if it's another fake necklace? I believe it's real. The man from the guild said the lock looked damaged, and there were initials G.S. engraved on the back of the emerald. Also, when the necklace is hit, a blue energy shields it. The fakes didn't have that feature, she replied. That's right. I put that spell on it. After the sweetheart broke the necklace once, I cast a protection spell on it, Duke added. She damaged a gift meant for the Imperial family? Leah say. Of course not. It wasn't supposed to be for the Imperial family. Sweetheart loved her mother so much. I gave her something that matched Ree's eye and hair color. Then how did it? She became upset. I don't know. I should have questioned Durrell more back then. But that scoundrel claimed he saw Reese ordering additional work on the necklace. No point dwelling on the past now. We need to focus on the current problem. Did you find anything about the spell on Lady Psyche? She added. You're heartless. Yes. I have a general idea. It's a type of forbidden magic. Do you remember Sweetheart's original name? Duke said. Actually, that's been bothering me. Given the circumstances, I must have met Lady Psyche before, but I just don't remember. I thought maybe I was too young. Are you saying my memory was altered because of a spell? She said. Yes. Oh, okay. So her name... Wait, you're telling me she's Psyche Silkisia? If it wasn't for the spell, I would have recognized her instantly. It's a magic that obscures a person's existence. She has multiple layers of magic cast on her, and was even given fake memories, he replied. Who cast it then? Leah explained. Siona Tubros. She's the most likely suspect. Her expertise is in mind magic and illusions, and that's the issue. Ideally, the caster needs to lift the spell. That's going to be difficult. Is there any other way? There is. We could use a neutralizing potion to nullify the mind magic, Duke Berndia added. But magic potions aren't your specialty. Can I trust you? Leah replied. You're right. I can't do it. I'm going to ask my friend. Creating a potion like that is hard because you need to completely understand the spell you're counteracting. But now that we know the principle behind it, why are you looking at me like that? He say. It's strange. You just said you understood the principle of the spell. How were you able to figure out forbidden magic so quickly? She say. Well, I mean, he added, I'm the reason. I provided the information. Miss Leah just confirmed it. Aiden, Leah replied. He has nothing to do with the devotees. He just gave me the information. Stay out of this, Leah, Duke asked. Are you a devotee? He replied. No. Stop. I would never bring him here if he was one. Where did you get the information then? He replied. From my family. Sometimes a magician would stop by. I sneaked a peek at his papers. Stop. You'll hurt him. I know you hate the devotees, but Aiden can't even use magic. He couldn't become one if he wanted to. A magician who used forbidden magic visited your family's manor. As I understand it, our family provided a place for him to conduct research, at Duke Silkisia's request. Thinking raised, Logan Silkisia is cowardly. He wouldn't get involved with something like that on his own. Then who was really behind Duke Silkisia's actions? Did the Emperor try to use forbidden magic? Have you ever seen the magician's face? Never. Then what about the research? Was the spell we just mentioned the only thing he was focused on? No. His main focus of the study was, Aiden, are you okay? I'm fine. The magician was researching a substance that could extract a specific energy from a human soul. My speculation is that he's trying to extract the god Vicente's power, the special abilities of the four houses. That was the subject of his research. Aiden say. Yes, based on the documents in the lab, it appeared to be almost finished. I tried to steal his papers as evidence, but it was incinerated the moment I stepped out of the room. Could that be the reason for the beast's attacks? Yes, probably. I attempted to explain this to Lady Psyche and inadvertently involved her too. Duke think it's highly probable that the Emperor is the one responsible for the Reese incident. It seems like the current Duke Silkisia, who's moving for the Emperor, was studying forbidden magic that could extract our abilities. The monster crisis in Leicester territory might also be related. What a headache. Leah, yes? He said. This is the last time I'm letting you off the hook. Let's focus on breaking the spell cast on Lady Psyche, Leah replied. Sure, Psyche said. So you're saying that I'm under some kind of spell? And that's why I keep losing my memory and suffering from headaches? Yes, I understand that this is hard for you to take. Not long ago, just the mention of anything related to brainwashing sent her into a shock, so I considered staying silent until we had a solution. He thought, but she's the one who's directly affected, so it might be better to talk to her in advance. She say. Honestly, I find it a bit hard to believe. From your perspective, that's completely understandable. However, I do believe you. If there is such a spell on me, I want to break it. Will you help me? He added. Of course. I'll do my best. The Magician Association. Alright, she's going to make the magic antidote for you. Hello? Psyche think. Do all magicians look so young? You smell like winter. Hey! You smell like winter. It makes me feel so happy. Croa said the same thing to me. Is she a shapeshifter too? What does that mean? How do I explain it? When someone has a soul that's torn or in pain, that's when they smell like winter. What? Girl added. Don't worry, it's fine. It won't hurt your chances of survival. That doesn't sound fine. Anyway, the problem is the neutralizing potion. What? No one told me that she had such a special constitution. To compensate for her soul's instability, I need one more thing. Leah asked. What is it? You don't have it? I had all the ingredients prepared. Yes, it's something we don't have right now. I need Dahlia, a yellow flower that looks like a trumpet. But the Imperial Palace took all the Dahlia that were in our storerooms. Widely used in different fields apart from magic, Dahlia is often used for reducing stress and boosting the morale of warriors and knights. However, in the case of overdose, fatal side effects occur. The user experiences heightened emotions and stops feeling pain. Duke Leicester, could it be? I think it's not an accusation we can bring up casually, she say. Duke Leicester said that after he refused to break off our engagement during the meeting about the prophecy, the monsters in the Leicester territory had become more ferocious. It happened all of a sudden and without a clear cause. Thinking raised, he mentioned that the other incidents he shared with me were probably influenced by the Imperial family as well. Is it possible that the Imperial family is using Dahlia to control the monsters? He said. What's important now is making the neutralizer to break your spell. Let's focus on that. Leah added. I'll get the ingredients. What's the room number? Girl replied. No, you need to assist me. I can't make this alone, Psyche think. Room number? The Dahlia is in room number 3 here. Alright, which of you would like to go? I was curious about why there were so many doors in this room. Could these spaces be connected by magic? She said. This leads directly to the flower field, so it's not dangerous. Just pick the flowers and bring them, Duke asked. Can't both of us go? Girl replied. That's difficult because that door is intended for just one person. Then I'll go. The potion is for me. I'd like to do this, he think. This is bad. When I look into her eyes, I just can't say no to her. Psyche say. Can I just open the door? Girl replied. Open it 3 times, close it, and then enter on the 4th attempt. Like this. 1, 2, 3. Wow, the space changes every time I open it. What strange magic. Then I can go into the space that opens up this time. Lady Psyche, sweetheart, AGH, what in the world? Where am I? That's strange. This doesn't appear to be a dahlia field. A tombstone. It's worn but seems like it's been kept in good shape. Whose tombstone is this? Silkisia Ursabit rests here. Silkisia. Ursabit? What is this? Be wary of a hide. What was that? God, who could this be? How nice to see you here, Lady Psyche. Psyche say. Siona Two Bros, how did you get in here? Access is restricted because it's a sacred area. A sacred area? For whom? Psyche asked, her voice sharp. Well, this does work out for me. I need to talk to you. Why don't you come here for a moment? But as Psyche moved closer, a strange sensation overwhelmed her. What's this? Something's not right. My body feels heavy, somewhere outside. What happened? Where's Lady Psyche? I don't know. The girl stammered. Leah say. What? That magic wasn't mine. It felt like someone else's power, he added. What do you mean you don't know? The voice demanded. Calm down. If the door gets damaged, that's it. We can't afford to lose our link to her location, he think. A link. It felt very distant and weak. I have no idea where she is, the guard admitted. But it's very faint, yet my ring and Lady Psyche's are still connected. Can you use this to find her? She reply. Your rings are connected, Leah say. It might work. We can summon her back. Meanwhile, in another place, a cold voice echoed around Psyche. See, Lady Psyche? Haven't I explained that running away is pointless? You just wasted my energy, not to mention your own. The person who cast the spell on you is likely. What do you want with me? Psyche demanded. Oh my, don't be like that. I only mean to fix you up a bit, she said with a smile. Oh, by the way, since we're here, Siona said casually. What are you? She gasped. Keep your eyes fixed on the lake, the woman ordered. There's something I've always been curious about. You know, I'm just following orders, but I don't know if I can really trust my sources. So why don't you tell me, what do you see on the water? Psyche stared, confused. What is she talking about? What do I see? It's just her and me, of course. Wait, that's not me. Please, that woman isn't me. What's going on? I've seen this face somewhere. Where was it? Please, kill me, Lester. Suddenly it hit her. The room with the portraits of the past heads of House Silkisia. She's the first head of the house. You saw something, didn't you? The Siona snarled. What did you see? Tell me, Psyche recoiled. I don't know what I just saw, but I'm convinced I shouldn't tell her. Do you think I can't find out if you don't tell me? The woman hissed. If I dig around a little, I'll know soon enough. Psyche Silkisia. Suddenly, Psyche was swept into another vision. What's this? What did I tell you? I don't care if you train in swordsmanship as long as you don't surpass Azar. Oh, that's right. I was about 10 years old when I started doing better than Azar. No, why can't I be better than him? I'd rather not be a Silkisia at all. Young Psyche had said. I said that to him. Is this really my memory? Damn it, is it not working properly again? Another voice muttered. What? I know this place. When I raise my head, I'll see Logan Silkisia. Wait, that's not him. Who is her? Are you really going to let her live? A voice sneered. Why? Are you afraid that she'll steal your position? Don't worry. That won't happen as long as you do well. Another voice reassured. There's Logan. Is that Siona Two Bros next to him? And in front of them is. Let's get started. Even if her special ability gets activated, we can prevent her from using it fully by convincing her it's a curse. This is a curse. There'll be bloodshed in the Empire. What's this? Were all these memories fake? This cursed child. Stop. This is a curse. No, no, the blue flame. A warm voice finally broke through the darkness. Are you alright? I'm glad you're back, Duke Lester. What happened? Were you in danger? Lester asked urgently. Duke. Lester. Psyche murmured weakly. Lady Psyche? Lady Psyche! Wake up! Lady Psyche! Lester shouted in panic. In the haze of her mind, voices echoed from the past. They say a stable environment is usually needed for one's ability to awaken. Logan, adopt this child as your daughter and take care of her. What? Logan replied, stunned. All I care about is that her ability awakens. As long as that happens, it doesn't matter what you do. The voice insisted coldly. Another memory surfaced. Nanny, take her and leave this place. Make sure no one sees you. Run away, my lady! The nanny cried. No, Psyche had tried to resist, but everything faded away. These are my memories. My real memories. Psyche realized, trembling. Another scene unfolded. My lady! Where are you, my lady? A small child called anxiously. A petit flower! A young voice squealed in excitement. I was just trying to pick the flower for her. The boy mumbled nervously. The petit flower is gone. She added, worried. What if she starts crying? He panicked. Oh, the flower had thorns. That was incredible. Let's do it again. He blurted out. What? Do what again? Psyche asked, confused. Teddy, you stay put. Hiya! He shouted, setting fire to the spot where she pointed. Does she want me to burn it again? The boy thought, hesitant. Do you like it? He asked shyly. Wow! It's so fun! Psyche exclaimed with a bright smile. I just set fire to where she was pointing. He thought. Since she enjoyed it when I set the flowers on fire, maybe she'll also like that I burned her doll? He reasoned, uncertain, but when the teddy bear crumbled into ashes, Psyche's face fell. Teddy is gone, she whispered, heartbroken. Of course not! The boy cried out, panicked. Suddenly, a graceful woman approached. Oh my, what are you two doing here? She asked warmly. Come here, Riel. Why are you crying? The woman said, pulling the little girl into her arms. I understand. I see Riel caused you trouble. I'm sorry, Berndia. Duchess Reese said politely. Not at all. Berndia stammered. The Flow and my teddy are gone. Riel sobbed quietly. Now, Bern, didn't I tell you not to use your flame carelessly? Duchess Reese gently scolded. I'm sorry. It's hotter here compared to the north and harder to not use. I just meant to use a bit. Berndia apologized. Reese, is your daughter showing any signs? Someone asked. Riel is only 3 years old. She can take the ability verification test when she turns 5. Reese explained. Mama. Riel whimpered, tugging at her mother's dress. Oh my, Riel. I told you not to touch Mommy's eyes, right? Reese said, smiling. Masha, will you go to my room and get it? Reese asked. Yes, Your Grace. Masha responded, returning shortly with a necklace. Here you go, my lady, Masha said, handing it over. What's that? Someone asked curiously. She kept trying to touch my eyes, so I had a necklace made in their exact shade. She appears to be quite fond of it. Reese explained fondly. By the way, have you chosen a birthday gift for the crown princess? Another voice asked. Not yet. What should I give her? Reese mused aloud. Nearby, a little boy crouched next to a shy Riel. Hi, hey, little kid. Peanut, he said awkwardly. Do you like sparkly things? Want me to give you this? My goodness! Look at those two! An onlooker exclaimed. Bern, yeah! Someone called sternly. Bern, you're about 10 years too early. You can't give that to her now. The adult admonished gently. I don't get the sparkly wing? Riel sniffled. She says I can't give it to you now. You can have it later. Berndia promised. Don't forget, alright? Promise me. Riel pleaded. I promise, Berndia said firmly. Back in the present, Psyche's heart ached at the warmth of those memories. Psyche say, Riel, don't cry, he replied. Everything will be fine now. I'll help you, Glorial Silkisia. She vowed silently. Please remember to like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video, as it really helps our channel grow. Thanks. The sun is setting behind the golden rooftops of the capital. The streets are bustling, yet a strange tension lingers in the air. In the marketplace, whispers spread like wildfire. The lady said, Have you heard? The man asked. About what? She replied. There's a rumor that Ree's daughter is alive, she asked again. Ree's daughter? Do you mean Lady Glorial? Another man added doubtfully. There's no way. Wasn't she only 2 or 3 years old during that incident? A woman chimed in. I heard that not even a single servant survived. How could a child manage on their own? The first man said thoughtfully. I'm curious as to why this rumor came about now of all times. What do you mean? The second man reminded them. Don't you remember? The prophecy, the first man said slowly, as if recalling. Come to think of it, the lady's name was, the third man confirmed, Glorial. It comes from the word glory, the first man quoted seriously. According to the prophecy, glory that has lost its light shall consume the light of the sun, the second man added in a hushed voice. Glorial Silkisia, who lost everything, will return and overthrow the emperor. The woman objected sharply. That's not possible. Do you realize how dangerous what you said is? Anyway, it's just a rumor, the third man speak. Or is it? There were plenty of witnesses who saw that incident, the second man said, recalling. I'm talking about when the blue flame shot up from the Magician Association not too long ago. The first man nodded and added, Don't you remember that there's a reference to blue fire in the founding myth? Only a member of House Leicester is capable of activating it through the power of House Silkisia, the woman replied. We can't be sure that it was Lady Glorial. After all, Lady Lillian has returned to House Silkisia. Are you suggesting that she's the one who has House Silkisia's special ability? The manor stands tall and cold under the gray sky. Its grand stone walls echo silence, but inside, something is shifting. Behind a large window, heavy velvet curtains flutter slightly. Duke Leicester said, So word is getting around. Are you ready? Lady Psyche replied, Yes, I'm simply returning to my rightful place. The golden evening bathed the mansion in light, as if trying to hide every secret. Behind the silence, something was waiting to awaken. Duke Logan Silkisia speak. There's been a lot of commotion at home recently. What's going on? Servant reply. Well, there's a rumor going around that Lady Lillian can control the unmelting ice. Duke Logan say, What? But why? The servant replied, According to Lord Lennox, the color of the holy water changed when Lady Lillian took the ability verification test. Duke Logan said, I'm speechless. She took the test without asking me? For each house, only one person possesses the special ability at any given time. Psyche has the ability. So Lillian doesn't. So what's happening? Servants say, Your Grace, there is something else that you must know about. Logan said, What's this? He is reading a letter. It's a bill for the items that Lord Lennox requested from the Blue Moon Guild. Logan speak angrily. Bring that bastard Lennox here right now. There is a diamond in her hand, floating in the air. Duke Leicester speak. Let's call it a day. Psyche say, I'd like to train more. Duke Leicester added, Using too much power at once can be hard on the body. Take your time getting familiar with it. Psyche reply, It amazes me. I had this power inside me, an ability I can wield so freely, yet I suffered so much. Duke Leicester speak. That's always the case with forbidden magic. It makes people suffer. Anyway, we should wrap up your training and practice dancing for the party. Psyche say, What? He said, You don't want to trip while dancing at the birthday party of the second prince, do you? She speak. Will we need to dance then? He added, Well, it'll be good to make sure we are ready for anything before we show up. After all, that's also the day we introduce you to everyone as Lady Glorial. The music began to play, and the Duke took Psyche's hand and started to dance. Psyche say, when you said we should practice dancing, did you mean that for yourself? Duke teasing. Is my dancing that awful? Lady Psyche added. Surprisingly, yes. I mean, you're not terrible, but, as a sword master, you move more gracefully. She think, come to think of it, because the engagement ceremony took place in a temple, there was no dancing. And when we occasionally went to banquets together in my previous life, we would talk a bit but never danced. I thought it was because he didn't like me, but maybe he's just bad at dancing. Duke Leicester speak. Wait a minute. Who are you comparing me with when you say that I'm not good? No one danced during our engagement ceremony, Psyche said. Oh, at my debutante ball, I danced with my bro. I mean with Azar. Duke say. Oh, he said softly. Did your family throw you a debutante ball? I was in the north then. Let's take a break, she said. All right. They did always try to maintain a good public image. It appears that they intended for everyone to believe that they treated you well, but that you were not a good daughter. He speak. Do you still think of them as your family? Psyche said. No. Logan knew the truth about me. He was in with the Emperor. That means he played a part in my parents' death, or at least turned a blind eye to it. Izar tried to kill me, while Lennox and Lillian harassed me. I was thankful to them for raising me before I discovered the truth. But it was all a lie. They are my enemies now. I can't forgive them, he said firmly. I'm glad. You confirmed that Izar was a devotee. As I understand it, at Duke Silkisia's request, our family provided a place for him to conduct his research. And evidence suggests that Logan Silkisia had a hand in activities involving forbidden magic. Duke Lester determined and speak. I will take down everyone who dabbles in forbidden magic. Lady Psyche speak. Why? Do you hate forbidden magic so much? What I mean is, using forbidden magic is certainly bad, but, Duke Lester said, I understand what you're saying. I probably seem particularly sensitive about this issue. About 10 years ago, the northernmost part of Leicester territory rapidly started to turn into a desert. Was that caused by forbidden magic? And the former Duke and Duchess of Leicester, in other words, my parents, also passed away around that time. Lady Psyche replied, Yes, I remember hearing about it. I heard they died in a carriage accident. Duke replied, That's what the public thinks. She say, You mean, my parents were investigating forbidden magic, and it was thought that announcing they were killed by those wielding it would cause even more anxiety among the people of Leicester. Oh my, but if the former Duke and Duchess died while investigating forbidden magic, won't you be in danger too? He asked. Are you worried about me? She replied. I was asking a serious question. Duke speak. Well, it quite seriously made me feel good. I've used my abilities since I was young, so it's a little embarrassing to admit, but I'm actually quite strong. I had no one to rely on except for myself, so whenever I sensed something fishy, I was quick to fight. I ended up getting the undignified nickname, Mad Dog, so that explains things. Psyche think. My impression of him had always been that he was an easygoing and mature person, but that wasn't it. He didn't have anyone to rely on either, just like me. He speak. Anyway, you should be careful, she say. What? Duke Lester said. According to my source, who has connections with the devotees, they've been researching ways to extract special abilities from ability users for a long time. My source tells me that they're in the final stages. Lady Psyche said. They can extract special abilities. They're the ones who cast a forbidden spell on me to prevent me from using my ability, right? Given the circumstances, it seems likely that they're going to target me. Those involved with forbidden magic also caused the death of my parents. Lady Psyche stood up from the sofa and took the Duke's hand. Psyche say, That means they are our common enemy. The Duke looked into her eyes and held Psyche's hand tightly, then rested his head on her shoulder and softly whispered, Yes. Psyche gently pulled him into an embrace. In the darkness of the night, the palace looked incredibly beautiful, and it was the second prince's birthday. A lady guest said, Have you heard? They say Lady Gloria will make an appearance today. Other lady guests reply, Really? But all the members of the former House Silkisia have passed away. Even if she comes, how could she verify that she is indeed Lady Gloria? That's not all. Even if she does come, as Ree's daughter, she'll be held accountable for the death of a member of the royal family. Still, if she possesses House Silkisia's special ability, she may be pardoned by His Majesty. A first lady guest say, Really? But I heard that Lady Lillian is the one who has it. Sure. She might hear us. Lillian was approaching silently. Lady guest said, Oh, my lady, aren't you Lady Lillian? Nice to meet you. I am. Lillian speak. Yes, hello, I'm Lillian Silkisia. Nice to meet you, lady guest say. Come to think of it, today is actually your debutante, isn't it? Other lady reply. Oh right. You've been mainly attending small social gatherings since your return, haven't you? Oh, then are you and Lady Gloriel entering high society together? But isn't there another lady in House Silkisia? Lady guest said. Ugh, she's nothing but a fake. Other lady speak. What's that fake lady doing these days? Lillian's brother handed a letter to the soldier and said, You may leave now. Soldier say, Yes, I've confirmed that you are. Wait. Don't. I present Duke Berndia Lester, and his partner, Lady Gloriel Silkisia, the lady said. Did you hear that? Did Duke Lester just arrive with Lady Gloriel? The second lady asked. Where are they? Third lady replied. Wait, isn't that? The fourth lady say. That's Lady Psyche, the first lady reply. It can't be. Does this mean Lady Psyche is Lady Gloriel? The second lady speak. That's preposterous, the third lady said. She does resemble the late Duke Silkisia. That's just because House Silkisia is known for their silver hair. Duke Lester asked. You seem to be relishing this. she replied. Of course, Duke Logan say. What is the meaning of this, Duke Lester? She speak. Greetings, Duke Logan. Duke Logan asked. Duke Lester, what are you doing with my daughter? Duke Lester replied. What do you mean? What do you mean by suggesting that Psyche is glorial? Do you really need to bring the dead into this? The dead? Duke Lester thinking. He's trying to refute the fact that Glorial is alive, and spin this into some kind of lie I made because of the conflict between our houses. Guest said. What's happening? Is Duke Lester just using Lady Psyche? Another say. That's what he said. Duke Lester asked. What do you think, Lady Glorial? She replied. He believes that I'm dead? How is that possible? I'm clearly alive and well, though I'm certain some people genuinely wish that was true. Duke Logan shouted loudly. Don't be ridiculous. I don't know what Duke Lester has said to deceive you, but you're being misled. It's nonsense to say that you're glorial. The announcer spoke loudly. All rise for His Highness the Second Prince, His Highness the Crown Prince, and His Majesty the Emperor. Unknown voice, whisper. Remember to convince her it's a curse. He's the one who gave that order, His Majesty said as soon as he arrived. What's the fuss? Duke Logan say. Ah well, Psyche said. Greetings, Your Highnesses and Your Majesty. It is I, Glorial Silkisia, the Emperor said in surprise. Glorial? Isn't that the late Duke Silkisia's daughter who went missing 20 years ago? What is the meaning of this? Duke Logan speak. Your Majesty. Duke Lester say. It's no cause for concern, Your Majesty. We were just discussing how I discovered by chance that Lady Psyche is actually Lady Glorial, Lennox said. That bastard. Emperor speak. That seems like quite a serious matter, Duke Lester. It concerns the lineage of one of the 4 great houses of the Empire. Can you prove this? Duke Lester about to respond. My proof, Psyche said. I am sorry to interrupt, Your Majesty. This concerns me, so may I explain? I now have House Silkisia's special ability. With your permission, I would like to demonstrate it here for you. Guests say. Do you think it's true? She says she'll prove it right now, someone said. But that means she's really. Emperor speak. You have my permission. Lady Psyche raised her hand and began casting. A glowing stone was in her hand. A ice glass suddenly appeared in the guest's hands. Eyes wide, they whispered. Oh my, this is... A glass appeared in the Emperor's hand, and another one in Lady Psyche's. She speak. Since today is His Highness the Second Prince's birthday, I thought it would be nice to have a celebratory drink together. Emperor said. Yes, this is definitely House Silkisia's power. Scene begins with all over the ice glass ability. Guests speak. Look at this glass made of ice. It's perfect. I agree. And there are so many. What an amazing ability. But whether His Majesty will officially acknowledge it is a different matter. Emperor think. Yes, this is definitely House Silkisia's power. However, the fact remains that Ries Silkisia was a criminal charged with murdering a member of the royal family, which also implicates her immediate family. Lady Glorial speaks firmly. Yes, Your Majesty. I am now a criminal, if it is true that my mother committed the crime. As the rightful heir to the former Duke Silkisia and the user of the special ability, I request a reinvestigation of the Ries incident. Lillian stood with her brothers, watching everything angrily. Internal hesitation and plan. Duke Lester speaking. You want to reveal your power right away? She said. In the memories I recovered, the Emperor ordered Logan Silkisia to awaken my ability. I don't know why, but he must need it. If so, it might be safer to reveal to everyone that I possess the ability. Duke Lester say. Are you sure? If you reveal it now, they'll make you accountable for the Ries incident. We should uncover the truth first, Psyche said. The Emperor already said he would send me to Hesti as a fake lady adopted into House Silkisia. I can't refuse an arranged marriage. If they want to get rid of me like that, I have no way to fight it. He speak, but I won't let that happen. She say. Yes, my trust in you is what allows me to carry out this plan. I'll frame the request for a reinvestigation as a personal appeal, but in reality, it would be a political move. Hence, the Emperor will not decline. Emperor speak. I don't think we should discuss this here. Let us begin the celebrations. He came and sat in his rightful seat, and a servant offered him wine. The First Lady asked, What just happened? The Second Lady speak. Did His Majesty just acknowledge Lady Glorial? I suppose so. What's more, His Majesty didn't mention the prophecy at all. In recent decades, there hasn't been anyone in House Silkisia who could utilize the ability to such an extent. Lillian think. Then what will happen to House Silkisia? What are they talking about? She's Psyche. She's a fake, just because she made this lousy wine glass. Emperor speaks to his son. My son. His son reply. Yes, Your Majesty. Emperor added. Given that today is your birthday, It's only fitting that you start the dance for everyone. If you don't have a partner in mind, how about Lady Lillian? The chatter died down, and the soft sound of piano music began to play. Someone whisper, "What is His Majesty's intention? Is he trying to pair the second prince with Lady Lillian?" "No, I think in this case," Duke Lester asked, "it's to show that while he acknowledges you, he will not abandon House Silkisia." "Yes, it appears to be a sudden decision." She think, in that respect, it's not a bad move. But Lillian is a novice who's never danced before, and the second prince isn't good enough to lead a partner who can't dance. It's not a pretty scene. "Is it a bit mean to be happy about this?" he asked. "Would you grant me the pleasure of dancing with you?" She replied, "Of course. Shall we see the results of our practice?" The lady say, "Come to think of it." Rosy lights filled the ballroom as Lady Psyche and Duke Lester twirled gracefully, lost in each other's gaze. The lady speak, "I have never seen those two dance before." Was Lady Psyche, I mean Lady Gloriel, always so elegant? Duke Lester is quite the dancer too. Well, he is a sword master, so he must be. Lillian spoke with jealousy. Why does she have to usurp me even now? This is my debut into high society. Duke Lester asked, "So how's my dancing, dear teacher?" She replied, "Not bad." Lennox asked Izar, "Can you believe this?" He replied, "Quiet, Lennox. Whatever you want to say, keep it in right now. What are you looking at? Please focus on me." "I'm sorry. Their expressions were just so fun to see. Be honest with me." "Huh, you know I'll let anything go if you give me that look, right? Don't laugh. Had it been childish of me to gloat about my superior dancing abilities? A thought she gets now that it's all over. Still, it was fun. Now I understand why Lennox and Lillian act so childish." "Greetings, Lady Psyche, Lady Gloriel. His Majesty would like to see you in private for a moment. This is the Emperor's servant." "Gloriel, it's all right. I'll be back. It'll be good for us to know how he reacts. If I'm gone for too long, come and check on me." Duke Lester, "Then let me go with Gloriel." "No, it seems you'll be busy as well." Widnix, Psyche, Gloriel, don't call me by that name. If you decide to come back quietly, I'll forgive you. I don't know what Duke Lester said to convince you to act so foolishly, but do you think your situation will change just because His Majesty decided not to make a fuss on this good day? Still, given that I raised you, I will ask His Majesty if Gloriel. I don't think so. I'll ask His Majesty in person since I'm on my way to see him." "What?" As expected, he didn't even notice that the person with me is the Emperor's servant. Logan Silkisia is nothing special except for his status as the current head of House Silkisia. Gloriel, thinking, "But this man, Emperor, you came. Greetings, Your Majesty, the son of the Empire." Gloriel, thinking, "He probably orchestrated everything that happened to me. What a great ability." The ice still hasn't melted. A luxurious ballroom under the moonlight. The Empire's crest shines faintly behind thick curtains. The Emperor stands before Lady Gloria, offering her a drink with a calm, controlled expression. Emperor asks, "Would you like a drink?" Lady Gloria instinctively flinches, hesitating to accept. Instead, she stays still, cold and untrusting. The Emperor watches her reaction carefully. A brief silence passes. Then, without warning, the Emperor tightens his grip and crushes the glass in his hand. The crystal shatters instantly, cutting deep into his skin. Blood starts to trickle down his hand, dripping over the shards, but his face remains composed, almost eerily calm. He gazes at Gloria, as if making a silent statement. Lady Gloria stares at him, unblinking, not shaken, but clearly reading deeper into his action. "Gloriel, I apologize, Your Majesty. It hasn't been long since I awakened, so my powers are not perfect." "Emperor, you're the same as ever." Gloriel, thinking, "What does he mean? Is he talking about when I was young, or is he mistaking me for someone else?" "Emperor, are you still afraid of the snow?" Gloriel, thinking, "How does he know that? I expected him to comment on me revealing my identity as Gloriel, but I was mistaken. And this man, I assumed it was because I had only glimpsed him from afar. But no, he's strangely young. I'm not so clever, so I don't fully comprehend what Your Majesty is saying. If you have nothing more to say to me, I will take my leave now. I need to learn more about the Emperor. Right now, it's best to get out of here." "Emperor, would you like me to return House Silkisia to you?" Gloriel, "What?" "Emperor, use your great power on me, then I'll return it all to you." Those with special abilities also have an elevated form of that ability, which we call the great power. While there are some discrepancies across generations, the essence of the great power remains the same. Well, the great power is something you instinctively tap into in necessary situations, so chances are, you haven't had an opportunity to access yours yet. Glorial, thinking, Duke Lester said only those with special abilities know about great power, and I have no idea what mine is yet. How much does the Emperor know? Emperor, if you're really a Silkisia, you can do this. Consider it carefully. Duke Lester arriving. There you are. Glorial, Duke Lester, Duke Lester. I was worried when you didn't come back after leaving like that. I've been looking for you. It's good we had the rings. Glorial, I'm sorry. I suddenly felt queasy and suffocated after my conversation with the Emperor, so I wanted to get some fresh air. Duke Lester, did he do anything to you? Glorial, no, something just bothered me a little. I'll tell you later once we're back home. We're still in the palace, so I want to be cautious. Magic butterflies. Magic butterflies are just butterflies created from magic, yet people often assign significance to them during major festivals or feasts. They are occasionally released because of a legend that suggests that catching a butterfly of a specific color can make your wish come true, Psyche says. Oh, Duke Lester said, I'm surprised. I never expected you to be interested in things like this. Psyche speaks. Why not? Duke Lester said. I know that it's all just superstition, but, she added, if it can help me calm down, then it's good, isn't it? And anyway, the butterflies are beautiful, he replied. Yes, beautiful indeed, she says. Aren't they? Don't tease me, he speaks. I'm not. If you're going to catch one, how about that? She said. The color reminds me of someone, he replied. Doesn't it? She added. Fine. That color is pretty too. I'll be kind. Glorial, with a radiant smile and eyes full of joy, reaches out her hand toward the magical light, as if trying to catch its beauty. Her fingers stretch gently toward the sky, as if to hold something precious, glowing softly with her own power. She isn't afraid. She isn't hiding anymore. In that moment, she shines, not because of magic, but because she finally chooses to stand in the truth, happily, fearlessly. As Glorial gracefully steps forward, reaching out toward the light. Suddenly, her foot slips on the polished marble floor. Her balance falters, but before she can fall, strong arms catch her. Duke Lester, quick and unwavering, pulls her into his embrace. He holds her tightly, protectively, as if letting her go was never an option. Glorial, breathless, looking up at him. Duke Lester, quietly steady. I've got you. The ballroom is silent. Only the sound of her heartbeat echoes in her ears, and in his arms, she feels safe. He asked, Psyche, are you all right? Psyche replied, yes. Look, I caught it. Don't you want to catch one? He said, not really. So what did you wish for? Did you wish for your mother's false charges to be cleared soon? Or for you to get revenge on your enemies? She speaks, I wished for peace to return to the north as quickly as possible. The other things you mentioned can be achieved in due time, but the situation in the north has to be resolved right away. You should go back to your territory now, Your Grace, he replied. Well, she says, I know that you're keeping a close eye on the north situation from the capital, but if it weren't for my problems, you would have gone back a long time ago. I don't wish to stand in your way. I want our relationship to stay mutually helpful. So he speaks. It's true that you're one of the reasons I've remained in the capital, but not the only reason I stayed. I've come to deduce from my recent investigations that the person who brought harm to my territory is here in the palace, the magician said. But the Imperial Palace took all the Dalua that was in our storerooms, Psyche replied. Yes, that's what she said, Duke Lester added. Also, staying in the capital is my choice. I only do what I want to do, although there are times when I hold back. I never force myself to do something I don't want. Then don't hold back anymore. Do you have any idea what I might do? She replied. Whatever it is, it's fine. He slowly raises his hand and brushes a loose strand of hair behind her ear. His fingers linger, and then, without another word, he leans in. Their foreheads almost touch. Her eyes flutter closed. She doesn't move away. Time seems to stop, and then, the next day at the capital, the First Lady said, Have you heard? Lady Glorial displayed her ability at the banquet yesterday. The Second Lady replied, Moreover, Lady Glorial's real identity. The Third Lady speaks. Even His Majesty acknowledged her. Oh my, then what's going to happen to House Silkisia? The Second Lady speaks. Didn't Lady Lillian also take the ability verification test? The Third Lady added. Was that just a baseless rumor? Duke Lester asked. Why are you suddenly looking through history books? Psyche said. Well, there's something on my mind that I want to investigate. Duke Lester asked. What is it? If you don't want to tell me, Psyche replied. No, that's not it. It's simply too ridiculous. So I wanted to look into it before discussing it with you. I could be mistaken, Duke Lester says. I may be wrong. But I think the Emperor believes I am the founder of House Silkisia. Don't you think that's sheer nonsense? She speaks. I don't know. That's why I want to look into it now. I just said that I was looking into something that was bothering me, he said. Oh, I'm not suggesting that what you said was nonsense. I was actually referring to the Emperor, she replied. Sure, let's go with that then. But it's true, icide says. I have them, Your Grace. You suddenly requested books about the founding period, she said. Thank you for your hard work, icide. He spoke. Just leave them here. She speaks. The amount of records exceeded my expectations, yet there are a few inaccuracies. Some ancient documents are kept in Silkisia territory, so it's unfortunate that we can't access them now, he says. Oh, she asked. What's wrong? He said. The mention of your territory reminded me that there's also a place created by the founder of House Lester in my territory. Well, I won't be able to check it until I go back. More importantly, please share what led you to think that the Emperor believes you are House Silkisia's founder, she replied. Well, yesterday, the Emperor said that if I were a real Silkisia, I should use my great power on him. He spoke. He mentioned the great power? Come to think of it, he was convinced that I would unlock my ability even when I was just a child. He think Emperor said, all I care about is that her ability awakens. As long as that happens, it doesn't matter what you do. He believed that, even though Silkisia's ability doesn't appear in every generation and may not always be exhibited by the direct descendants of the head of the house, Duke Lester says, come to think of it, that is odd. I was also the first one to exhibit my house's ability after several generations. He was convinced that a girl too young to even take the verification test would manifest her ability, she replied. Yes, and once I realized how strange that was, another thing came to mind. She think, when we were at the Magician Association and I got stranded in the ash forest, Siona took me to a lake supposedly to check something, the Emperor said. As I gazed into the water, the lake showed me the founder of House Silkisia. He think, how do I explain it? When someone has a soul that's torn or in pain, that's when they smell like winter. What? Now that I think about it, the magician at the association mentioned that you smelled like winter. She said it meant that you had a torn soul. It's because the tortured souls of the house heads were passed down to future generations. That matches with the stories about the founders of House Silkisia and House Lester, she replied. Yes, that's the very reason I want to investigate the great power the Emperor mentioned. Do you know what the founder of House Silkisia's great power was? He replied. No, if even you, a descendant of House Silkisia, don't know it, that secret will be difficult to uncover. The great power is akin to a hidden ace for those gifted with special abilities. As far as I know, except for exceptions like House Evergreen, the houses do not share information about their great power with other ability users or even family members. She think, then if Duke Evergreen has memories about the founder of House Silkisia, might he be able to provide some information? Duke Lester asked. That scoundrel. What is it? He said. I'm here to give you a word of caution. Despite knowing that you'll ignore what I say and do as you please, your great power is neither omnipotent nor infinite. Stop acting without restraint. Duke Lester speaks. Don't be vague. If you have something to say, just say it, he says. Will you listen if I do? I've already tried several times. Never mind. I know there's no point in telling you anything, Duke Lester said. I don't think he'll cooperate, Psyche asked. Did you two fight? Duke Lester replied. Well, no. He suddenly came up to me, got mad on his own, and then stormed off. She think, Duke Evergreen possesses knowledge about the past. I would appreciate the opportunity to speak with him one-on-one. Evergreen likes perfumes. Lady Stella's suggestion prompted me to get him a perfume as a gift, but since he's the head of one of the 4 major houses, it's not easy to meet him. Duke Lester speaks. At the moment, it appears that there's a bit of evidence to back your suspicion, she replied. Yes, even if I'm wrong, it's certain that the Emperor knows something that we don't, Duke Lester says. In that case, let's look through all that we can, she replied. All right, I was expecting more records related to the important people in the story of the Empire's foundation. The founder of House Silkisia and that of House Lester were very close. However, the founder of House Silkisia married the Emperor, and the two became estranged. She eventually stopped going to the north, until she ultimately met her death while wandering the northern snowfields. Afterward, the founder of House Lester raised an army and attacked the Imperial family. She said, these last 2 details are new to me. Duke Lester replied, yes, particularly this one. seems highly implausible. Our founder would have been considered a traitor if he had attacked the Imperial family. However, both the Imperial family and House Lester remain to this day. If our founder had succeeded, the Imperial family would be different. But if he had failed, House Lester would no longer exist. She speaks. That's true. There's not much proof to confirm these events. And considering the passage of time, it's possible that some accounts have been distorted. Yes, come in, icide says. Your Grace. It is from the Imperial Palace, Duke Lester said. It's amazing how quickly the Imperial family is taking action. It says a Grand Council will come together at the palace in 10 days to discuss what should be done about you. The Imperial Palace. Duke Logan speaks. Your Majesty, just a moment, please. I promise that I will resolve the Glorial issue. After all, what is she capable of doing on her own? If I just take her away from Duke Lester, everything will be fine. Emperor say. Logan, do you even have a way to separate them? Duke Logan added. I'll just make Duke Lester abandon her. It just so happens that the day of the council meeting, I was caught off guard by the sudden meeting. Council member speaks. How are things in House Silkisia? Duke Lester is part of the Crown Prince's faction, so this is likely to influence. Was Lady Glorial expected to be present at today's meeting? He said. It seems they've given this a lot of thought. Only those with noble titles, their official representatives, or high officials of a certain rank can attend the meeting. It's likely that there will be more people from the Emperor's faction, which has strong ties with House Silkisia. She replied. Chances are you're right. He asked. What should we do? Given that this is about you, we should also go. She replied. No, those with noble titles can also choose to just observe. Please register to get us seats. He asked again. If we do that, you won't have the right to speak to the council. She replied again. It doesn't matter. Ultimately, the council will have the final say, but my presence itself will make it difficult for them to just ignore me. At the same time, if someone is determined to go against me, they will do so regardless of my right to speak. He say. That's true, but, she said, what I say matters less than how many of my allies are present at the meeting. Would it help us to show goodwill toward the Crown Prince's faction? He replied. Not at all. Given the uncertainty of the situation, it would be advisable for you not to align yourself with any particular group. As for public opinion, I will do my best to handle it. At the council chamber, someone say. Lady Glorial is right here. Is she truly going to participate in this meeting? How should our side take action? Duke Lester speaks. The observer seats should be over there. She say. I can go alone. Lennox said. You, she added. You wouldn't be able to follow half of the conversation today. Yet you showed up to observe the meeting? Lennox asked. What? How dare you? House Silkisia speaks. People will be looking at us, but it should be alright for you to join as an observer. Just keep your mouth shut the whole time. Lennox asked. What? But that wench Psyche, House Silkisia asked. Do you believe I am unaware that your reputation in academia is solely built on her efforts? Even though you're my younger brother, I won't tolerate any recklessness from you. She think Lennox isn't very bright, and his ability to solve things on his own is worse than that of Lillian, who spent more than 10 years away from the nobility. Hence, I don't need to worry about him. What we need to focus on right now is, servant said, His Majesty has arrived. The council begins. Ultimately, what's most important is what the Emperor, who has the final authority, believes and intends to carry out. Emperor speaks. Well then, let's start the discussion on how to handle Glorial the criminal. She think, holding this meeting seems almost contradictory in itself. If he truly considered me a criminal, he would have taken me into custody before the meeting commenced. Emperor asked. Duke Lester, the floor is yours. He say. I'd like to amend the underlying premise of this meeting. What makes Lady Glorial a criminal? Council member speaks. What do you mean, Duke Lester? A counselor said. You can inherit the crime of murdering a member of the Imperial family. Your Majesty, that may be true. Other council members say. But it seems that Lady Glorial has not done anything herself. Even those close to House Silkisia are puzzled by the Emperor's intentions, and are proceeding with caution as they observe him. The council members are talking among themselves. If you take that stance, then what becomes of the Empire's laws? One must bear the responsibility of their house, if they also want to reap its privileges. This also affects the larger issue of the legal age threshold. A counselor said. Lady Glorial possesses the house's special ability. That doesn't give her legal immunity. It seems you all have conflicting viewpoints. Why don't we take a quick break and then proceed? Council member speaks. Yes, Your Majesty. During the break, supporter whispers, Your Grace. What is going on? Do you have any evidence to prove Lady Gloriel's innocence? He say, oh well, it would have been better if you had shared it with us beforehand. Well, since they seem like allies. After the break supporter asked. What? Is that really true? She asked. What's happening? Someone replied. It's nothing, my lady, she said. It doesn't seem to be. You just looked at me as you yelled, didn't you? He speaks. I think your ladyship must have misunderstood. Duke Lester asked. What is it, Lady Gloriel? She replied. Your Grace. He asked again. Who dared be rude to you? He said. It wasn't me. I was only listening. It wasn't, Marquis Eslant said. Her ladyship was having a secret affair with another man. He shocked and say, a secret affair. What kind of utter nonsense is that, Marquis Eslant? Marquis Eslant speaks. Ahem. I've only heard the rumors. But there are people who claim to have witnessed it. She thought. I had a feeling that someone would stir up trouble. But they're stooping quite low. While I bear the name Lady Gloriel, I'm at odds with my family. So from an outsider's point of view, my fiancé must seem like my only remaining source of support. My enemies are aiming to take that away. It's a fact that such scandals would be fatal to one's reputation. Marquis Eslant said. Do you grasp the significance of what you are saying? She speaks. You'll have to take responsibility for your words. Marquis Eslant say. Of course. How can I be intimidated by this young wench? No, it must be because of Duke Lester. After all, he's glaring at me from right behind her. And yet, my lady, please don't try to threaten me simply because I mentioned a topic that makes you feel guilty. Threatening me won't undo the rumor. I didn't make it up. There are witnesses, she said. Witnesses? Marquis Eslant speaks. In the evening of the 12th of the second month, didn't you enter an inn with another man? Onlookers had refrained from speaking about this since it involved a woman of high status. But they couldn't hide it forever. Lennox say. Izar? She think. Huh. But that's the day. Duke Lester speaks. That's odd. She was with me until very late at night. She thought. It's true. I was with the Duke all night. Because that's the day we attacked the illegal auction house. The fact that I can't give a real alibi makes it hard to prove my innocence. Marquis Eslant said. Well, I understand that your Grace wishes to protect her ladyship. After all, your Grace is an honorable gentleman, but it's not in her ladyship's best interest to just cover this up, is it? She think. Yes, I expected that reaction. Everyone knows that the Duke and I are on the same side, so vouching for each other is meaningless. Why did it have to be that day? The Marquis's unwavering confidence troubles me. It doesn't seem like he's lying, and he's not one to take risks in this way. She speaks. What was the witness's account of the situation? Did they say that Gloriel Silkisia went into an inn with a man? Isn't it possible that the man I was with was Duke Lester? Marquis Eslant say. Haha. Your ladyship can't escape this situation simply because his Grace is ready to lie on your behalf. Several witnesses said they saw the lady of House Silkisia with a brown-haired man, he said. I see, so they saw. A lady of House Silkisia, Marquis Eslant replied. That's right. The council members are talking among themselves. According to Marquis Eslant, the witnesses spotted a lady of House Silkisia in the company of an unknown man. But currently, there are two ladies of House Silkisia. If so, it could have been Lady Lillian. Speaks. What? How dare they? Izar said. Lennox, I told you to stay quiet today. Did you already forget? Lennox said to Izar. In the first place, how would the people at an inn recognize someone of her status? Izar speaks. Well, she added, don't you think the staff could have easily confused the identities of noble ladies? Oh, or did they recognize us by the color of our hair? But think about it, Marquis Eslant. For example, your daughter's gray hair could look silver under the light of the moon. Marquis Eslant added. Don't be unreasonable. My daughter was home all day, Psyche think. Well, judging by his reaction, that seems highly unlikely. But he's not the type to admit something that could tarnish his daughter's reputation. It might not be in your daughter's best interest to just cover this up, she said. Since he attacked me first, he should expect such a response. Others might believe that you're blaming me for something your daughter did, Marquis Eslant said angrily. Stop with this nonsense. The witnesses said they saw a lady get off a carriage with House Silkisia's emblem, she said. A carriage with the Silkisia emblem on it? In that case, Izar added. Enough, Psyche. I remember it clearly. You went out late that day, but Lillian went to bed early. She think. I knew you would step in, Izar, she said. Oh dear. Unfortunately, everyone here is claiming innocence based on the testimony of someone close to them. She thought. Izar knows better than anyone that I didn't take the carriage that day. And judging by his ambiguous account, it seems that he isn't sure about Lillian either. The Duke and I could face an awkward situation if we insist on probing into that day, so I should end things here. There are several people involved now, so this is enough to make it difficult to bring this up again. Duke Lester said. Ha! As Lady Gloriel said, there are no impartial witnesses. But come to think of it, when I went to the suburbs with Lady Gloriel to watch the sunset that day, we ran into someone. She think, what's he saying? He speaks. Isn't that right, Count Juan? Lennox said. Izar? Marquis Aslant asked. What? It can't be, Count Juan replied. Yes, that day, I went to the suburbs to practice sword fighting, and I ran into Duke Lester and Lady Psyche. I mean Lady Gloriel, Count Juan. Eric Juan, crowd said. He did. If Count Juan is testifying, then it must be true that Duke Lester and Lady Gloriel were together. Then was Lady Lillian the one who had a secret rendezvous? Izar speaks. Who can say for sure? Lady Aslant might have been the one too. She thinking, what's happening? He speaks. Little did we know that our unexpected encounter with the Count would prove so helpful. I had thought it rather annoying that day. She thought, Count Juan is one of the closest allies of House Silkisia. So why? Is he helping us? Someone said. Then what really happened? Count Juan wouldn't say this to side with the Crown Prince's faction. So it must be true that Duke Lester and Lady Gloriel were together that day. Then it's highly likely it was the other lady of House Silkisia who... Someone might hear you, Izar say. Who knows? Lady Gloriel raised some good points. It's also possible that it was Lady Hilvia instead. Duke Lester speaks. Do you hear that? Marquis, you clearly said earlier that you would take responsibility for your words. Marquis Aslant added. Well, Eep. I apologize, Lady Psyche. I think you got my name wrong, Marquis Aslant. I am sorry, Lady Gloriel. I made a rash remark based on unconfirmed rumors. She think, well, this makes things easier to know. Those who acknowledge my place or are sympathetic toward me will call me Lady Gloriel, while those who refuse to accept my lineage as a direct descendant of House Silkisia will address me as Lady Psyche. She replied, I'll accept your apology, considering it must be due to your age. But you really should look after your daughter better. Do you really think no one knows about what she ordered from the jewelry store on her behalf? I will keep my eye on you. What have you done? What possessed you to sign a document like this? Marquis Aslant added. I had no choice. I was just obeying Lady Lillian's request when I ran into those men. A request? What did she ask you to do? Well, what? A fake necklace. Do you have any idea what that means? If anyone finds out about this, Lillian say, no one knows a thing. I went there in secret. Not even those men knew where I went, Marquis Aslant thought. So how does Lady Psyche know? I sided with House Silkisia because of that issue. But now that things have turned this way, a servant said, the meeting will resume soon. She speaks. Oh my, I wanted to talk to Duke Evergreen during the break, but too much time has passed. Well, it can't be helped now. Emperor say, alright. Have you all thought about the issue during the break? Those who wish to share their opinions may speak. Marquis Aslant? Marquis Aslant said, in my opinion, what Duke Lester said makes sense to me. Council member asked, why would Marquis Aslant? Is it because of the argument earlier? But would that really change his position? Marquis Aslant added, since it involves the Imperial family, any ambiguous aspects that were overlooked in the Rees incident should be clearly revealed. Until those results are in, I don't think we should consider Lady Psyche, I mean, Lady Gloriel, guilty of the crime. Emperor speaks. You're right. Then until the case is reinvestigated and a conclusion is reached, the lady should use the name Gloriel Silkisia in official matters. Other council members said, that's ridiculous. Under the Imperial law, those who are not the head of the house or their direct descendants must change their last names. There can't be two direct bloodlines in one family. Emperor speaks. Strictly speaking, it's not two bloodlines in one family. Isn't Gloriel Silkisia legally your daughter? Isn't that true, Logan? Duke Logan said. Yes, think. I kind of expected the Emperor to change his attitude, but I didn't think he'd go this far. What is he up to? Emperor say. Well, it seems we've reached a resolution. Any objections? Duke Lester thought. In light of what the Emperor just said, how could anyone object? This leaves a bad feeling in my mouth. What's he after? Lennox said. Excuse me. What about the prophecy? Duke Lester thought. Oh, that idiot decided to object. Lennox speaks. The prophecy's words are likely related to a name. The name Gloriel is associated with glory. She think, damn it, why is it so hard to speak? I wasn't like this before. I've always known Lennox was a complete idiot, but I didn't think he would be this bad at speaking without a script. Perhaps his lack of sense is the bigger issue. Lennox say, so what I'm saying is, I'm concerned about the harm that might befall upon your majesty. Emperor asked, so what you're saying is that you believe I, the emperor, would be brought to my knees by a mere lady? Lennox replied, no, that's not what I meant. I'm concerned about your majesty's safety. Emperor spoke. How insolent, he said. I apologize, your majesty. I failed to raise my son properly. I'll discipline him when we return. Duke Evergreen say, but your majesty, Lord Lennox makes a good point. Think, Duke Evergreen? I was wondering why he was staying quiet. What's he up to now? Emperor spoke. A good point, Duke Evergreen said. The prophecy has already spread throughout the empire. When Lady Gloriel's existence is officially announced, the number of people who worry about the prophecy will increase as well. In light of that, how about adopting a measure to directly nullify the prophecy? Someone speaks. What does that mean? Nullify the prophecy? Duke Evergreen say. The prophecy said, glory that has lost its light shall consume the light of the sun. If Lady Gloriel is the glory that has lost its light, by restoring that light, we can put our concerns to rest. Emperor said, is it not enough that her name is restored? Are you saying I should reinstate her title as well? Duke Evergreen replied, no, it wouldn't be correct to say her light is restored with just the title. To ensure that no one raises any objections, she should regain her title through her own abilities. Council member says, Lady Gloriel's own abilities. What's he talking about? Duke Evergreen said, doesn't everyone here know how nobles come to gain honor and earn their titles? Duke Lester think, that bastard. Emperor asked, are you saying we should give her a chance to prove her worth? The council members are discussing among themselves. A chance to earn her title. Wouldn't that give her too much power? But according to the prophecy, she may be a potential threat. Emperor says, how interesting. At this point, there are only a few places where she can demonstrate her worth and be rewarded. Lady Gloriel, if you accept this offer, I will assign you to the north. She thought, the north. Duke said, your majesty. The north is, she speaks. Yes, I will go to the north. Emperor spoke. I like that you make quick decisions. All right then. Go to the north and make a contribution to the empire that will be recognized by all. I appoint Gloriel Silkisia as second in command of the forces fighting monsters in the north, he said. Lady Gloriel, she speak. Oh, your grace. Did Duke Evergreen leave already? He added. That bastard left at the speed of light as soon as the meeting ended. She added. When it snows, I feel lethargic. But it's not like I lose all ability to function. And I won't lose my mind like my ancestor did. My symptoms are milder when it's not actively snowing, he added. Have you seen snow before? She replied. Yes, but more importantly, however, keep this in mind. Getting this opportunity also means accepting responsibility if you fail. The Emperor is aware of my vulnerability to snow, so he likely considered this when granting his approval. He said, right. You said he knew about it, didn't you? So that must be why he gave his permission so easily. Perhaps the same goes for Widnix. She asked. What do you think Duke Evergreen's motive is? He added. It's better to assume that twisted bastard is not our ally. Anyway, since we're doing this, you should be in charge of tactics or take strategic command of. She says, no, it would be hard to prove my real contribution if I were in those roles. People would say I was just following others' orders, or that I was taking credit for someone else's tactics. I plan to join in the combat, he said. You can't. It's too dangerous. To make a contribution, I have to take these risks. Do you doubt my ability to fight monsters? You know that's not what I mean. I know better than anyone how skilled you are. But even so, what man would be happy when the woman he cares about decides to put herself in danger? No, I mean, what I'm trying to say is, she speaks, I feel the same way, and I want the North to become safe soon. Because it's your territory. I didn't think I would be able to leave the capital until my status and position were set. That's why I suggested that you return as soon as you can. But I wanted to go with you from the start. Don't you want to go to the north with me? He added. Yes, but... Wait, how did our conversation get here? You know you're not being fair, right? But even if we set aside our feelings, you also agree that it's a decent proposal, right? Well, I don't know about the other monsters, but you definitely need female knights to fight ASUM. It's also how I can make a contribution that would be recognized by everybody. If you're worried, why don't you help me train a little more before we head north? He asked. Was that your real goal? He thought. Come to think of it. How cute. No. Have I lost my mind? What am I thinking? The first time I thought she was cute was when she offered to be my sparring companion. I must have a weakness for that look on her face. Alright, but I won't go easy on you. I'll make you train even harder. You better brace yourself, she replies. Alright, she at least cut a piece of wood with the sword, she said. I need to hone my skills further to use my special ability while fighting. Still, it's going better than I expected. I can freeze my opponent before attacking them. Once I become more accustomed to it, these moves will be useful when battling monsters, she thinks. Also, with a bit more practice, I think I'll get the hang of it. This sensation, is it thanks to all my training with the Duke lately? Are these the results of the private lessons from a sword master? The Emperor suggested that the expedition should last 3 months. This will probably be the last time he officially supports the subjugation of monsters in the north, if I don't prepare as much as possible before I leave. A maid brought a letter and said, Lady Gloriel, she speaks. Cecil, what is it? A maid hands over a letter and says, Well, Duke Evergreen sent your ladyship an invitation, she says. What? She thought. He's been ignoring all my letters, so what's with the sudden turnaround? She says. Widnix asked you to meet with him? He said. I have a prior engagement on that day. She speaks. You do? Do I need to accompany you? He spoke. No, it's not entirely unrelated to you. She asked. What is it? He says. You see. She added. Oh, that's been bothering me as well. There's no way around it. We'll need to move separately. Duke Lester added. Are you going to see Widnix by yourself? Who knows what he might say, she said. But having you there would just increase the likelihood of a fight, wouldn't it? He says. Well, wouldn't that just ruin the conversation? Psyche speaks. That's, the invitation said to come alone anyway, so please focus on your own plans. Servant said. Welcome, Lady Gloriel. His Grace is waiting for you. Evergreen Manor, she thought. There are so many plants here, yet it doesn't feel excessive. It seems he invests a great deal of effort into caring for the garden. Because of his hair. Why did he reach out to me now when he kept ignoring me? Servant says. This way, my lady, she replied. Yes, thank you, Psyche said. Greetings, Duke Evergreen. Duke Evergreen spoke. Hello, Psyche said. Thank you for inviting me, but I was a little surprised that you contacted me so suddenly. I don't believe we're close enough to have any casual chats, so please get straight to the point. Duke Evergreen speaks. Indeed, why did you agree to go to the north? I thought you were afraid of snow, Psyche thought. Just as I expected, he knew, Psyche said. Did you make the suggestion hoping that I would reject it? Duke Evergreen says. No, that's not it. However, since it's not a favorable offer, I thought you would. I prepared this to persuade you in case you declined. Psyche asked. What's that? Duke Evergreen replies. It's a potion that removes the shapeshifter's blessing, she says. You'll give it to me on the condition that I go to the north? She thought. Duke Lester said he couldn't obtain the ingredients for that potion, because it requires a special fruit that grows in the shapeshifter's forest in the east. Duke Evergreen spoke. No, I would like you to go to the north, and never come back, she said. Why? Duke Evergreen replied. That is the best option. I know that snow makes you uneasy, but from what I understand, it doesn't pose any actual danger. Go to the north and stay away from Bernya if possible. If you do that, she speaks. If that's your condition, my answer is no. Duke Evergreen speaks. Do you plan to live the rest of your life with a condition where your body keeps shrinking? Getting the ingredients for this potion won't be easy without my cooperation. They are only available in certain areas in the east, she added. Being small is inconvenient, but it's not unbearable. I'm managing it by planning out 12 hours each day. I certainly need the potion, but I can't say that it's worth surrendering my future freedom. And even though you know more than others, that does not mean that you can make decisions about others as you please. If you had explained things properly and tried to convince me, perhaps I would have considered it, but I am no longer going to be manipulated by others without knowing anything about it. If that is all you have to say, I'll take my leave now. When Psyche got up, her elbow accidentally hit it, and the perfume fell. She think, oh no! The perfume, the scent is too strong. Did it? Just as I suspected, the bottle cracked. I wouldn't have brought it if I knew this would happen, she said. I'm sorry. I heard you like perfume, so I brought this as a gift. Since I accidentally broke it, I'll just take it back. Well then, Duke Evergreen grabbed her hand and said, wait a minute, I have nothing more to say to you, Silkisia. It's you, right? It's you, Psyche thought. It's his face but a totally different expression, and his voice but a completely different way of speaking. His great power is memory transfer. All the memories of the prior ability user are passed down to the next, she says. It can't be. You, Duke Evergreen asked. Do you remember me, Silkisia? I see. So you didn't know about me specifically, but you were aware of what our great power was, she replies. Yes. I found out by chance, but I didn't know you could change personalities, Duke Evergreen says. So you didn't intend for this to happen? She asked. What? Duke Evergreen said. That perfume. It's a way to change the main memory of House Evergreen's ability user. By using that person's favorite item, it is sometimes possible to evoke a past persona. It goes without saying that not everyone will awaken through this method, but I've been watching you, Psyche replied. Me? Have you lived for a very long time? Duke Evergreen asked. What? Or, do you have the ability to travel through time? She asked. Huh, what do you mean? Psyche think. Isn't it considered inappropriate to ask about a person's great power? It's true that I know what House Evergreen's is, but still, Duke Evergreen said. Oh, it's not that. I feel like I met you while I was alive. Well, it's been a long time, so my memory's a bit foggy. She speaks. Huh. I was told that House Evergreen could pass down all their memories to the next house head. She thought. Wait, it can't be. Is he? Duke Evergreen spoke. I see I forgot to properly introduce myself. I am the first head of House Evergreen. She think, the first head of House Evergreen? Then he must know about the founders of the other houses. Emperor says, if you're really a Silkisia, you can do this. I may be wrong, but I think the Emperor believes I am the founder of House Silkisia. She said, when you said we've met before, could you have confused me with the first head of House Silkisia? Duke Evergreen speaks. What? No, that's not possible. My recollections of my youth are quite hazy. But I don't think I would confuse her with another person when I called you Silkisia. I meant someone different from Sia. Could it be that your future self used your great ability to travel to the past? She asked. Why do you think that? Did the first head of House Silkisia have that kind of power? Duke Evergreen added. Well, I don't know what Sia's great power is. She didn't tell me. Anyway, it must be fate that we met like this. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask. And if the undying flame goes out in this life, Psyche said. What does it mean that Duke Lester is in danger because of me? Duke Evergreen says. That's hard for me to say, because it's Witnix's business. I'll only answer things related to myself, or events during my lifetime. She speaks. I see. Then may I ask when you first manifested your great power? Duke Evergreen said. That's a clever question. Do you want a specific answer? She says. Yes. She thought. House Evergreen possesses the incredible ability to recall all the memories of their past house heads. Considering what he said earlier, it seems he remembers everything that transpired after his great power appeared. She said, I got my great power right after Sia died. Duke Evergreen added, so I can tell you clearly about things that happened afterward. Psyche said, then, who took care of the remains of the first head of House Silkisia? Duke Evergreen speaks. That's an unexpected question. The first emperor, Adelhai did it. Oh, doesn't the current emperor also have the same name? She says. The emperor? It wasn't the founder of House Lester? Duke Evergreen said. Of course. After all, Sia was the empress. She spoke, but her grave is in some strange place, not in the Imperial tomb. Duke Evergreen speaks. Well, Sia died from the side effects of dark magic. The dark magic turned a fairly large area into barren land. I recall that she was laid to rest there. Psyche said. Dark magic? Are you talking about the forbidden magic used by devotees? Was the first head of House Silkisia a dark magician? Duke Evergreen replied. Yes, that's correct. Oh, but please don't misunderstand. Dark magic was a normal branch of magic back then, although it was strictly forbidden after her death. She asked. What happened? Duke Evergreen replied. I don't know the details. Oh dear, my time is almost up. Do you have any more questions? Psyche said. Is it true that Silkisia and Lester were lovers? Duke Evergreen speaks. Lovers? Oh, are you asking because of that unwritten rule? Well, I don't know exactly what went on between them, but they probably weren't lovers. If that were the case, Sia wouldn't have married Adele. Although, it's probably true that Lester had special feelings for Sia. He suffered greatly after her death. He even made that ring, risking the destruction of his own soul. He'll appreciate that Sia's descendant is wearing it. She asked. This ring? Duke Evergreen says. Well then, I'll see you in the past. She asked. Huh? What did you just say? Duke Evergreen said. Since Berndia isn't aware of the trick, this must be Stella's doing. Am I right? Duke Evergreen think. He's back to his old self. He says. What in the world was Stella thinking? No, this isn't the time to talk about that. Don't tell anyone else about this, understood? Psyche said. Why shouldn't I? I don't feel like we're close enough to do each other favors. Just a moment ago, you said you'd give me what I needed in exchange for something. Shouldn't the same thing apply now? Duke Evergreen speaks. Haven't I already suffered enough because of you and burned ya? She added. I believe I said this before. Please don't accuse me without providing any explanation, he says. The memories I've accumulated because of you too. She asked. What did you say? He replied. No, never mind. I'll give this to you. Please consider it a payment in exchange for keeping this incident between us. You should leave now. A cafe in the capital. Duke Lester think. Perhaps I should have come here with Gloriel. I wonder what Widnix wants to tell her. He's always had an awful personality, but he's become more eccentric than ever lately. Here she comes. I almost didn't recognize you, Lillian. You seem to be doing quite well, Lillian asked. You. What do you think you're doing, Jess? Jess said. What am I doing? You're the one who wanted to meet me. Lillian speaks. That's because you. Let's sit down and talk. Duke Lester think. How convenient. I should be able to easily catch what they're saying. Why is he winking? Jess speaks. You were uneasy about the possibility of others seeing us, so I booked a private room. Do you like it? More importantly, why did you want to meet me? Lillian asked. What's your game? Why did you meet Psyche? I can't imagine what you told her, Jess said. You kept ignoring my letters, didn't you? I couldn't help it. Why did you keep trying to contact me anyway? Do you know what kind of rumors I'm dealing with because I met with you back then? And then you pocketed the payment without completing my order, he replied. Your order? Oh, you mean how you asked me to drive Lady Psyche out of the capital? I'd be crazy to meddle with a woman who lives with that insane bastard. You'll ruin your reputation if you go around commissioning impossible tasks for such a small amount of money, she says. What? Duke Lester think. She asked him to do what? And that bastard knows I'm listening, yet he called me insane. Jess speaks. Well, isn't she going to the north soon anyway? You got what you wanted. Congratulations, she asked. Are you serious right now? If she succeeds in making a contribution to the Empire, my family will, Jess said. Now, why should that concern me? She asked. What? What are you talking about? How could you? He replied. Why not? It's all right for you to abandon us, but we can't neglect you, Lillian added. I mean, Duke Evergreen offered to help me, so I just... Are you saying that I shouldn't have gone back to my family? He spoke. I see you're still trying to avoid responsibility and shift the blame to others. Never mind. I gave up on you a long time ago. Considering our past friendship, I just wanted to meet you one last time. Today has made things clear for me. I'm done with you. It would be better to put my hopes on Lady Psyche, she asked. What does that mean? He replies. I thought Lady Psyche was just naive, but judging from her actions, that's not the case. More importantly, she seems trustworthy, unlike you, she said. You can't. I'll help you with whatever you need, so... Jess asked. Why? Are you afraid I might tell her that you're a monster? Duke Lester think. A monster? She says. No, that's not it, Jess replied. Then what's wrong? Lillian asked. Don't be like that, Jess. We're friends, aren't we? She speaks. Yes, we were. And because we were friends, I tried to protect your secret, just as Lady Stella advised. She says. Jess, arg. He speaks. That's why I made sure you never got a scratch on you, even if that meant my body suffered instead. But you cut off all contact with us as soon as you entered the Duke's house, didn't you? She replied. I had no choice. Everything was fine when I first entered the Duke's house. I thought that since I was a daughter of a Duke, I could get my friends, who were captured along with me from the west, out of the Black Moon. However, a lady said, Lady Lillian, look at that. There was little a Duke's daughter could do. The nobles were extremely closed and looked down on other classes. Do all animals think they can become fine ladies if they buy themselves a nice dress? Isn't it ridiculous? How dare a merchant's daughter think she could join our circle? She said. You're right. Could I have revealed that you were my friends? I did my best. I gave you money and jobs. Why are you blaming me? Why? She speaks. Why are you doing this to me? It's been hard on me too. I've also, he added. I see. So let's end this. It's over for us, all right? Well, goodbye, my lady, she said. Jess, no. Don't go. Talk to me. Duke Lester thinking. It seems he wants to end things with Lillian and cooperate with us. Anyway, he mentioned this while he was aware of my presence, so he probably expects me to convey the message to Gloriel. That aside, what did he mean when he said Lady Lillian was a monster? Lester Manor. a maid says. Welcome back, Your Grace, Duke Lester asked. Where's Lady Glorial? Is she back yet? Maid reply. Yes, she came back a while ago and requested that I inform her when Your Grace returns, he said. Oh, then I'll go to her right away. Psyche speaks. Yes, just a moment. Oh, Your Grace. You've returned sooner than I had anticipated, he asked. Are you all right? She says. What? He speaks. Why did Widnix request a meeting with you? You're not hurt, are you? She said. I'm not hurt, but something did happen. Any ideas? Do you notice anything different about me? He thinking. What? Something different about her? I doubt she's talking about her change of attire. She looks as pretty as usual. Come to think of it, she's home but hasn't shrunk yet. Huh? He said. Glorial. Where's the brooch? Psyche reply. That's right. Exactly, he says. What happened? She said. And so Duke Evergreen gave me the antidote on the condition that I keep our conversation a secret. I'm glad we solved this before going to the north. Duke Lester added. Oh, she speaks. What about you? What did Jess and Lillian talk about? He says. Well, Psyche spoke. He said Lillian was a monster? He added. Yes, but judging by the atmosphere, he didn't mean it as a metaphor. Do you have any idea what it means? She said. No, not at all. She think. I don't remember hearing anything like that, even in my previous life. Psyche speaks. Could it be related to how the color of the holy water changed during her ability verification test at the temple? Duke Lester says. It seemed like they were talking about something that wasn't so recent, though it could be related. Anyway, I think we should continue to keep an eye on her, Psyche said. But what should we do about Jess? Let's just wait and watch him for now. We still don't know what he wants from us. Do you have something you want to say? Duke Lester added. Well, you took a perfume to give Widnix. Is there no gift for me? I mean, I'm not asking for one. Lady Glorial, she said. Will you give me a minute? Then she got up and opened a box that had a perfume inside. He asked. What's this? She says. You've shown me a great kindness that I haven't been able to reciprocate, so I got this for you. I wanted to give it more memorably. Duke Lester said. It doesn't matter how a gift is presented. All that matters is that it makes me so happy. She speaks. My, he says. May I try it? How is it? Does it suit me? Psyche spoke. You just sprayed it, so I can't tell yet. Then it can't be helped. Shall we stay like this until you can? Huh? Hold on. It's lovely. I mean, the scent is. You got an answer, so we can stop now. Silkisia Manor. The air was heavy with silence. Duke Logan speaks. I said that no one was to bother me, he said. It's me, Duke Logan says. Who permitted you to come in? Izar added. Father. Duke Logan speaks. Ha! Do you even consider me a father? You toyed with forbidden magic without my knowledge. Forget it. What do you want? Izar added. Is it true that the former head of House Silkisia was innocent? Duke Logan says. That's none of your business. Izar thinking. Even if he was lying, I hoped father would deny it. So she was innocent. Narration. Duke Logan picked up a cup and threw it at Izar. It hit him, and he stumbled into the door. Then Logan shouted. Get out! Izar thinks. Was this house always this quiet? When she was here, Izar placed his hand on the alarm, then walked over to the window and stood there, lost in thought. Izar says, Psyche, all this was yours. He hit the wall hard with his hand. Izar continues, not only was I unable to surpass you in skill, what I believed to be mine was all yours from the beginning. What should I do with you, Psyche? He picked up the sword and started casting magic with it. She thinks, what was that? I've never felt that before. It was as though my power was gently surging inside my body. Maybe it's a month after the meeting. After hurried preparations, the day arrived for the Monster Hunt Expedition to head north. Commander-in-Chief of the Monster Hunt Expedition, Duke Berndia Lester. People were talking among themselves. Duke Lester is finally leading a large army back north. That's why he came to the capital, right? Rumors claimed he was hideous, but he's such a handsome young man. Deputy Commander Glorial Silkisia. Is that the famous Lady Glorial? Is she up to the task of Deputy Commander? I heard her special ability was quite impressive. Duke Lester speaks. What's so funny? Psyche said. Oh, it's just that. People are saying all sorts of things. I didn't think I'd be able to hear them so clearly. He says. Oh, is that all? You'll get used to it after a while. It's something you adjust to. As your skills improve, your senses get heightened. Nothing extraordinary will happen along our journey, so it'll be the perfect chance for you to practice. What great timing. She speaks. Yes, I'm very lucky. He spoke. No, this isn't luck. It's the result of your efforts. Psyche speaks. Alright. Izar was sitting on the horse, watching both of them intently. A few days later, the entrance of Leicester Duchy, she said. It's definitely much colder here in the north. He spoke. That's why I said it would be better to travel by carriage. Psyche says. No, people believe that I didn't become deputy commander based on my skills. How can I earn the soldiers' respect on the battlefield? If I only think about my own comfort? Duke Leicester speaks. But are you really alright? She spoke. Yes. So far, we've only seen a bit of snow piled up. In those places, I do feel my energy dip a little. She thinks. House Silkisia's fear of snow that hinders us from visiting snowy places wasn't merely a legend passed down through time. I'm feeling it firsthand the further north we go. Are you still afraid of the snow? Did the Emperor send me to the north because of this? My energy level is low, but it's not to the point where I can't move, or I would go crazy. However, I feel strangely uncomfortable using my special ability. I'll have to see how I feel when snow falls heavily. Someone saying, stay strong a little while longer. We'll soon see Leicester Castle beyond this hill. She asked. Is that it? He asked. Yes, do you like it? She speaks. It's really beautiful. Why didn't you tell me earlier? He said. I thought it would look better if you didn't have any expectations. I hope the inside is to your liking too. All troops, split up and move to your designated locations after a final check. Rest and regain your strength until you receive the order to head into battle, Psyche says. As you command. Huh. Count Juan and Izar. She thinks. Do they know each other? Right, House Juan and House Silkisia are on friendly terms. In any case, it's good that Izar and I are in different units. I'd rather not see him. Duke Leicester says. Right this way. Welcome to Leicester Castle, Glorial. People, we're so happy you're back, Your Grace. Welcome, my lady, she thought. So this is Leicester Castle, he said. Let's go to our rooms and rest. She asked. Oh yes. We've arrived, so shouldn't we stop holding hands? He added. I'd rather not, she says. Huh, Duke Leicester speaks. Come on, let me take you to your room, she added. Wait, weren't you going to introduce me to the people here? He said. We'll do that later. A servant thinks. Is this really His Grace? A maid thinks. Maybe it's just someone disguised as him. He spoke. You can use this room. Make sure to tell me about any inconvenience, Psyche said. Isn't it too big for just one person? He added. A big room is better than a smaller one. And this is Mia, who will be serving you during your stay in the north. Mia says. Hello, my lady. I am eager to be of service, she said. Nice to meet you, he says. I wish Cecil could have come with me. I want to go. But it would have been strange to bring a maid due to the military nature of this expedition. I'll have your luggage sent up immediately. Get some rest, she speaks. All right, Mia said. My lady, you must be tired from the long journey. Shall I draw a bath? Psyche replies. Yes, thank you. A dazzling, multicolored light is emerging from Duke Leicester's hand. She asks. What is His Grace doing? Mia replies. I think he's melting all the snow in the castle. Servants are talking among themselves. Why? What for? I don't know, she says. Your Grace. He speaks. Glorial, the winter training uniform looks good on you. She spoke. Thank you. What were you doing? Duke Leicester said. Oh, I thought it might make things a bit uncomfortable for you to move around. So I cleared all the snow in the training ground. Do you like it? She added. Oh yes, it's nice and comfortable. Thank you. Servants are talking among themselves. Did you hear that? His Grace cleared all the snow in the castle for Lady Glorial. A servant thinks. I can't believe it. I've never seen him smile like that before either. Is that really the Duke? Psyche says. But Your Grace, I asked if I could use the training grounds for some light exercise. So what's all this? He speaks. Well, the platoon leaders were giving me a report. When Mia informed me about your wish to use the training grounds, she added, thanks to that, my exercise has turned into a complete spectacle. He said. I'm sorry, Psyche replies. Well, it can't be helped. They must have been curious about the skill of their new deputy commander. But don't go easy on me. Duke Leicester spoke. All right. The servants were talking to each other in surprise. Look over there. They're about to start. I thought Lady Glorial was sent here because of her special ability. I didn't know she could wield a sword. True, House Silkisia is famous for its swordsmanship skills. So, how good is our deputy commander? We gave up our sweet resting time to find that out. It's starting. Duke and Psyche stood facing each other, swords in hand. With a powerful swing, Psyche launched the first attack at Duke. Some of the warriors were talking among themselves. Do you even see anything? No. Not since they first started. I guess we're not fit to judge this battle. Everyone knows that Duke Lester is a sword master. Then Lady Gloriel's skill. She's using sword aura, he said. This was supposed to be just a warm-up. So why don't we stop here? She replies. Yes, alright. Thank you for practicing with me. He speaks. Not at all. It was a good fight. The warriors began clapping, and one of them said, Our deputy commander is so powerful. She says, Is she a sword master too? Oh, the monsters will be utterly defenseless. A warrior spoke. Why didn't anyone tell us how strong she is? Other warrior says, I know. She speaks. Seeing is believing, isn't it? Some warriors spoke up. This monster hunt will be a success. We have 2 sword masters, and they both have special abilities, she said. I feel much lighter after moving around a bit. He speaks. Lady Gloriel, she says. Yes? He spoke. When I used my power earlier, why did you counter it with sword aura instead of using your special ability? Are you going to just succumb to my power like this? He thinks. We've been training so that she'd be able to instinctively counter my ability with her own, to break the brainwashing spell placed on her. Could it be? Psyche said. I had planned to tell you, but it seems you already found out. From the moment I arrived in the north, I haven't been able to use my ability. Duke Lester, you can't use your powers? She spoke. Yes. Is this also a symptom of snow phobia? He says. That can't be it. I cleared all the snow in the training ground before you arrived. He thought, could it be some kind of a regional problem that has nothing to do with snow? Was that why Mother said members of House Silkisia could never come here? Psyche said, let's not worry too much about it. Not being able to use my ability doesn't pose any other problems. And anyway, I've only recently started using it. I can fight well even without my ability. Protecting the North should be our top priority. He added, alright, but I'll make sure to stay by your side. Psyche, yes. She think, where am I? Is somebody there? Come here, SIA. Quickly. Huh? Was I dreaming? I can't remember it very well. Mia asked. Are you awake, my lady? Psyche. Yes, Mia said. I'll help your ladyship bathe and get ready for the day. She speaks. I'm just going to relax in the castle today, so you didn't have to put in so much effort. Mia added. But my lady, when you battle the monsters, won't you have to dress simply? She says. That's right. If so, why not look good on a day like today? Your shimmering silver hair pairs beautifully with colorful accessories. You're also tall, so this type of attire suits you very well. Oh, but if it's not to your liking, I've prepared 5 other dresses just in case. Psyche think. I thought she was very reserved, unlike Cecil. Are all the maids in House Lester chosen for their personality? Mia said. If you really don't like it, I can try again. Psyche added. No, I just didn't want to inconvenience you by wearing something too fancy on my day off. I like it. Thank you. She think again. Maybe it's because of the design, but it's also easy to move in. What a talented maid. It's me. Duke Lester speaks. Yes, come in. You must be tired from the long trip and the training yesterday. Why didn't you sleep in a little? She says. Well, it seems like your grace hasn't rested at all. Duke Lester spoke. Oh, I've just been away from the territory for such a long time that. Anyway, how may I help you? Psyche. I was wondering when I could receive the list of names I asked you about before we left. Duke Lester. Oh, I've already finished that. Here you go. She says. Thank you. When I was suddenly made deputy commander and sent to the north, my biggest problem was that I didn't have any direct subordinates. She think. As of now, Duke Lester is lending me his servants, but in the capital, I could move around myself, so it was alright to rely on Duke Lester. But since I'm leading an army in the north, I can't always be with him. I need 1 or 2 people who can assist just me. I'd like a butler like Icide, but I'm not in a position to make vassals like Duke Lester is. But it needs to be a noble, and even though they won't participate, since they're accompanying me into battle, they need to be in fairly good shape. I would have had more options if I had recruited people from the capital, but I was worried that the Emperor or House Silkisia might intervene. She speaks. Huh, why is he on the list? Who? Count Juan. Count Juan and Azar? She think again. Do they know each other? House Juan has a close relationship with House Silkisia. It seemed like he was friends with Azar too. But then again, why did he confirm our fake alibi before the council? Psyche says. I wanted to ask this last time, but what's going on with Count Juan? He said. Well, you might have already figured it out. House Juan has a good relationship with House Silkisia, but Count Juan personally isn't fond of your family. He fits the conditions you listed. He's someone of noble status, capable of protecting himself, able to handle some paperwork and other tasks, and above all, not friendly with the Emperor or the current House Silkisia. He's the best candidate among those who fit the conditions you requested. Has a title. Was the vice captain of an order of knights. Has experience in managing a territory. She spoke. Indeed. Although it's unlikely that he'll agree to be my aide, even if I select him. Anyway, thank you. I'll take a look and think about it some more. He replies. Yes, you still have a few days to think it through. She asked. Does that mean the battle schedule is set? He added. No, I have to provide the soldiers with moonstone weapons, and that will take some time. Plus, since we've come a long way, we need to rest and recover before heading to battle. She says. That makes sense, but you know that includes you too, right? Don't overexert yourself, and make time to rest. Duke Lester. All right. She went into the room and started thinking after lying down on the bed. Count Juan is definitely the most desirable candidate. If I hadn't seen him on the list, I would have just chosen one of the suitable northern nobles. It feels like when you're shopping for a press, and have to choose the second best one. Well, like the Duke said, since I still have a few days, I'll think about it a little more and then decide. Lady Gloriel opens her eyes slowly, dazed. Where am I? This place feels strange and familiar. She finds herself surrounded by eerie black petals and shadowy tendrils, walking barefoot in a moonlit hall. Whispers fill the air, soft as silk and heavy with meaning. Psyche Silkisia. She walks forward, drawn by an invisible pull, her breath shallow, eyes wide. At the end of the hall stands a tall man, cloaked in crimson robes. His back is turned, yet his presence commands the air like a storm waiting to break. The moment she gets close, he turns. Man, you took your time. Gloriel whispers, stunned. You, man softly said. Silkisia, come here, Sia. His face is revealed. It's the Emperor. Please remember to like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video, as it really helps our channel grow. Thanks. The Emperor stood up and went over to the window and spoke. I had my doubts, but it was still there. I should have sent her to the north a long time ago. When she opened her eyes, she sat up and spoke. What was that? I think I had a similar dream yesterday too. I was inside what looked like a corridor in Leicester Castle. There was a blue curtain at the end of it, and a man. What did I do? The next morning Duke Lester speaks. That place doesn't ring a bell, she says then. It's fine. I thought it might be important since it kept appearing in my dreams. Duke Lester added, I don't remember anywhere like that, but I also don't know the entire layout of the castle, so I'll tell the butler, who's been here a long time, to look for it. She said, Oh, you don't have to do that. He said, It wouldn't hurt to check. So, do you have any plans for today? If you're free, let's do another duel. Once she had heard everything, she responded, Actually, I'm planning to meet Count Juan. I sent a letter to the Count a little while ago asking if he was free. He replied, Are you going to hire him? She replied again, That's not entirely up to me. After all, he has a higher status than I do right now, but it would be a shame to not even try. If I get rejected, I'll just let him go without any regrets. He asked again, Why would he dare say no to you? If he does, I'll. Psyche speaks, Your Grace. Please leave this up to me. I'm looking for a person to help me. There's no point in putting pressure on someone who doesn't want to do it. He added, I understand. You have a point. She smiled and said, Thank you. Psyche stepped down from the royal carriage, and in front of her, the girl stood ready to welcome her. Psyche opened the door, stepped inside, and said, Hello, Count Juan. Count Juan looked at her and said, Greetings, Lady Gloriel. Mia speaks, my lady. I'll wait for you outside, Psyche says. Oh, yes. It's cold, so enjoy some warm tea downstairs in the meanwhile. Count Juan said, You're very considerate of your servants. Normally, people just tell their maids to wait outside. Psyche asked, Really? Well, Mia's job is to take care of me. Wouldn't she do a better job if she could rest comfortably? When she's not by my side, he said, Perhaps. Psyche said, I contacted you out of the blue, so I appreciate your meeting with me. He replied. I was a little surprised. I thought Duke Lester was the one who needed me. Psyche speaks. I believe the letter was in my name. He says, Yes. I was momentarily confused when someone came from Leicester Castle. So, what business do you have with me? Psyche thinks. If he thought that my letter was from the Duke, does that mean he believes I just follow the Duke's orders? I expected that some people might think that. But, seriously, she picked up the cup of tea and began to drink. I'm surprised that he's openly letting me know that he didn't come here to meet me. Lost in thought, she began talking to the Duke. So what's this about Count Juan disliking House Silkisia? Does he have a good reason? If he hates me too, then it'll be pointless to go see him. If I'm allowed to know, I want to learn why he hates my house before our meeting. Oh, that? To be exact, he hates His Grace and Azar. He used to be a member of Akasha, the Imperial Order. I was curious when I saw his resume yesterday. He supposedly retired early, but the description says he has the skills of a vice captain. Duke Lester said it's true. He was competing with Azar for that position. She speaks, now that I think about it. I remember Azar saying that he had a rival in the order, but I also heard that the person voluntarily resigned before any decisions were made. Duke replied. It's true. During the competition to select the vice captain, the Count was injured while hunting in the capital. At the time, many people thought the Count made a careless move by going hunting during such an important period. Could it be that his injury was caused by House Silkisia? Yes. It's just a speculation, but the rest is definitely true. Count Juan has a territory in the north, so after the incident, he's been secretly helping me. She says, in that case, it seems unlikely that he'll work for me. He speaks, well, you never know. The reason the Count quietly stepped down then is because House Juan and House Silkisia have a friendly relationship that goes back generations. If the legitimate heir to the house isn't his enemy, there's no reason for him to deny you. She asked, supporting me and becoming my aide are completely different things, aren't they? He replied, that's true, but what I mean is that he won't say no just because you're a Silkisia. It depends on how well you persuade him. They were sitting across from each other, silently watching one another, when Psyche spoke. I came here to ask you to be my aide. Count Juan asked, your own aide? Do you really need one right now? Holding the cup with both hands, she replied, yes. I suddenly had to leave my home, and found myself indebted to Duke Lester. But strictly speaking, my attempt to reclaim my position is a family affair and a personal problem. Certain things can only be meaningful if I make them happen myself. Hiring an aide is just a pretext for important things in the future. After all, I'm already the deputy commander of the monster hunt. I need someone to support me through this expedition and beyond until I reclaim my house. After listening to everything Psyche said, Count Juan speaks. When seeking something from others, you must be prepared to give just as much in return. What can I gain from assisting you? Right now, all you have to offer are a few benefits once you reclaim your position, with the help of many others. Don't you agree that it's unwise for me to antagonize the current house head for such uncertain gains? Psyche says, if I were only trying to be the head of House Silkisia, that would certainly be the case. But besides the power in my future title, there are many things I can do as a special ability user. Even without my house, I'm committed to helping you to the best of my abilities if you support me. Also, Duke Lester is on my side. He asked, didn't you ask me not to treat you like you were dependent on the Duke? She said, there's a difference between my acting under the Duke's command and the Duke acting on mine, isn't there? Of course, I know it's difficult for you to believe me and make a decision right away. That's why I want you to serve as my aide during this monster hunt. After all, you've voluntarily joined the hunt for the safety of your territory. Regardless of other interests or political positions, you sincerely want to eliminate the monsters. It would be more advantageous to have authority as a commander directly under me than to be just one of many leaders participating in the hunt. The government only designated the commander-in-chief of this hastily assembled force. Everyone else was knights from different orders or soldiers from the nobles' private armies. It's true that no one would dare overlook you regardless. But, he speaks, you want me to choose whether I'd serve you or Azar. After all, even if they are different units, the knights have more authority in battle than the lord of a territory. She says, that's not what I meant. I apologize if you were offended. He replied, no, it's true that I didn't like that situation, but my feelings don't really matter. Like you said, this is a rather favorable proposal, at least for this expedition. Except that it would put me in conflict with your current house head. She said, oh, I can take care of that. We can use Duke Lester as an excuse. He asks in surprise. What? She speaks. As the commander-in-chief of the monster hunt, Duke Lester has the authority to appoint military personnel. Who would suspect you if we said he forced you to be my aide? He asked. That's true, but is that really alright? She replied, like I said, I consider having Duke Lester on my side a sign of my Personal abilities. He said, your relationship with the Duke does seem to be quite different from what I expected. Alright. Though we'll put future cooperation on hold for a while, I'll become your aide during this expedition. When Count Juan reached out his hand, Psyche took it and said, thank you. I look forward to working with you. The next day at Leicester Castle, the Duke asked Psyche. He said yes, she replied, not completely. He agreed to be my aide here in the north. Duke Leicester says that's amazing. He's known to be incredibly stubborn and hard to persuade. She smiled and said, I'm sorry. I actually used you to make it happen. Duke Leicester asked, what? Oh, that's no big deal. I was going to make him do it anyway, so it doesn't matter. Still, your reputation is at stake. I'm sorry for not discussing this in advance. My reputation has never been good. Anyway, I guess we can start planning where to place the troops. When the two of them walked over to the table, Psyche looked at the map and asked, what's this? The Duke placed his hand on the map and says, I've marked the locations of the monsters currently appearing in the north. I'm planning to gather the commanders tomorrow and make a rough plan, but let's discuss it amongst ourselves first. Psyche said thoughtfully. The locations are more scattered than I thought. What does this mean? Duke says, that's a forest. It'll be hard to send anyone to patrol there, so I only marked the entrance. From outside the forest, it looked like most creatures there were low-level monsters, like Turks and Ildias. She said, then we won't need to prioritize that area. The first place we should target is. Both of them placed a finger on the map at the same time and said, here. Blizzard Hill. Psyche stared at the map and she thinks, it's the habitat of Asim's magic-type monsters. They can heal each other. So we should take them out first. The most troublesome thing about them is that they cause hallucinations if you get close. Since the hallucinations don't work on women of any species, I'll be the one fighting them. Duke asked, can you handle it? Psyche replied, yes, I can't use my special ability, but my swordsmanship hasn't been affected. I confirmed with Lady Stella that as long as I don't hallucinate, I can attack the creatures with sword aura. Duke speaks, defeating the monsters is important, but you also have to stay safe. She replied, yes, you too. After a few days, they set out toward Blizzard Hill, the river below the hill, and beyond that, the forest. The snow still hasn't melted in various places. After seeing everything, she thought deeply. This is Blizzard Hill. The soldiers were standing near the tents. The Duke had placed his hand on the map, and he said, as you can see, there are forests and rivers around, so there will be a lot to consider during battle. Our top priority is clearing the path to the Asim habitat. The living Asim will confuse our troops and revive other monsters, which will make the battle drag on endlessly. As explained before, our tactic is to provide the soldiers with moonstone weapons to wound the monsters on the battlefront. Psyche was silently listening to everything. Command the magicians assigned to each unit to use ice magic from the rear. Izar was standing, staring at Psyche in anger. Seeing this, Psyche thinks, why did each order of knights have to send their vice-captain? Still, I spoke with the Duke beforehand, and he agreed to keep us as far apart as possible. I shouldn't worry about it. Everyone got engaged in conversation with each other. The Duke, addressing everyone, said, then deliver the message to each unit as planned and rest for the day. We'll begin a joint attack tomorrow morning. Each unit leader should check that the weapons provided to their soldiers are in order, and make sure the magicians know where they should be. They all said, yes, Your Grace. Izar was watching everything from near the curtain. Count Juan speaks. Lady Gloriel, Psyche reply, yes, Count Juan. Count Juan says, as you requested, I talked to every unit with female fighters, and they were temporarily transferred here. None were ordinary foot soldiers. The group consists of 2 knights and 3 magicians. The official paperwork has been completed, but since there are not enough magicians, and they are needed in all units, I have switched one with Duke Leicester's magician. She said, thank you. It couldn't have been easy, so I appreciate what you did. I'd like to meet the group right away. Could you call them to my barracks? Will do. Psyche was standing near the tents, telling them something, and as they began to leave, she was saying goodbye to them. She went back to her tent and was preparing to sleep when she drifted into deep thought. As I expected, the presence of snow in this area negatively affects my physical state. What is the relationship between snow and House Silkisia? Fortunately, It's not bad enough to make me pass out or render me unable to fight. I've also used a great deal of energy to get this far. So I'm sure a good night's sleep will make me feel much better. Suddenly, the wall lamp went out, plunging the tent into darkness. Emperor said, "Head to Blizzard Hill, Sia." Psyche was dazed. There is a small stream along the forest to the east of Blizzard Hill. If you walk along the stream, you will find a long black rock. Dig under it, and you'll find a token buried there. When you find the token, activate it by offering your blood. Psyche drew her sword and said, "My blood." Just as she was about to draw her blood to activate the token, suddenly the Duke grabbed her arm and asked, "What are you doing?" Her sword fell to the ground, and she was looking at the Duke in surprise. She asked, "Where am I? What's happening?" The Duke suddenly hugged her. He asked again, "What were you doing just now? You didn't respond when I called you. What would have happened if I hadn't caught up with you?" Psyche says, It was the dream." He asked, "A dream?" She speaks, "That man in my dream ordered me to use my blood to activate this token." The Duke held her hand and said, "It's all right. Don't worry." Psyche looked toward him, embraced him, and speaks, "I don't know what that is, but if the two of us stay calm and deal with it together, we'll be able to solve it. Thank you." The token was still in his hand. She looked at the token and then spoke, "I don't know what this is, but based on the methods he used, it can't be good, right?" The Duke took the token from her hand and added, "I've never seen anything like it, but it must be a magical item if it's activated by blood. We should get it appraised." She says, "I came to the north because I wanted to help you." But again, the Duke kissed her forehead and said, "Nothing happened." Still, she asked, "Do you think this is why the Emperor sent me to the north?" He asked, "It's possible. What exactly happened in your dream?" She replied, "It's just like I told you last time. Somewhere inside Leicester Castle, a man who looked like the Emperor called me Sia, and I couldn't remember before, but I think he gave me the same message as he did in my dream today." He replies, "When we get back, I think it would be a good idea to look around the castle." She says, He speaks, "You should sleep in my tent until we resolve this." She surprised and asked, "What? Weren't we having a serious conversation just now?" He replied calmly, "I'm serious. You're worried about that man appearing in your dream again, aren't you?" She says, "Well," he speaks, "if we sleep in the same space, I'll notice right away if anything happens to you. Isn't it the best way to keep you safe? If I leave you in the hands of another, they would be powerless to stop you if you used force." Psyche said, "That's true, but alright. But even when I'm not sleeping, if you notice anything strange." Duke says, "I don't think that will happen. It's been quite some time since we arrived in the north, but nothing has happened to us so far. That means our enemy only had enough energy to command you once, or this mysterious item was important enough for him to wait until we let our guard down. Ultimately, it didn't work out the way he wanted, and this ended up in our hands. Also, the place in the dream that you mentioned worries me. If the dream started after you arrived at Leicester Castle, and a specific corridor in the castle keeps reappearing, it's likely that what's happening is linked to that place. However, from the time of my parents until now, the current emperor, and everyone close to him have never been admitted to Leicester Castle. Officially, only the first emperor ever came here. If there's a trick the first emperor used on the first head of House Silkisia, then perhaps we should revisit the idea that made us think the current emperor was mad." Psyche speaks, "I may be wrong, but I think the emperor believes I am the founder of House Silkisia." Duke said, "If something happened between the first emperor and the first head of House Silkisia, then perhaps it just doesn't work as well between you two, since it's not like you're their fully reincarnated souls." Psyche says, I see." Duke speaks, "Well then, you should go back with me, share my tent, and prepare for tomorrow's battle." Psyche, "Sure." The next day, in the palace, the emperor woke up from sleep and asked himself, "What happened? I nearly had it. Why didn't she activate it?" The emperor clenched his fist and said, "I was so close. Damn it, Lester. I bet it was you again. Yes, I was wrong. I should have gotten rid of that bastard first." Psyche asked, "Duke Lester, what's wrong?" He replied, "I just get the feeling that someone's speaking ill of me." "How are you feeling, Lady Gloriel?" While saying, "I'm fine, thanks to you," she thinks, "I slept well. but the makeshift bed inside the tent was smaller than I thought. So when I opened my eyes, I was surprised by how close we were. This isn't the time to think about things like that. I should focus on today's battle. Count Juan said loudly, my lady. She says calmly, Count Juan. He speaks. It seems like the three of you should move together during the battle. It would be better for the magicians to provide support from the rear rather than fight at the front. She says, understood. The two of you, follow me. They all said, yes, Deputy Commander. She speaks. And Count Juan, he says, yes, she speaks, your unit should also refrain from participating early in the battle and wait in the rear. Even if anyone asks for support, do not move your troops. I need you to clear a path for us when we attack the Assam. He replied, yes, I understand. When Psyche turned back, Count Lune asked, my lady, are you confident that we can win? She replied, well, I'm not sure what your motive is for asking that, but what I do know is that before you swing your sword, you should consider carefully whether it's the right way to strike, and once you've extended your arm, you need to swing without hesitation. Once the battle begins, forget everything else. During battle, the only orders that take priority over mine are those of Duke Lester. So even if you have doubts, you must forget everything and follow me. The soldiers were gathered together, murmuring among themselves. The soldier asked, how do you like the new weapon? Other one replied, the thing they put on the blade is supposed to be effective against monsters, right? The Duke turned around and spoke loudly, all troops, spread out and head in the direction you were instructed beforehand. Each unit leader should check with their mages after arriving at the designated location. Talks to himself. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the success of the northern advance depends entirely on this battle. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous, but since I've come this far, I have to succeed and return. In light of that, how about adopting a measure to directly nullify the prophecy? The prophecy said, glory that has lost its light shall consume the light of the sun. If Lady Gloriel is the glory that has lost its light, by restoring that light, we can put our concerns to rest. I ended up in the north because everyone tried to exploit the prophecy for their personal gain. But if I really make a great contribution to the empire, no one will be able to challenge my legitimacy. I'll make the emperor regret sending me here. The very next moment, the soldier struck with his sword. The soldier said, now, use ice magic. As soon as he used magic, the monster froze in ice. Other one says, it worked. The soldier said again, look. We've never been able to affect them at all. Using the new weapons and ice magic against them works. Duke spoke loudly, everyone, don't let your guard down and attack the monsters as they approach. Breaking formation or charging without orders is prohibited. A monster flew toward the Duke, and with a single sword strike, he sliced it in two. The Ildias have also started to appear. All troops use arrows and magic to defend against attacks in the air. The soldier asked, did you see that? Did he just defeat it right away? Other one replied, so it's true that Duke Lester is the most powerful sword master in the empire. Come to think of it, Lady Gloriel is also supposed to be strong, right? But why haven't I seen her all day? Lady Psyche and Count Lune stood atop the mountain, watching everything unfold. Count Juan says, Lady Gloriel. Lady Psyche looked back and said, Count Juan? Count Juan asked, how much longer? Must we wait? Lady Psyche asked, are the soldiers complaining? Count Juan says, well, Lady Psyche replied, don't worry. Ildias and other monsters have emerged, so the Assam will show up shortly. We should get ready to head into battle. Please gather the troops at the bottom of the hill. Count Juan replied, yes, my lady. The soldier speaks, it worked, we've defeated so many of them. Other one says, now, just a little more. What's that? The monsters we killed are getting back up. A monster appeared, as if it were the commander of them all. When it used magic, the dead monsters began to return. His magic was driving the soldiers mad, as if he was bending them completely to his will. Duke said, everyone, retreat. It's Assam. As soon as the number of monsters increased, they all combined their magic and the soldiers began killing one another. The soldier said, die. You monster. Another soldier speaks, no. Some of the soldiers are under Assam influence, and started attacking other soldiers. The first soldier asked, where's Lady Gloriel's special force? Aren't they supposed to exclusively handle the Assam? Another soldier replied, but it would be hard for the special forces to even approach them now. Lady Psyche came running and, striking with her sword, said, "All frontline troops, pull back to either end of the forest. Shield knights." The Duke looked toward Count Loon and said, "You're seeing this, aren't you?" He replied, "Yes." I was surprised too. When Lady Glorio first told me to arm the troops with shields, I wondered what she meant. I didn't know it would be this effective. The Special Forces' role is to assist Lady Glorio to safely enter between the ASM, and they should focus on defense rather than offense, to minimize the chances of being affected by ASM hallucinations. Duke said, "The shields are undoubtedly weighty, making it difficult to wield them even under the influence of illusion. That will minimize the damage they can give to one another." She thinks. That scream, I perceive it as nothing more than an irritating sound, like metal scraping together, but the soldiers suffer from illusions because of it. The soldier speaks, "My lady, we'll hold off on this side, so please take care of the leader. Please." Lady Psyche says, "All right." She began to think again. "In my last life, people figured out how to destroy the monsters, but I couldn't take care of Assam in time, which caused great damage to the north." A girl asked, "Did you hear about the casualties that occurred during the battle in the north?" Another girl replied, "Of course. Duke Lester was also badly injured." "I won't let that happen this time." She stood before all the monsters. All the soldiers and the Duke were completely shocked. Glorio had killed all the monsters at once. When Psyche turned, there were more monsters standing there, and she began to think, just as I thought. As long as I don't get brainwashed by that strange sound, it's possible to defeat the Assam with just my sword, because they're magical monsters with weak defenses. With this number, I think I can do it. Lady Psyche said, "Dame Raiden, Dame Sinel, I'll drive the Assam into the forest, so take care of the ones that fall behind." Both of them said, "Yes, my lady, leave it up to us." She once again began striking fearlessly with her sword, and one by one, the monsters fell to the ground. When it was over, she stood tall like a true master of the blade. "All soldiers speaks. It worked. Lady Glorio has taken care of all the Assam. We won. You're amazing, my lady. We finally did it." He says, "Everyone, calm down, and don't get too excited. The battle isn't over yet. Reorganize your units, and quickly transport the injured to the rear. Each unit will get rid of the remaining monsters at their designated locations." Both of them said, "Yes, Your Grace." All the soldiers started walking. Psyche was stepping toward the Count Juan. Count Juan speaks. Lady Glorio. Suddenly, the Duke stepped between them and said, "Count Juan, reorganize the special forces and support the injured forces." Count Juan says, "Yes, Your Grace." Then Lady Psyche thought, "My heart is pounding so hard, I have no strength left in my body. This is the first time I've used up all my mana." She says, "I did it." He replied, "Yes, you did. Thank you. The North will have peace now. The battle will end with almost no damage to our army. You deserve all the credit for stepping up and diligently seeking solutions to combat the monsters. I will finish the battle and return. You go to the rear and recover. I sent Luan and the special forces there already." Psyche speaks, "Yes, all right. There are almost no monsters left over there. With the Assam gone, we can vanquish all the monsters. With these moonstone weapons and ice magic, I did my part. The North is safe now." Soldiers said, "You're amazing, my lady." He says, "Thank you." She speaks, "So this is what I wanted. I wanted to work hard, get results, and achieve something meaningful that others would acknowledge." The soldiers shouted loudly and said, "The 2nd Division has defeated all the monsters on our side. There are no more monsters near the 4th Division. The 5th Division has succeeded. The battle is over." The Duke pressed the tip of his sword firmly into the ground, grounding his resolve. Suddenly, a swirling azure glow began to emanate, encircling him like a living aura. All the soldiers started saying loudly, "Wow, incredible. The Assam have been annihilated. With them gone, the other monsters are nothing. Thank you, Your Grace." 3 cheers for Lady Glorio. They both looked into each other's eyes, seeing the light of success shining there. All the soldiers were shouting with joy, but Azar stood silently, watching everything. A few days later, the capital, a girl asked, Did you hear about the monster hunt expedition that went north? The other girl replied and said yes. Oh my, I heard that Lady Gloria was a sword master. No wonder she was so confident about going to such a dangerous location to make her contribution. Another girl asked. But wasn't it that she couldn't use House Silkisia's special ability? The man standing with her said that's why this is such a big deal now. She has a special ability on top of being a sword master, and with her recent contribution. Another young boy spoke. No one is saying it aloud, but many believe that she could replace the head of House Silkisia. She stood there silently, frightened. Her father thinks, damn it, I should have just gotten rid of her, regardless of the Emperor's wishes. Lennox said, Fath. Her father says, silence, Lennox. The family's financial power is fully restricted because of the lavish goods you ordered without any forethought, and the nonsense you said at the council has caused this. What more do you have to say? Lennox speaks. Well, the thing is, her father said, until I give you permission, stay quietly at home and do nothing. If you mess up one more time by acting out, I'll kick you out of the family immediately. And Lillian? Lillian spoke in fear, yes, father. Then her father said, pack your bags and go to the north right now. Hearing this, her eyes widened in shock, as if she couldn't believe her father could say such a thing. The next day at Leicester Castle, Duke said then, since there is time until the next expedition, tell the entire monster hunt force to rest for 3 days. Soldier replied, yes, your grace. Duke said again, while resting, check our weapons and other items that need to be supplied. Soldiers replied again, yes, your grace. After hearing everything, Psyche said, oh, and please take good care of the wounded. Tell them that those who might have difficulty participating in the next battle will be moved to the rear support. The soldiers replied happily, yes, Deputy Commander, I'll be sure to deliver your message. Duke immediately said, no, I will. Thank you so much. Don't wait any longer. Go right now and do it. Sully says, yes, right away. He speaks, ugh, you should stop indulging those knights when they irritate you. After the last battle, they've been coming in droves to bother you. She spoke happily, well, they're doing it with good intentions. And from my perspective, the more favorable public opinion is to me, the better. That's especially true since the time I can spend in the north is limited. He asked, didn't the Emperor propose a duration of 6 months? A month to prepare for the expedition from the capital, and another month to travel to the north and prepare for the first battle. There are still a few monster habitats left to attack. After that, we'll need to reorganize our troops and rebuild the damaged areas. That's why we need a good plan moving forward. Still, now that we have confirmed that the moonstone weapons work and that you can take out the Assam, proceeding at a slow pace won't be a problem. When those things first appeared in the north, I felt so helpless. Psyche firmly took his hand and said, it's all right. They'll be completely gone soon. The Duke smiled and gently bumped his head against hers before saying, yes, it's all thanks to you. She said, it's not all thanks to me. The Duke kissed her. She asked, why did you kiss me all of a sudden? Isn't that where the mood was leading? I was just telling you to cheer up. He replied, being with you like this is what cheers me up. He said this and then hugged her. She thinks he's probably joking around like this, to assure me that things will be fine. She says, I feel better when I'm with you too. I'll no longer be deceived by that man's schemes. The next night, Psyche entered the Duke's room and said, sorry to inconvenience you again. The Duke cleared his throat and said, it's all right, we don't know what that man might do in your dreams. Then, the two of them went to sleep on the bed. Suddenly, the Duke's hand moved toward her in his sleep, but she wasn't on the bed. He got up and went into deep thought. She's gone. Where is she? Emperor said, Sia. She kept walking and reached the Emperor. The Emperor held her chin and speaks, answer me, Sia. She replied, yes. Emperor asked, where's the token? The token. Lester? Yes. Of course, it's him. It's always him, Sia. Kill him. I don't want to, you're mine. Both in your last life and in this one. Do you understand? Come on, answer me. Kill Lester. After hearing everything, she spoke in fear. Never. The Duke shouted as he asked, Lady Gloriel, are you in here? As soon as he opened the door, she was standing in the balcony. He asked, what are you doing here? He thinks, what is this? He said loudly. Lady Gloriel, wake up! Lady Gloriel, Gloriel Silkisia. Psyche was confused. She suddenly asked, who are you? Do you know me? The Duke was confused about what she was saying. She gestured with her hand and said, "Lady Gloriel." The next morning, when she opened her eyes, she saw the Duke standing in front of her. She asked, "Why were you looking at me like that?" He asked, "Gloriel? You're Gloriel, right?" She asked again, "Did I do something strange again? Was it like the time I dug up the token?" After hearing all this, suddenly the Duke hugged her. She said, "Your Grace?" He speaks, "You cheated on me." She asked, surprised. "What?" He says, "You had an out-of-body experience last night and your spirit met with another man." She asked, "Wait, I did what? Explain it in a way that I can understand." "Wait a minute. Don't be so clingy and explain already." "Your Grace, are you listening to me?" They were sitting at the tea table when the Duke speaks. "So, I wasn't in bed, and you looked for me in the castle. When you found me, I was with someone in spirit form, and when I called you, you didn't respond. You only reacted to the name Silkisia." Tracing the rim of the cup with her fingers, he speaks again. "And the person who used that name was, I'd like you to go there with me." After a while, when the two of them were standing outside the palace, the Duke spoke again. "This is where I found your spirit yesterday. This annex has existed since the castle was originally constructed." She asked, "When it was first constructed?" He replied, "Yes. It was used by the founder of House Leicester. I heard that he instructed the staff to preserve it as it is and never remodel the building. It's here. Do you recognize it?" Then, when they entered inside, Psyche said after seeing the palace, "But this place doesn't have the curtains." He asked, "Curtains? Wait, come this way." Saying this, he took her to the library. She asked, "Is this the study?" He replied, "Yes, follow me." She silently followed him. After looking at a picture, she said these were the curtains. This painting. Hearing this, he replied, "Portrays the founder of House Leicester." Psyche asked, surprised, "What?" He said, "In the painting, he's on the balcony I showed you earlier." Psyche was listening to all this in amazement. Psyche said then, "The corridor I've been seeing in my dream was in this place during the founding of the empire, when the first head of House Leicester was still alive," he says, "probably. And it also bothers me that he left this painting here, as if he wanted me to see it." She asked, "What's wrong with this spot? Is it strange that he chose to hang this painting in the study?" The Duke said while opening the door with his hand, "No, actually. This is the entrance to the secret chamber that he left." She asked, "His secret chamber? Is it really alright for me to go in there?" He replied, "It's fine. In fact, there's a matter I've been wanting to check for a while now." After hearing the answer, she asked, "Inside this secret chamber?" He replied again, "See, a barrier has been set up to ensure that only those with the right to enter can do so." She looks on in surprise, deep in thought. "A barrier? I thought there was nothing there." He said, "The invisible barrier only allows those authorized to pass through." She is watching as the Duke walks inside and says, "Alright, see if you can come in." She asked, "What? Wait, you just said that only those who are authorized can." The Duke grabbed her hand and pulled her inside. As soon as she entered, she said, "I'm here." She turned around and asked, "How did that happen?" He replied, "The founder of House Leicester set 2 criteria for coming into this place. Only those who possess House Leicester's special ability, or the first head of House Silkisia herself, are allowed to enter." After hearing this, she asked, "Not those with House Silkisia's special ability, but the founder herself?" He answered patiently, "Yes. After all, this is a place that people from other families shouldn't be able to access easily. You'll understand when you see what's inside." She said, "This is..." Suddenly, glowing light illuminated every lamp. He speaks, "It's proof that House Leicester's special ability is the unquenchable flame. The flames of all my ancestors who possess the ability burn here eternally. Be careful not to accidentally touch them. The flames burn everything except their master." She says, "All right." He said, "This is the last portrait." She speaks, "Then this must be." He replied, "Yes. He's the founder of House Leicester." "Gloriel, have you ever considered," she asked, "considered what? If you're the reincarnation of the first head of House Silkisia, then who do you suppose the Emperor, the one who somehow knows the fact, is so obsessed with you, and can call forth your past self? Who is he? Truly?" She speaks, "I have thought about it. I think he treats me like I'm the first head of House Silkisia, because he's the first emperor." He replied, "Then who do you think I am? I'd like to put it to the test." She said, "Be careful not to accidentally touch them. The flames burn everything except their master." "No, don't, Duke Leicester." That's danger, he says. The fact that his flame responded to me means. She thinks, does Duke Lester carry the soul of the first head of House Lester? I can't believe Duke Lester and the founder of House Lester share the same soul. How's that possible? The Emperor, me, and even the Duke. Is it really a coincidence that 3 souls from the founding period have all reincarnated and gathered in one place? They were standing on the palace roof when Psyche asked then, how do we proceed from now on, starting tomorrow? Should we look through the materials from the founding period in that room? He replied, no. Rather than that, there's a different method I would like to try. She asked again, did you figure something out? Duke replied, while your soul was in that place, your physical body wasn't present in the bedroom. In other words, I don't know how, but the Emperor is not just infiltrating your dreams. He's also influencing your soul and your physical body. She asked, how is that different? Duke says there's a huge difference. I have no idea how someone might control another person's dreams, but I do know a way they can affect one's soul. The next day, they were sitting at the dining table, which was adorned with various dishes. Duke asked, the Shapeshifters Festival? She asked, why are you suddenly mentioning that? Duke replied, you suffered a lot because of the Shapeshifter's blessing, so you already know that some of them possess unique abilities distinct from both magic and divine powers. She said that's right. She faced a number of challenges after suddenly shrinking. Psyche asked again, then does your plan have to do with the festival? Duke replied, yes. If I remember correctly, there was a certain item sold by the Shapeshifters Guild when they participated in the festival. It was called a ghost-catching net. Psyche asked, ghost-catching? Duke speaks, when I think about your out-of-body state last time, it seems likely that the Emperor was in a similar state as well. Fortunately, we now know where he appears, so I think it's worth a try. Don't you think so? The Duke stood staring intently at a box, then fell into deep thought. Why? Was this in there? Asked, are you sure you're not hurt? Replied, yes, I'm fine. What was that just now? It looked like there was something inside the flames. Duke asked, now that we've checked everything, shall we discuss the rest outside? Psyche, yes. As she touches the fire, the box appears in her hand. She opens it, peers inside, and drifts into deep thought. I should open it first, then share the contents with Gloriel. A notebook, and what's this? Inside the box were a diary and 2 pills. He opened the diary and began reading. The first Emperor always envied we who could experience a life resembling immortality due to our special abilities. Our special abilities. Is he talking about the 4 houses that were present during the Empire's founding period? But immortality. I mean, Evergreen's power is sort of like that. But the first Emperor was jealous of us, especially Silkisia, who was closest to him. In her quest to help him, she studied dark magic and tried to merge it with her ability to provide him with the near-mortal existence he desired. Duke said dark magic. Psyche speaks. The founder of House Evergreen said that the first Duke Lester told him that the founder of House Silkisia died due to the effects of dark magic. After the monster hunt is over, it would be good to investigate that ash forest once more. Duke speaks. Evergreen said he didn't know why Silkisia used dark magic. Was it really for such a ridiculous reason? As a result, Silkisia died, so I killed the Emperor. The records that said the first Duke Lester attacked the Imperial family after her death were true. Then how in the world did the Imperial family and House Lester coexist until now? However, he is still very much alive. I don't know what method he used or where he is, but he still lives. What is he saying? If anyone reaps this record, the pills I left with it are. She asked, it's quite cold. Are you sure you don't want to wear more clothes? He replied, it's not that cold for someone from the north. She asked again, is that so? Oh, but do you think it's alright? Having both the commander and the deputy commander leave to attend a festival can look a bit. He said, we're not going there to have fun. She says, well, he speaks, we're just going to find a way to slay that ugly, ancient ghost that keeps interfering with our monster hunt. She thinks, ugly and ancient. He said, you're right. Anyway, it's our day off. Yes, all the soldiers are resting and having fun. As she turned, she said, then let's go and hurry back. The market looked incredibly beautiful. Psyche remarked as she gazed around, wow, I've never seen so many shapeshifters in my life. I thought most of them lived in the east. How did so many shapeshifters gather in the north? He said, oh, that the reason is, a guy asked, hey, you there? Are you here to check out the festival? You can pay the entrance fee over here and get a drink, she asked. We need to drink something right when we enter? That's the festival rule. Which one would you like? He says. I'd recommend the orange one. She speaks. Well, I'm not that picky, so I'll just have that. Duke said. Here's the entrance fee. A guy replied, thank you. Psyche gazed at the juice, lost in thought. Is this some kind of custom for the shapeshifters? She took one sip and thought again. It's delicious, huh? What is this? Suddenly, ears sprouted on their head and a tail appeared at their back. She started thinking. I have ears on my head, and a tail? They grabbed the Duke from behind and asked, what's this? She suddenly became a child. He asked, did you drink it already? I was going to explain what it was after buying mine. He thinks she's adorable. She speaks. I see. So, for the safety of the shapeshifters participating in the festival, all humans have to drink magic juice that turns them into shapeshifters. I wish you had mentioned that earlier. He says. I didn't know you would drink it right away instead of waiting for me. She asked, don't people usually enjoy their drinks as soon as they get them? Wait, but why did you take so long to choose yours? Do the effects differ a bit depending on the juice? Then I want to choose yours. He thinking. Glorial. The faces she makes and the way she speaks are exactly the same, but her ears and tail show a lot of emotion. I should keep this to myself. Psyche asked. Your Grace. Are you listening to me? He replied. Yes. Suddenly, the same thing happened to the Duke. He, too, was turned into a child. Psyche, delighted, gently touched his ears and giggled. He asked, are you happy now? She replied, yes. You look rather cute in your young form. Duke said, wait. Don't touch them. It feels strange because this is a new part of my body that wasn't here before. She said, I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. But what a pity. Duke asked, what? She speaks. When I think about it, we could have crossed paths when we were this little if only things had been different. Duke says, here, since we couldn't meet each other back then, let's make up for it today. Psyche. Alright. The two of them held each other's hands and began walking together. Everyone in the market looked just like them. Psyche speaks. By the way, if we have to change our form in order to protect them, then this festival must attract a significant number of real shapeshifters. He said, that's right. It's because this festival originally started as an event to commemorate the shapeshifters who were persecuted and died. Since the remaining shapeshifters mainly live in the eastern region, the northern festival is also held in areas close to the east. When a girl entered Psyche's body, she said, oh, I'm sorry. He says, I only pulled you because I thought she might bump into you. She replied, yes, I know. Thank you. Both of them fell into deep thought. If only the Emperor hadn't done what he did. Duke Mother asked, oh my. What are you doing, Bern? Are you feeling shy? Psyche Mother asked. You two met when you were younger. Don't you remember? Then could we really have met when we were this small? Psyche held their hand and said, let's get to the end of this without getting hurt. Let's make him suffer the consequences. The Duke kissed her forehead and said, I'm in. She asked, we practiced the steps during the last banquet. Did you forget already? But our limbs are much shorter now. A young lady asked, welcome. Are you looking for anything in particular? Goodbye. Come again, she says. I didn't know that ghost catching nets were so easy to obtain. He said, I told you we could even buy it after fully enjoying the festival. Well, shall we head back now? The effects of the juice will wear off soon. She speaks, sure. A royal carriage was slowly moving along. At night in the castle, Lester was lying alone on the bed, deep in thought. Duke said, I know you're going to give me a hard time when you wake up. But if I had asked you before, you would have definitely told me not to do this. Holding 2 pills in his hand, he said, please forgive me just this once. Glorial. The Emperor was clearly involved in a scheme related to Silkisia, but I realized it all too late. I leave this method behind to spare others from experiencing the regret I felt. The Duke lifted her into his arms and kissed her. If someone shows the same symptoms as what I've recorded here, another person can share the curse on their soul if they take these pills together. He said, I won't let you suffer alone anymore. He was standing there, lost in thought. Did it work? Which way is the balcony? The Duke realized that he had entered Psyche's dream. Kill me, Lester. What was that? Just now. He took a few steps forward. Psyche said, I was proposed to. Lester, do you have anything to say to me? What? You told him to do it? Are you really going to be alright without me in your life? Don't you feel anything? Yes, I'm sorry. I won't come here again. He thinks these memories. The Duke tightened his grip on the hand. He saw light coming from the balcony. He stepped forward and, upon seeing the Emperor, asked, Is this how you managed to hide in my castle, you little rat? Adelheid asked Duke Lester. How did you? Where is Sia? What did you do to her? Duke replied, Don't you dare say her name with that dirty mouth of yours, Adelheid. Adelheid shouting loudly, It can't be. Lester, were you also reincarnated into present day? That's preposterous. What are the chances of such a coincidence? Duke asked, trying to run away. You won't be able to escape the ghost-catching net in that state. I've regretted it countless times. The Duke began to use his magic and said, I regret killing you so painlessly back then. I won't make the same mistake this time, Adelheid said. No. Stop, Duke says, oh dear. Did I lose him? Still, I directly damaged his soul, so Adelheid's tricks won't work anymore. Looking at the sparkling ring on their finger, they said, Please take care of Sia, my future self. The next day, after everything started again, Psyche asked, Huh? You did what? How could you do something like that without talking to me first? Duke replied, If I had told you, you would have stopped me. She said, Well, of course. Duke speaks, Anyway, I don't remember the exact details, but the Emperor will no longer be able to control your soul. She says, Seriously, don't ever act so recklessly again. Duke said, Arg, yes. I said I'm sorry. Forgive me just this once. Please, she speaks, you can't just gloss over the situation this way. Duke asked calmly, Then can I do it because I want to? Psyche placed her hand on his lips and said, Wait. Your Grace. The door opened with a soft creak. A servant stepped inside, careful and respectful. The Duke turned to him, his gaze sharp yet composed. Ahem, what is it? Servant said. Lady Lillian suddenly arrived at the castle. Duke asked, Who did? Lillian called out to Psyche loudly and pulled her into a tight embrace. Psyche. Psyche said, Lillian? Lillian asked, Are you all right? Did you get hurt? Don't you know how worried I was? People were whispering among themselves in the castle courtyard. A guest asked, Is that the real daughter who returned to House Silkisia? The other guest replied, I don't know whether you can say that she's real or not. Lady Gloriel is the one who has the special ability, right? The first guest spoke again. That's true. What exactly is going on? Inside the castle, descending the stairs on the other side, the Duke spoke. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Who in the world let that woman into the castle without my permission? The maids were whispering among themselves. Lillian said, Duke Lester, I was just so worried about Psyche. Duke speaks, You didn't seem at all worried when your little brother tried to put Lady Gloriel in a difficult position. But now that she's achieved something great, you're rushing over with your concerns? Everyone in your family must be shameless. I shouldn't have expected anything else from the daughter of a small-minded fool like Logan. Psyche thinks the Duke's tone is a bit aggressive. Lillian says this is all a misunderstanding. It's not like that. Duke said calmly, I respectfully requested assistance from your house multiple times. I explained how the North had been suffering from monster attacks for so long, but the Silkisias pretended not to hear and turned me away. But now that Lady Gloriel is making great contributions, you suddenly want to reach out. It's clear to me now how little esteem Duke Silkisia has for both the North and House Lester. The head of the maids said, Come to think of it, the reason His Grace stayed in the capital for so long. Maid replied, That's right. He asked for help several times and was rejected. Duke asked, If the Duke sent you here despite this, does that mean he wants me to take out my anger on you? I'm sorry, Lillian, but there's no room for you here. I don't care if you have to beg on the streets or go back to the capital. You're on your own. Lillian was looking on with surprise, then quietly walked away. Psyche speaks, I could have handled her. You didn't have to play the bad guy. Duke said, No, it was right for me to say something harsh to her then. You must have known she was just trying to show everyone that you wouldn't welcome her, and I meant everything I said. There's no way she had good motives for coming to the North. After hearing everything, Psyche added, Well, had she been genuinely concerned, her first stop would have been to see Azar, not me. What could have possibly made her come to the North? Even Azar isn't interfering with the monster hunt, so I don't think she came to do that. He added, well, he will soon tell us the purpose of Lillian's visit here. She asked, who's he? I can't believe you too. He said, how can you be so relaxed? After setting off a bomb in someone else's home, she thinking, how did he become so drained within just a few days? Could it be that the bomb he just mentioned is Lillian? I know I shouldn't laugh, but I can't help it. Oh right. Izar is currently residing at a military facility as the vice captain of his order. So Lillian wouldn't have been able to stay with him. She asked, is Lillian staying at your manor, Count Luan? Count Luan replied, yes. House Luan and House Silkisia are allies, after all. She follows me around constantly. I barely managed to escape today by saying I needed to meet with Duke Lester. Count Luan says that Lillian said, my father asked me to deliver this letter to you, Count Luan. Actually, I don't know what exactly he wrote, but he was really angry, so he might have written some bad things about Psyche. But I believe she's acting this way because of a terrible misunderstanding. I went to go see her at Duke Lester's manor just because I was worried about her, but I'm sorry. I shouldn't say this. I just hick, Duke says calmly. What a shame that we weren't able to witness her brilliant acting. Count Luan speaks. Had you permitted her to stay here, you would have had front row seats. That woman's penchant for drama is not my cup of tea. Ha! If she had stayed here, she at least wouldn't have asked for a welcome party. Psyche asked, did Lillian request that you host a party for her? Count Luan replied, to be precise, her maid brought it up to the rest of my staff. She apologized for Lillian's impolite behavior, explaining that her ladyship didn't know any better, because she had spent her whole life in the capital. Still, she had a hard time controlling her expression when I outright accepted her apology. She picked up the teacup and drifted into deep thought. Lillian must have brought Melissa with her. She then remembered what the maid had said. She needs special bedding and pillows of the highest quality. Lady Lillian is important. She's a person of high rank. The Duke picked up the letter and said, anyway, this is the letter that Duke Silkisia sent me. He didn't write anything worth mentioning. The Duke extended the letter towards Psyche. She read the letter and asked, nothing worth mentioning? Count Luan replied, yes. Duke speaks. But according to this, Logan has chosen you as a potential son-in-law. He thinks, Lillian and Count Luan. Count Luan says they must have a very low opinion of me. If this is how they're going to be, then there's no reason for me to feel guilty about deceiving them. She said, Count Luan, then you mean? Count Luan asked, I said I would help you, didn't I? Since you took care of everything during the expedition, I'll help you with this matter. For now, I'll play along and find out what their intentions are. I came to tell you myself to avoid any misunderstandings. She replied, no, you've helped me a great deal. I can handle a fight on my own, but commanding soldiers was something I'd never done before. So you were a big help to me. She extended her hand toward the tea. It was thanks to you that I was able to fully execute my plan during the last battle. After saying all right, thank you, Count Luan fell into deep thought. Oh dear, at this rate, I won't want to end this relationship after we leave the North. The attention of the Northern High Society is now shifting to another matter. For a while, High Society in the North was abuzz with rumors. Everyone was busy gossiping about Lillian always being in the company of Count Luan, so it came to the point where people seemed to forget that the monster hunt was still going on. Psyche thinks, I came to the North to hunt monsters, and everyone was keeping an eye on my reputation, so I hadn't received any invitations since I arrived here. And yet, it seems they're eager to put me and Lillian in the same room. There were invitations of this sort when I was in the capital as well. Of course, I ignored them all. She thinks again, still, they know what I came here to do, so how could they invite me to a social gathering? It would be good to make a list of the people who are sending me this kind of thing. They've no desire to partake in the fight but are enthusiastic about this. She asked, Your Grace, Icide? What's going on? Icide replied, Icide just came with news about an interesting rumor. She asked again, a rumor? Icide replied again, I didn't witness it firsthand but I heard that at the tea party Lady Lillian attended yesterday, she displayed House Silkisia's special ability. She asked, displayed Silkisia's special ability? Icide replied, yes. Rumors have been making their way through high society in the North. What kind of preposterous lie is this? Duke said, I think the story must be true. She says, yes. Icide asked. I can't believe it. Were you both already aware of this situation? Count Juan speaks. Well, also Lady Lillian told me something strange. She claimed that she had awakened House Silkisia's special ability. She asked, the special ability? Duke said, what kind of nonsense is that? The abilities of the 4 great families only manifest in one person per generation. You were present at the banquet when Lady Gloriel showcased her power. Count Juan replied, yes, I was. However, Lady Lillian actually created a small piece of ice right in front of me. Compared to what Lady Gloriel did, it looked like child's play. But at the same time, if I hadn't witnessed Lady Gloriel's power, I would have believed that Lady Lillian's ability was impressive enough to establish her as this generation's ability user. So how about you step forward and show everyone the truth? She asked. Me? Count Juan replied, yes. Once people see your power, no one in the north will believe Lady Lillian. She said, the thing is, to tell you the truth, I can't use my ability right now. Count Juan is trying to help me, so I should be honest with him. Duke asked, but, Lady Gloriel, did you just say you can't use your ability? She replied, yes. The reason is closely tied to a family secret, so I can't tell you about it in detail. I'm sorry. However, it'll return once I'm back in the capital. I realize that this doesn't sound too convincing, but Count Juan said things might get a little complicated. For now, I'll stay with Lady Lillian for a while and keep an eye on her. Duke says, I had no idea that you had so much trust in us. Count Juan speaks. I've only known Lady Gloriel for a short time, but I don't believe she's the type of person who would lie about something like this. And your grace isn't the type to bother with troublesome lies at all. If there's something you don't like, you just smash your way to a solution. She smiles as she thinks, can't refute him. She said, thank you, Count Juan. Count Juan says, I'll do my best. The commander devised a military strategy to defeat the enemy forces. The monster hunt expedition in the northwestern forest. She thinks, since the Assam don't live here, we don't need to form a separate unit like last time. A soldier asked, have you heard? Other one asked, heard what? First soldier replied, they say Duke Silkisia's other daughter came to the north. She stood silently, lost in thought. It seems the rumors about Lillian have reached the troops. Duke said, Lady Gloriel. She said, Duke Lester. Count Juan, Duke speaks. Let's step inside for a moment and go over the plan one last time. She replied, all right. As they entered the tent, the Duke pointed at the map and said, I've been informed that the snow from last night has made the road here tougher to navigate. It would be a good idea to change the position of the troops a bit. Count Juan says Baron Briesel's troop is taking longer to recover from the last battle than we anticipated, so there are fewer soldiers available than before. Duke speaks, then it would be better for the 3rd and 5th units to switch positions. Count Juan replied, all right then, let's proceed with this plan. Duke says, gather the commanders right before the expedition and tell them about the changes. And tell me, what's going on with the rumors regarding Lady Lillian? Count Juan speaks, after our meeting, I attended another small gathering with Lady Lillian at her request, and she displayed the same abilities she had shown me there as well. Although it was unimpressive compared to what Lady Gloriel did, she did manage to create something. I think she's only showcasing her ability at small gatherings of lower-ranking nobles for that very reason. Even in the north, it's highly likely that the high-ranking nobles were at His Highness's birthday banquet. She said she hopes the gossip will begin circulating from there, he says, far away from the people who are risking their lives to keep everyone safe. Count Juan speaks, yes, the forces from the capital are purposefully trying to sow division in the north while our hands are tied with the expedition. There's no reason to let them walk all over us, so even if we attack in the same manner, they won't be able to make a fuss. She asked, the same manner? He replied, I've been keeping a close eye on Lady Lillian at these events, and there's something strange about her ability. When I examined the eyes she made, I saw a black aura or something that looked like stains on it. Since everyone knows that Lady Gloriel is busy with the hunt, no one can ask her to show off her ability now. We should have someone who was at the second prince's birthday banquet attend one of these social gatherings and compare the two abilities. She said, yes, let's do that. Lillian should be ready to get a taste of her own medicine. Duke says, thank you for your help. He speaks, don't mention it. I don't like that they're trying to divide the north this way either. Duke said, for now, let's focus on ending this battle safely. She replied, all right. I hope there's minimal damage to our forces. Some soldiers were fighting the monster when one soldier shouted loudly, "Deputy Commander, we came across a giant monster habitat hidden deep within the forest. Our unit isn't able to handle it," she asked. "Are you alright?" "I'm on it. Take me there." When Lady Glorio fought in the battle, the soldiers said, "Deputy Commander, Lady Glorio, she speaks. All of you still capable of fighting, come forward and hold the front line. The rest of you, prioritize the wounded and go to the rear. Reinforcements are arriving, so we only need to hold out until then." She thought, "There are so many more monsters than I had expected. It might be better if I could strike with a wider range. I need to lure them away from the others." She said again, "I'll use my sword aura to lure them toward the forest. All of you, make sure you're a safe distance away." Soldiers reply, "Yes, Deputy Commander." The air was thick with smoke and the roar of clashing steel. Amid the chaos, Lady Glorio moved like a shadow, silent, precise, and resolute. Every strike, every step, was measured. The fate of her house and her honor rested on this battlefield. He used a spear and killed the monster. She thinks again, "Thank goodness. There are a lot of them, but they're not particularly strong. Once the reinforcements we requested arrive, we can finish this up in no time." What is this? Snow. My body feels strange. I've never actually seen snow falling before. I need to get to everyone else. Suddenly, a monster charged towards Psyche while she was lost in thought. It was waiting for an opportunity to attack. She closed her eyes in fear. "And Izar killed the monster?" she asked. "Izar, what are you doing here?" Without saying a word, he turned back, and Psyche thought to herself, "What was that?" Soldiers asked, "Vice Captain, where is the Deputy Commander?" Psyche thinks again. "The soldiers arrived just now. There was no one else around a moment ago. He did everything he could to kill me that time, but now, he suddenly rescued me." "Why?" Count Juan says. "Deputy Commander," Psyche said. "Count Juan?" he asked. "Are you hurt?" "We must get you treated at once," Psyche replied. "It's nothing. I was merely dizzy for a moment because I used too much power. I've taken care of nearly all the monsters here. Could you please clean up the rest?" "Yes, leave it to me." Psyche thinks, "Thank goodness the snow stopped coming down immediately. Next time, I'll have to make sure not to go off on my own while I'm in the north." Izar, what in the world was he thinking? Why did he look so conflicted? Duke asked. "Glorio, are you alright?" Psyche asked. "Your Grace, has the rest of the battlefield been cleared?" He replied, "Yes, I left the others to take care of the rest, and hurried here as soon as I could. They said that a lot more monsters suddenly appeared in this area. It was snowing just now. Are you truly alright?" This is why he came. He was worried about that. She said, "Actually, I wasn't alright. I'll tell you more when we get back." He asked, "What?" She speaks, "I ended up rushing into the forest alone, but I'll make sure not to go on my own next time." He say, "Yes, I meant to say something about that." She said, "It was an urgent situation. If I hadn't taken care of the monsters, all of our soldiers would have been harmed." He speaks, "Yes. Speaking of our soldiers, they've all fallen head over heels for you. They're all saying things like, 'Lady Glorio appeared like a hero and protected us,' and 'Lady Glorio will rescue us.' Who do they think took care of them until now?" In a state of confusion, she spoke softly, "I didn't do it to hear things like that." Duke replied, "Yes, I know. You did great." A strange darkness spread across the eastern sky, and the ground trembled with unnatural force. Everyone sensed it instantly. Something far more powerful than any monster they had faced before was coming. She asked, "Smoke, aren't those the barracks? What happened? Have the monsters breached our camp? We need to go, Your Grace. Everyone, the commander and deputy commander have returned." Duke asked, "What happened here?" Soldier replied, "One of the magicians claimed that they suddenly got attacked." Duke asked again, "A magician? What happened? Where are they now?" Soldier replied, "The magician got a slight sprain and is getting treated right now. But although we chased after the assailant, we weren't able to catch them." The troops began packing their supplies, the mood tense yet determined. With the mission complete, they readied themselves to return to the capital and to whatever awaited them there. Duke speaks, "I will go and check on the situation. Would you organize the troops on my behalf and prepare for our return?" She said, "Of course." Duke says, "And let's visit the temple on our way." She speaks, "Ah, so you noticed. It really is just a light scratch. It'll be fine in a few days." He added, perhaps if there was nothing else going on. However, I would like to prepare for every possibility at this point. There are a few things in the north right now that need my attention. People come to the Temple of Vicente, northern branch, with faith and devotion. Even Duke and Psyche visit there. Psyche said, This really wasn't serious enough for us to come to the temple. Duke speaks, we had no choice. One of my magicians was ambushed, so they can't use their healing powers at present. Still, I was uneasy about entrusting you to another magician. There is a possibility that his reach might have gotten this far. She thinks, since the Emperor's soul was chased away, has he decided to attack me physically? Suddenly, she asked, this ambush must also have been caused by the Emperor, by that person, yes? Du replied, yes. He targeted the token that no one even knew was there. She says, then that token may have been more important than we thought. He said yes, but since we didn't know its exact identity, it was too risky for us to carry it around on our person. I had asked the magician to look into it, just in case. He says to himself, I should first check on what's been discovered since then. Priest asked, so you're saying this might be talking about Lady Lillian and not Lady Glorial? Considering the results of the ability verification test, some are saying that it may be a possibility. Remember that part about glory that has lost its light? Another priest asked, the rumor is true then? They were watching them in silence. Suddenly, Duke walked up to them and asked, I'd like to hear what you were talking about. Both of them spoke, trembling with fear. Huh? Duke Lester. He asked, you two were talking about the prophecy just now, were you not? She asked. It seems that you were discussing something related to me. May I know what it was? Inside Leicester Castle, there was a deep silence, only the wind brushing past the ancient walls could be heard. She asked, do you think the Emperor is aware that the prophecy can also be interpreted that way? He replied, it's a possibility, since he so readily agreed to send you up north. Regardless, it's a relief that we know what the temple thinks. If those priests hadn't been caught, it seems the temple had planned to keep quiet and deny everything. Whatever. The truth is, we would have been at a disadvantage if we hadn't known this information. She said yes, by their names alone, the temple had previously associated the first verse with Lady Glorial, and the second one with Lady Lillian. Glory that has lost its light shall consume the light of the sun. The glory was Glorial. The flower that blooms in silence shall see its roots rot up. And the flower was Lillian. But if, like the temple, you apply the prophecy to their situations instead, then you could interpret the prophecies the opposite way. If the gold holy water that was stained black during the ability verification test could be interpreted as glory that has lost its light, then the first prophecy would be about Lillian. As for the flower that blooms in silence, this silence could apply to those who kept their mouths shut, even while they knew the truth about the Rees incident. Thus, the second prophecy could now refer to Glorial. She thinking, of course, some believe the prophecy might not only apply to Lillian and myself. Rather, they believe it should be interpreted on a wider scale. However, when I consider how the prophecy didn't exist in my past life, and suddenly appeared during Lillian's verification test, it makes sense that, regardless of which interpretation is true, the prophecy is about us. He asked, is there a problem? She replied, no, just the thought of having to face Lillian is exhausting. Lillian says to himself, I think Psyche misunderstood me. I've only just returned, so I don't know anything yet. It's not as though she has some remarkable techniques that'll cause me harm, but she does have a knack for engaging in tiresome schemes. Northern military garrison a few days later. A soldier said, true, we've never seen that Woma, the deputy commander, use her special ability. Another soldier speaks. That's right. Lady Lillian is confidently attending gatherings here in the north and displaying her powers. But Lady Glorial does not show her ability, even during battle. She must be the fake one, right? The third soldier asked. But didn't they say she showed her special ability in the capital? Maybe she doesn't need to use it in battle. The first soldier stepped forward and asked, what do you mean by that? To deal with monsters, you should wound them first, then use ice magic to finish them off. She didn't even take the verification test, right? She must have played some sort of trick in the capital. Maybe instead of magic, she was standing above, lost in thought. It's always been like this. Lillian loves playing around with public opinion the most. Well, as long as they're only talking behind my back, I suppose I can ignore them. Soldier said, my lady. I should have known. Soldier asked, Why are you hiding here on your own? It can't be that you were eavesdropping, can it? I hope you don't mind me asking, but since we've run into each other like this, won't you grant me the honor of witnessing your ability for myself? She thinking again, tiresome. Indeed, they rush in as soon as the Duke is away from my side. He went off to investigate the assault on his magician. But I know that not all the soldiers feel this way. I was actually taken by surprise that quite a few were on my side. The fourth soldier said, You say Lady Gloriel could have played a trick to fake her ability, but isn't the same true for Lady Lillian? The fifth says, How could you compare a person who risks her life to fight for us on the battlefield to someone who came all the way to the north to spend her time at parties? Someone's soldier said, His Majesty acknowledged Lady Gloriel as well. She stood there, lost in thought. It's so obvious that only the soldiers from the capital are deliberately antagonizing me. She speaks coldly. Didn't they teach you in Akasha that you must introduce your rank first when speaking to a superior from a different troop? Are you trying to suggest that if I don't show you my special ability here, I don't have one, and thus used magic to play a trick before? If that's the conclusion you'll draw no matter what, then why should I go through the trouble in the first place? Soldier said loudly, Don't change the topic. Lady Lillian kindly came all the way to the north to show her special ability. If what you say is true and you're not a fake, then you must be able to verify it. Suddenly, Izar appeared and asked, What's going on? Soldier whispering, Vice Captain. Is a fight going to break out? It just had to be when the Duke wasn't here. Izar asked. I asked what was happening. Soldier replied, Well, I requested that Lady Gloriel show us her ability. Izar asked again, Did anyone ask you to do such a thing? If you acted on your own, then you'd better be prepared to stake your actions on the name of your noble house. The name of our Knight's Order is not some calling card, handed out to members to misuse for foolish reasons. Soldier nervously replied, Yes. Understood, she thinks. What's this? What in the world is Izar thinking? The soldiers were talking among themselves. What happened? Psyche followed Izar, then Izar turned around and asked, What is it? You helped me that time at the monster hunt. I didn't ask you to save me, but I guess it would still be good manners to thank you. I don't know what you're thinking, but I wanted to say thank you for helping me. Izar grabbed him tightly by the neck. She asked, Why don't you try it? Then she thought, What's he doing all of a sudden? To think he would suddenly attack me like this. Does he think that if he goes after me without anyone nearby, he can overcome our difference in skill? Psyche grabbed her earring. Fine. If you're going to be this way, then there's no need for me to hold back either. I'll think about the consequences, La. She was quietly looking at him. The marks on his neck had become clearly visible. Izar asked, Doubt why? Count Juan softly asked, Izar, is that you? How many of the injured knights were from your Lady Gloriel? What's going on here? Izar turned and walked away without saying anything. Count Juan comes closer and asks, Did something happen with him? She replied, No, it was just, I will explain later. Did you have some business with Izar? You should go after him then. He replied, Yes, my lady. Count Juan turned to look at him, and Psyche placed her hand on his neck. Then she thinking, what in the world was he thinking? Not long ago, he came racing over to help me out of nowhere, and yet he suddenly attacked me now as if he wished to kill me. But even though he attacked first, well, what does it even matter? Are Izar's thoughts any business of mine? I'll just stay cautious of him. Who knows what crazy thing he might try next when no one else is around, but other than that, I won't pay attention to him at all. On the other side, Duke asked firmly in the castle, You just let that bastard go. You should have murdered him on the spot. If only I had been there, I would have. She speaks calmly. It's all right, Your Grace. I wasn't even hurt. I was about to fight back, but he suddenly let go of me. It didn't seem like the moment to attack him anymore. It's a relief nothing came out of it. If something happens to Izar while he's in the north, Duke Silkisia could use that as an excuse to stir up trouble. He says, let him try if he can. To think that your aide couldn't even stop that from happening. She said, Izar is the one at fault, not the Count. He was running an errand for me at the time. Count Juan speaks. No, it was my fault. I am supposed to protect you, my lady, when His Grace is not by your side. But I must have let down my guard since you're extremely powerful yourself. Duke says, it's fine, Count Juan. You must keep up the pretense that you are still on Izar's side. Truthfully, if you had not shown up at that exact moment, I might have lost my temper and done something terrible to him. You should have stayed away. Why do you always have such horrible timing? On the table, a delicate porcelain cup sat untouched, thin wisps of steam rising from the tea inside. Duke asked, "So the knights are going around spreading those rumors? Bastards. They're useless on and off the battlefield." Count Juan replied, "But at present, they're busy spreading a new set of rumors. Everyone is now discussing Lady Lillian's special ability." Psyche asked, "Were you the one who started those rumors, my lord?" Count Juan replied, "I had a hand in it. I invited the northern nobles who attended the second prince's birthday to a tea party where Lady Lillian was also present. I deliberately set it up so that they could see her ability and compare it to yours. I thought if they started saying something seemed strange, then even those who've never seen House Silkisia's special ability would also become suspicious of her." Noblewoman said at the party, "Oh dear, there's really no comparison. That's so tiny compared to what Lady Gloriel showed us." Count Juan speaks. "The people of the north are more likely to listen to other northerners, those who are politically neutral and third parties to Silkisia's conflict. They'll be more strongly inclined to agree with their perspective." Duke said, "Then it's fine if that is the public opinion in the north. Should we focus on changing the trend in the capital?" She said, "Yes. I still do not know how Lillian is pretending that she has the special ability. However, what she is trying to do, once again, is make me appear as a fake. Since my parents have died, I cannot prove that I am a Silkisia through blood tests. The only way I was able to verify that I am Gloriel Silkisia was through my ability. Lillian is trying to deny my claim by displaying her own power. Once we return to the capital, people will immediately ignore everything I have accomplished and try to question my legitimacy once again. If they can successfully claim that her power is House Silkisia's special ability, then there will be no point in arguing who is stronger." Count Juan speaks. "If so, we will need another way to prove your legitimacy. Will you be undergoing a formal trial through the temple?" Duke replied, "No, recently I lost all faith in the temple. In the worst-case scenario, they may argue that Lillian's water did change color during her ability verification test. Shall we declare that we will use Vicente's petals?" Count Juan asked. "What? Do they actually exist?" Duke replied, "Of course." As the wind stirred Vicente's fallen petals, a quiet plan began to take root in his mind. They are relics said to have been bestowed by Vicente upon the four great families, blessings in the form of freesia petals that never wither. Duke said the petals were divided equally among the four families, and each of them reacts to their unique abilities. They would be undeniable evidence to prove who is the true wielder of the special ability. She added, "Still, I've never heard the Silkisias mention Vicente's petals, not even once. Even if they have it in their possession, they would not offer it willingly. Logan took control over House Silkisia after its downfall. It's possible he also has no clue about its whereabouts." Duke said, "There are still methods we can use. Vicente's petals are continually drawn to one another. If 3 of them are gathered in place, the 4th is eventually bound to appear. We would be able to locate the Silkisia petal. If we could gather the ones from the other 3 houses." Count Juan asked, "But isn't this plan dangerous? Since we don't even have any of the petals, it would be a good opportunity for the enemy to scheme against us." Duke replied, "That's true. But that's exactly what we'll use to our advantage." She asked, "Do you have another plan in mind?" He replied, "Yes. There is yet another way to prove your claims. We should, however, start gathering information on Vicente's petals, just enough for the other side to catch on to what we're doing." Count Juan says, I understand your plan. You're extremely cunning and manipulative, just as usual." She asked, Count Juan, "How has Lillian been acting recently?" Count Juan replied, "I believe she has realized that the general reaction to her ability has been lukewarm at best. Therefore, instead of trying to display her own power, she has been trying to show off her close relationship with me. She is also in constant communication with the capital. Surprisingly, however, she does not seem to be in contact with the Tsar. There is one more thing. Although this is not Lillian's own doing, the maid that she brought with her has a tendency to steal. She takes whatever she can from Lillian and sells it." Psyche asked. Melissa. Psyche sat quietly, lost in thoughts of Melissa. "In the past, when Melissa was my maid 5, there were several instances where items were filched from my jewelry box. They were small pieces at first, earrings, a brooch, but later on, even a valuable necklace with large gems went missing. I tried to interrogate her, but she always insisted she knew nothing. She and I, however, were the only two people who went into my room. Psyche said this kind of thing happened several times. Although I always thought it was because she looked down on the fake lady. Count Juan asked, she stole your jewelry as well? I thought, perhaps it might have been some kind of trick. Duke asked, a trick? Count Juan said again, yes, I thought. Perhaps Lady Lillian herself was directing the maid to pawn the jewels, so she could have money to fund another scheme. Psyche says Lillian isn't the type to plan that far in advance. Duke asked, what is it, Lady Gloriel? She replied, I just remembered something while we were speaking. There's one more thing I need to firmly establish my position. It would be to prove that my mother was innocent in the Rees incident. If we can lead Melissa into stealing Keaton's necklace, then show everyone the evidence. Couldn't it become proof that House Silkisia was secretly in possession of it this entire time? He says. That could work, she speaks. We can secretly leak information to Melissa on where she could sell such items. And if we create a situation where she could get her hands on that necklace, Count Juan said, then I shall try to escort Lady Lillian on more outings between the battles. She replied, oh, yes, thank you very much. He speaks, submit the expenses for your dates to me, and I will settle them with the funds for this mission. May I also ask for compensation regarding my mental well-being? Elsewhere, in the shadowed quiet, a dark reaction stirred, silent, swift, and full of intent. He sat there, holding his heart together with sheer willpower. He thinks, damn it, that damned Lester. Ever since the day I suffered such a great attack on my soul, my body has been an utter wreck. A knight knocked on the door, entered, and with a respectful tone, said something playfully. Master, I have brought the item you requested. Adelaide holds the token in his hand, lost in thought. If only this had been activated in time, everything would have gone as I'd intended, he asked. And what are they doing now? Knight replied, they seem to have nearly completed the monster hunt. There are only a few beasts remaining in 1 or 2 places. Moreover, Duke Lester has secretly sent a messenger to House Evergreen. I found out that he also sent someone to the west to track down Lady Stella. Adelaide asked, Evergreen and Stella. I see what they're up to. Have they been in contact with the temple? He says, I have confirmed that they went to the temple to treat their wounded after I attacked their camp. A few of the young priests spoke carelessly, and it seems they are now aware that the prophecy can be interpreted differently. Adelaide asked, the prophecy? Well, that's not a critical loss. See if they are in contact with the temple, regarding blood tests or ability verification. He replied, yes, your majesty. Since all our endeavors in the north have failed, it would be better to quickly call them back to the capital. On the other side, in the battlefield, a soldier spoke out. There's the vice commander. Another soldier asked, did you hear? Apparently she defeated many monsters today as well. I saw her up close during the first battle. She was incredible. Third soldier says, you're lucky. My squad is placed elsewhere, so I haven't seen her in battle yet. Duke asked, Lady Gloriel. You're quite popular, aren't you? She says, stop teasing me. Duke speaks, I'm not teasing you, I'm jealous. She said, well, whatever it is. Please stop. He says, of course. We've cleared up most of the battle sites. There's only one location with monsters remaining. That horde is rather small, and there aren't any Asima either. We will not have to go into battle ourselves. She asked, is that so? He replied, also. A messenger has arrived from the capital. She speaks, I suppose the Emperor is ready to receive us again. He replied, yes, that must be it. He asked, how do you feel about this? Are you ready to return? She replied, I am. There is nothing for me to fear any longer. And my ability will return once we're back. He said softly, you seem very confident, Lady Gloriel. I shall trust you and follow suit. Psyche speaks, wonderful. And shall we request that our welcome back ceremony be a grand affair? Duke added, certainly. The Emperor will have to give us a public show of welcome, so why not empty his pockets a little? In the heart of the capital, the air was thick with murmurs and movement, and power cloaked in casual conversation. People were talking among themselves. Have you heard? The monster expedition was a great victory. Everyone will be returning to the capital. Didn't Lady Psyche take part in it? The recent rumors about her are a little, hey, whether she is a real Silkisia or not, it's undeniable she's performed a great service for the Empire. I heard the other lady of House Silkisia went north as well. Will they return together? I wonder if they'll settle, once and for all, who the fake lady of House Silkisia is and who the real one is. They should, shouldn't they? I wonder what'll happen to House Silkisia. But Lady Lillian is quite mean. Why did she choose to show her ability for the first time in the north? I agree. She tried so hard to pretend we were close friends. I was rather disappointed. Actually, I heard a rumor that her special ability isn't exactly impressive, and we all saw Lady Gloriel's ability during the second prince's birthday celebration. All asked, "Oh, really?" With the propaganda battle orchestrated between the two sides, the capital became rife with news and chatter across all levels of society. A man walks in and says, "We have received word that the expedition has arrived at the outskirts of the capital." Emperor said, "I see. The north was your territory. You were able to circumvent everything I had in store for you. But now that you have returned to the capital, things will not go as you wish." A long procession wound its way through the city gates, banners fluttering and drums beating. Spectacle of power and purpose. The Duke and Psyche were riding horses as they approached. Crowd speaks. "Look, it's Duke Lester." "There's Lady Gloriel," she asked. "Is something wrong?" Duke replied, "Not at all." For a moment, it felt as if someone was talking about me. "Someone must be having a fine time, insulting me behind my back," she said. "Really, Your Grace? Well, you've definitely put me at ease." Duke speaks. "Wonderful. Now then, let us return, and pay them back everything they are due." A beautiful evening that faded away with victory. Please remember to like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video, as it really helps our channel grow. Thanks. Capital residence of the Duke of Leicester. The Duke was standing near his desk in his office. Sunlight was streaming in through the windows, falling on him. He was holding a letter in his hand. After reading it, he said, "They say there will be a victory celebration banquet next week for the monster subjugation squad." Nearby, Psyche was sitting, sipping her tea. Upon hearing him, she looked up and said, "A week is pretty short notice." Duke added, "Exactly. I was just thinking I won't be able to get a new dress made in time." Psyche says, "We're talking about something more important here." Duke replied, "No. That's important too." "But," then she asked, "have Lady Stella and Duke Evergreen still not responded?" The Duke stepped forward and sat on the sofa, then replied, "No. We managed to reach Evergreen, but there has been no reply. As for Stella, she's gone missing again, and it seems there are people hindering the search for her." She speaks. "Lady Stella can't be helped, but it might be a good idea to visit Duke Evergreen in person." Hearing this, he asked, "Why is that bastard Evergreen so uncooperative about everything?" She smiled and replied, "I'll go alone." Hearing this, he was surprised and asked, "Huh? Why?" She replied, "If you go, the both of you might end up fighting again, and there are still other things that need to be prepared for the banquet." He added, "That's true." Then the Duke raised his hand, and suddenly some stones appeared in front of them. Seeing this, Psyche smiled and said, "We're back in the capital now, so I can use my abilities again. Are you worried about sending me alone? It hasn't even started snowing here yet," he says. "I think you've misunderstood something." Then Duke pulled her close and added, "It's not that I don't trust you. I just don't want to be apart from you." Psyche pulled his cheek and said, "Don't tease me." Then, while leaving the room, she speaks, "Anyway, I'll go. Please take care of the other matters while I'm gone." He says, "Okay." Later, Psyche went out of the Leicester residence to meet Duke Evergreen. Seeing Psyche, Duke Evergreen said, "Normally, if someone doesn't reply, it means they don't want to see you." Hearing this, she smiled and replied, "Yes, that's what I thought, so I left the Duke of Leicester behind." Then she stepped forward and asked, "It's been a while. Have you been well?" Duke Evergreen replied, "Enough. Let's stop this. I shouldn't have gotten involved from the start. That was my mistake." Then, he held out his hand and said, "Take this." There was a bottle containing something. Seeing this, she was surprised and said, "You're giving this to me?" "Just like that?" he asked. "Weren't you planning to pester me until I handed it over?" Then he speaks. "Take it and use it however you want. When you're done, send it back to the East." She asked, "Are you going back to the East?" He replied, "Yes, that's the plan. I've thought hundreds of times that I should have never left the East in the first place. But now that things have come to this, maybe going with the flow might be the best option. Anyway, all I can offer now is justification, so it won't make much difference if I'm not in the capital. I'll leave an official document with you, designating you as Evergreen's proxy." Hearing this, she asked, "You think I'll be satisfied with just that?" He replied, In a situation like this, there's very little we can actually do with just the petals of the four noble families. Then he asked, Am I wrong? She asked. Will you be okay? He replied. Honestly, I hesitated because I didn't want to entrust it to Berndia. I just don't trust that guy. Seeing that you came without him, I guess it'll be fine. I wish you luck. Seeing the bottle, she said, Yes, thank you. Then she returned to the residence and told Duke about it. Hearing this, Duke asked, He just gave it to you? That Nick's bastard? She replied, Yes. He seemed to have an idea of what we were trying to do. Then why the hell did he ignore my messages? Meanwhile, she began to think, maybe it's better I don't mention that part. I don't trust that guy. Then she smiled and asked, Well, was everything alright on your end while I was gone? He replied, That guy, Jess, the one we met last time, contacted me. She asked, For what? He replied, Not sure. He said he wants to talk directly with either you or me. But we don't really have any business with him right now. She added, Wait, hold on. Didn't he say he knew Lillian since they were kids? Last time, it seemed like he had a falling out with Lillian and wanted something from us. He asked, That may be, but is there really anything to gain from dealing with him? As for Lady Lillian's case, she replied, No, not Lillian. I mean Lady Stella's whereabouts. Lillian said she lived in the West when she was young. Then Jess, he must be from the West too. If that's the case, he might know something about Lady Stella through a different route than us. 1 week later, in the Imperial Palace banquet hall, the hall was very crowded, and nobles were whispering to each other. So, what's going to happen to the House of Silkisia now? I know, they sent the lady to the north because of the prophecy, and she really did achieve something great, but now there's debate over whether it was genuine. Still, seeing how a victory banquet is being held like this, that's not it. Do you know how many noble houses took part in this subjugation? Then, suddenly, a loud voice was heard. Oh my, look over there. Lady Glorio and the Duke of Leicester have arrived. Seeing this, Lillian says, Psyche. At that moment, Psyche began to think, Why are there only 3 of them? It was Azar who actually joined the subjugation squad. Maybe he's arriving with the knights? After a while, Lillian stepped forward and said, Hey, Psyche. As soon as Lillian raised her hands, powers began to emanate from her. Seeing this, people in the hall began whispering to each other. Oh my god, could that be Silkisia's ability? So the rumors about Lady Lillian awakening her ability were true. There were whispers that it happened in the north. She creates a token with her powers. A voice was heard. But then, what about Lady Glorio? I know, right? I definitely saw her use her ability last time. After a while, Lillian said, You must have had a tough time traveling all the way to the north and fighting monsters, Psyche. I heard your swordsmanship was pretty amazing. Then she asked, I prepared this as a token to celebrate the victory. Will you accept it? Psyche accepted it and said, Okay, thank you. Lillian smiled and says, No need for thanks between us. Psyche speaks, It's not really a gift I wanted, but since I got something, I suppose I should give something in return. Hearing this, Lillian was surprised and asked, What? Then Psyche used her power and transformed the token into a flower. Seeing this, people in the hall began whispering to each other again. Yuk, look at that. That is the ability of Lady Glorio, the one we've been hearing rumors about. It's just like during the last banquet. Then Psyche smiled and said, Here, take it. Seeing this, Lillian was shocked and lost in thought. What? Psyche is using her ability. That woman clearly said Psyche couldn't use any abilities, and that she had never used them even once in the north. What the hell is going on here? Psyche asked. You won't accept it? Lillian said to herself. Goodness, it really is on another level. I know they say the strength of an ability isn't everything, but, really? Even with such a huge difference? Lillian accepted it and said, Thanks. Psyche asked. What's with the thanks between us? Hearing this, Lillian thought, What? What the hell is going on? That woman definitely said Psyche couldn't use any abilities, that she hadn't used them even once while in the north. Why did you suddenly show up now, of all times? At that moment, Psyche thought, I had my doubts, but seriously, Lillian, did you really think I couldn't use an ability? So the rumor that spread in the north was started by Lillian herself. Oh well. Whatever. A loud voice echoed through the hall. His Majesty the Emperor is entering. Psyche began to think. The one I have to face today isn't some naive lady like Lillian. It's that vile feud that's festered for hundreds of years. The Emperor raised his wine glass and said, "The monsters that plagued the North have finally been eradicated, thanks to the efforts of the subjugation squad. Let us all share in this joyous occasion. Today, alongside the victory banquet, I shall bestow rewards upon all who took part in the subjugation, in recognition of their achievements." Very well. First, Duke Lester, commander of the subjugation squad. Then the Emperor sat upon his throne and speaks. Your territory suffered the greatest loss. Yet you led the subjugation as commander, earning great merit. As a token of consolation and recognition, I bestow upon you a chest containing 100,000 gold coins, along with provisions and weapons. Duke Lester bowed and says, "Yes." Psyche began to think, what an absurd act. You're rewarding them for cleaning up the mess you created. Emperor added, Count Elaine. Count Elaine bowed and replied, "Yes." Shouldn't the next name after the commander be the vice commander? A nobleman said. Oh my, not Lady Silkisia? A noblewoman says. Then that rumor must be, so His Majesty too. Psyche lost in thought. I suspected as much, but it seems the Emperor has his own picture in mind. Well, it would be odd if there were no surprises at a banquet he organized himself. So then, who read further ahead in this game? After a while, Emperor said, and the knights of Aidental and Akasha who took part in the subjugation. Didn't Akasha's vice-captain attend? Hearing this, Logan Silkisia shout loudly. Well, he was injured in battle and is currently undergoing treatment, so he couldn't make it. Emperor said, Really? Then she think, an injury? I don't recall hearing anything like that. Was it hidden? At the time, he seemed perfectly fine. At that moment, Emperor said, and lastly, the subjugation squad's vice-commander, Gloriel. Then the Emperor locked eyes with Psyche. Hearing this, Duke lost in thought. Gloriel. He omitted her family name entirely. That means what the Emperor is aiming for now is. Emperor said, this subjugation began with you. As promised, you've restored glory through your achievement. If you have any wish, speak it. Psyche says, I want the Silkisia dukedom. Hearing this, Logan shocked and asked, What? Psyche speaks. As the rightful heir to House Silkisia, I seek to inherit the title. At that moment, a nobleman stepped forward and said, Wait a moment, isn't there a problem with that request? To begin with, the claim that Lady Gloriel is a direct descendant of Silkisia is merely what Duke Lester and Lady Gloriel themselves assert, even if the lady demonstrated her ability to prove that. Look! Lady Lillian has also awakened an ability. Lady Lillian was frightened. Hearing this, Psyche began to think, Who? Baron de Sion. He was one of the candidates with a name meaning glory. So this man is the Emperor's chess piece this round. Nobleman says, Lady Gloriel no. Vice Commander of the Subjugation Squad. I'm not denying the merits you achieved in the North. However, shouldn't the bloodline of Silkisia be clarified more precisely? House Silkisia is one of the 4 founding noble families of the Empire. This isn't something that should be glossed over. Psyche began to think. Of course the Emperor would target my lineage. So what kind of conclusion does he want to draw from that? Emperor asked. Baron de Sion does make a valid point. What are your thoughts, Lady Gloriel? She asked. Am I supposed to refute Baron Dijon's claim right here and now? Baron de Sion replied. If you speak the truth, there's no problem, is there? Before awarding honors, we can determine who the true possessor of the ability is between the two of you. We can summon someone from the temple even now. Meanwhile, Duke speaks. No, that method isn't accurate. The temple's ability test only determines whether someone possesses a particular kind of power. Usually, only members of the 4 noble families undergo the test, so it's commonly used. But in this case, someone could trigger a reaction using a different method of channeling power. Psyche began to think. If the Emperor is insisting on this, it means he has already manipulated the temple. Besides, Lillian did trigger a reaction during the test. Even if it was ominous, it can be spun however they like. We must not let this move toward a temple test. Emperor asked. Then what method does Duke Lester suggest? Duke replied. To determine the true ability holder of the 4 great families, the most accurate method is to use Vicente Petal. A voice came from among the nobles. Vicente Petal? Isn't that from the founding myth? Another noble asked. Are you saying it actually exists? Not just in stories? Emperor speaks. Vicente Petal. Right. There was such a thing. Then you're saying you can use that method now, Duke? Duke Lester replied. It's difficult to do immediately, but if His Majesty commands it, I can have it gathered soon. If we use that method, no one will be able to raise doubts anymore. We'll find out exactly which of the two is the true ability holder of Silkisia. Lady Lillian was still standing there, frightened. Emperor said, Indeed, the Duke makes a good point. Let us use Vicente Petal to determine the owner of the ability. However, if only one is genuine, then the other must be an impostor, falsely claiming an ability, and tarnishing the name of the 4 great noble families. Therefore, in order to prevent further deception, both ladies shall remain confined to the Imperial Palace until all of the Vicente petals are gathered. Hearing this, Lillian shocked and asked, What? At that moment Psyche thought, so this is what the Emperor was aiming for. From the very beginning, a nobleman said, House arrest. Both ladies? Another nobleman asked. Then, what happens next? Psyche lost in thought. For the Emperor to take such measures, he must be confident they won't find the Vicente petal anytime soon. Either the Emperor already has the Vicente petal, or he knows exactly where it is. Then she said, I refuse. Emperor asked, What did you say? Meanwhile she began to think. If this is all the Emperor prepared, then victory is ours. Then Emperor asked, Gloriel, what are you doing? Are you saying you'll ignore the Emperor's command? She replied, Of course not. I was simply trying to point out a flaw in the premise. The important thing is whether I'm truly the daughter of the former Duke and Duchess of Silkisia. My power was merely used to prove that bloodline. Then she speaks. As His Majesty pointed out, Baron Dijon's argument has merit. While my ability proves I carry Silkisia blood, it doesn't guarantee I'm the rightful heir. Back then, indirect proof was the only method available to us. Thanks to His Majesty generously sending me north this time, I discovered an unexpected heirloom from my mother at Leicester Castle. Then she explained, over 20 years ago, the former Duchess of Silkisia sent a letter and gift to the former Duchess of Leicester, a bracelet woven with golden thread in her hair, said to share her fortune with the recipient. Hearing this, a noble woman said, Oh my, that's right. That was a trend back then. Of course, I remember making a few myself. Another noble woman asked, Really? Then she said, That's why I still wear this meaningful bracelet to this day. I request a bloodline verification using it. At that moment, Baron des Sion stepped forward and shouted loudly, Wait a minute, isn't that just your own claim? There's no evidence that hair actually belongs to the former Duchess. She speaks, I also brought the letter that came with the bracelet to the capital. If verification is needed, I can provide it. And as for proving whether the hair truly belongs to the Duchess, she looked toward a man and said, Fortunately, I am not the only blood relative of the former Duchess. Then she asked, You'll cooperate, won't you, Baron Hilais? She began to think. Who would have guessed the final enemy, the one who betrayed my parents and colluded with the Emperor and Logan, was my mother's own brother Baron Hilais? She said, Using the bracelet, the Baron's hair, and mine, please conduct a bloodline verification right here and now. I believe a priest stationed at the palace can perform the verification. Hearing this, Emperor lost in thought. They tricked us. They deliberately showed only their search for the petal, to lure us into focusing solely on that. The priest stepped forward with a glass and said, It's blue. These 2 samples belong to blood relatives, and also, the golden-haired sample and Lady Gloriel, our parent and child. A nobler said, My goodness, then it's proven. Lady Gloriel is the true heir of House Silkisia. Another nobleman says, That's right. So then, the current ducal house. Watching all this, Lillian stood back, deep in thought. No, if this continues, then she stepped forward and shouted loudly. But even if Psyche really is the daughter of the former Duke and Duchess, Psyche has no right to inherit the dukedom. Lennox said, Sister, Logan says, Lillian. At that moment, Count Juan stepped forward and speaks. Your Majesty, I too have something to say. She smiled and think. Count Juan? Yes, the Count will help me. Things were going well between us, if he sides with me, Count Juan said. I hesitated whether to reveal this, but in fact, I possess evidence related to the Crown Princess attempted assassination. The necklace believed to be Keaton's necklace. Lady Lillian stayed at the Rouen estate during her time in the north, at Duke Silkisia's personal request. I took special care of her, even assigning secret guards to protect her. In doing so, I uncovered something. One of Lady Lillian's maids attempted to secretly sell a necklace, believed to be stolen goods. Hearing this, the nobles were whispering to each other. A necklace? Why bring up something from 20 years ago all of a sudden? Lady Lillian had it. She think, What is going on? No, no way, then Count Juan said, finding it suspicious. I ordered my men to recover the item. Honestly, I still haven't been able to decide. I've just been holding on to the item, torn over what to do, so I kept it. But after hearing His Majesty's concerns, I felt it was urgent to report it now. Please forgive me for reporting it so late. Hearing this, Emperor began to think. So you were working with Lester all along? Count Juan opened the box and said, This is the emerald necklace that Lady Lillian's maid attempted to sell. Seeing this, Countess says, No, that necklace. A noblewoman asked. Countess, do you recognize it? Countess replied, Yes, I saw it 20 years ago. That is definitely Keaton's necklace. Seeing this, Lillian thought, No, what is happening? Why is that there? Psyche speaks. I had heard rumors about the Keaton necklace incident, but I had never seen the real thing myself. But this necklace brought by Count Juan is unmistakably the same as the one I knew. Then Psyche picked up the necklace and put it on, and powers began coming out of her. Seeing this, someone said, A poison needle. Hearing this, she says, No, this necklace doesn't contain a poison needle. This is the necklace my mother made for me when I was a child. My initials are engraved on the back, and it carries a protection spell, not poison. Then she speaks, Your Majesty, if this truly is Keaton's necklace, then we must investigate how Lady Lillian came to possess this, claiming it was a gift from Her Royal Highness the Crown Princess? I believe it's necessary to reveal the truth behind the attempted assassination of the Crown Princess 20 years ago. Of course, Lady Lillian herself couldn't have orchestrated it 20 years ago, but the one who benefited from the incident was Logan Silkisia, who took over the ducal house afterward. And now that the necklace was found with Lady Lillian, I believe, we must investigate whether Logan Silkisia was behind the assassination attempt. Hearing this, Logan shouted loudly, Your Majesty! Emperor began to think. Logan, you useless fool. I handed a dukedom to a worthless man like him, and yet you couldn't even handle this properly. Because of a fool like you, 20 years of my meticulous planning are on the verge of falling apart. After a while, Psyche said, Your Majesty, you once said the actions that tarnishing the four noble families cannot be overlooked. As you have seen, I am the rightful successor of the former Duke and Duchess, and it is likely they were framed. I have no reason to fabricate my powers or my lineage. I hereby request that all members of the current ducal house involved in slandering and usurping the Silkisia name be arrested and thoroughly investigated. Emperor shout loudly. Confine Logan Silkisia and his children to the palace, and conduct a full reinvestigation into the Crown Princess's attempted assassination 20 years ago. Logan says, Your Majesty, the guard caught all of them. Logan shouted loudly, Let go of me! Let me go! Lillian says, Please. I don't know anything, Lennox said. I said let go. Emperor think, but don't think, this is over yet. Then the Emperor stood up and started walking slowly. Duke Lester said, Your Majesty, I understand your anger, as it comes from your care for Her Majesty the Empress. However, wouldn't it be right to give a formal answer regarding Lady Glorio's position before the banquet ends, in order to properly conclude the victory celebration? The Imperial authority may hold great power, but that doesn't mean the Emperor can do whatever he wants. That's why the Emperor had to resort to all sorts of schemes to justify his decisions. But this entire game the Emperor prepared has now been ruined. After a while, Emperor clenched his fist and speaks. I grant the request. Lady Gloriel shall inherit the title of Duchess of Silkisia. I will officially bestow the dukedom upon Lady Gloriel in the near future. Saying this, the Emperor left. Hearing this, the noble lady stepped forward and said, Congratulations. Another noble lady says, Congratulations, my lady. Then someone asked, Madam, did you just call her my lady? Shouldn't we be calling her Your Grace now? Another noble lady replied, That's right. And then people started whispering among themselves. Duke Lester stepped forward and said, Lady Psyche, she says. Ah, Your Grace. Duke asked, Why the long face? You should be happy. She smiled and replied, You're right. I guess it just doesn't feel real yet. At that moment, people gathered around him and began to speak. My lady, no, Your Grace. Truly, congratulations on regaining your rightful place. Duchess. In the evening, they returned to Leicester Manor. She sat on the sofa and took a deep breath. He leaned toward her and said, You've gone through a lot, my lady. No, I should be calling you Your Grace. She says, Just call me by my name, Your Grace. He added, All right. Gloriel. But am I still Your Grace, to you? She reply. Pardon? He speaks. Since your title changed, I think it's time you start calling me by name too. She reply. That's burned ya. I think I'll need a little time to get used to it. I'll call you Your Grace for now, he said. Yes, do as you like, she added. Honestly, I thought the Emperor would never acknowledge it, no matter what. Then she asked, what could he be planning? He replied. Indeed, the conclusion came much quicker than expected. We didn't even bring up the fact that we had aligned testimonies with Count Juan to expose the Marquis of Eslante, nor did we bring the maid, who could be interrogated as an accomplice. We even prepared evidence that Azar was using forbidden magic. There's a high chance Lady Lillian's special ability is linked to that as well. She speaks. Even if things had escalated, we held the advantage, but the Emperor could have stalled. Without giving a conclusion, the emerald necklace proves my mother's innocence, but it doesn't definitively prove that Logan is the culprit. Even if the Emperor imprisoned Logan, he could have delayed granting me the dukedom until the verdict was final. He added, I admit, that part makes me uneasy too. There's no way that lunatic repented, out of remorse, just because we exposed everything, she said. Then our top priority is to find the Silkisia petal as soon as possible, he replied. Yes, since we don't know what they're planning, we must prepare the most standard and reliable countermeasure. If the Emperor is found clearly responsible, the 4 founding families of the Empire can use the sacred relic, the Vicente petal, as a united will to dethrone the Emperor. He speaks. Thanks to that man, we're about to do something no one has done in the centuries since the Empire was founded. Then he asked, what do you think of what Baron Hilles said at that moment? She recalls that Baron Hilles came and said, please listen to me, Your Grace. I know where the Silkisia petal is. I said that, and Baron Hilles speaks. I'll tell you its location, so please. I said that. I think you're misunderstanding something, Baron Hilles. I do not acknowledge you as family by blood, and I have no intention of trading forgiveness for the crimes you committed against my parents. If you want to atone for your sins, confessing right now would be the fastest way. Baron Hilles added, if I don't tell you, you'll never find it. I says that. I already knew you were slow, but still, don't inconvenience others with your stupidity. I've already inherited the dukedom as the official successor, so why would I need a petal to prove my bloodline? Baron Hilles said. That's. After a while she speaks. I only said that to keep others from realizing the petal's true purpose. But someone like you, cowardly and timid, was too confident that we wouldn't find it without your help, he said. Let's think it through while we look for Stella. Since the Baron knows something, in the worst case, we can just pressure it out of him. Then he sat on the chair and added, let's call it a day and get some proper rest. My lady, no, Gloriel, you did well today, she says. Ah, right. I'll have to start packing tomorrow. Hearing this, he was surprised, stood up, and asked, what? Packing? She replied. Now that I've reclaimed Silkisia, I must return to the estate. Thank you for everything up until now. Then he lost in thought. I'd gotten so used to being with her that I completely forgot. The next day, she returned to the Silkisia ducal estate. As soon as she stepped out of the carriage, the maids and servants stood respectfully with their heads bowed. Everyone said, welcome, Your Grace. As soon as she goes to study room and sits in the room, the butler brings some papers and becomes flustered. Then she picked up a paper and started reading it aloud. Unless there's a major disqualifying issue, including with the butler himself, I plan to retain the current staff. But if anyone wishes to quit now, tell them I'll write them a letter of recommendation. Be sure to add that if they wait until I personally dismiss them after the review, they won't receive a letter of recommendation or severance pay. They should decide wisely. Butler said. Pardon? Yes, understood. She speaks. And be sure to explain clearly why we're reducing the workforce. Let them know that the duchy's finances are in disarray because of the former duke. Butler said. I'm sorry, she says. The financial problems aren't your fault, Butler. Then she smiled and added, though I suppose the same can't be said about managing the staff. Hearing this, the butler gets angry. She speaks. That's all I have to say. Go out and inform them, he says. Yes. Then the Cecil standing near her spoke. Dutch, no, Your Grace. You were so cool just now, Psyche asked. I didn't come off as obnoxious? Cecil replied. Not at all. You look totally charismatic and cool, Psyche speaks. Thanks, Cecil. I don't have anyone I can fully trust here right now, so I'm relying on you for a while, Cecil replied. Of course. Leave it to me. Then Psyche lost in thought. Anyway, none of the staff from my parents' time are here anymore, and the ones Logan hired probably have too much to hide from me. Then she remembers that Maid Marie said, "Oh, I didn't know you were here. I'm so sorry. I don't know what to do," another maid says. "Marie, you should have been more careful about who was passing by." Marie speaks. "I never imagined someone as noble as the lady would walk through such a shabby place." Then, she examining some other papers, she continued thinking, saying this much should make most of them start quitting on their own. It's not like I'm some saint. I have no intention of carrying everyone who treated me that way. But even if I handled the staff situation like this, the finances are still a mess. She recalls that Jess said, in honor of Lennox Company, this was recorded under Silkisia's name. She think again. I wondered what this insane expenditure was, and it turns out it was that thing Mr. Jess brought, and they paid for all of it as it is. Logan must have lost his mind too. Come to think of it, I should check on the request I made to Mr. Jess about locating Lady Stella. After a while, Psyche said, "Cecil, go to the Duke now." Cecil asked. "Yes? Oh, you mean Duke Lester?" Psyche smiled and asked. "Could you please send a message to the Lester Duchy so we can arrange a meeting when he has time?" Hearing this, Cecil ran and replied, "Yes. I'll contact him right away and report back." At that moment, Psyche began to think. I almost called for him without thinking. I've gotten way more accustomed to living with him than I realized. Not being able to see him right away suddenly makes him feel so far away. But if I stay by the Duke's side openly at a time like this, in the end, it will seem like I'm relying on Duke Lester's influence because I can't manage the household on my own. Even though I didn't have the authority to directly command the staff, I've always handled things like paperwork related to running the family, so I'm more than capable of managing things on my own. More than that, I guess I just really like being with him. A little while later, she meets Duke in the market. Then she asked, "Weren't we supposed to be on our way to meet Mr. Jess?" He replied, "There's still quite a bit of time before the appointment. I thought we could do a little shopping unless there's a problem." She replied, "No, if I had to say there's a problem, it's that Silkisia's finances are kind of a mess. I don't even know how it got drained this badly." Hearing this, he asked, "Is it that serious?" She replied, "We're barely avoiding a deficit. Once the taxes from the territory come in next year, we should be okay. Until then, I'm planning to hold off on things like shopping for a while." Then he asked, "Then what's the point of having a rich fiancé?" She replied, "Pardon?" He added, "Considering the contribution the lady made in the northern battle, there should be a separate reward from the Leicester territory as well." "Hasn't that been delivered yet?" she said. "A reward?" He speaks. "From the beginning, when the lady agreed to help exterminate the monsters, we talked about," she says. "Now that you mention it, by that logic, we've also fulfilled the conditions for breaking off the engagement." Then she asked, "Doesn't that mean you're no longer my rich fiancé?" Hearing this, he's surprised and said, "What?" Then he says, "No, wait, that's not. I mean, that's how the contract goes, but it's just." She smiled and said, "I'm joking." He speaks. "It only counts as a joke if the person hearing it can laugh too." Then Duke took her hand, saying, "Well, I guess there's no helping it. I'll have to heal this wounded heart with some shopping," she said. Whoa. They went to a boutique. As soon as they entered the shop, the shopkeeper lady happily said, "Oh my, Duke Lester! Duchess Silkisia, what an honor to have you both visit our boutique. What can we help you with?" Duke says, "Everything." Then he, pointing towards the suits, said, "From here, all the way over there. We'll take it all." Psyche speaks. "Just a moment, Your Grace." Then she asked, "What are you doing?" He replied, healing the wound Glorville's joke left with some shopping. She asked, "But isn't this all women's clothing?" He replied, "Of course it's for you. I'm just showing off the perks of having a wealthy fiancé." She said, "I won't make jokes like that anymore, so you should hold back too, Your Grace." He added, "That's a nice thing to hear, but you need to get used to places like this anyway." Hearing this, she said, "What?" He asked, "Do you think I bought useless things?" Then he speaks. "The only clothes you have right now are the few sets you got while staying at our house. From now on, you'll be attending public events as a duchess. If you're not prepared ahead of time, it won't be enough, and I'll have to investigate what Logan did to wreck the finances so badly. Originally, for the head of one of the 4 great houses, this level of spending is perfectly normal. Still, even so, you need practice. Now repeat after me. From here to over there, give me everything," she said. "What?" "No," he says, "and this one, and that over there too. This isn't shopping, it's a robbery, shopkeeper lady said. Sales are skyrocketing like crazy, oh my goodness. May the two of you always be happy together, she speaks. This isn't what I pictured when I decided to become a duchess. Shopkeeper lady said. Farewell, both of you. Please visit us again, he says. Things don't always go as planned, she asked. Is that really the issue here? Then, when they came out of the shop, Psyche asked. So where are we supposed to meet Mr. Jess? Duke replied. I contacted the Blue Moon side to show us the catalog. We'll probably meet at the same place as last time, Psyche asked. You're not planning to buy again, are you? Duke replied. Of course. Why else do you think I just bought so much there? It's not like that guy's things are pret enough to make me buy anything from him. Anyway, he'll have something in return too. If our terms don't match, we'll just walk away. Then they met Mr. Jess at a hotel. Jess asked, Are you talking about Lady Stella's whereabouts? Then he said thoughtfully, She's quite the elusive one. Duke stood up and said, If you don't know, that's fine. I wasn't expecting much anyway. Jess speaks. Hey, wait a minute, you're so impatient. You came here to make a deal, didn't you? Then at least let me flip a card or two, Duke said. There's nothing I really want from you except information about Stella's whereabouts. Jess says, Well? I think you'll want to pay for this one. Proof that the Emperor is the one who unleashed the monsters in the north. Hearing this, Duke said, What? Jess added, And while I don't know Lady Stella's current whereabouts, I can give you a list of places she used to frequent. Or maybe the false ID she used before. Hearing this, Psyche asked, Then, in exchange for that, what is it you want? Jess replied, What I want is to escape the Emperor's grasp. After a while, both were in the study room. Psyche asked, Did you know that the Black Moon is a secret organization under the Emperor's direct command? Duke replied, I had considered the possibility that there might be some connection, but I never imagined the Emperor himself was overseeing it. If the lady hadn't agreed to meet him, we might never have found this evidence. Then he asked, Mr. Jess was trying to escape from there by using Lillian, wasn't he? Psyche replied, If he had this much evidence, he could have just come to you right away. I'm not so sure about that. I see things a little differently. Duke stood up and speaks. Well, I see things a little differently too. Gloriel, you tend to assume others are good people, because you are one. The documents this man gave us aren't a way to fix the monster outbreak. They're evidence that the Emperor caused it. If this offer had come to me before you helped resolve the monster outbreak in the north, I would have probably eliminated the person who made the proposal too. Why should I spare them, when they were partly responsible for unleashing monsters on my land? Well, I think that's what I probably would have thought. Hearing this, she said, I'm sorry. I didn't think that far, he says. That's not the point. What it really means is this. Even an intelligence organization would have known that much already. So this offer wasn't truly meant for me. It was made with you in mind, Gloriel. I owe you again. She pulled his cheek and said, But how did you come to that conclusion? Taking down the Emperor is my goal too, and I doubt they handed over the materials just because they trusted me. It's not like I have the power to meet their conditions anyway. So maybe it's fortunate that the both of us ended up working together, he says. That's a conclusion I quite like. A few days later, at the Silkisia estate, Psyche was studying those books. Suddenly, Count Juan came and said, I hope I'm not intruding during a busy moment. She stood up and replied, Not at all, Count. Please come in. I apologize, we're still in the middle of organizing the staff, so things are a little chaotic. Count Juan added, You've only just inherited your title. I understand this must be a hectic time for you, and the previous Duke just had to be that kind of person. If you ever need help, please don't hesitate to ask. She speaks. I'd like to say I'm already grateful just for your offer, but right now, I'm not in a position to refuse any help. That said, unlike before, I can now proudly act under the name of Silkisia, so I can truly promise to return the favor. Count Juan says, Yes, it feels rewarding to be able to assist you, my lady, she said. Yes, then she thought. I always thought Count Juan never showed any emotion, but it seems he can smile with that face too. At that moment he says, Anyway, I came to report on the current situation. Logan Myram, Lennox, and Lillian Myram are under investigation, while Azar Myram is still being searched for. She asked, You still haven't found him? He replied, Since it was revealed that you are a direct descendant of the former Duke and Duchess, and that your mother was proven innocent in the Keaton's necklace case, your succession to the dukedom was recognized regardless of Logan's involvement. Logan and his children have since reverted to the surname Mayim, the name they had before inheriting Silkisia's, and Psyche recalls that I had thought. Was he injured? Count Juan continued speaks. Izar used an injury as an excuse to skip the victory banquet, but by the time soldiers were sent to escort him home, he had already disappeared. Hearing this, she began to think. Izar had acted as the Duke's successor for years, and had trained in both swordsmanship and dark magic, so if he's seriously trying to escape, he won't be easy to catch. Count Juan took out a paper and started reading it. Also, since Logan Myram has not yet been officially convicted, the three of them are being temporarily detained in VIP quarters, within the Imperial city, not a prison. It seems that during his time as Duke, he got involved in several matters. A number of requests for audience have been received, most of them from people who had financial ties with the previous Duke. I've compiled their names into a list so you can review them. Then he gave the paper to Psyche. She said, "Thank you. Things have been so hectic. I hadn't even thought of it." He added, "If there's anyone I should avoid meeting, please let me know in advance." Then she carefully looked at it and said, "No. It's not someone I shouldn't meet. I think it's someone I should be meeting, actually," he replied. "Pardon? I can give you the places Lady Stella often visited, or some of the fake identities she used." Hearing this, she thought, that's one of the aliases Jess told me Stella used, and she requested the meeting with Lillian, not Logan. That day, she went to the Doll Kingdom to meet someone. The child, Lady Stella, who was from the West, was trying to find. Could that child have been Lillian? That makes a lot of sense. Why didn't I think of it sooner? After a while, she said, "Count, you're incredible. Asking for your help back then in the North was definitely the right choice," he replied. "Yes, I'm glad to hear that." In the Imperial Palace, some knights were standing in the hall. One of them said, "Oh, Lady Silkisia?" "No, it's the Duchess Silkisia now." Another asked, "What? Where?" Then he says, "It really is." Two knights in blue uniforms came forward and bowed. One said, "Hello, Duchess. I'm Adam Denver, a knight of Aidental." She says, "Yes, hello." Another smiled and speaks. "Thomas William. I participated in the Northern Subjugation Squad last time. Congratulations on reclaiming your title." She replied, "Yes, thank you." Thomas William says, "If it's all right, perhaps someday we could have a duel or something." She said, "Sure. Once things settle down, let's arrange it," he added excitedly. "Wow, me too." Psyche lost in thought. "I didn't expect this." Then she recalls that Duke Lester asked, "What, are you going to the palace alone, when that lunatic is still around?" I replied that, if he were going to make a move, he would have done it back at the banquet. "I'll be going officially, so it should be fine." "And Duke, I heard you weren't exactly on good terms with Lady Stella either." Duke says, "No, that's," I continued said, "I think it's better if I go alone. It might be a hindrance if you came. Just stay and sort the documents." She began to think. Most of the Aidental knights are friendly toward me, but the knights from Akashai seem more wary. There's even speculation that Akashai knights might be helping Izar escape. Judging by their behavior now, that theory might not be baseless. It's a little ironic. He even abandoned his family when he ran. But does that mean he had a good reputation in the order? A knight said, "Why are you acting so shy now? Everyone said you two were always close." Other knight said, "No, that's not." "Stop dodging," he speaks. "Duchess, let's assign this guy to guide you around the palace." Seeing him, she was surprised and speak. "Aiden?" After a while, she was walking silently behind Aiden. Then she asked, "Are you just going to keep ignoring me?" Hearing this, Aiden stopped, turned back and replied, I don't think I have the right to say anything." She held his hands and said, "I don't want Baron Hilles to be blamed for something Sir Aiden didn't do." Aiden says angrily, "But I was the one who dropped the necklace back then." She added, "You were only trying to return the necklace I dropped, weren't you?" With the case reopened, several specific details from that time have come to light. Then he remembered that her mother said, "Here, Riel, go play with your big brother." I said that. "Hi, Riel?" Riel stepped forward and says, "Big bro, I wanna go to mommy." She had dropped her necklace. I picked it up and said, "Father, Riel dropped this." Father says, "Really? I'll make sure it gets back to Gloriel." Logan Myram, driven by ambition, and Duval Hilles, drowning in gambling debts, joined forces. Together, they schemed to seize the Silkisia title and fortune, and succeeded. Aiden says, "Even so, she speaks. I hardly have anyone left I can call family now, Aiden says. Well, Auntie promised she'd always be on my side, she added. And, Lady Leah is still here too. So are you just going to dump everything on Auntie, and not take my side, Sir Aiden? Aiden replied. No, that's not. She smiled and said, if you really feel sorry, then act like a proper big brother. Let's call it even, Aiden says. All right. At that moment, she began to think. This cousin of mine probably had no idea how deeply he'd gotten involved until much later, and ever since, he's carried that burden, devoting his life to setting things right. After a while, Aiden said, I'm sorry. I know this isn't the time for me to be saying all this, but it just slipped out. Then she placed her hand on his forehead. He asked, Shall we go? She replied, Yes. As soon as she opened the door, then she spoke to the guard. Allow the next visitor in as soon as they arrive. Guard says, Yes, understood. When she went inside, Lillian was sitting in front of her. Aiden speaks. If you're trying to dig up some answers, Logan would be more helpful than Lady Lillian right now, she said. Huh? Why? Aiden says. Lady Lillian is not in a good state at the moment. Hearing this, she thought, I figured as much when Sir Aiden told me. Has she completely lost her mind? Suddenly a lady came, saw her and said, Lillian, oh my. When she saw Psyche, she said, You are, Psyche said. Hello, Baroness Rusty. Or should I say, Lady Stella, I've been looking for you. Then she began to think. No wonder she was hard to find. I'd been searching for Stella in her usual Western attire, so I didn't recognize her dress like a classic high society lady from the capital. The Rusty barony was an old, long-established family in the capital. Turns out, that was her cover all along, Stella says. I didn't expect to run into you in a place like this. Psyche speaks. I have something I absolutely need to discuss with you. I've been searching for you for quite some time, Stella added. I see. If you've uncovered even this name, then I suppose there's no point in running anymore. But before that, I'd like to speak with Lillian for a moment. Would you mind stepping out briefly? Then Psyche lost in thought. I wonder if Lillian is even capable of having a proper conversation with Lady Stella in her current condition. Psyche said, All right, I'll wait just outside the door then. Stella sat down in front of her and asked, Lillian, can you hear my voice? Psyche stood outside the door, lost in thought. Come to think of it, this happened often in my past life. I always wanted to be part of the family around Lillian, but could never truly belong. I used to envy the way they'd call to her from outside the door, but seeing now how they all abandoned her, just to save themselves, it's almost laughable. Turns out, there was nothing worth envying at all. In the end, Logan raised both his real and fake daughters in misery. Not that I plan on forgiving him for it though. After a while, Psyche came inside. Stella said, Thank you for waiting. I think I already have a good idea of what you're about to say, but this isn't a suitable place to talk. Let's find somewhere more private, Psyche says. All right. Then shall we go to my residence? Stella added, Anywhere is fine, but please also invite the Duke of Leicester. Psyche speaks. You and the Duke don't seem to be on good terms. Will that be all right? Stella says calmly. That's why you came alone, isn't it? You were being considerate. But I don't want to get dragged into this mess any deeper. So let's settle everything that needs to be said today, and be done with it. Psyche said, Understood. Then let's head to the Leicester estate. After a while, Psyche arrived at the Leicester ducal estate with Stella. Seeing her, the Duke angrily asked, Who did you say? Stella? This woman? Stella says, We send out people everywhere. And yet there wasn't a single trace. Psyche said, Your Grace, please. Stella speaks. It's fine. I wasn't expecting any sense of propriety from Leicester anyway. Then she asked, What exactly do you want from me? Psyche replied, I need the Vicente petal. Stella says, But I thought you already inherited your title. You shouldn't need the petal to prove your gift. Don't tell me. You plan to use it for that purpose? Since you already know, I'll get straight to the point. I'm going to dethrone the Emperor. Hearing this, Psyche speaks. I found evidence that he unleashed monsters in the north, using forbidden magic for his own selfish gain. There are even signs he planned a mass slaughter using the same magic. Leaving someone like him on the throne is far too dangerous. Stella added, If you've found that level of evidence, surely you can push for dethronement, even without the petal. Duke shout loudly. The legal process takes time, and in the meantime, who knows what else he might do? Are we seriously going to hide behind some centuries-old taboo, one that no one even knows the origin of? At a time like this, Psyche says, Your Grace, Stella said. Of course, you wouldn't know. You have no idea why I created that taboo, in the first place. Hearing this, Psyche surprised and asked, What do you mean? Stella replied, The first emperor always envied us. Those of us who could live nearly immortal lives, through our abilities. Duke shouted loudly. Are you saying that you are the original Stella? Psyche said. What? Stella replied. That's right. Do you know why I established that unspoken rule? Because of the emotional entanglement between the emperor at the time and the first generation of ability holders. The entire western region was reduced to a desert, Psyche said. Then the west originally was. Stella says, Yes. That place. It was once a lush, green land, no less beautiful than any other region. If only everyone had respected their boundaries and lived their lives where they belong, the desertification of the West would never have happened. We, as individuals, came to possess far too much power. When such people interfere and become entangled with one another, the world bears the weight of the consequences. Then she clenched her fist and said, That's why I tried to avoid coming to the capital if possible. Psyche asked, Did you come to the capital to find Lillian, Lady Stella? Stella replied, Yes. Looking back now, that's where I made my mistake. I met that child 20 years ago. In the sand dunes of the western lands, she had been abandoned there, left with nothing but a large emerald necklace. She was already without breath. Hearing this, Psyche remembered that. He shouted loudly, Lillian, that child can never return. Jess asked, Are you afraid someone will call you a monster? For yourself? Psyche asked. Are you saying that Lillian died 20 years ago? Stella replied. I could tell back then that the child had been sacrificed through forbidden magic. Perhaps, if I brought her back to life, the forbidden magic might be broken. So with my authority, I concealed her death from the eyes of the gods. Hearing this, Psyche thought, I was wondering what she meant when she said she was the original Stella. But if she holds that kind of authority, then Lady Stella, Duke added, forbidden magic from 20 years ago. Around that time, the northernmost part of Leicester began to rapidly turn into a desert. Stella speaks, but it was no use. Still, I couldn't bring myself to kill the child I had brought back to life. I believed it was my duty to take responsibility until she fulfilled her purpose. Over time, staying by her side, I grew attached. But of all things, I never imagined she'd be connected to Silkisia, the very one I had been trying to avoid. Come to think of it, Lillian ending up in the capital was a complete accident. According to Mr. Jess, Lillian and a few friends were tricked into following a merchant group with promises of earning money, but it turned out to be a front for the Emperor's secret organization, Black Moon, operating under the disguise of Blue Moon. They were all forcibly taken and endured countless hardships. Lillian happened to meet Duke Evergreen and was rescued. Sadly, the others were not as fortunate. Mr. Jess remained in Black Moon, and eventually rose in rank, enough to work outside. He tried to reach out to Lillian for help, but she didn't assist the others who remained, left with no friends to turn to. Mr. Jess finally reached out to us. Hearing this, Psyche thought, Lillian's secret departure from the West, without Lady Stella knowing, that's where everything started. Then Stella speaks. Since I've told you everything, I've ended up interfering after all. I'll give you the petal. In return, please allow me to take that child. Lillian with me, Duke said. You're going to take Lillian? Stella added. I have a rough grasp of the current situation. It doesn't seem like her family will take responsibility for her until the end. If things go the way you want, losing one child won't make much difference, will it? Psyche replied. All right, I'll accept your condition. But as you said, this can only happen after things go the way we hope. It's difficult to get Lillian out of the Imperial Palace right now, Stella says. You don't strike me as someone who would break their word. Just hearing you say that is enough. I'll trust you and wait. Then Stella stood up and added, Then I'll return to the West now. Contact me once everything is settled. May your breath rest upon the stars of the night sky. After a while, she said, That's 3 petals collected so far. Duke speaks. That's strange. When 3 petals are gathered, they should move toward the final one, she says. But it's not moving at all, she asked. Do you remember what Baron Hilles said at the last banquet? Then he remembered that Baron Hilles says, If I don't tell you, you'll never find it, she added, seeing how confident Baron Hilles was. He must have hidden it in a place that can't be found by ordinary means. One place comes to mind that fits those conditions, he asked. Where is it? She replied. the Ashen Forest. We ended up there by accident, during a mishap at the association. Normal magic couldn't locate it. That's where we met Siona, a space under their control. Most importantly, it's where the tomb of the first Silkisia is located, he said. There's a chance. Let's head to the Magic Association as soon as the sun rises. In the Magic Association, a girl came in with rabbit ears on her head. She said, that place from back then. I don't know if we can return. It wasn't intentionally linked. Hearing this, Psyche think, as I thought. You smell like winter. Lady Luna, are you a beastkin? Psyche asked. What if we try? Under the same conditions as back then? She replied. It might just work. Want to give it a try. But just in case, let's prepare for a separate return route this time. Originally, we were trying to go to the Tala habitat, right? Close this door 3 times, and open it again. They held each other's hands and looked at one another. He said, don't get swept away alone, like last time. Psyche smiled and replied, all right, don't let go, hold on tight. She placed her hand on the door and said, then I'll open it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then black power began to emerge from door. Psyche began to think. It actually worked? They reached that place. Seeing the place, the Duke asked, is this the place? Psyche replied, yes. Then suddenly, the petals began to glow. Psyche said, the petal is reacting. Looks like it's somewhere around here. Duke says, let's go. She speaks. This is the lake we came to back then, he asked. You mean the last time we were here? She replied. Yes. I saw a vision of Silkisia here. Could it be related to that? The petal seems to be pointing toward the lake, he said. Then, she replied, we should go in and check it out. I'll go. He speaks. What? No, you can't. We have no idea what's in there. I should. She asked. Do you know how to swim? He replied. No, I've never tried. Hearing this, she smiled and said, people from the north don't usually swim. Probably because it's so cold up there. He asked. Is it really that funny that I can't swim? She replied. No, it's not that. Duke, you couldn't dance at all at the ball either. He asked again. Why are you bringing that up? She replied. You were always busy training and tending to spiritual duties instead of leisure, right? Once everything's settled, let's try a few things together. Then she smiled slightly. He speaks. Then just in case, please take a few more protective artifacts. She says. I brought some too. He added, better to have extra than not enough. It's probably best to keep all the petals in one place, so they don't get in the way. Artifacts are shown. A magic defense artifact, a dispel artifact, a petal vial to track the direction of Silkisia's petal. She said, it's so heavy on my neck. Then I'll be off. He shouted loudly. Come right out if anything feels even slightly off. She says, okay. All of a sudden, she descended into the depths of the lake. Then she think, the petal is reacting, so the Silkisia petal really was in this lake. There's not a single living creature in the water. Silkisia's petal, a protective spell, or something like that. Good thing I brought the dispel artifact. She used the dispel. When the magic activated, the petal's protection disappeared. Then she think, knew it. Something was sealed here. I've gathered all the petals now. Now with this, as soon as she raised her hand and reached the petal, she noticed something and began to think, what is this? So there was a second layer of magic. She gasps for breath. Then, the first Silkisia suddenly appeared. Seeing her, she was stunned. At that moment, she began to think, this person is the first Silkisia. The first Silkisia close to Psyche and said, this time, live a happy life. Psyche reached the surface of the lake and took a deep breath. Duke said, Glorio, she said. Duke, Deke asked, are you all right? Were there any traps? She replied, there were, but it's fine. I took care of them. Duke asked, what? Are you hurt? She replied, no. Look, I found it. Duke said, you've been through a lot. You'll catch a cold like this. Let's head back and talk. She speaks. No, this isn't enough to make me catch a cold. Duke says, I really should hurry up and learn how to swim. On the other side, Lady Siona came and bowed respectfully. Emperor asked, what's wrong? She replied, the double-layered magic on the hidden Silkisia petal has been completely dispelled. Hearing this, Emperor shocked and said, what? Then he clenched his fists and began to think. Finding the Silkisia petal must mean they'd gathered all the other 3 as well. An ability panel? Ridiculous. There's no way Evergreen and Stella would give up the petals for something so trivial. They're clearly planning to dethrone me. Right. The weather was like this that day too. The day Silkisia tried to cast the immortality spell on me, but then suddenly changed her mind. Then he remembers I had said, "What are you doing? You promised me. You said you'd give me immortality." In the end, I attempted to cast the spell myself, but because the magic circle she left behind was incomplete, the magic I used only affected my soul. I wandered the world as a spirit for centuries. When I discovered that Silkisia's soul had been reborn, I realized this was my chance, so I took the body of the Crown Prince, whose soul wave resonated most with mine. I used Logan Myram to tame Silkisia, and was just about to achieve my goal. But, why did that Lester bastard reincarnate at this time too? He said angrily. Again. Yes, I'll just start over from the beginning. Prepare what I told you about before. We'll carry it out during the New Year's festival. Hearing this, she's surprised and says, "What?" "But that's," he asked. "What is it?" She bowed and replied, "No, nothing. As your majesty commands." She turned back and started thinking. This is insane. Has he lost his mind? At that moment, she recalls that Emperor said, "If you serve me well, I'll legalize the use of forbidden magic for you." I replied that, "Yes, your majesty. I pledge you my utmost loyalty." Then she bit her nails and continued thinking. I've suffered for 20 years, trusting that one promise, and now he wants to abandon everything, to save only himself. I can't allow that. Now that it's come to this, I have to find my own way to survive. In the Silkisia mansion, Psyche was sitting in the room, reading a book. Surprisingly, the clause in Imperial law that allows the 4 noble families to dethrone the emperor is very simple. With the unanimous consent of the heads of the 4 families, it is enacted immediately. In the absence of a party, the intent may be represented by a Vicente petal. I even combed through the entire law book, including the scribe's annotations, just in case there were other requirements. Then she thought. Honestly, when I first saw the clause, I thought it was ridiculous. One avoids involvement in imperial matters. One stays holed up in the East, never stepping outside. Lady Evergreen possesses the memories of the first generation, and the original Lady Stella is still alive today. That must be why the clause remains in effect. She flipped through the pages and began thinking again. Still, to avoid any confusion, we should prepare to some extent. She closed the book, placed it on the table, and spoke. "Cecil, go to Leicester Castle right away." Cecil says, "Yes, my lady." After a little while, she was walking in the mansion forest when her eyes fell on a man wearing a hoodie, and she said to herself, "I thought he'd run away, never to return. What's he doing here?" He took off the hoodie, she said. "Izar." He pointed his sword toward her and spoke. "Fight me, Psyche," she asked. "Why should I?" Izar suddenly attacked Psyche using magic. But Psyche blocked his attack. They clash. She thought, "You've gotten stronger than before." Psyche threw him backward and began to think. "You use forbidden magic. You forced yourself past the limits of your body." Izar attacked her again, this time more fiercely. She blocked his attack and asked, "What on earth are you thinking?" He said angrily. "What am I thinking? That's what I want to know. One day, I thought I had to kill you no matter what. Another day, I couldn't bear to see you in danger. I thought I just wanted to win back Father's attention. The attention he always gave you. But before I realized it, you were all I could think about. No matter what Father said." The heir of Silkisia, deputy commander of the Akasha Knights who represent the Imperial family. "I've already lost everything I had. Of all the goals I once had, the only one left was to beat you, just once." A fierce fight ensued between the two, during which Izar got injured. Seeing him, she thought, "Your speed and power have definitely surpassed what they were before. But it's strength forced out by forbidden magic, not your own skill. Your swordsmanship is still lacking, and your body isn't ready to bear this power." After a while, she asked, "Why would you do something so foolish?" "Foolish? Then tell me, what have I done that wasn't foolish? Wasn't everything I built just things I claimed as mine, even though they were not? But at the very least, my desire to defeat you with a sword had nothing to do with my house. It was mine alone." She turned and says, "The duel is over. Go back now," he said. "Kill me, and go." Hearing this, she said, "What? Haven't I already come close to death by your hands several times? And even if I've lost my claim, I was still raised as my house's heir. If you spare me out of sentiment, I'll become an obstacle to you, again and again. Are you afraid because you've never killed anyone?" She stepped forward and speaks. "Your body can't withstand the power you're using, whether I interfere or not. You don't have long. Am I wrong? You saved me once before. I don't know why, but I'll repay you once for that. Go somewhere far away, and don't ever show yourself again." Then suddenly Izar plunged his sword into his own chest. Seeing this, she shouted loudly. What, Izar? He laughed loudly. She asked. What have you done? You're soft, even to the end. There are some people you should never allow to live. Don't say that. Hearing this, she thought. No, in truth, it was all just an excuse, without even realizing it. I spent my whole life bound to you. My life was yours. So my death should be, too. The time I long for will never return. After a short while, Count Juan came running and shouted. Glorio, she said, you're here. He speaks. Cecil said you went to fight Izar. What does that mean? Izar. He had lost the gamble of his life, she says. Yes, he asked. Don't tell me. Is he dead? She replied. Yes, within a few days. Gather all the high-ranking nobles, without the emperor knowing, at the New Year festival. We will formally depose the emperor. New Year's Day Imperial Palace. New Year's festival. Nobles are whispering among themselves. Did you hear the news? A few days ago. Doesn't the atmosphere feel a little strange today? You're right. The emperor was sitting silently on his throne. At that moment, he stood up and spoke. Another turbulent year has passed, and we've welcomed the new one. So much has happened, but what's in the past should stay in the past. Let us all enjoy the time ahead. Hearing this, Psyche said, but before that, before we step into that new chapter, there is something I must announce to you all here. Then she announced, 20 years ago, the current emperor, who was then the crown prince, used forbidden magic in his pursuit of immortality and turned the northern region of Leicester into a desert. Furthermore, he conspired with Logan Myram to falsely accuse the head of the Silkisia family of regicide, and took over the house. He brought ruin upon Leicester through forbidden magic, and he didn't stop there. Driven by personal greed, he even used forbidden magic to forcibly summon magical beasts. Hearing this, second prince surprised and asked, what in the world? She continued her announcement. One who commits acts unworthy of a human, let alone an emperor, cannot remain on the imperial throne. On behalf of the four noble families who founded this empire, and in the name of Glorious Silkisia, I hereby declare the abdication of the current emperor, Adelheid Erzsébet. A few days ago, some papers were given to the council members, and after reading them, one member asked, what is this? How can this? Another member asked, are all these accusations true? Why would someone do such a thing? She replied, we cannot know what goes through the mind of a madman. We are not telling you this to ask your opinion, it is to prevent the confusion that may arise. That is also why we've summoned the entire noble council here. Regardless of faction, no one wishes for their family or lands to be wiped out and turned into fuel for forbidden magic by the emperor's own hand. I ask that you all think carefully. Hearing this, emperor said, deposition. Then he descended the stairs and said, so, you've made that choice after all. I expected it. But now that it's real, it hurts a little. He went up to him, grabbed him the hair, sniffed, and said, I hope next time you make the right choice. She says, what? The emperor raised his hand and speaks. This will be over soon. Forbidden magic erupted throughout the hall, twisting lights and strange, eerie rays spreading through the air. Forbidden magic activated. Seeing this, Noble says, what is this? A magic circle. Enveloped in the magic, the emperor spoke. All who dared defy me because sacrifices. Then a magical beast appeared, and Psyche, seeing it, began to think, these are the magical beasts, created using the same forbidden magic that attacked me before. I expected the emperor to make a move once he learned we were gathering the petals, but I never imagined he'd prepare something like this. The beast began attacking a noble lady, and she shouted, please save me. Psyche used her spiritual powers and, wielding her swords against it, spoke, bow your head. She finished it off and then asked the lady, are you all right? She replied, yes. Suddenly, Duke Leicester came and shouted loudly, everyone, step back. Noble said, Duke of Leicester. Psyche speaks, my lord, for forbidden magic of this scale, there's no way Adelheid cast it alone. There's a high chance Siona is nearby. Duke says, then, understood. I'll go find her. Don't push yourself too hard, Gloriel. And then, when Psyche raised her sword and used her powers, countless crystals manifested in great numbers. Seeing this, Nobles surprised and said, so this is the power of Duke Silkisia's ability. And when Psyche opened her hand, many crystals appeared within it. As soon as she raised her hand, those crystals transformed into countless swords. At that moment she said, "If you can wield a sword, please use this, to stop the beasts." Then those swords flew into the hands of the nobles. Count Juan says, "To think something like this is possible." With that sword he severed the beast's head from its body. Psyche had already slain many beasts. The emperor, continuing to use the forbidden magic, spoke. Such futile resistance. Soon, all of you will. But it was not working, he thought. What? Why is this all the power I'm getting? Seeing this, she speaks. You're surprised the forbidden magic you prepared isn't functioning properly, aren't you? He shouted loudly. Could it be? How could you possibly know about that? She smiled and says, Right, how could I have found something like that? Then she remembered that, at the moment of his death, Izar had given her that token and said, Even after doing all this, I still, she added, Izar unearthed the token you buried for your forbidden magic, and forcibly took its power. In the end, I've ended up being helped by him. Against my will. If this is everything you've prepared, then let's end this. At that moment, Psyche used her magic to trap the emperor inside a crystal cage. Seeing this, the nobles were surprised. A noble lady said, My goodness. Meanwhile, Siona was running with her disciples, and saying, Hurry, we don't have time to dawdle. Emperor or not, we're getting out of the palace, as planned before it's too late. Her disciples reply, Yes. At that moment, Duke used his magic from the front and captured him. Then he says, Got you, you little rats. On this side, the emperor was trapped in the cage. Psyche stepped forward and said, You, sacrificing innocent citizens of the empire wasn't enough for you. Now you're trying to sacrifice all the nobles too? Crown Prince asked. How could you? Father, how could you do something like this? The Duke brought Siona and shouted. That's because he never intended to rule the country as an emperor in the first place. Even the dark sorcerer who committed all those crimes alongside him ended up betraying him. What does that tell you? If she thought you had any chance of succeeding, she wouldn't be running away from you like this. Catching her wasn't easy, Emperor asked. You! How dare a lowly thing like you betray me? Siona smiled and replied, Betrayal. How is it betrayal? You were the one who abandoned us first. Then she speaks. We followed your orders only because we believed your promise, that you'd bring forbidden sorcerers into the light. For 20 years, we did everything you asked of us. Do you think we committed those acts because we didn't know they were wrong? You sacrificed thousands in the north as offerings, and when that wasn't enough, you unleashed monsters to slaughter them, and in the capital, you ordered us to kidnap children and use them as offerings. Ah, that's right. I even helped bring down House Silkisia. We framed and killed the previous Duke and Duchess of Silkisia, all because you said we had to use the lady's special ability. We erased her memories and brainwashed her with magic. We went along with all your insane, senseless deeds, because all we wanted was to no longer be called users of forbidden magic. And now what? Just because things didn't go your way, you're planning to offer up all the nobles as sacrifices, to achieve eternal life for your soul? Then what about us? Are we just supposed to be the only ones left behind? To take the fall for everything you did? Why the hell should we? Hearing all this, Emperor shouted loudly, How dare you! You lowly dark sorcerer, worse than a worm. And yet you can't even be grateful that I personally used you as my hands and feet. Duke added, Well, loyalty should only be given to someone actually worthy of it. At the very least, someone who, instead of killing the very citizens he was meant to guide and care for as a leader, who doesn't seek eternal life for himself. I don't think anyone would still want to serve someone like that, a noble said. Well said. Seeing them, the emperor remembered First Duke and Silkisia, and then he shouted loudly, Lester, this is all your fault. If only you. If it hadn't been for you, do you think I would have done all this? Psyche speaks. Even now you're blaming others? You already held absolute power as the emperor of the empire. You didn't have to listen to anyone, and you could do whatever you wanted. And yet the fact that you still weren't satisfied, and chose to sacrifice so many people for your own desires, that was your choice alone. Then she recalls that I said that. Isn't it time to stop now, Adele? Everything turned out just the way you wanted. Why can't you be satisfied? She said. If you need someone to blame, it should be yourself. No one will recognize someone like you as emperor. At that moment they stepped forward and Psyche said, Crown Prince. Second Prince, Crown Prince says, Duchess Silkisia. It might sound like an excuse given the situation, but we truly had no idea Father was doing such terrible things. How could something so horrific The second prince was crying. Crown Prince asked, "Are you okay?" The Saiyan Prince replied, "The corpse of the demon beast." Psyche thought, strictly speaking, even the Crown Prince and the second prince are victims in all this. That thing was like a wraith from centuries past. Then she says, "I'm sure everyone's shaken by this unexpected situation. So it would be best to calm down first. Please check if anyone nearby is injured." A noble reply, "Yes?" "Right," Aeon the noble asked. "Over there, is anyone hurt?" She speaks, "Count Ruan, please take temporary command of the knights and guards, and move the former emperor and the dark sorcerer to the palace dungeon." He bowed in reply, "Understood." She says, "We'll also assign security for the two of them, so please rest and recover for now." Crown Prince said, "Got it. Thank you for your consideration, Duchess." At that moment Duke asked, "Are you alright, Gloriel? Are you hurt anywhere?" She replied, "I'm alright. I just didn't expect the Emperor to go off the rails like this. My head just hurts from trying to figure out how to clean up this mess." Duke speaks, "Gloriel, you really are incredibly responsible." She added, "Huh! But I was the one who first brought up his abdication, and Duke Evergreen and Lady Stella have already returned to the east and west respectively." Duke said, "If that man had stepped down quietly, or even tried to scheme politically, it might have been different, but with how things are now, anyone would feel compelled to speak up, so you don't have to shoulder this alone. Let's convene a full assembly of the House of Nobles." The next day, in the House of Nobles, Psyche said, "Thank you all for gathering here despite the chaos. I know things are in disarray right now, as you all know, due to the events that took place during the New Year's festival." Suddenly, Duke felt something strange, and he fainted, falling from his chair. Seeing this, she shocked and said, "Duke Lester?" Noble stood up and said, "Duke Lester? Duke Lester?" she asked. "My lord! What's wrong?" A noble asked. "What on earth is this?" She began to think. He has lost consciousness. Why did he suddenly? Suddenly, a noble opened the door and shouted loudly, "This is terrible. An urgent message just arrived from the underground prison. The Emperor, the Crown Prince, and the second prince are all dead." Upon hearing this, she was utterly shocked. Later, she went to the jail with a few nobles. She asked, "What happened? Didn't I tell you to keep the Emperor under close watch?" Guard replied, "We were doing just that." The Emperor was muttering in his cell. Then suddenly, he bit into his own hand and started drawing something on the floor with his blood while giggling. Then he suddenly collapsed, and by the time we rushed in, he had already stopped breathing. A noble speaks, "I was stationed outside the room, serving the Crown Prince and the second prince, waiting at the door. Then the two suddenly collapsed, vomiting blood, and stopped breathing. There was truly nothing going on inside. They were simply talking about what had happened today. They hadn't eaten anything. We sensed no movement. Yet it happened so suddenly." Lady Lia said, "There are traces of forbidden magic in the Emperor's cell. It seems the Emperor used the Crown Prince and the second prince as sacrifices to activate forbidden magic." A noble says, "That can't be. What kind of magic did he cast that he'd go that far? Surely we're not about to be overrun by magical beasts again, are we?" Another noble said, "In that case, shouldn't we leave this place immediately?" Third noble shocked and shouted loudly, Is it even safe outside the Imperial Palace? No one knows how far the Emperor's influence might reach." Fourth noble says, "No. What if the Emperor cursed the Duke of Leicester?" Psyche said, "Everyone calm down. In forbidden magic, the scale of the sacrifice usually corresponds to the scale of the spell being cast. We haven't identified the exact spell the Emperor used, but it won't be something on the same level as the New Year's incident. Aren't you all the ones responsible for ensuring false rumors don't spread and cause chaos? If you have time to argue, use it to prepare for any potential aftermath. For now, the Magic Association will investigate the kind of magic that was cast. The rest of you, please check your family archives for any relevant information. Ensure the people of the Empire don't fall into panic, and properly manage your territories. I will stay here and examine the traces of forbidden magic. Anyone who wishes to remain may volunteer." Hearing this, some of the nobles began whispering among themselves. Staying in the palace seems a bit. There's still a chance magical beasts might appear. More importantly, is it really appropriate for the Duchess of Silkisia to be taking the lead in this situation? Then who else will? If you are willing to step up and take responsibility, by all means do so. The Duchess of Silkisia convened today's noble council as the representative of the four great houses. For now I support the Duchess's words. Even if magical beasts appear, the Duchess can handle them. Count Juan says, I will also remain in the palace. I didn't expect things to escalate this far, but since we're already in the same boat as the Duchess, we should see it through together. She speaks. Thank you. Then she added, with the direct Imperial bloodline gone, the chain of command is bound to be in disarray. Have the night orders and city guard organize their duties and remain on standby. He replies. Yes, she says, the northerners must be especially shaken. Please ensure there are no rash actions. He speaks. Yes, regardless of what anyone says, they must have been relying heavily on the Duke of Leicester. She added, I'm sorry to trouble Duke Evergreen, but we must reach out and ask him to return to the capital. He said, didn't he entrust all decisions to the Duchess of Silkisia before returning to the east? Even though the Emperor's sudden death changes things, choosing a new emperor is still necessary. She replied, yes. But I think I'll need to step away for a while. He says, pardon? She smiled and said, to be honest, I don't care about the Emperor or the throne anymore. I'm only holding on because I believe it's my duty, as a titled noble, in the Duke of Leicester's absence. Then she asked, are you disappointed in me? A few days later, the Ashen Forest. Psyche asked, Silkisia, can you hear me? Then she speaks. Duke of Leicester, that voice I heard when Berndia collapsed. That was you, wasn't it? The Duke has remained in a coma ever since. Do you know what the Emperor did? If you're listening, please answer. Suddenly, a brilliant light shone, and Silkisia appeared. Then she said, Adelheid has returned to the past. To the time we once lived. Psyche asked, returned to the past? Is that even possible? Say replied, using the power of forbidden magic. He offered his deeply twisted, chaotic body as a sacrifice, and used the bond of blood as both offering and shackle to return to his true body. Leicester's descendant collapsed as a result of Adelheid changing the past. The past he crossed into is still connected to our present. If the past changes, the present will be affected too. Psyche asked. Then everything will fall apart, won't it? What can we do to stop it? She replied. If you're prepared for it, I'll send you back in time. If you straighten all the distortions, your Leicester will return. Hearing this, Psyche asked, if you still have that power, why didn't you go back yourself? She replied, I can't. I, myself, am both the offering and the catalyst to defy time. Psyche said, no, then you. She added, it all began with my foolishness in the past. If I have the chance to set it right, then I'll be glad. But may I ask one thing? If you meet Leicester in the past, please help him, so that he won't have any regrets. Psyche said, all right. I will. Then, first Silkisia took Psyche's hand and said, thank you. Then, go safely. At that moment, first Silkisia used her magic and then, she was hurled back into the past. When she arrived there, she was lying on the ground. As she opened her eyes, she spoke. Seeing this place, she began to think. What happened? Did I really travel back in time? I thought I heard something here. Was I mistaken? Someone pointed a sword at her and asked, who's there? Hearing this, she turned and began to think. That voice, he said. You. It was First Leicester. Seeing this, she was surprised and thought, the First Leicester? Suddenly, someone came and asked, what's wrong, Leicester? Something's over there. That was Lady Stella. When she saw the Psyche, she was surprised and said, oh my. Seeing her, Psyche thought, Lady Stella? Stella stepped forward and said, you are. Then she recalls that, Psyche asked, are you saying you are the original Stella herself? I replied that. That's right. First Leicester asked, Stella, do you know her? Stella replied, yes. This child is a relative of Sia. Hearing this, Psyche thought, how did she realize I'm connected to the original Silkisia? Suddenly, someone came and asked, what? A relative of Sia? Where? Where? Wow. Then he stepped forward and said, she really looks just like Sia. Hello, it's nice to meet you. I'm Evergreen. Seeing him, Psyche thought again. The original Evergreen? Then Psyche recalls that Duke Evergreen speaks. Could it be that you have an extremely long lifespan? Or maybe you have the power to move through time. Now that I think about it, the things he said when we met back then, could he have been talking about this situation? I completely forgot. Then Stella took their hand and started walking with them, saying, I think Sia sent this child to deliver a message to me. I'll go speak to her. The rest of you, tidy up and get some rest for today, Psyche asked. Excuse me, Lady Stella? Where are you going right now? Hearing this, Stella stopped, and Psyche, looking at her, thought, right, I haven't even introduced myself yet. At that moment, Stella replied, no need to make that face. I've more or less figured it out. You're Sia's descendant from the future, aren't you? Hearing this, Psyche surprised and asked, how did you? Stella replied calmly, like I said, I got a little fixated. You carry an energy very similar to Sia's, but I also sense traces of Lester, Evergreen, and even myself within you. Yet this is my first time meeting you, and Lester and Evergreen didn't seem to recognize you at all. If no one knows you, yet you carry all of our energy, then you must be someone who gains that energy in the future. It's a ridiculous theory, but if you're Sia's descendant of all people, I figured something like that might just be possible. Then she said, she's the first person directly chosen by the Vicente god. Psyche asked, what? What do you mean? Wasn't it the first emperor who was chosen by Vicente? Stella replied, so that's how the story's been passed down. Well, I suppose Adelaide's pride wouldn't allow him to admit he wasn't the chosen one. At that moment, Psyche lost in thought. Then the record left by the first Lester that said, the first emperor envied us, who could live near immortal lives through power, must be referring to what Lady Stella just said. Even Evergreen and Lester's records claimed that Silkisia attempted to grant the emperor immortality through black magic. Then right now, that spell hasn't been cast yet. If I stop that, maybe it'll solve the problems in the future as well? A little while later, Psyche asked, then, the original, the current Lady Silkisia, where is she now? Isn't she with the three of you? Stella replied, she's at the Imperial Palace. She's the Empress, after all. But if you're planning to go see Sia at the palace, then I'd like to at least formally try to stop you once. They all had left. At night, she was sitting by the fire she had lit in the forest. Then she remembered and thought about what Stella had said. I don't know exactly what was written in the record you saw, but I can guess one thing. The cruel deeds Adelheid committed probably weren't recorded at all. Even we ourselves don't know everything about it. Then I said that. When you say even we ourselves don't know everything, Stella speaks. Evergreen and Lester don't know. What I know is limited to how regions that never rebelled during the founding were falsely accused and erased. And even that might not be all of it. Hearing this, I asked that. Why didn't you tell the others? Stella replied that, because it's all in the past. What's done is done, and can't be undone. And though I hate to admit it, because it was done, the Empire stabilized quickly. If we bring it up now, it'll only lead to division in the Empire. Just the falling out between Lester and Silkisia has been hard enough. I don't want things to get ugly, between Adelheid and everyone else too. Besides, after this, we'll all go our separate ways anyway. Then Stella had warned me. The reason I'm telling you all this is because, if what you seek by turning back time ends up clashing with Adele, I want to warn you, be extremely careful of him. She lost in thought. According to the records, the first Silkisia and Lester had a good relationship, but Lady Stella used the word falling out very strongly. What happened between the two of them? Doing this alone is hard. She feels a little cold, and then she thinks about Duke Lister's condition, wondering what state he must be in now. Then she asks to herself, the Duke, will he be all right? At that moment, she feels that someone has arrived, and when she looks, it is First Lester. First Lester asked, you're a relative of Sia? Psyche replied, yes. Then she began to think. Technically, descendants are still blood relatives, so saying you're a relative isn't wrong. She asked, for now, would you like to sit down? He sat down. Then she asked, is something wrong? He replied, sorry for staring. It's just, this is the first time I've heard of Sia having any relatives. You really do look alike. Hearing this, she began to think, yikes, I thought he figured out I'm from the future. Then she recalls that, Stella asked, what about the others? I replied that, yes, just like how Lady Stella figured out I'm from the future. If I spend time with the others, they might pick up on it too, she said. Well, as long as I don't slip up, they won't know. Neither of them are as sensitive to energy as I am. But if it's Silkisia, she might figure it out. At that moment, Psyche lost in thought. Lady Stella said the relationship between Lester and Silkisia had fallen apart. But judging by how he treats me, he seems quite gentle. After a while, he asked, how is Sia? Is she doing well? Hearing this, she asked, Why don't you ask her yourself? He replied. I don't have the right to. Then she recalls that, first Silkisia said, if you meet Lester in the past, help him, so he doesn't live with regrets. Then she thought, could this be what the First Lady Silkisia was talking about? After a while she speaks. Did something happen between the two of you? Lady Stella said things ended badly between you two, but judging from Lord Leicester's reaction, it doesn't seem that way. Is there anything I can do to help? He says. This is our first time meeting, and you're already offering help, she said. That's. Then she think. Oh, was I acting too familiar? He speaks. That kind of thing makes you look like Sia. Then, I suppose I should start by telling you about that day. Then he tells. Before the Empire was founded, the continent was consumed by endless wars. Nations of equal strength clashed for power, and most people barely survived. A life of ruin. I was little then. I was searching through piles of filth for something to eat. I found a bread roll, and upon seeing it, I began to think. It's a bit bruised and dirty, but if I peel the outer layer, the inside should still be edible. Just as I was about to eat it, someone struck it from my hand and knocked it to the ground. I shouted, my bread. Then I shouted loudly, who are you? What do you think you're doing? She replied, don't eat that. I said, what? At that moment, a rat came and began eating it, and after eating it, it died. I asked, what is that? She replied, that's why I told you not to eat it. Lately, the grown-ups have been saying that rats are spreading disease, so they've been hiding medicine inside food. I said, no way. She says, wait, hold on. Then he presented some fruits in front of me and asked, do you want to eat this instead? I picked it myself. So there's no poison or anything. Without thinking, I eat everything, thanked her, and asked, did I eat too fast? She smiled and said, hee hee, it's no big deal. Then suddenly, she fainted. I shouted loudly, hey, what's wrong? Wake up. Then I carried her under the shade of a tree and laid her on the ground, and upon looking at her, I began to think, are you stupid? Even though your stomach was growling too, you shared your food with someone you just met. Then she suddenly got up. I asked, hey, you okay? Are you awake? She asked. You stayed with me this whole time? She smiled and said, thank you. I asked, why are you thanking me? She replied, because you could have just left me there. I says, I only stayed because I had nowhere else to go. She asked, really? Then, do you want to come with me? I asked, with you? Where to? Do you have somewhere to go? Then she raised her hand. Some power began emanating from it, and she spoke. I received power from the god Vicente. I'm going to end this war. Until I met Sia, I never believed the gods acted for the sake of mankind. He tells that she asked a child who couldn't walk, are you alright? Do you think you can stand? You shouldn't move like that. Even with such strange and incredible power, I couldn't help but wonder what two mere children could possibly achieve. He tells again, as I said, I'll treat you temporarily for now, but you must see a healer later, alright? A child says, thank you, young lady. Every time that prejudice shattered before my eyes, I slowly began to accept it in my heart. Perhaps the gods were waiting for a rightful emissary to be born. Then she smiled and speaks. You heard that, Lester? They say if we go a bit further, we'll reach the kingdom of Delin. Let's check out the situation in their capital, then decide what to do. I said, if we just sneak into both sides and burn all their supplies, they'll be running home in tears. Don't you think? She says, no, if we were in the middle of battle, maybe we could consider that. But there's still a ceasefire. If we stop the war, those rations will become precious food for the people. Let's avoid touching them if we can. I added, doesn't leave us much of a choice. Then suddenly, powers began to manifest from me as well, and I spoke. This is the power you shared with me. After all I can think to do with this ability is burn. She added, that may be true, but we really need to find more companions to share different powers. I says, okay, for Silkisia to achieve what she wants, she'll need a lot of help. Then she speaks. Oh, right, I heard monsters have been appearing near the border lately. Mind if we take care of that on the way? I said, sure, why not? My ability is only useful for things like that anyway. She added, seriously, are you going to keep being like that? The thought that this might no longer be just our journey gave me a sense of relief. The monster was in front of us, and we were both ready. But suddenly, it used its powers and destroyed the monster instantly, and I just stood there watching, and also a slight twinge of regret. Then I said, looks like that's all of them? she says. Yeah, even as people were being hurt by monsters so close by, soldiers were still being spent over mere patches of land. Silkisia wandered without a destination, doing all she could, wherever she went. Some days, they called her a saint, other days, a witch, and on some days, even a hero. She made more like-minded friends along the way, he said. Wow, then does this mean I'm going to be a hero's companion? She speaks. I'm not really a hero, but if you don't mind that. He smiled and said, that's fine with me, I'll come with you. That was Evergreen. A lady speaks. These guys really push hard, so don't join, unless you're fully committed. She was Stella, and then, a young boy said, let me come with you too. He was Adelheid, but she said it to Adelheid. What? Why, your family business is finally settled. You've got so much to take care of, Adelheid added. Even if things are settled for now, if the world stays in chaos, I'll get caught up anyway. You're trying to fix that, aren't you? I want to end this war too. She smiled and said, all right, then I'm counting on you. Then she stepped forward and shook hands with him. The chaos of war slowly began to die down. Those of us who received powers from Silkisia became overwhelmingly strong. Strong enough that just 4 of us could stand against the grand armies of nations. When we overpowered the enemy forces, Adelheid took over administrative duties. The continent quickly stabilized, centered around the lands that had once been Adelheid's domain. Then one day, she came running to me and said, Lester, I had no idea you were here. I've been looking all over. At least tell me where you're going. I said, why? She asked. What do you mean, why? Then she added, come on, let me see your hand. Then she held my hand, used her powers, and says, I told you to say something before it gets bad. I speaks, it's not that bad. I can endure it. She speaks, I could have helped right away, so why would you endure it? You idiot. Then she says, sorry, it's my fault, but I'm not mad at you. I was the first person Sia ever shared her divine power with, and she said she'd made a slight mistake controlling it during the transfer. Because of that trial and error, I received more power than I could handle, so Sia had to regularly calm the flame for me. To be honest, I didn't mind that arrangement at all, because it meant you would hold my hand like this. Then I speaks, if that's your fault, then using too much power without regulating it is mine. She said, that's not it. I replied, then it's not your fault either. Then suddenly, an evergreen voice was heard. Sia, Lester, come quick, it's important. Looking back now, that was the last time I was honest with Sia without any selfish intent. When we went there, Sia asked, what's this important thing you say? Adelheid replied, an envoy has arrived. She asked, an envoy? Adelheid replied, the Kingdom of Sane, the Kingdom of Delin, and the Orcan Confederacy. They've all agreed to surrender and relinquish their thrones. Just like you predicted, the Central Powers war is over. We're going to found a unified empire. The empire, a mighty symbol of peace, one that had never existed in history. Such a thing was being built at the end of the path we had walked. She asked, what? Being an emperor? I can't, Stella replied. But Sia, you're the one who brought us all together and shared your power. Adelheid replied, that's right. It's because of you that we've come this far. She speaks, still, this is so different from everything we've done so far. All I've done is fight or persuade people, things like that. It was Adelheid who actually made things work, wasn't it? Adelheid said, well, I didn't have powers like the rest of you. I just wanted to help however I could, even if it was through a role like this. The conversation that decided the future of the continent ended surprisingly warmly. Stella says, planning to open a perfume atelier or something? Stella and Evergreen, always free-spirited by nature, were the first to reach out, and Silkisia, who joined later, wanted to give something back to Adelheid, who hadn't received any powers, and I suppose I thought, if that's what Silkisia wanted, then that was enough for me. There were plenty of justifications. The war was over now, so it made more sense for someone like Adelheid, noble by birth, proper in etiquette, and experienced in administration, to take the throne, rather than one of us with mere supernatural powers. Adelheid said, all right, then I'll do it, but you all have to help me. We all said that we were definitely standing with you, and so we divided the empire into vast territories, each ruled autonomously by one of us. What Silkisia had said back then, which felt like a far-fetched dream. Then he remembered what she had said when she was a child. Then why don't you come with me? I've received power from the god Vicente. I'm going to end this war. Truly came to pass. Then one day, I was standing at the palace, looking at everything. Adelheid came and asked, "What are you staring at?" I replied, "Adelheid, a lot of things have really changed. Just a few years ago, I couldn't even imagine the war ever ending." Adelheid says, "I know." Then he said, "Lester, in your opinion, what do you think Sia feels about me?" It was the moment when the delicate veil of being friendly companions began to crack. Adelheid speaks. "I mean, romantically, you're the closest to Sia. If you don't think so, I won't say anything else. I don't want to make her uncomfortable." Adelheid said he knew why Sia had yielded the throne to him, and so he wanted to give her a place where she could enjoy rights, rather than be bound by duty. Adelheid said, "I just want to make her happy." I, myself, hadn't even fully figured out my own feelings, so what could I have said? In response to those words, Adelheid always treated Sia with politeness and respect, and I felt that was exactly what Sia deserved. There was one thing he said that I deeply agreed with. After all, the one chosen by the god Vicente had been Silkisia, so it was only right that she be properly rewarded, and I, too, wanted Sia to be happy. I just said some harsh things to her. She didn't do anything wrong. I was just young back then, and some words become harder to take back the more time passes. It's been almost 20 years now. She asked. Excuse me, but may I ask your age?" he replied. "Huh, oh, thanks to our powers, we hardly age on the outside. If you know your Imperial history, you can guess how old we are," she says. "I see," he speaks. "Now that you mention it, I haven't really thought about it in a while. How old am I again? 40? Maybe over that. A life nearly eternal." Hearing this, she said, I know this might be out of line for me to say, but wouldn't it be best if you spoke directly with Lady Silkisia? You said you two are friends," he says. "That's," she speaks. "If you don't do anything, nothing's going to change. What if, a few years from now, you regret not seeing her while you still had the chance? And while we're at it, I'd really appreciate it if you could take me along too," he said. "What?" she replied. "It's just, I also have something I'd like to say to Lady Silkisia," he added. "All right, when you say it like that, it really does sound like it's not a big deal," she said. "Oh, that's not what I meant at all," he says. "We're currently out dealing with monsters across the north and west, but once we're done, if it's all right with you, I'll take you with me. It's not a bad idea to report in person, after all this time." She smiled in reply. "Thank you so much." At that moment, she lost in thought. According to the First Lady Silkisia, the Duke collapsed due to something the Emperor who went back to the past did. Then it's highly likely that the Emperor did something to the First Lester. I'll need to stay close to the First Lester, just in case. 2 weeks later, in the Imperial Palace, servant said, "His Majesty is expecting you." First Lester said, "Your Majesty." Adelheid speaks. "There's no need for such formalities between us. It's been a long time. Lester, Stella, Evergreen, I know you've all been busy, but don't you think you've been coming to the capital far too rarely?" And over there, Stella added, "This is a distant relative of Sia." Psyche bowed and said, "I greet your Imperial Majesty." Adelheid says, "I happened to meet her during a subjugation, and brought her here so she could meet Sia." "A relative of Sia? Now that you mention it, she does resemble her." Then he asked, "Shall we move somewhere more comfortable to talk? How are things with the monsters in the north and west?" Stella replied, "For now, most of the ones near the villages have been dealt with. The north is nearly cleared. We couldn't wipe them all out, so we drove them into the forested area in the west. The forest is so dense that people hardly ever go there, so I thought it best to isolate them that way." Adelheid said, "I see. Wiping them out completely would be difficult, so that's the best option. You've all truly worked hard." Then Evergreen asked, "By the way, Adele, where is Sia? This is a private gathering, so why isn't she joining us?" Adelheid replied, "Well, the truth is, Sia hasn't been in very good condition lately." Hearing this, First Lester shocked and said, "What?" At that moment, Evergreen asked, "Not in good condition? What do you mean?" They all went to the Empress's palace. Maid came bowed and speaks. "My apologies, Her Majesty the Empress says she will not meet you." Stella asked, "She truly refuses to see us? Did you tell her that a relative has come?" Maid replied, "Yes, I conveyed that, but," they recalls that Emperor Adelheid said, "I believe she has been feeling rather low lately. She has shut herself away in the Empress's palace. saying she will see no one, Evergreen says. What? Emperor Adelheid added. I even asked her to come and see you all today, but she refused. Still, could you try visiting her, just in case? Then Evergreen asked. So it's true. What should we do? Stella replied. What do you think? She said she doesn't want to meet anyone, so we can't exactly force our way in. Then Psyche speaks. What if we try again tomorrow? If it's simply a matter of her mood, and she doesn't feel like meeting us today, she might change her mind by tomorrow. First Lester said. All right, Stella asked. Let's do that. Will everyone be going back to their own estates today? What about you, Gloriel? Psyche replied. I'll be staying at Lady Lester's. Psyche looks back, lost in thought. Well, that's what she said, but this situation is far too suspicious. From the Emperor's reaction, it didn't seem like he recognized me. Is he truly the Emperor of this timeline? Then where did the Emperor from the future disappear to? And why is Lady Silkisia refusing to meet anyone? After some time, Emperor Adelheid goes to see his room and says, I heard you declined an audience, even though it's been a long time since they last came to the capital. You said I won't meet anyone anymore. Then he grabs her by the throat and said, You've all really not changed one bit. You're just the same, too, still so young and beautiful. Sia says, Let go, Adele. Then he looks at himself in the mirror. Seeing his reflection, he is reminded of Lester. Enraged, he strikes the mirror hard, shattering it, and then steps closer to look. Seeing herself in the broken mirror, Sia starts to think. Where did it all start to go wrong? Was it when Adelheid confessed to me? When I sounded out Lester after Adelheid confessed? When I accepted Adelheid's confession, even though I didn't mean it? Just because Lester encouraged me? Was it because, in the end, I never came to love Adelheid? Then Emperor Adelheid stepped forward and says, Sia, everything is ready on our side now. All that's left is for you to cast the spell. Now, the only thing I want from you is something so small. Surely you'll grant me that much, won't you? Sia began to think. It wasn't like this at the start. Then she recalls that I said, You see, Lester, I've received a proposal from Adelheid, and Lester says, That's great. Adele was wondering if it would be alright to propose to you, so I gave him a push, and now it's your turn. Go for it. The two of you suit each other well. Lester shouted. What are you doing here? Sia replied. Lester, you need to control your flames. Lester speaks. Ha, Your Majesty the Empress. I can handle things like that myself now. If you force yourself to come all the way to the north, in that condition, I'd be far too humbled to accept it. I'm living my own life just fine. So don't come here anymore. Then she thought. I knew right away that Lester's words weren't sincere. He was just worried about me. He simply couldn't bring himself to say it aloud. You know, the reason I feel unwell whenever I come to the north is because Adelheid had secretly cast a spell on me. The truth is, I didn't get along with Adelheid when I chose him. I thought I'd be able to control my heart. By the time I realized, there are things in this world you can't change no matter how hard you try. Adelheid had already become a monster. It's not wrong to say that he is bad and corrupt as he is now, but I feel like I'm the last person with the right to condemn him. There was a time when he was kind and gentle to me, when I couldn't return a love equivalent to his. He grew sad and desperate, then lashed out at me, asking if I still loved you. Then one day, begged me to look at him. I watched from beside him, as he slowly went mad, all on his own. I think I'm the one who made Adele that way. That's why, even knowing it's a foolish path, I intend to grant Adelheid's final request. Then she said, Once everything is ready, I'll carry out the spell. She thought again. Because now, what he wants from me is not love, but youth and immortality. Emperor Adelheid asked, Is the preparation finished now? Then she said, Yes. Don't step out of the magic circle, Adelheid. Then, when he threw a few drops of his blood into the magic circle, the magic started. Seeing this, Emperor Adelheid think, At last, to me, to youth and immortality. Suddenly she said, Wait, something's wrong. Emperor Adelheid asked, What is it? Then she began to think. Strange, this shouldn't be happening. I calculated everything precisely for the spell, buried the mark in a barren spot, at the edge of the western forest, and placed an artificial beast there, created with my own life force, as the offering. Then she says, But the life force is too much. He asked, Could it be that if there's too much life force, the spell is hindered? She asked. What do you mean by that? He shouted loudly. I thought the greater the life force, the stronger the effect, so I just moved the mark westward. Tell me clearly, does this cause a problem? What have I done? Then she recalls that Adelheid said in childhood. Let me go with you, then. But you all must help me, they all said. Of course. Sure. The Adelheid of that time is gone. Only a hideously aged monster remains here. I was foolish. I must be the one to bear this responsibility. Then Sia used her powers. He asked. What are you doing? She asked. What am I doing? Then she replied. That is what I should be asking you, Adelheid. Then she used all of her powers and shouted loudly. How dare you? How dare you commit such a thing? He shouted loudly. What are you trying to do, Silkisia? She replied. Granting your wish. That was my gravest mistake. My own mistake. I have no choice but to correct it myself. On the other side, Psyche was sleeping. She sensed something about Sia and said to herself, no, could it be that it's today? At that moment, she ran to Lester, knocked on the door, and speaks. Lord Lester, Lord Lester. Please wake up, hurry, Lord Lester. Lester opened the door. He asked, who is it, disturbing me in the middle of the night? Glorio, Psyche said. Lord Lester, Lady Silkisia is in danger. We must go to her immediately. Hearing this, he shocked and said, What? You wake me so suddenly from sleeping. What in the world are you talking? Understood. Straight to the Imperial Palace. Psyche says, No, not the palace. What do I do? I don't know exactly where. But it didn't seem to be near here. It looked like a small village. Outside the village, there was a great tree, and snow was falling heavily. Just moments ago, I must have been close enough, because I was faintly connected to Lady Silkisia, but as the link grew distant, I lost it. After glimpsing that scene, he added, a great tree outside a small village. Snowfall, in this season? Psyche asked. Do you know where it is? He replied. It's the place where I first met Sia. Sia was in a very bad condition. She said, It's snowing. I should have realized it. When Adelheid first cast such magic on me, one could never do such a thing out of jealousy. Not if they truly loved. Then she thought, what was once a petty spell of Adelheid's, usually leaving me only weakened, with my life force nearly drained, has now become a fatal curse. Yet I do not regret coming this far. If I had been honest about my feelings from the beginning, would things be different now? He came running and shouted loudly. Sia, open your eyes, Sia. Sia asked. Is this a dream? He replied. It's no dream. It's me, Sia. I came too late. Sia asked. Lester, is it truly you, Lester? Tears filled Sia's eyes. She said, You know, Lester, I'm in such pain. I'm in agony. So, please, Lester, kill me. Seeing this, Psyche lost in thought. I know well that, just because I returned to the past, doesn't mean I can prevent everything. Some things happen so suddenly, so fleetingly, that it feels almost meaningless. If I had hurried, could I have stopped it? Was there truly nothing I could have done? All I can do is. Then she recalls that. Well, it's a power you instinctively use. When something happens, it seems the young lady still doesn't know what her power is. At that moment, she felt something and thought. So that's what Duke Bernda meant. Back then, a few days later, Leicester Castle, in the north, Psyche sees someone leaving. Then she stepped forward and said, Lord Leicester, he asked. You've arrived? She asked. The person who just left, he replied, was a messenger sent by the Emperor. He said they must hold a state funeral, so he's asking for the Empress's body to be returned. Then he speaks. Am I supposed to listen to such nonsense? No, sorry, forget I said that. It's just my feelings, of course. I can't refuse to return her, even if I can't forgive him. Sia's children deserve to hold their mother's funeral. Hearing this, she thought, yes, since the royal family and the Silkisia family were united, there must have been heirs born between them. At that moment, he stood up and said, But that's as far as I can allow. I can't let that crazy man stay on the throne any longer. His eyes shot up angrily and he says, As soon as Sia's funeral ends, I'll drag Adelheid off the throne. Then he stepped forward and close to Psyche and added, When that is done, I'll make sure you can resolve what you must as well. Hearing this, she lost in thought. After coming north to find the First Lady Silkisia, as I spoke about what happened to her and how I came to know of it, I ended up revealing everything, where I came from and why I came. After a while, they were standing in the forest. She said, I'm sorry, if I had told you everything a little earlier, maybe it wouldn't have come to this. He speaks. No, it's because you told me now that I can accept it, that this is a fixed result. Had it not been your words, I probably would have used my power, and might have trapped Sia in endless time, tormenting her forever. My power can burn things without form, she says, even time and space themselves. He asked. You knew? She replied. Ah, only that much? They say you must pay some kind of price to use it, but no one told me what, he added. Erasure of possibility. That's the price of my power. Perhaps I burn away a possible future that I could have lived, and return to a branching point in the past, and each time I try, I lose one possible future, forever. If you hadn't stopped me, when Sia drew her last breath, I would have followed her in death. The reason I didn't is because I heard your words and realized. This isn't. Then he speaks. The first time. There's no way I would accept Sia's death like this, on the first try. I must have tried countless times, but you said the future you know matches this outcome. Then somewhere, in those countless returns, I already burned away the future, where she might have lived happily. Hearing all this, she asked, What do you mean, burn? Then she thought, if Lord Leicester is right, then my second life is the time Duke Burndia turned back. But still, then she recalls that, Evergreen asked, Do you know what Burndia did after the young lady died? He replied, I don't know the person you knew, but the way I invoke my power is by setting my own heart ablaze. She thought again. The second chance I was given was a gift from the Duke. When I return, there's so much to say. So, let's do what we must, because I've found the reason I had to come here. Some time later, the Imperial Palace. Fire is spread everywhere. The Emperor is sitting on the ground. Then he shouted loudly, Leicester, how dare you? How could you? Leicester said, How dare? The one who did something unforgivable isn't me, Adelheid. It's you, atoned to Sia with your death. Then Leicester struck him with his sword and killed him. There was blood everywhere. He was lying on the ground and was still staring at Leicester. At that moment, Psyche attacked him, and he screamed loudly. You, how are you here? She said. Gloriel, I thought about it a lot. If you return to the past, the only landmark you'd have is your own dead body. Then he stepped forward and said, Even after seeing it myself, I still can't believe it. I made sure you were dead before I returned. Psyche added, And yet a soul truly can exist, apart from the body. Yes, Lady Silkisia defied the magic she had woven with her very own life force, but she could not stop the Emperor's soul from gaining long life. Then she recalls that Azar asked, Are you afraid because you've never killed before? Then he said, There are enemies who must never be left alive. Then Psyche struck the ground forcefully with her sword, and powers emerged from it and says, If so, then destroying that soul completely must be my duty. Meanwhile, in the future, several nobles were gathered inside the Silkisia house. Someone said, Count Rune, Marquis Urint and Baron Wilden have also collapsed. We're running short on people. To maintain order, nobles and commoners alike are collapsing without reason. No one spared. Count Rune asked, What about Lady Silkisia? He replied, I've heard no word of her collapsing. Yet there's not a trace of her. Count Juan added, Lady Silkisia is working to resolve the matter from another direction. Noble asked, And what in the world does that mean? Then Noble speaks. This is, the air itself is frozen. Count Juan said, Ice. Don't tell me Lady Silkisia? Noble says, Just now, the air froze and shattered? Could this be one of Lady Silkisia's abilities too? What exactly did she just do? Suddenly someone came and shouted loudly, Count! Baron! The people who had collapsed began to wake up. Hearing this, he shocked. In the past, Leicester said, It feels strange, seeing someone other than Sia Lees use that ability. Then he stepped forward and asked, Are you alright? He was staring at him. Seeing this, Psyche thought, The aura is unmistakably the same. It seems Lord Leicester's flames lost control. Psyche stopped him with her hand. Leicester says, No, I'll only accept the thought behind it. She speaks, You know it's dangerous to leave it like this. He added, Yes. But I already knew what would happen when I made this choice. I'm fine as I am. I mustn't confuse things. The one you must protect isn't me. He's waiting for you in the future. Isn't that so? Then he asked. So then, what is it you still haven't told me? She replied. Pardon? He added, After Sia. After what happened. You've been trying to tell me something, haven't you? She says. That's, well, when Sia passed away, I realized what my power was, so. I think it wasn't, by chance, that in the future, I came from my soul, Lord Leicester's soul, and Emperor Adelhide's soul, all awakened at once. The first Silkisia, having suffered damage to her soul from overusing her ability, needed a long time before she could be reborn. The Emperor likely seized suitable bodies one after another, waiting for Sia's soul to recover. But as for Lord Leicester as well, that couldn't have been mere chance, he said. I understand. Since all time is connected, by using your power, I could be reborn in that time, right? Then what is it you're hesitating over? Is it the cost of using the power? She speaks. No, that's not it. The price is not the problem. What troubles me isn't myself. My power separates a chosen target from reality and freezes them. If I used it on your soul, it would happen exactly as I described. You would have to remain isolated for centuries, in a void of nothingness, even if you had no consciousness. No, I cannot guarantee even that, if you remained aware, in that state, he says. Is that all? Let me make this clear. To me, the greatest fear is not pain or suffering, but having no more chances. If it were the old me, even knowing there was no future where Sia lived, I would have kept turning back time endlessly, living only in the moments she still breathed. But that would have forced Sia to suffer the same misery over and over forever. So answer this one question. In the time where you were reborn, Sia, were you happy? Hearing that, she found herself lost in thoughts of Duke Leicester for a moment. Hearing this, she smiled and said, yes. He added, good. That's all I needed. Then she used her powers, and many crystals appeared. She prepared to return. He asked, so it's time to return? She replied, yes. There's someone waiting for me. When she returned, the Duke was awake in his room. She opened the door and stepped inside. The Duke looked at her and spoke. Glorio? Psyche ran in and hugged her. All the people who had collapsed without knowing why safely woke up, and joy spread throughout the entire empire. A noble said, it's such a relief. There was a time I truly thought the empire would collapse. Another noble says, I know, right? First noble asked, by the way, what happens now? Second noble replied, well, with the entire direct royal line gone. Third noble speaks, it's not just the direct line that disappeared. When the previous emperor ascended the throne, many royals died for all kinds of reasons. Looking back now, that was probably. Hearing this, a noble lady shocked and said, could it be that the late Duke Silkisia was falsely accused because of that? A nobleman asked. Huh? What do you mean? A noble lady replied. Didn't you know? Since the empire's founding, the Silkisia family has been the only noble family with the rightful claim to the throne. Within the quiet halls of the Silkisia estate, she asked, is this really the right thing to do? He replied, of course it is. The few remaining royals have all renounced their claims to the throne. On top of that, the nobles and citizens will no longer accept the Erzsébet royal family. She stepped forward and said, but I keep having these thoughts. He asked, what kind of thoughts? She replied, that maybe someone else would be better suited than me. I'm inexperienced. He says, you already know the answer. She added, yes. It's only me. Even if it's just a nominal claim, having me ascend would bring the least chaos. I just said that because I felt a bit helpless. Honestly, Lady Stella and Duke Evergreen have no interest in ruling the empire at all. Hearing this, he smiled and speaks, and I just slept soundly, leaving you alone in a crisis. Even if they didn't know exactly what you did that day, they all know it was your powers that enveloped the entire palace and solved everything. Everyone's anxious, so they want to lean on overwhelmingly strong power, she said, but the truth is, I can't use that power anymore. Unlike abilities, when a power is used, the user has to pay a price. He asked, what problem were you worried about? Is the cost of using the power the issue? She replied, that's not it. The price isn't a problem. Then she thought, the true cost of my power is that the longer I use it on a target, the more my ability is sealed. Since I used the power on Duke Leicester's soul, I probably won't be able to use this ability again in this life. He asked, why does that matter? What's important is, then he said, the throne. Let me be clear, consorts are absolutely not allowed. If you allow another man besides me, he'll be tortured endlessly and dealt with so thoroughly that no one will ever know. She says, if that's what you're worried about, you could simply oppose my ascending the throne. He added, no. That's absolutely impossible. He's been a deadbeat man. He was emperor long before I became a duke, so there was nothing I could do then. But now, in this situation, placing some random nobody above me is absurd. What did those guys even do? Then she recalls that first Lester said, if, as you said, I had another chance, then I wouldn't waste time worrying and holding back like now. I'd just say everything I want to say. She smiled and said, that's just my personality. He speaks. Why are you laughing all of a sudden? I don't recall saying anything funny. She says, now that I think about it, the Duke's words do make sense. I don't want anyone else forcefully controlling my life ever again. A while later, at the Nobles' Council meeting, Glorial Silkisia was unanimously chosen as the next emperor. She was standing ready. He asked, are the preparations finished? Your Majesty Glorial, she asked. Duke, shall we go then? Are you all right? He replied. Pardon? Usually the coronation ceremony starts with the escort by the priests, right? She says. What does that matter? It's not like you've taken away the role of placing the crown on me. Then she recalls that, first Silkisia said, you were the one who gave me a chance to live again, burned ya. So this time, I want to begin again. With your hands in mine. Then both of them were present in the hall. She went on the stage, and the high priest crowned her. Then on her, Vicente's light appeared. Seeing this, everyone was amazed. Someone said, Vicente's light. My goodness. One day, not long after the new year, Glorial Silkisia ascended as the new emperor of the empire. Under the blessing of the god Vicente, a few months later, she was sitting on her throne, and Evergreen came forward and bowed. She asked, you said you wouldn't come to the capital anymore, so what's going on? Evergreen asked. Are you all right, Your Majesty? Then she asked. What do you mean? Suddenly Duke Lester came and said, seems like you don't even remember well. Evergreen says, burned ya. She stood up and asked. What do you mean? He replied, it's just a guess. I thought maybe it was just my imagination recently. But I feel like my ability has weakened a little. The powers of ability users have started to disappear. In the evening, they were standing on the roof. She asked, why didn't you tell me earlier? He replied, I wasn't sure enough. The intensity of the flames isn't something you can measure exactly. That with Nick's guy is strange. Then he told Evergreen had said, I don't even remember things when I was born. I says, that's how normal people are. She speaks, that's for sure. Then she asked, what's happening? Could it be related to my ability being sealed? He replied, this is just my guess, but maybe this world doesn't need abilities anymore. When the god Vicente gave your past self powers, it was to end the war, right? Now that the throne has finally returned to the right person, and everything is over, the god must be reclaiming the tools he gave. Then when he stretched out their hand, light began to emerge. Some aspects of abilities and powers were painful, so their disappearance might be the god's blessing. Either way, it's how it ended up. Now I have no abilities. I'm lower in status than you, and I have less wealth. Then he assected. Even so, would you marry me? Then she replied. Excitement, nervousness, overwhelmed, and the feeling I feel strongest is, I love you, so I will allow it. Please remember to like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video, as it really helps our channel grow. Thanks.